fascinations of the ear. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you. Now.
$122-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 122-year-old. Well, see, tell folks the douse all lights and we'll be getting down to business. Nice and dark and cheery now. Just the way we like it when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the universe. Gaze into on deep, and soon you'll see a land of jungle. For we're going into Mexico, to a place called Yucatan. There the grass and vines is so thick and tall that whole cities are hid among them. Big, forgotten cities. The old Indians used to live there long before the white men came. Soon we're going to hear 3 white men talking in the jungle. And so begins our yarn about the boer goddess. The boer goddess.
This is Morgan. That we are getting close? We ought to be, according to that picture writing Mary Ann gave me. Hold up that torch, Dutch.
Yeah. I don't see no flat stones yet that you said we got to find.
If that girl had only come along to show us, we wouldn't have to fool around like this. You have been among these Indians long enough to know they are women. Cannot come on sacred ground. If she's the high priest's daughter, you'd think she'd take a chance on the taboo. Especially with her loving me the way she does. She has taken chance enough as it is. If we find what we seek and get away into the jungle, we will know it was by your aid. Then her life will be... Look, what of it? She's only a squaw. Still, Mary Ann is a cute little trick at that.
You got such a sense of humor, Morgan. Every time you call that Indian girl Mary Ann, I got to laugh.
Shut up, you fool. If they should find us, you know what will happen. Keep your shirt on, Frenchie. It is kind of comical, Dutch. But I call all my girls Mary Ann, and not being able to speak this one's lingo, I don't know her real moniker anyway. Quiet, be careful. We're safe enough. Every man in the village is out in the jungle for that ceremony they're holding. Yes. The ceremony which proves how much we have to fear. For out there tonight, they will let a boa constrictor crush a man to death. Listen.
3 beats on the drum. That means they're getting ready to kill that fellow now.
Yeah. God, if my folks back in Jersey knew their darling boy was living among a bunch of Yucatan Indians who just made sacrifices to snakes, they'd turn over in their graves. After 3 months among them, it is still difficult for me to realize that we have found a lost tribe of Aztecs, living as their fathers did 600 years ago.
It was lucky they found us when they did. Another day lost in that bush, we would have been dead.
That is what makes me dislike this thing we do tonight. These people saved our lives. They took us in, and now we plan to rob them. I hope Frenchie Rainier of Devil's Island ain't developing a sense of gratitude all of a sudden. I may have served time on Devil's Island, Morgan. But I, like you, am not wanted in Ecuador for murder. That's because you never had the nerve enough to kill a man, you yellow skunk. You're not going to talk to that...
Morgan, Frenchie, we cannot quarrel.
You're right, Dutch. When we get what's underneath them 3 flat stones, it'll take all 3 of us to fight our way back to civilization through that bush. Forget it, Frenchie. You're sure you'll find emeralds in that temple? I've already shown you the little ones Mary Ann gave me, and she's told me in her sign language there's big ones where we're going. If it were not that all 3 of us are needed, as you say, to make escape, I wonder would Dutch and me have heard about them. What do you stop that?
Look, Morgan, Frenchy, here is 3 flat stones.
This is the place. We found it. Now, don't try to lift them. There's a trick to it. She showed me in the picture writing. You push the stone in the middle, and I got it. Look at that.
A passage has opened.
The temple's underneath. Come on, down these stairs.
Wait. I do not like this place.
What's the matter?
I don't know. It's dizzy feeling that has started.
I feel something funny, too.
Both of you are yellow. Give me that torch. I'm going down these stairs.
You can't call me yellow.
Then prove you're not. Come on.
It is dark down here. Morgan, hold up that torch.
We don't need it in a minute. According to Mary Ann, this passage takes a sudden bend into the temple proper, where a fire's always burning. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it is right.
We have reached the temple.
Oh, mon Dieu. My God, good Lord.
Up the stairs for our lives.
Quick, before it...
Wait, you poor dumb idiot. It's only a statue.
A statue?
Yeah. But it had me going for a minute. It's so natural looking, I thought it was a real honest-to-God snake coiled up to strike.
No. It is an idol. The image of the boer goddess.
Hold up that torch, Morgan. The stone snake has a woman's face.
Mary Ann told me the truth. The idol's eyes are emeralds.
Bigger ones than I have ever seen.
And where the snake's body joins the woman's face, there is a necklace.
More emeralds.
We shall be rich.
Rich millionaires. Let me climb up there and get them. Say, what was that?
A drum.
It sounded as you touched the fear.
There ain't no one but a drum in here. This is just a big bare room.
There it is again.
It is a warning. You're in a sacred place. You must not defile a holy image.
Bunk. Hand me your knife, Dutch. What you going to do? Cut off that necklace and pry loose them emeralds.
No.
Oh, that's what we came here for, you fool. Here goes.
Again, that drum.
Morgan, come here. A curse will fall on us if you take those stones.
Wait, Morgan, there is something funny in this place.
I'll go when I get these stones.
No.
It's all right, I got them. Look, those from the eyes are as big as eggs. I'm rich.
Let's get out of your tree.
All right, I've got all I want now, and I'm a millionaire. A millionaire.
Up these stairs. Let's get away.
Wait, listen.
It seems to come from inside the snake itself.
It struck 3 times.
Yes, 3 times. Like we heard it in the bush outside. It means the boer goddess will take soon a human sacrifice.
You guys whine like a pair of old women. We got away from the Indians all right, didn't we? And with another day's chopping, we'll be out of this jungle and safe in civilization. Forget that hooey about a curse and something following us.
We are not out of the jungle yet. And there is something following us, Morgan. I feel it all about us in the bush. There's something I know is death.
Your grandmother.
I am like Frenchy. I did not like those drum beats when we left the temple.
Are you guys dumb enough to think a heathen statue of a big snake with a woman's face can really do you any harm?
It is not the statue I fear, but the thing it stands for. People's thoughts and their beliefs. Listen, Morgan. All gods are the same, by different names. For how many centuries, we don't know. An intelligent race has worshipped and feared that great snake we have insulted.
Hooey.
3 times that drum beat, like before the boer goddess takes our human sacrifice.
Since that's what's troubling you fellas most, let's figure the drum was calling Mary Ann. Them Indians have probably finished her by now. Too bad. She was a cute little trick, even if she was only a squaw. Well, there's one easy way for you guys to clear yourselves if you think there's a curse on them emeralds. You just don't have to take your share.
No, you don't, Morgan.
You would like to cheat us out of there.
I thought that'd bring you to time. It's too hot to do any more traveling till night. I'm going to grab a few winks. Your turn to scare up some grub, Frenchie.
All right. Give me your pistol.
Next. I've only got 2 bullets left. You can bring down a couple of birds with your machete.
You're not saving those 2 bullets for something in particular.
What do you mean?
When we are out of this jungle, you will no longer need Dutch and me to help you.
You think that I
will not argue that point. It doesn't matter anyway. I don't forget.
That French stir-bug's crazy as a loon.
Maybe. Why are you saving those 2 bullets, Morgan?
Say, you don't think I'm planning anything against pals like you and Frenchie, do you? Forget it. There's emeralds enough for the 3 of us. I'm rich. Inside of a month, Dutch, I'm going to be sitting in the swellest hotel in New York. I'm going to become a gentleman, join highfalutin clubs, and go in for society and live like a king. Yeah, live. That Frenchman gives me a pain talking about death following us through the jungle, all on account of a couple of drum beats you heard in a heathen temple.
Morgan, the drum is here.
It can't be. Gee, you got me hearing things.
3 times it beat. Just like that night.
Oh, don't mean nothing. Don't mean nothing. Something's got him. Oh, look, a boa constrictor.
Get out of the squares, crossing out his life. There is a curse. It's breaking now.
I won't believe it. The jungle's full of snakes. He just happened to cross a boa's path. Run, Dutch. Run before it comes for us.
Ain't you going to try to save him? You got a pistol, Morgan. Shoot.
I'm saving my 2 bullets. Leave him there and run, you fool. Now we can split his share.
Yeah, we split his share of death. So he is just the first of us to go.
I don't believe in that stuff.
Then look back, for the snake has turned its head.
Say, it has the face of a woman.
Yeah, the face of the boer goddess.
Run, run, run. Sure, young fella. I'm not stuck up like ordinary millionaires. I'll be glad to give your newspaper the true story of how me and Dutch got here to New York.
I'm certainly much obliged, Mr. Morgan. You realize how interested the public is in the man who owns the largest emerald on Earth.
Yeah, but I don't want the papers printing no lies about me. Don't you be like those other fellows who wrote that I'm a nervous old man because they saw me pacing up and down the room like I'm doing now. And don't you say I'm afeard of anything counting me always looking over my shoulder and jumping at funny noises. That is just habits of mine. And don't you dare write there's a curse on my emeralds. There ain't no Indian curse.
Of course not, Mr. Morgan. That sensational stuff that you object to is all printed when a flash came in through Associated Press. Seems 2 madmen had stumbled into a little settlement in Yucatan with a pocket full of emeralds and a story of a 3rd man who had been crushed to death by a boa constrictor with a woman's face. We couldn't pass up a yarn like that, even though we know it was ridiculous.
And it was ridiculous. 2 men have just chopped their way out of the jungle. They're apt to say anything. You write that stuff was all a lie. Don't forget to print how I tried to save me dead partner Frenchie when the big snake got him, though. But don't say the snake had a woman's face. It didn't. That was imagination. And there ain't no curse on my emeralds. None that can reach beyond the jungle anyway.
What was that, Mr. Morgan?
Nothing. Just talking to myself. The jungle makes you do things like that, young fella. It's great to be home in a city again. No snake can follow me to a big town like New York.
You've spoken of your partners as Frenchie and Dutch. Will you give me their proper names, Mr. Morgan?
Frenchie's dead. Oh, if I could only forget the way he died. Oh, excuse me. The name I knew Frenchie by was Jean Renal. And Dutch's real moniker is Adolf Appleman.
Adolf Appleman?
Yeah, he beat it out west of Chicago as soon as we hit the USA. Oh, he ain't nice to you reporter guys like me and don't like his name in the papers. But you can print he don't believe in no curse, neither.
Mr. Morgan, haven't you seen this morning's paper?
Not yet. I just got up.
What a story this'll make. No one dreamed he was your partner.
Say, what's the matter with you? What are you doing at my telephone?
Hello? Get me Wells 292-915. Look at that front page, Mr. Morgan. Read those headlines.
What?
Last night in a Chicago hotel room, Adolf Appleman was crushed to death. Every bone in his body broken. Hello? Hello? Give me city editor.
It can come further than the jungle. Them drum beats I heard last night was not a dream.
City desk? Get this, whopper of a story. The guy crushed to death in Chicago last night was a partner of the bird who was...
I'm next. I'm next. I'm next.
Look here, Mr. Morgan. You may have discovered $1 million worth of emeralds in South America, but that gives you no license to come here to Chicago and try and tell the district attorney's office how to run its business.
But I gotta know what killed Dutch. Why did you have his body cremated before I got here to see it?
For one reason, because his wife ordered it done after the inquest.
His wife?
You've already been told that Appleman was married to a Miss Smith a few hours before his death. Another reason was because the body was too horribly crushed to serve any real purpose as a clue to the method of murder.
Crushed like Frenchie. But you say it couldn't have been a snake that done it. You swear it couldn't have been a snake?
My dear Mr. Morgan, despite the wild newspaper theories, boa constrictors do not crawl promiscuously around Chicago. And if they did, there could have been no way for such a monster to have entered or left Mr. Appleman's room.
No. And no way for it to come here from the jungle. Where was Dutch's wife when it happened?
Out of the room at the time, she says. But no woman on earth could have crushed your partner as we found him. If that's what you're driving at.
It ain't. I was just wondering if she'd seen anything. If I could only know the way he died.
Come in.
Excuse me, sir. Mrs. Appleman to see you.
I'll ask you to come in. Now, Mr. Morgan, you can talk to her yourself if you like.
How do you do?
Good morning, Mrs. Appleman. I'm sure you'll be glad to meet your poor husband's former partner, Mr. Morgan.
We have met.
That's funny. I feel that you and me have met someplace before.
I meant the Dutch had spoken of you.
Oh, I see. But your face is somehow familiar. What was your name before you married him?
My first name is Mary Ann.
Mary Ann?
Poor Dutch has told me it's the name you prefer for women, Mary Ann.
To think I'd finally fall for a skirt whose real name was Mary Ann.
How startled you were when I first told you that was my name.
Yeah, hit me like a voice from the dead. Not that a squaw matters, you understand? But you knew even before I spilled the beans about how we got the emeralds and all.
Yes, I knew. Dutch had told me everything.
I don't know what I'd have done without you since Dutch was killed. Man needs someone around so he won't be all alone to think things. After we're married tomorrow, it'll be better still. Only I wish you hadn't made me to wait a whole year. Yeah, a year. And nothing's happened to me. I always knew that curse was just a bunk.
You have no fear at all anymore?
Me? I never was afraid of anything. My hair turning white and me losing weight like I have is just from a rundown condition, the doctor says. Yet if I only knew how Dutch was killed and the explanation of them drum beats and... I can't get out of my mind the way I saw Frenchie go.
You have explained it all perfectly naturally to me 100 times. You have no real faith in heathen gods, you know.
No, of course not. It was all imagination. The boar I saw in the jungle did not have a human face. That's an awful way to die, like Frenchie, Mary Ann. Do you ever see a man killed by a boar? It wraps itself around him. Coil on coil, doubling and tripling its own strength, and its eyes look into his and fascinate him till he's dumb and helpless. And then slowly the coils tighten until the bones crack like pipe stems, and the flesh becomes like putty, and he only screams once, just once. I can't die like that. I won't die like that. I'm rich now. I become a gentleman. I'm crazy about you. I want to live... Oh, you don't believe in curses, Mary Ann. You don't believe a crawling thing from the jungle can reach me even here?
If I believed in the curse, I would believe neither distance nor civilization would have power to stay its vengeance.
But you don't believe. Tell me you don't. Say like me. You think it's all bunk.
Yes, I say it like you. Isn't it fortunate we can tell ourselves such things? It's so terrible to be afraid. Were I a god who wished to punish hard for a long time before I struck, I would make my victims fear.
I say, don't talk like that. Sometimes you make me afraid, because I don't know what you mean. It'll be all right when we're married tomorrow, and then I'll have you to talk to all the time and learn to understand you.
You haven't forgotten that for my wedding present I shall have the great emerald you took from the Aztec temple?
Yeah, like I promised. Then, for the other the Dutch gave you, you'll have the two greatest emeralds in the world. The eyes of the boer goddess.
It will be nice to have them.
They'll match your own eyes, Mary Ann. For they're green, like the emeralds, and they fascinate me. Green and deep, like the emeralds, like the eyes of the boer goddess. At last, Mary Ann, everybody's gone and we're alone. You're my wife now. Kiss me.
Wait.
Oh, you mustn't keep your husband waiting. A year I waited for you, Mary Ann.
You shall wait but a short time longer.
No other woman has ever put me off like you haven't. I'm crazy about you. Nutty about your eyes. They fascinate me. Green like emeralds. Why didn't you wear your emeralds? The eyes of the boer goddess at our wedding.
I shall wear them now. For you alone.
Are you going to put them on? Well, that's swell. God, I'm like a kid with you. When I finally fell for his skirt, I fell hard. And I won't be afraid no more now, for you'll be always with me. You won't leave me on the wedding night like you left Dutch a year ago.
I will not leave you. I did not leave him.
If you hadn't have left him, you'd have known what killed him.
I do know what killed him.
And why ain't you never told me? Say, what you talking that way for? Why are you standing there with your back turned to me? What you doing, Marian? You seem to be growing taller, thinner somehow. And what you doing? Turn around. Let me see you. Let me look into your eyes.
Look.
Them emeralds are your eyes.
Yes.
You're
The boer goddess.
that drum. That drum. It means...
I claim my final sacrifice.
No. No. I can't move. Only stare into your eyes. And your body's lengthening, changing into a monster snake.
Soon I will coil around you,
No.
fold over fold, and you will only gaze in my eyes and whimper. Only when my coils tighten will you scream just once.
No.
Then will I give you your promised kiss, the kiss of death, for the Mary Ann who was only a squaw.
Oh.
I begin to coil.
Oh, it's so cold. So cold. No, I can't die.
For gain you defiled a people's faith. I bind your feet.
No.
For gain you betrayed a people's hospitality. I bind your arms. For gain you destroyed a woman's love and life. I bind your heart. For this you have been left the last of the three. Today, as you yourself love, as after a year of mortal fear, you aspire to happiness and peace, today I coil about your worthless soul and crush.
And that's the story about the boer goddess, the queen of all the snakes. Well, Satan and me have business to attend to now. Important business, Satan. Near midnight, Satan.
The Witch's Tale.
fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
Another 7-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 107-year-old. Well, Satan, we got a lot of yarn to spin these folks tonight. So if you'll give word to douse all lights, we'll get right smack down to business. That's right. Make it nice and dark and cheerful when you listens to our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a ruined village behind the Western Front in war-torn France in 1918. And so begins our tale about the firing squad. The firing squad!
Squad! Halt! Why'd you make me look at this, Mac?
Because that man's a traitor, Steve.
But why should I watch him die? God. Blindfolded. Against a wall.
Quiet. We'll let the men hear you.
All right, Captain Mason.
Proceed.
God.
And watch this execution. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
Squad! Fire!
He's dead. They shot him.
Right shoulder! Up! He sold his people. He's received his pay.
Squad, left, forward, up! But to shoot him down in cold blood. I don't care what that man did. Oh, but I've seen butchery enough. I can't look at any more death. I can't look at any more death.
Lieutenant Buckley, you forget yourself.
Yeah. A good soldier must have no emotions. Merely a blind obedience. I hasten to apologize, Captain, before you prefer charges that may stand me before a firing squad.
Let's take a little walk, boy. I want to talk to you.
Very well, sir. The command of my superior officer is law.
Steve, an extra bar on my shoulders hasn't made any difference between us. You know that. In blood relationship, we may be only cousins. But I've always looked upon you as a younger brother. You're in trouble, kid. I want to help you.
You've helped me enough already. By bringing me to France when I might have stayed at home. And when you get me here, instead of leaving me in Paris, you took me into Below Wood.
Steve, you're not really a coward. I didn't realize it was going to be so hard. I thought this war would bring out your stronger side. You have a stronger side, if I could only find it. Your nerves are gone. That's the whole trouble with you. You need a change, a rest. A few days in Paris.
What are you driving at?
Kid, you can go to Paris. In my pocket is a pass in your name.
A pass? A pass for Paris? Mike, you're not kidding. You're not...
Here it is.
A pass to Paris. Oh, to a clean bed and sheets. To a bath. To women who wear white dresses and smell of perfume.
Why, you're a new man already.
Oh, when can I leave?
Tonight.
Oh, thanks, Mike, thanks.
But before you thank me, there's a condition attached to this pass, Steve.
Why, what do you mean?
When you were in Paris before, you fell pretty hard for that Coudray woman. Steve, you mustn't see her again.
Oh, Vera's not a plaster saint, I know that.
I've no interest in her morals. Kid, this is in confidence. Vera Coudray is under strong suspicion of being a German spy.
Our Lord, I know you've received another letter from Uncle Charles. He believes there's a spy hiding behind each blade of grass.
Uncle Charles is in a position to have reason for such belief.
Yeah, but why pick on Vera? If she were a German agent, how's she gotten away with it in Paris for 4 long years?
Because Mademoiselle Coudray is very clever. So clever that others are caught and punished in her place.
Ah, that's ridiculous.
No, Steve. The man you just saw die was one of that woman's lovers.
I don't believe that.
Letters were found on him proving it. Unfortunately, they didn't connect her with his act of treason. And as you saw, he went to his death in silence. It may be purely coincidence, but 4 other soldiers who were intimates of that woman have faced a firing squad for similar crimes.
4 others?
Yes, 3 French and 1 English. This poor devil was the first American. All acted very strangely during their courts-martial. None of them seemed to comprehend or realize the thing they'd done. Their minds appeared to be in a sort of haze. Crazy as it may sound, I believe that woman has some power that enslaves men's brains. You must promise you'll never see her again.
I see now why you made me watch this execution. I've admitted to you I'm no patriotic hero, so you think me a possible traitor. That man's death was to be my object lesson.
Oh, don't be a fool. I don't think anything of the kind. I did make you watch only to show you the sort of woman you're in love with.
You haven't shown me anything. You've merely talked a lot of rot. And the moment I get to Paris, I'm going to call her up.
No, you're not. Give me that pass.
Mac!
Your superior officer speaking now. Give me that pass.
No, you can't. You won't. I've got to get away, Mac. If I have to listen to those guns another day, I'll go crazy. I've got to get away.
Give me that pass.
No, no. Oh, for 3 days in Paris, I'll promise anything. I promise, Mac. Don't take it away from me.
Swear you'll not see Vera Cordray. That you won't even telephone her. That if you meet her by accident, you won't speak to her. Swear it on your word of honor. On your word of honor.
I swear. On my word of honor.
Thanks, Steve. Oh, don't be sore at me for this. You know I'm only trying to help you out of a possible trouble. I've done that ever since we were kids. It's become sort of second nature. Here. You pack now and be on your way. A good spree will put those jumping nerves of yours to sleep. And when you come back, we'll go up there and do our job together.
Yeah. Up there where those guns are booming. Up there where death is waiting. But I have 3 days now to live. 3 days to live in Paris.
Three days to live. 3 days to live in Paris. Oh, what's the word of honor matter when you gotta go back and die? That's what I figured, Vera. So I telephoned you to meet me in this cafe.
I do not understand, mon lieutenant. Why should you not have telephoned me? And why do you speak of words of honor?
That's a joke. It's a personal, private joke. I'll teach old Mac to try and run my life. And if you only knew the silly reason he gave for wanting me to promise it.
I do not comprehend your little joke, but I will laugh with you. I will pour another glass of wine. Then perhaps you will tell me all about it.
Yeah, pour me another glass. Hey, Vera, you only had one drink all the time we've been here. Don't you like this wine?
I prefer to remain quite sober, as I can enjoy your happiness the more. And you are so happy, mon cher, to be away from the awful front.
I'm so happy I could sing. Say, let's both sing, Vera.
Wait. Your glass is empty again. You will sing better when it is once more full. I do my best. Drink, mon cher. Your company, your what you call division. I am so ignorant of military terms. When you return, it will occupy the same place in the line as before?
Oh, I don't know. Why you all the time asking me questions about the front? Why you remind me I gotta return? I want to forget that.
I don't blame you. Oh, mon ami. Would it not be wonderful if this wicked war was over?
This war is never going to be over. It's going to last forever. I'm going to be killed.
You mustn't think such things. Why, if Paris were taken, the war would be over in 1 week.
What do you mean?
Oh, the Boers are only 70 kilometers away. If they should break through where your so brave American troops hold the line, this war would have to end.
Yeah, they won't break through.
No, I suppose not. Here, mon cher, you must have one more little drink.
All right. Thanks, Vera.
Your uncle, the Major General, what does he say about this dangerous situation? You have told me you write letters to your cousin and tells him things when he sees him. Your cousin tells you about these letters, right?
Yeah, Mac tells me, look out for spies. Everybody's a spy. You're a spy. Yeah, he made me promise not to see you. Now I told you, Vera, we can laugh together. And he said you had strange powers that enslaves men's brains. Why aren't you laughing, Vera? Why are you looking at me like that?
so steady. So...
Look at me.
Sure. I like to look at you. I'm crazy about you, Vera. You know, you got the most wonderful eyes.
Look into them deep.
All right. Your eyes are awful wonderful, Vera. I feel so funny. Your eyes make me feel funny. They make me...
Gaze into them. Do not try to look away. You cannot.
No, I cannot.
You are very much in love with me.
Yes.
You trust me absolutely.
Yes.
You are afraid of death. You wish this war to end.
Yes. Yes.
And you believe that I can show you how to end it? You believe that I can show you how to end it?
Yes.
And you will do anything I tell you to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything you tell me to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything.
I will do anything you tell me to bring its end about.
Now, let your waking mind remember that, and forget that I have made you so remember. Mon ami, wake up, wake up.
Huh?
Is this the proper way to entertain a lady?
I fell asleep.
You were what you call dead to the world. Come, let us leave this stuffy place and walk to my apartment. It is pleasant there, and we will talk.
Yeah, just you and me, Vera. Oh, I'm crazy about you. I've only 3 days to live. Then I gotta go back there and die.
Oh, no, mon cher. You will live to see this war all ended.
Funny, Vera. But you know, the idea just come to my mind that maybe you and me could end it.
Lieutenant Steve will be here at any moment.
You are sure we've run no risk?
Have I ever led us into danger?
No. Your hypnotic powers have been of great value to the fatherland, mademoiselle.
In 3 days I have made this lieutenant my slave.
And his uncle is a major general.
If he is like his nephew, Germany does not need our help to win the war. Now listen, his leave is up. Tonight he returns to his company. No matter what happens, he will obey my will. Talk plainly to him and have no fear.
I rely upon you.
Hush.
You wanted me, Vera?
Yes, mon petit, come in. The gentleman of whom I spoke is here to see you. Monsieur Charbonneau, I present Lieutenant Buckley.
I am charmed, Lieutenant.
Monsieur Charbonneau. Of course I know that's not your real name.
Mademoiselle Coudray has told me of your conversations.
She told me how to end the war. It doesn't matter who wins, just so it's over, she says.
She's right. And once the line is pierced between Soissons and Reims, Paris will be occupied within a week. The war will be over, and men will cease to die.
Yeah. What am I to do to save my life and that of others?
General Ludendorff wishes to learn the weakest spot in the line.
Well, how can I find it?
One who looks may see much. And to the nephew of a major general, things may be told.
It doesn't seem right.
Look into my eyes, mon cher. Because you wish to live, you will do as you are told.
Yes, I'm going to live. For you.
You will give the information we desire to a man wearing the uniform of a common American soldier. He will have a bandage bound around his head and his arm tails. It may be dangerous for me to remain here longer. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye.
Mademoiselle.
Au revoir, monsieur.
I offered him my hand. He didn't take it. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Exactly what I tell you to. That and nothing more.
Come there. Halt.
Off your head.
Fall out. Everybody in, Steve?
Yeah. All in.
Don't mind, kid. Trouble's over now for a while. We're out of the lines again. Tonight, for a change, we sleep in safety.
Yeah. Safety.
Easy, boy, easy. That one fell 300 yards away.
But maybe not the next one. Maybe. No. No, nothing can harm me. Nothing can harm me.
Here, don't let your nerves get you again. You've been a different man since you came back from Paris. Stay that way. Lord, what a Brannigan you must have had there, though. Why, you've been in a sort of daze ever since.
I'm all right. But I've been different this time, because I know nothing can harm me. Nor you either, Mac. And because I know the war is going to end.
Sure. We'll be out of the trenches by Christmas. Some Christmas. Say, that one of our men coming down the road? There's a bandage around his head and an arm in a sling.
Bandage on his head? Arm in a sling?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing.
Here, grab yourself 40 winks, kid. I'll see you later.
No! No, I've got you! Sergeant Porter! If Captain Mason comes back looking for me, I'll be up the road. Up there with that man whose head is bandaged.
Yes, Lieutenant.
The war will soon be over, Sergeant. The war will soon be over. Explain most of it. I memorized everything carefully, just as she told me.
It is all very clear. The weakest point, you say, is just behind Dormans.
Yeah, just behind Dormans.
All is in readiness. The blow will be hard.
Then the war will be over. It'll be finished, as she said.
I must hurry away now. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Lieutenant Buckley! Buckley! Steve!
Coming.
Steve! I've been looking everywhere for you. Bad news, kid. We have to go back.
Back? Back where?
To the lines. The orders just countermanded our rest orders. They need us to plug a weak spot. Back of Dormans. Considerable hike.
Back of Dormans?
What's the matter?
Get that man with the bandaged head! Don't let him get away! No. Now don't pay any attention to me. She told me.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. It's all right. Nothing can harm us.
See to the men, Sergeant. Get ready to march.
Yes, sir. Come in. Quiet. All right, you bucks. Come on, get your packs.
I can't find the capsules. But nothing can harm us. Even back of Dormans.
Oh, quit acting like a lunatic, Steve.
We're going back of Dormans. Dormans! But nothing can harm us. Nothing can harm us. Nothing can harm us.
Steve. He got him. He's hit. Hey, get that doctor. A stretcher. He's coming with blood, and I'm responsible. I didn't look after him. I brought him into this. Steve, don't die, kid. Don't die.
I'll get rid of Bucky, Captain.
Oh, thank God you're here, Doc. Quick. Oh, don't let him die. Don't let him. Doc, he is already.
No, he isn't dead. He isn't going to die. Shell fragment grazed his head and knocked him cold. Plenty of blood, but just a flesh wound.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, he's coming to already. Lucky guy. He won't have to go with us. He's got a ticket to the hospital.
Meg, where are you, Meg?
Here, kid, here. You're all right now.
What are they doing? Where are they going to take me?
To a hospital, kid. We'll have to go ahead without you.
But where are you going? Why? Oh, you're going back of Dormans. And she lied when she said nothing could harm us. She lied!
He's raving, Doc.
Don't go back at Dormans, Mac. Don't go back at Dormans!
Give him a shot, Doc, and quiet him down.
No!
I gotta leave you now, kid.
No, Mac! Listen! Let me tell you, Mac!
Lieutenant Clark, take the rear company. Company, attention!
Mac.
Left step, forward, march!
Mac! Come back! Oh, he's gone. She lied and he'll be killed. I'll have killed him back of Dormans!
I didn't do us no favor when they brung that natty lieutenant to this hospital.
Two idlers and a nurse was sitting on his chest when I ducked out for a smoke just now.
The things, if you ask me. Did you hear him carrying on? Claims his skipper standing by his bed with a big hole in his stomach. And that his outfit's been wiped out. All but 18 men.
Yeah, I heard him. Cuckoo as a cloud.
Yeah, just the same. I'd hate to be imagining things like he is.
Geez, an ambulance is coming. Come on, Sam. Maybe the driver's found a bottle somewhere.
Yeah. Come on, you guys. Go on. There's plenty there. What? Say, what's the matter? You got a car full there?
Yeah, more coming. Big fighting back at Dorman's way. Come on.
Say, help me get these poor guys out of here, will you?
All right. This fellow on the bottom first. Now, here.
Oh.
Hey, wait a minute.
Well, hey, Dumbbell, you ambulance guy.
You're
Don't you know better than to be hauling stiffs?
What, one of them fellas croak on me?
Say, look at him.
Oh, no wonder with a hole in his stomach like that.
Sam, he's got bars on his shoulder. A captain he was.
Yeah, well, he ain't no longer.
See if he's got his dog tag, and help me with these other guys.
Sam, wait a minute. His tag reads Captain Macklin Mason. That's who that crazy Louis says is standing by his bed.
Gee, how did he know this guy was hitting the stomach 20 kilometers away?
Even mon cher, all is forgotten now. You are out of the hospital, unarmed. The war is over, and you are with me.
And you said, I remember, that nothing would harm us.
Nothing did harm you.
But you promised protection for him as well. He just looks at me and never speaks a word. But his eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back of Dorman.
Stop! There is no one here beside you.
Oh, I can't just see him when he's always here. You were his murderer as well as I. And he knows. See? He's turned. He's looking at you now.
You make the cold run up and down my spine. I tell you that there is no one there.
You'll see him one day. And the others. 18 left of the men I slept with, marched with, fought with. 18 left. We've killed the others. You're afraid to have him gaze at you? Oh, you say you cannot see him?
You seem so sure, so certain.
Yeah. I know the reason for his presence. His eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back at Dormant.
No, we are leaving France.
But before we leave, we must go to the lines in back of Dormant.
Oh, this terrible idea of yours that had brought us to these muddy fields tonight. Since you had to come, why could we not wait till morning?
I've told you, dear. Mac wanted it this way. He's spoken to me twice since we started from Paris. Not angry, as though he hated me for what I've done. Just kind. Just as he used to be. It's strange you haven't heard him speak.
I have not heard for the same reason I have never seen. There is no one, nothing, there beside you. There has never been. I came here only to humor you and to keep you from talking to people who might believe the crazy things you say.
We're walking where they fought the night when the Boche broke through. At the place we told them was the weakest. We're walking over graves. The graves we made. Here they died, the men we killed.
I cannot stand it. I will leave you.
You can't leave. Nor can I. I knew we couldn't when I brought you here.
What do you mean?
That we have come to pay a debt.
Where is that bugle? There are no soldiers here.
Yes. Can't you see them? They're gathering all about us.
I see nothing but shadows. Only shadows.
Listen. The shadows are marching. Here comes our firing squad.
Oh, you are not insane. I see them coming towards us, and I see your capitan too. Let me get away. Oh, I cannot move.
We sold our people. Now we receive our pay.
No.
Already, Captain Mason.
Proceed.
Oh! Hey!
No.
Hey!
No.
Oh, give me, Mac. Fire!
It's all right, kid. Now I can look after you again.
And in the morning, 2 bodies were found lying on a deserted battlefield. 2 dead bodies of a woman and a man. On their chests were little blue marks, such as spent bullets might have made. Bullets that had come from too far away to burst.
Well, that's the end of that and Satan. You folks come see us next week when I has a birthday, and we'll have another cheerful yarn to spin ye.
The Witch's Tale. The fascinations of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
Another 22-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell everyone to douse their lights. That's it. We want lots of darkness when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep. And soon, with the light of the moon and the stars, you'll see a barren stretch of land where two roads meet in old Massachusetts state. 3 policemen stand a-talking there beside their motorcycle bikes, and soon you'll hear the story of the haunted crossroads. The haunted crossroads.
Sure you're not scared to have us lady here alone, Tom?
Of course he's scared, Sergeant. Look at his knee shaking. I'll probably yell for help the minute you guys get out of his sight.
Sure, Gene. I don't think he is properly frightened.
I guess not. Well, if he sees any spooks, he can't say we haven't warned him.
Seriously, boy, you'll keep your eyes peeled for other scenes and ghosts on this patrol.
You bet I will, Uncle Pat. And I hope it's my luck to have the skunk who knocked up Smith and Barclay here start something with me.
Well, I hardly think that'll happen. Those killings weren't done by the same man.
They were both stabbed in the back the same way.
Oh, well, that doesn't prove anything. Several fellows were stabbed to death here right after the Civil War. And another about 20 years ago, according to old records. It wasn't the same murderer who got them, and 2 cops of our troops. Well, unless you believe the crazy stories about this place being haunted.
Well, I must be riding back to troop headquarters for Captain Elton risking in the height of it. And you, Gina Hardy, you better be after getting on your patrol.
Well, I'll get the old bike moving. Oh, when you get home in the morning, Tom, remind your sister she's got a movie date with me tomorrow night.
Kathleen's not apt to forget any date she has with you.
Trooper Hardy, your job at the moment is to keep your eye peeled for speeders and reckless drivers.
Well, I'll try to remember that, Sarge.
Well, good night. Good night, Gene.
Night, boy.
Kathleen,
What the... Tom! I'm coming back, kid. Coming back.
Gene!
I'm coming, Sarge. Sarge, what is it? What has happened? I'm here. What's happened? Tom!
He's dead.
He can't be dead. We just left him.
I started right after you rode away. Then I heard him yelling, "Oh, merciful God, I raised that boy. He was like my own son."
He's been stabbed in the back. Just as Smith was stabbed a week ago, and Barclay.
Here at these same rotten crossroads.
Now pull yourself together, Sarge.
Oh,
you know what I thought of, Tom. But we're cops. Listen, you were back here before I did. You must have seen him.
I saw no more than you see now. Whoever did it got away.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Tom wasn't alone here more than a minute. No one could have gotten to him across these open fields and then away again between the time I left and come back. Yet I saw no one but him and you. What was that?
A woman's laugh. A woman's laugh. You hear it, too?
It sounded here, beside me.
Right here beside it, at me very elbow.
Yet no one's here. But we can see.
An invisible woman. That's the craziest part of your whole crazy story.
But we did hear it, Captain Elton.
It's true, so help me. But there wasn't any woman, by your own confession. You said you searched and couldn't find her.
We looked everywhere around here, but there's no place there for anyone to hide.
And like the hicks around here, you come to the conclusion those old crossroads are haunted.
A female ghost stabbed Tom Fallon with a very ungodly steel knife, I suppose, which she carried away with her because you couldn't find it either. That's a fine way for two policemen to explain a murder.
We're only telling you what really happened.
But it couldn't have happened.
Just the same it did. Now, look here, sir. Tom Fallon was my closest friend. I'm engaged to marry his sister. And Sergeant McGee here is his uncle. You don't think we'd lie to you when Tom's dead body lies out there in the squad room?
He was like me own son.
Oh, here, Sergeant Pat. Sit down. I'm sorry I have to pound at you like this. But Tom is the second of the troop that has been killed inside a week. At the same place. In the same way. And last year we found Barkley dead there. 3 policemen stabbed to death, and we haven't a single lead to the rat who did it.
You think the same person killed them all, sir?
Yes, and that person's a man, not a laughing, invisible woman. A man with strength enough to kill with a single blow. Hardy, you say Fallon wasn't out of your sight for more than a few minutes before you heard him scream.
Well, I'd only passed the first turn south of the crossroads, sir. A minute and a half at most.
And you got back to him in about half that time. How about you, Sergeant McGee?
I let Tom right after Trooper Halley rode away, sir, and headed north.
And neither of you saw any vehicles approaching from the east or west, nor passed any?
No, sir.
There was no traffic at all.
Then, in the 70 or 80 seconds that Fallon was alone, someone ran across that completely open space, drove a knife into Tom Fallon's back, and then ran away again.
It's crazy, but that's the way it must have happened.
It's the only way it could have happened.
It didn't happen. It's impossible. The world's greatest sprinter couldn't have covered the necessary distance in that short time, and a running man must make a little noise. Yet Fallon saw and heard nothing until a knife was in his back. You're lying to me, both of you. By the Lord, if I didn't know how close you were to the boy, I'd say you bumped him off yourself.
Captain L. Don't say that. Don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean that, of course. But unless you fellas change your story, the coroner's jury is going to ask some mighty embarrassing questions. You've established yourselves as the only persons in the vicinity who could have come close enough to Fallon.
No one's going to think we had anything to do with this when they recollect those other killings at the crossroads. Even if they won't believe we heard that woman laugh. You've forgotten, Captain, that Tom is the third to die out there. By the same man's hand, you say. Last week when Smith was killed, Sergeant McGee and I were on duty with you in this station from the time Smith left here until his body was found. And when Barclay got his a year ago...
Then, George, you and I were up in Maine doing some fishing. Don't you remember? And Jean here.
And I was serving a motorcycle escort for the governor. Now, no one will question that alibi.
Yeah, you're right. But if you've told me the truth about tonight, what's the answer? I didn't have to listen to such a nutty yarn about Smith's and Barclay's murders, for no one was near him when it happened. They'd been dead for hours when found. Oh, excuse me, boys, the things I've said. If I don't find someone to pin these stabbings on pretty soon, I'll be believing those damn crossroads are haunted. That's all. Just a minute. Tom?
Miss Fallon was here, sir.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir. Does she know her brother is...
No. I telephoned her to come down here. That's all. You'd better break the news, Pat. You're her uncle.
No, not me. I can't even see her now. Let me out this other door before she...
Well, here she is.
Captain Nelson, why did you telephone me to come down here? Uncle Pat, why are you here? What's wrong?
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Uncle Pat, it's Tom. Something's happened to Tom.
Don't look at me. I don't know anything about it, Kathleen, dear.
Miss Fallon.
Tom was posted at the crossroads tonight. He's been killed there, like the others.
Yes. Your brother is...
Tom. Oh, Tom.
Dearest Kathleen, let me out of here. Oh, let me out.
Oh, Pat.
I can't bear to hear her cry like that. I can't bear to have her eyes upon me. She has eyes like Tom, and they accuse me. They accuse me.
Accused?
Before God, I swear I didn't mean to kill him.
Did you?
Yes, I killed him. I didn't tell you the truth. I never left him at his post at all. I killed the boy I loved because something from the blackest hell got into me. I stabbed a knife into his back because I couldn't help myself. I was made to do it. No, I'll pay for what I've done.
Don't let him get his gun! He shot himself.
Uncle Pat.
He's dead. Tom Fallon's murderer has just killed himself.
He stabbed my brother. Oh, no, he couldn't.
You heard what he said, Miss Fallon.
But who killed Smith and Barclay?
McGee couldn't have done that.
No.
Why did he say he couldn't help himself? That he was made to kill his nephew?
And what was the meaning of that woman's laugh I heard? You in that car! Drive on, no stopping here.
It's only me, Jean.
Kathleen,
You can put away your gun. But I'm glad to know you're being so careful here.
why drive away out here at this hour, honey?
Oh, I couldn't sleep knowing you were posted alone at these crossroads tonight.
Dear, I told you not to worry. A trooper's been posted alone here every night for 3 weeks now, ever since poor Tom was killed. And nothing's happened.
You think there's no danger here anymore, now that Uncle Pat's dead?
Now, look, you mustn't stop thinking about him now.
Well, it's rather difficult not to think about him. I'll never understand
He
why...
was out of his mind. That's the only explanation.
But what drove him out of his mind? What could have made him destroy someone he loved, as we know he loved Tom? And he said he was made to do it.
I don't know.
Jean, you're all I have left. If anything should happen to you now...
Now, nothing's going to hurt me, dear. Come on. Get a hold of yourself, sweetheart.
But Uncle Pat had nothing to do with the other deaths here. He was miles away when Smith and Barclay were stabbed. Jean, maybe this place is haunted.
Oh, you don't believe that stuff any more than I do. You're just all upset and... here, I'm going to disobey all standing orders of the state police and join you in this car for a little roadside parking.
Oh, no, don't get in. I'd rather get out and walk a bit. Mm-hmm. I've never been out here before, you know. At night, I mean.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be here now. Fine thing, driving this deserted old road at midnight. Have you got that little gun I gave you?
Oh, yes, I always carry it when I drive alone.
Ah, that's good. Well, come on then if you want to walk.
Jean, exactly where did you find Tom's body and Uncle Pat kneeling beside him?
We're not going to talk any more about that.
Oh, all right. It really wouldn't do me any good to know. It's such a gloomy spot here. No cars passing, no road lamps.
These are just old county roads. No state trooper had to patrol here regularly until...
Until after Frank Barclay was found stabbed here.
Oh, Kathleen.
I want to talk about it, Jean. I loved Uncle Pat. He was a good man, not a killer or a maniac. And I've got to find out what made him do the thing he did. Find out what made him say he couldn't help himself. Uncle Pat was in Maine when Frank Barclay was killed. Tell me about that.
Well, all I know is that Barclay didn't report on schedule. When they found him, he'd been dead for several hours.
And then Smith, just a week before Tom.
Like Barclay, he'd been dead for a long time when found.
But Uncle Pat couldn't have done it.
Oh, he wasn't out of my sight, and that of a dozen others at any time that night. Well, after that, Captain Elton made this a fixed post.
Oh, I can't understand it.
Neither can anyone else.
And 70 years ago, the papers say, a town constable was stabbed here, and another constable about the time when we were children. That makes 5. All policemen.
Screwy, all right. But you mustn't think about it anymore, dear. And look, don't worry about me. Look around here. There's nothing but open spaces, sand and grass, and 2 level, hard dirt roads. Why, there isn't a bush or stone big enough for a cat to hide behind, let alone a man with a knife.
No one could come close to you here, except someone you knew and trusted. As Uncle Pat was trusted by Tom. As you trust me.
That's enough nonsense now. Go home, go to bed, and sleep. Yes, and keep that little automatic of yours handy on the way. Night driving's no business for a woman.
I wish you'd let me stay.
Not a chance. You want me to lose my job? That's what happens to cops who entertain ladies during business hours.
But it's so gloomy here. So silent and eerie. It looks like a haunted place.
Oh, bunk. Here, give me a kiss and say goodnight.
Oh, Jean, I can't lose you.
You're not going to. I'm safer here than I'd be in a church. What was that?
A woman laughing.
That's what I heard the other night.
Look there.
A woman's in the road.
She wasn't there a moment ago.
I'll soon find out.
Jean, come back here.
Stay in the car, Kathleen. You in the black dress. I want to talk to you.
No, don't follow her, Jean. Come back.
Wait, I tell you, whoever you are. Don't walk away from me. I'm an officer.
Don't do anything. Don't do it. No. Oh, there it comes, Jean. Keep away. She disappeared. She vanished as I watched her. Where did she go to? Come back here, Jean. Come back. Come back.
I'm coming.
What happened to that woman?
I'm coming.
Jean, what's happened to you?
I've got to do it.
Why do you stare at me like that?
Got to do it. Got to do it.
Why are you opening that pocket knife?
I can't help myself. Can't help myself.
You look as though you didn't know me. As though I'm someone you hate. Jean, I'm Kathleen. You love me.
Kathleen. Love.
Don't come any closer. Keep away.
Kathleen. Love. You're done, Kathleen. Shoot me before I reach you. Shoot me. It's the only way to stop me, but I can't help myself.
No.
Just shoot me or I'll kill you with this knife.
Oh, you're mad.
Shoot! Shoot, I say, before I drive this knife into your back.
Oh, may God forgive me. It's the only way. I've shot you, Chief. I've shot you. Oh, she's here beside me. The woman in black. Oh, keep away. Keep away. Keep away.
Go on, Miss Fallon. I want to hear more about this woman who laughed. This ghost.
Oh, please don't ask me any more questions now. I'll go out to that operating room again, Captain Nelson. Make sure that Dean's going to live. I only shot him to stop him.
You stopped him, all right.
Oh, here's the doctor at last. Oh, doctor.
It's all right, Miss Fallon. We've taken the bullet out of Cooper Hardy's shoulder, and he'll be up and around again in just a few days.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And also Jean's tough constitution. Now, that's off your mind. Will you please tell me exactly what happened at the crossroads tonight?
I'll answer all your questions now.
What I've already heard has made me very curious.
Sit down, Doc. It's your office and your hospital. Go ahead, Miss Fallon. Let's hear all about that laughing, appearing, and disappearing woman.
If I were you, Captain, I'd withhold my judgment a while. But Cooper Hardy has been babbling about the phantom woman under the ether. Under ether, people don't lie. He's been repeating over and over that he couldn't help himself.
He couldn't. Somehow she made him want to kill me. But he loved me. That love was stronger than her power. He had time to warn me.
So you obligingly shot him?
Yes.
Then the woman reappeared again?
Yes, beside me. And she laughed. She laughed horribly. And then, as I looked at her, she just wasn't there.
A woman dressed in black, you say?
Yes. A dress all folds that might have been a shroud. And her face was like the dead, but with an awful purplish tinge, as if she'd been strangled. And around her throat there was a heavy rope that dangled to the ground. Oh, God, I'll see her till the day I die.
I don't believe in ghosts. You just shot one of my troopers. I don't care if you were engaged to marry him.
That's enough, Captain.
What?
I'm boss inside the walls of this hospital, and this girl is in no physical condition to stand your third degree. Besides, I think she's telling the truth.
The truth?
Why not? We can't call a thing a lie simply because we don't understand it. And have you any better explanation than we've heard for the tragedy at those old crossroads?
You don't think anything supernatural?
I think something that has lived beyond the span of ordinary human life is responsible. Remember those almost forgotten cases the newspapers have searched out? The man who was stabbed there in 1865? That other chap in the early 1900s? One of the reporters told me they'd discovered several more crossroads stabbings in the records. A peace officer was killed there in Andy Jackson's time. And a member of the watch was stabbed when Washington was president.
Oh, policeman.
By Jove. I hadn't thought of it just in that light. Miss Fallon, you say the phantom woman had a rope round her neck?
Yes, a thick rope tied with a heavy knot.
A hangman's rope. And at the crossroads in the early days, criminals were hanged and buried.
What's that got to do with it?
Maybe a lot more than you think. Excuse me, Captain. Leave a chair aside so that I can get to that bookcase.
What?
I want to find something. Something I'd read and more than half forgotten. Policemen, officers of the law. They've been the only ones to die at those crossroads where a gallows tree once stood.
Oh, that's a coincidence.
But you must admit a strange coincidence. Here's the book. An old history of this county.
History?
Here it is. I knew I read it somewhere. Look.
What is it, Doctor?
I'll read it to you. Listen. On that 13th day of August, 1721, by order of the King's Governor, a gibbet of good, stout oak had been erected at Berkeley Crossroads. That's the old name of our place, Captain Elton.
Go on reading.
And there the criminal, Goody Fairfax, was taken, still protesting her innocence of the foul crimes which had jeweled her tears.
No, I swear that I'm innocent. The officers are lying.
Hold more tightly on her, Peter, so I can fix this rope round her scrawny neck.
Let me go. Let me go. You cannot kill me.
She wriggles like an ear. Wait no more time. Far to the beam.
No.
had a fair trial, shame, and be found guilty.
Then soon for your crime, you'll be buried in the soil of infamy, here beneath this gallows tree.
Hey! Oh, you costly spit upon your grave.
I not suffer that, I won't.
Ah, the rope's fast at last. All is ready, my lord sheriff. When you give the word. Quiet! Quiet! Our lord the king cries sheriff speak.
Nay, I who am about to die this unjust death will speak. Hear me, ye officers of so-called justice, who have decreed this fate for me. As I die innocent of crime, I vow to return from death the murderer you to hang me for. As ye officers of blind lord over the death on me, so I shall visit death on you, with no more sense of right or pity. You mean to bury me beneath this gibbet, in unhallowed ground, away from God. Whilst I remain away from God, beware, beware, I warn ye, for not even death will stay my hate. I shall return to bring ye death, ye officers of law.
Pull on the rope. Aye.
I shall return to bring you death. I shall return.
And so, still screaming her threats of ghostly vengeance, the murderess Goody Fairfax was hanged to death. Then the old account goes on. Her body was cut down from the gallows and buried underneath it at Birchby Crossroads.
The haunted crossroads.
Captain Elton, whether or not you believe in ghosts, it might be a kindly thing if you search for Goody Fairfax's grave, and if you find it, to place her restless bones in hallowed ground. A kindly thing and a wise thing.
I haven't got over it yet. There were human bones, a woman's bones, buried beneath those crossroads.
I knew you'd find them if you only persisted in the search.
Yeah, he persisted, all right, making us troopers do the digging with me on double shift. Fine way to treat a man only a week out of hospital.
And a newly married man.
Oh, I thought that was a good way for you to earn your sergeant's stripes.
Sergeant Stripe?
Yeah, here's your warrant.
Captain Elton.
I had to make you two crazy ghosts here some kind of a wedding present, and this didn't cost me anything.
Oh, how can we ever thank you?
Be happy. And Kathleen, let that first shot you had at your husband be the last.
Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. You folks come see us again on my birthday. We'll have another cheerful yarn to sting ye.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
And sweet 16-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 16-year-old. Well, Satan, now that me and you has had our customary sweet evening walk through the sweet, cheerful graveyard, we'll all sit to tell folks our customary sweet bedtime story. Now, tell these folks to douse their lights, and we'll get right down to business. That's right. Make it nice and dark.
Draw her up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll see inside a big old handsome house in little old Merry England. And there begins our story, which we calls the Devil Doctor. The Devil Doctor!
Dad? Oh, Dad?
Yes?
Will you and Stanley come in? Mr. Roberts is here.
Be with you in just a minute.
It was awfully good of you to come over, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, not at all, Miss Duffus. I had already determined to drop in and bid you welcome to Hartley Manor.
I'm afraid it's a very trivial matter that Dad wishes to see you about. Won't you sit down?
Well, thank you. I suppose you're very happy to be finally in your new home?
Oh, I'm sure we will be. We've scarcely had time to become acquainted with it yet.
I see you've made quite a few changes.
Oh, yes. Oh, Dad bought this delightful place because it was so old and rich in tradition, and immediately decided to modernize it. I'm sure you don't approve.
I must confess to a slight dismay.
That'll be the reaction of our other neighbors, I imagine. They probably feel it's bad enough that Americans have come to live in this historic landmark. I hope the liberties Dad's taking with it don't add to their resentment.
I'd like to be around when they resent it.
Dad, I didn't hear you and Stanley come in. Oh, this is the Reverend Mr. Roberts.
I always wear rubbers so I can sneak up on folks and hear what they're saying about me. Hiya, Mr. Roberts. Glad you come over.
Thank you, Mr. Duffus.
You know, this girl of mine egged me into buying this place. Yet ever since I planked down a cool $500,000 for it, she's been kicking about the improvements I've made.
If only you wouldn't try to change things too much, Dad.
Change is what makes the world go round. Oh, excuse me. You haven't met my future son-in-law, Stanley Davis. Stan, this is Mr. Roberts, head man of the local church.
How do you do?
Now, sit down, everyone. Sit down. Before wasting any time in small talk, Roberts, I'm going to tell you why I sent you that message to come over. When I pay for anything, I expect my money's worth, and I paid for something in this house that isn't here.
I don't quite understand, sir.
When I phoned the solicitors who handled the sale of this place, they said you were the man to locate my missing property.
I?
Oh, they told Dad that as you're extremely familiar with the history of this house, you might help him in his search.
Search for what?
An ancestor.
An ancestor?
Yeah, I've been cheated. I was told that in the art gallery down the hall there were 106 life-size oil paintings of the de Caserac family whose estate this used to be. But there's only 105, which makes one ancestor missing.
I see. The 106th portrait isn't really missing, Mr. Duffus.
Oh?
It's hidden behind a secret panel in this room.
A secret panel?
What's the idea of hiding my picture there?
It was hidden over 300 years ago, Mr. Duffus. Right after its subject died.
Why?
Because Bertram de Caserac, whose likeness it is, had placed a hideous blot upon his noble family name. He was one of the most infamous monsters who ever lived.
Now, what did he do?
Allow me to show you his hidden portrait first. It'll make the story more believable. People hereabouts call him the Devil Doctor.
The Devil Doctor?
Yes. Now, let me see. It's many years ago that I was taught the secret of this panel. The spring is hidden somewhere in this beaded molding at the side. I found it.
Oh, good Lord.
I'll be...
The 106th portrait is rather startling, isn't it?
I never saw anything so lifelike.
For an instant, it seemed he'd walked right out of the canvas.
Darned if I didn't have the same feeling.
Oh, I'm glad he's only painted there. I've never seen such an evil face.
All except the eyes. They're expressionless and dead as those of a fish.
Oh, please close the panel again, Mr. Roberts.
Certainly.
I think his family were very wise to keep it hidden. I'm half sorry we found it.
No, I'm not. I don't know anything about art, but whoever painted that knew his business.
It's generally believed in this neighborhood that the artist was Lucifer himself.
You mean the devil?
Yes.
That's a new one.
According to tradition, that is not a mere portrait, but a second body that Bertram de Caserac will return to and wear someday, if he's able.
A second body?
Let's hear the story of this old boy.
Well, the evil Bertram de Caserac was an alchemist, a delver in black magic, and above all, a Satanist.
Oh, you mean he used to...
Yes. Instead of God, he worshipped the Prince of Darkness. And in a certain vault below this house was often celebrated that most infamous of ceremonies, the Black Mass.
I've heard of it.
Yes, so have I. It's a horrible perversion of the true Mass, and is offered in honor of the devil. Satanists offer a sacrifice, usually the life's blood of an innocent child or woman.
Say, are you kidding me?
Unfortunately, Mr. Duffus, we are stating an awful truth. Bertram was finally accused of witchcraft and arrested. In that vault, an unholy altar was found, and hideous parodies of sacred images and vessels, and in a pit beneath the stone floor were discovered the bones of nearly 100 human beings.
Oh, he was executed, of course.
No, he cheated legal punishment by committing suicide. Then, according to the story, the people who so long had feared him rose in arms and demanded his body. They wished to burn it, fire being considered the only way to completely destroy an evil spirit. His relatives smuggled his remains from the prison and buried them in secret. A bishop of the church attended and sealed each corner of his tomb with a holy cross.
To prevent him from rising from the dead.
Yes.
Well, if that isn't the craziest thing I ever heard of.
It happened 300 years ago, Mr. Duffus, in a most superstitious age.
Say, where is that vault where the old boy did his dirty work?
Below the east turret.
East? That direction?
Yes. Bertram's heir had the chamber bricked up, and so it has remained to this day.
Till yesterday, you mean?
I beg your pardon?
I told you I was going to change things here. I went down in the cellars yesterday and saw that bricked-up doorway. Looked like valuable space was being wasted behind it. So I had the decorators' men tear it out and use the room to store their packing cases.
That vault is open?
Sure, why not?
Does anyone know of this?
I just told you the decorators' men opened it.
Oh, but they are from London and unfamiliar with the story. Mr. Duffus, if this becomes known around here, half this countryside will be thrown into a panic.
Oh, you mean
I mean the legend of the Devil Doctor is a living truth to the people of this region. I beg you to have that door resealed at once.
What do the fools think will happen because that room is open?
Oh, I told you their belief about that portrait.
You mean that old Bertram will return to life?
If he is able. And you have rendered his spirit a service by unbarring the way to his tomb.
His tomb?
Yes, for below the vault where he buried his victims, Bertram himself was buried.
His body's in that room?
Embedded in solid masonry.
By golly, it's beneath the center of the floor. I remember seeing 4 metal crosses on the corners of a big slab and wondered what they meant.
Oh, I want to see it.
So do I.
Now that I know what it all means, I'd like another look myself. Come on, Robert.
Oh, yes. I would like to see it, too.
The stairs are right down this hall.
You don't have to tell Mr. Roberts, Dad. He knows this house better than any of us.
I'm afraid I do. And that is the reason, Mr. Duffus, I request you to seal that vault again.
Say, if you weren't a preacher, I'd say you took this stuff about the Devil Doctor pretty serious.
As a preacher, I accept the Bible as the Word of God. And Holy Writ bears many testimonies that evil powers exist which are dangerous to man.
Well, here's the cellar door. Say, help Edith down these steps, Stanley. They're pretty steep and carpeted with dust.
You see how useless is an attempt to convince my father of anything, Mr. Roberts? He won't even believe my fiancé will help me downstairs unless he's told.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I made my money bossing people, Mr. Roberts. Guess it's become such a habit I even do it in my own home. But speaking of convincing me, no one will ever make me believe there's any truth in superstition. The vault's over this way.
Well, I haven't been down here before.
Neither have I. After hearing Mr. Roberts' story, I shan't make it a habit.
Mr. Roberts, since it's believed that portrait of the Devil Doctor's a creation of infernal magic, why was it never destroyed?
Because there is a further tradition that whoever harms it will be destroyed themselves.
Rot. Well, there's the vault just ahead.
Your men didn't break the door?
It wasn't necessary. When they tore out the bricks that covered it, the door was standing open.
Open?
Yeah.
Strange. In the ancient record, it said the door was closed and locked.
Now, well, mind these packing cases you come in. You're liable to snag your clothes on a bent nail.
Oh, there are shavings all over the place.
Yeah, I saw the crosses about there, where the big crate is standing now. Hey, give me a hand with it, Stan. We'll push it out of the way.
Yes, sir.
You ready?
Let's go.
Come on.
This box must weigh a ton.
Yeah, Edith's concert grand piano was crated in it. This would be the case we'd have to move. Come on.
There. I can see a metal crucifix.
Yes. Connecting slab and floor.
But where are the others?
One should be right here. if they're placed at all four corners.
But there isn't one there.
There are none at those far edges.
They were there yesterday.
Oh, Dad. You and Stan must have torn them away with that heavy case.
Doggone, I guess you're right. Mr. Roberts, if the old devil doctor is half the man you say, he ought to jump right up and dance now. With just one cross to hold him down.
Oh, he does.
What's the matter?
This slab just moved.
Moved?
I felt it move under my hand.
Quit your kidding.
Oh, I'm not.
Mr. Duffus, feel the edges of this slab.
What about them?
Lord, I see what you mean.
Dad, they're an inch above this floor.
You're crazy. They're absolutely level with it.
Feel here, Mr. Duffus. Now your hand is beside the one remaining cross.
That's funny.
Yes, it is.
And none of you are chumps enough to think this slab has risen since we pulled those crosses off, eh?
But I felt it move.
Imagination. It's probably always been like this.
Oh, it couldn't have been, sir. If it had been raised like this before, its sharp edge would have caught the cleats in that piano case. We couldn't have pushed it a foot.
Mr. Duffus, you may think me a credulous old fool, but I beg you to have those crosses found and replaced immediately. Then have this vault received.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Oh, I think you'd better, Dad.
Yeah, perhaps you had.
Say, are you three children or grown-up men and women?
Oh, Dad, for once in your life, give in to someone else. When we entered this vault, I thought the story of the devil doctor as fantastic as you still do. But in the last few minutes, since you moved that case, there's something awful in here that's making me afraid.
I'm not ashamed to admit I feel the same way. It's as though we four weren't alone in this vault. As though something repulsive and deadly's in here with us.
There is an unseen presence here. Can't you sense it, Mr. Duffus?
No, and when I prove all this is bunk, you won't sense it either. Wait till I find a tool of some kind. Here, this loose board will do.
What are you going to do with that board?
Bring you to your senses and smash a crazy legend.
Oh, he means to break that last cross.
Oh, no, Dad.
Don't!
Stop him!
I thought a good sound whack would do it.
You've broken the crucifix.
The tomb is no longer sealed.
And not a thing has happened. You thought that slab would fly up and hit the ceiling, I suppose, and the old gentleman below would appear in a burst of flame. I told you I'd bring changes around here. You'll have to change a good story now, for your crucifix is broken and not a thing has happened.
What's that?
What? Someone's laughing.
In this vault.
No, it comes from underneath.
Oh!
That slab.
One side slowly moving. Good Lord.
Pushing it upward.
A skeleton!
Wrapped in a crumbling shroud.
It's rising from that tomb.
Run, Edith, run!
To the stairs! The stairs!
Oh, God, forgive me. What have I done? What have I done?
Edith, darling, you must pull yourself together. We're safe now, safe.
Yes, that cellar door is locked and barred. We're double locked inside this room. If we did see a thing that all common sense denies, it can't get at us here.
If we saw it, do you doubt the evidence of all our eyes?
Do you think locked doors will prevent that frightful thing from going where it wishes? That hideous nightmare you delivered from its tomb?
That's what it was, a nightmare. It couldn't have been real. It's too impossible.
So one might say who for the first time saw a boa constrictor.
Well, that's a natural thing.
Whatever is natural. Supernatural is merely a word to denote things rare in human experience. We know this thing exists.
Oh, I can still see the awful horror of its fleshless bones. That crumbling shroud.
Edith, darling.
I can still hear its frightful laughter and smell that sickening odor of decay and mold and death.
Edith, you gotta snap out of this.
If you'd only let us leave this house, as the servants did when we ran screaming from that cellar, if you hadn't insisted we remain here...
I didn't ask any of you to stay here. I said I wouldn't run away like a panic-stricken fool.
Oh, you knew we wouldn't go and leave you here alone. But now night's coming and darkness.
Look here, we've got to look at this thing like sensible human beings instead of superstitious children.
So you said as you broke the crucifix upon that tomb.
And I still think I was right. Oh, I don't deny I've been as scared as the rest of you. Cold shivers are still running up and down my spine. But I didn't travel the distance I've reached in life by being a credulous fool.
You can't deny the evidence of all our senses.
No, but I can find an explanation of the way that they were tricked. My mind is beginning to think normally again, and it begins to see a light.
Now, what do you mean, sir?
When I overheard Edith telling you this afternoon that folks around here resented our living in this old house, I think she called a turn on everything that's happened. We're not wanted here. Someone conceived the bright idea of scaring us away.
Mr. Duffus.
And you, Roberts, were a party to that plan.
I, sir?
Father.
He came here with his talk of the devil doctor, didn't he? He showed us that picture, told us about the vault, and got us so steamed up we went down to see that tomb.
You seriously believe me guilty of a deliberate and malicious plot?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts is a clergyman.
Which makes his skullduggery 10 times worse.
By Jove, I believe you're right.
Stan.
Mr. Davis.
Well, that explains the thing we saw on natural ground.
You think...
I think the ghost we saw was just a man.
Oh, you're just mad.
No. At last, we're sane. That vault was dark. We could see objects, nothing more. A man was concealed in that tomb. It was his laughter we heard. Human laughter. The slab was so prepared he could lift it from below. Then, dressed in one of those skeleton suits I've seen at masquerades, he appeared to scare the living daylights out of us.
You forget that it was you who opened the vault. You who broke the seals upon that tomb.
Details. If I hadn't played into your hands, you'd have found another way.
Miss Duffus, you don't...
Yes, I agree with Dad and Stanley, Mr. Roberts. How could you do such an awful thing to us?
On my solemn word of honor, I swear you are mistaken.
You've done enough. Don't make it worse with lies. Your plan has failed, Mr. Parson. Go and tell the others who don't want John Duffus for a neighbor that he don't scare. I've paid for this house, and I'm going to live in it in spite of you and all your devil doctor ghosts.
That laugh we heard downstairs.
But now it's in the hall, outside this room.
Yeah, the laugher doesn't know his little farce has been played out, but he soon will know.
Don't open that door.
Come on, Stan. Let's find this laughing skeleton.
Oh, don't go out there. I'm so afraid.
I'm not. Stan, turn on these hall lights so we don't slip by us in the dark.
I got him, sir.
Gentlemen, I beg.
Well, you shut up. Stan, which way do you think that laughter went?
That way, toward the drawing room.
Well, come on.
Dad, Stanley,
Huh?
wait.
What?
Look, the cellar door. It's still locked and bolted as we left it.
Well, a laughing skeleton came up some other way.
There is no other way out of the cellars, and you can see that no mortal creature has entered through that door.
Yet we heard his laugh from where we're standing now.
That doesn't mean a thing. Come on.
Now, wait, sir. Perhaps my imagination's playing me tricks, but there's a peculiar odor in this hall.
I smell it, too. It's an odor of decay and mold and...
Death. You've made it plain how little you value my advice. But by everything that's holy, I beg you to leave this house.
Not much, I won't.
Dad, look there.
Lord, upon this floor.
A trail of mold.
Oh, that piece of cloth.
It's a fragment of the shroud that figure wore.
Look, as I touch it, it crumbles into dust.
It's all a trick, but tricks don't fool me any longer.
That laugh again.
It is in the drawing room.
Where the devil doctor's portrait hangs.
Well, what do you mean?
I have told you the legend of that picture.
The laughter's changed. It's become stronger, almost human.
It's altogether human. Human enough to be punched in the jaw, and that's what it's going to get.
Mr. Duffus, wait.
After him. Don't go. Let him go in that room alone.
He's playing with fire, fire that will consume us all.
He's disappeared through that dark doorway. Quickly.
Mr. Duffus, where are you?
By the window. He's not going to slide by me. You stay at the door, Stan, and turn on the lights so we can see.
I have him.
Yeah, there's no one in the room.
Oh, that panel.
It's open as I feared.
But the portrait's there, thank heaven.
Did you expect to find it gone?
It's changed. Those eyes we thought so dead this afternoon now shine with light.
They look alive.
Another trick.
No. Lord, help us all. The devil doctor lives again.
The laughter's coming from that picture.
The portrait's stepping from its frame.
The lights!
Who put out the lights?
Light, for heaven's sake!
Edith, where are you? I can't see a thing in this darkness.
Edith! Edith!
Have me in his arms! I'm as cold as death!
Hey, he's taking her away.
Where? I can't see her.
Now the lamp is going towards the cellar door.
That leads to the vault, to the room of the devil's nest.
Which way is it, Stan? Oh, God, where is that vault?
I'm as completely lost as you are. Roberts was right. We should have waited for a lantern before coming to this cellar.
Oh, that would have taken time. And that devil has my Edith. Oh, God, forgive me.
Davis! Mr. Duffus!
Roberts.
He's brought a lantern.
Over to him, quick.
We're coming, Roberts.
Do you still think he tricked us?
Not anymore. No trick would have brought that picture from its frame, and we saw it happen. Roberts, quick, take us to that vault.
It's at the far end.
In the darkness, we've been searching in the opposite direction.
This old-fashioned lantern doesn't give much light, but it was all that I could find.
It's enough. Hurry.
You've heard nothing further since you came down here?
No. The laughter has stopped, and so have Edith's cries.
She's fainted, I suppose.
My daughter. Oh, God, forgive me.
There's the vault ahead.
And the door's closed.
Well, I'll soon... It's barred inside. Help me, Stan.
I'm with you.
Oh, but that door is solid oak and sheathed with iron. You'll never break it that way.
No, it doesn't even budge. Oh, what are we going to do?
That heavy beam lying there.
We'll use it as a battering ram.
Wait, listen.
A voice inside,
chanting something in Latin.
Yes, the Black Mass.
The Black Mass?
In honor of Lucifer, the devil doctor is about to offer up a sacrifice.
Edith!
Oh, my kid.
You've got to break in that door, quick.
Yeah, got to. Stand, that ram.
With everything we have.
It doesn't even give.
Again.
Oh, what's that devil saying?
His monstrous ritual nears the time of offering.
The ram, Stan, the ram! Oh, the door won't give.
When it does, how are we to stop that thing inside? A thing that's neither of the living or the dead.
In faith there is a way. Break down that door. Oh, Father, help me to be strong. Give thy servant faith and help him banish fear.
I felt it give that time.
But the voice is going inside.
Yes, it's all for prayers to evil. Break that door or we shall be too late. Father, give thy servant faith. Help him banish fear.
We've got to break it down.
It gave, then split it.
Again, with all you've got.
We've crushed it.
Come on.
Edith!
She's lying on the slab.
A living altar.
The devil's holding a knife above her breast.
I'll get him. I can't move.
Nor I. By some power, he's stopped us in our tracks.
He lifts the knife.
You said you had a way to stop him.
By the power of the cross, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, I bid you.
He only laughed. He holds that knife above my daughter.
Oh, my fear is stronger than my faith. Oh, Father, help me.
No, not my kid. No.
Mr. Dappers broke the spell. Covered a body with his own.
The knife is buried in his back.
The devil, Doctor! He's raising the knife again!
But the Father's love has shown my faith the way to banish fear. In the name of the one and only God, I bid you whom men once called the cataract, return to the hell from which you came.
He fought us. He retreats.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
Dan! Oh, Stan, he's covered with blood.
Get Edith from this vault. Away from that fiend of
No,
hell.
he can't hurt us now. He's backing towards his tomb.
Where another fool like me can bring him back someday. But I've heard of a way to destroy a thing like him forever. Give me that lantern.
He's thrown it in the shavings.
It's caught fire.
Yes, between that devil and the only door. And he's not laughing now. He knows there's no escape.
Run, all of you. In a moment, this place will be a furnace.
Yeah, run.
Dad, he's fallen.
Roberts, help me lift him. Get him out of here.
Yes. Save yourselves. His knife has done for me.
No, you can't die, Dad. You can't.
Put me down, you fellows. Get my kid out of here. Put me down, I tell you. The fire won't reach us for a minute here, and I won't keep you quite that long. Well, that's it. Thanks.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
I always would have my way, kid? Roberts, you said whoever destroyed that portrait was doomed to be destroyed themselves. And I guess I've pretty well wrecked the subject of that picture. Well, I wanted to change things round here. And now you'll have to change your story about the devil doctor, because I've brought it to an end. Change is what makes the world go round.
Dad! Dad! My father's dead.
And so, Satan, we also brings our story to an end. And now we'll go find ourselves a nice graveyard and get inspiration for a pretty bedtime yarn to spin these folks another time.
The Witch's Tale. Fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, the wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
An 80-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. I mean 108-year-old. Satan, don't you ever raise your voice to me like that again. I know how old I be. Satan, give word to douse all lights and I'll spin the yarn. That's it. Make it nice and dark. Sitting in the gloom's the way to hear our pretty tales. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a noble castle in old England as it was 200 years ago. Soon in a room of that castle, you'll see a pretty woman with hard and selfish eyes. And you'll hear the story of the violin. The violin.
Come in, Signor Tasso. Oh, 'tis only you, Kate.
Yes, milady.
I thought your knock was that of Tasso. Did you not deliver him my message?
Yes, milady. He will be here presently.
Methinks he takes his time.
He seemed reluctant to accept your invitation.
Reluctant? What manner of man is this Italian player of the violin who strives always to avoid me? Kate, am I growing old and ugly that this man should shun my presence?
You are very beautiful, milady. Methinks Signor Tasso does not wish to be alone with you overmuch because he fears that beauty.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps he is one of those gentlemen of strict scruples who does not wish to forget that he is my husband's friend and guest.
You have made other gentlemen forget such scruples, milady.
Well, why not? When one is married to a fool who spends his days at the chase and his nights at the gaming tables, one must seek amusement. You know how often I find it.
Milady is very clever. And my lord, her husband, very trusting.
Stupid would be a better word. But never has he introduced such a man as this Italian to our house before. Is he not handsome, Kate?
Signor Tasso is a very picture of good looks, milady.
And handsome men are rare, almost as rare as men's scruples. If it is a sense of honor that makes the signor so aloof, he must be taught that it denies him much.
That's good, Tasso.
It's funny, yes, my lord.
He's coming, milady.
I heard, and the idiot is bringing my husband with him.
Here we are, Tasso. May we enter your nest, my little bird?
Bird? Of course, my lord. Come in and welcome.
Greeting, Nell, sweet wife. Your servant said you had a wish to hear the music of friend Tasso. I have brought him to you, violin and all.
It was good of you to accompany him, my lord. You are ever so busy with other interests. I did not include you in my invitation.
I understand, my dear, but Tasso accused me of neglecting thee, so I am here at his insistence.
I see.
Oh, come in, friend Tasso. Don't linger in the hall.
Thank you, my Lord Gordon.
Greetings, Signor.
My respects to you, my lady.
I wish to hear the music of your violin. Will you play?
It will be privilege and a pleasure.
Mind you make your music lively, Tasso. Give us none of your wishy-washy southern love songs.
On the contrary, my lord, the romantic airs of Signor Tasso's native land are what I wish to hear.
Oh, well, I suppose I'll have to listen then.
Why? I will not be offended if you return to your game. I fancy there is a game in progress below stairs.
Aye, and for rousing stakes. It nearly broke my heart to leave. If you really do not mind, my dear.
My lord, you will not leave us.
Of course you will.
But, please.
Signor Tasso, you insisted my husband come hither with you because you think that he neglects me. That is not so. I like music. He likes cards. He likes many friends around him. I prefer one. Must one of us mold our nature to the other?
Truly said, sweet Nell. We, friend Tasso, are one wedded pair who understand one another, each serenely trusting in the other's love and virtue. An exceptional couple, isn't that so, my dear?
You are always right, my lord.
And I am lucky to have such a wife. Well, I leave you two now.
Wait, I return to the tables with you.
Signor?
Why?
It must be. It's not proper that I remain with my lady while her husband is away.
Nonsense, nonsense. That's some of your foreign ideas, my boy. You Italians may have reason to distrust and guard your women, but not we Englishmen. Stay and regale her ears with sentimental music, Tasso. I return to my game.
Won't you be seated, Signor?
I thank you.
Not so far away from me. Here is a softer chair.
I find this one very comfortable.
Then I shall move. Here, I shall recline upon this couch at your side.
As my lady wish.
You may go, Kate, and close the door.
No, Signora. It's not right for you and me to be in here behind the closed doors.
You have heard my husband's views. He has perfect trust in you and me. Go, Kate.
Yes, my lady.
There. Are you so filled with scruples, Signor, because you do not trust yourself?
I trust myself completely, Signor. You wish me to play for you?
Yes, a love song.
Very well.
You leave my side?
You will like the music better if it comes to you from a distance.
Whence it comes does not matter if you play your love song to me.
I play a love song for you.
You are very different from other men whom I have known, Signor.
I am a simple gentleman, Signor. If I lack the graces of other men of your acquaintance, it's my misfortune.
Yes, your misfortune. Oh, what a beautiful melody. Still, 'tis not so beautiful as the emotion that it sings of. You agree, Signor?
I agree that love is the most wonderful of all the God's gifts to man.
A man who brings such music from those strings must love the very name of love.
I love the beautiful in love.
Can there be aught in love but beauty?
Yes, there can be baseness and dishonor.
Baseness, dishonor, they are but words to deny the foolish happiness. Are you foolish, Signor Tasso? Or are you merely cautious?
I don't understand.
I mean, if you loved a lady, a married lady, let's say, would you not forget such childish things as scruples if you could enjoy her love in secret, secure from her husband's wrath?
No, I'll not.
You have ceased playing.
With your permission, I will rejoin your husband and his friends.
So soon?
If you permit, please.
Signor Tasso, am I unpleasing to your eyes?
You are very beautiful.
And what manner of man are you who forever shun my company?
Signora, I beg your permission to leave.
And I'll not give it to you.
Then I must go without it.
You do not dare.
You force me to dare. Yes, you force me now to say that which will mean we never meet again. Your husband, my friend, may be blind to your real nature. But to me, It has been plain since first we met.
What do you mean?
That you are a bad woman.
You dare!
You think I've not sensed your purpose in always striving to be alone with me. I'm not conceited fool who think it is because you love me. You don't know the meaning of love. If I were not here, you would seek some other man. But I want not such a cheap thing as you. I want not such a vile dishonor. That is all I have to say. I go, senor.
Oh, no. You don't go until I show you how I repay such insults.
Why do you tear your dress?
To teach you the worth of that honor you just flung in my teeth. Help! Help! Gordon!
Will you cry out for your husband?
So you can tell him your story while I shall tell him mine. Gordon! Gentlemen, help!
What is it? Where is my lady scream?
Oh,
Nell, what is it?
What do you mean to do?
You shall soon see. Help! Help!
Nell, what have we here? Her gown. Tasso!
Your friend attempted to dishonor me.
No.
Tasso!
I swear
He
no.
seized me in his arms. See how he tore my dress.
She lies.
So thus you repay my friendship, Tasso.
Senor, I beg you, hear me.
I'll hear naught from you but a gasp of death.
No, shield your sword.
I shield it in your body.
Oh.
Your blade struck true. Our honor is avenged, my lord.
You have killed me. You might think my friend.
I killed you for the dog ye are.
For your insult to an honest woman.
But breath enough remains for me to curse you both. Oh, Dio, God, as you are just, hear and grant the prayer I send to you now. Though my body soon return to dust, let my soul, my spirit still live on to punish those who kill me.
Silence him. Withdraw your sword and punch it in his breast again.
Say, one cannot strike a dying man who prays to God.
It would be a useless gesture, for a second thrust is not needed. Senor, you fear my prayer. Listen what it is. You wished I play for you a love song. Well, I pray that I will play a love song to you from the grave. A song that will bring you to your death, to many deaths. For you will live again in the women of your wicked blood. And to them also will I play a song of love and death. To them also.
Stop him, Gordon.
Be still.
No. And for you, Lord Gordon, my friend only in name, I pray my music will bring your proud name to a dishonorable end. A dishonorable end such as you have brought to mine. That is my curse, my dying prayer. Dio, God of justice, answer.
What was that?
That violin.
No one of us stood near it. It seemed a finger plucked its strings.
Tasso, forgive. Withdraw your prayer, your curse.
Tasso!
He is dead.
And now, Seaton, 2 centuries later, our tale of the violin goes on.
Good heavens, in this supposedly enlightened year of 1939, you can't possibly believe in that old Gordon curse.
Oh, it's perfectly ridiculous, Dr. Matthews.
One cannot term a thing that has worked out consistently for 200 years ridiculous.
Oh, I'll admit there are some queer chapters in my family's history, but I don't believe anything supernatural was their cause.
If that old curse really plagues the Gordons, why has it only struck isolated members of the family? And why should Frederick and I be afraid of it?
Those portraits before you should answer.
You think Tasso's curse only strikes those who bear a strong physical resemblance to Lady Nell and her husband?
That point has been well proven. Compare your grandmother's portrait with that of Lady Nell, Frederick, and that of her father with this of Lady Nell's husband. All 4 met violent and disgraceful deaths, as though in answer to the Italian's prayer. You and Anne are third cousins. She is the last of Lady Nell's line, and you are the last of Lord Gordon's. I'm suddenly afraid for you both, because you've returned to this castle tonight as man and wife.
I see. Hated blood reunited and all that sort of thing.
What a splendid reception committee you proved to be for people on their honeymoon. We didn't expect you to approve of our elopement, but we never dreamed you'd try to frighten us with this wild bogey tale after we told you about it.
My dear children, I've been a second father to you. If you don't respect my fears, please humor them. Perhaps the thing I fear only exists in this castle. Leave it now, tonight. Don't try to live within these walls where Tasso met his death.
Oh, rot.
Naturally we're going to live here.
It's our home. It always has been. If any ghosts stalk around here, I've never seen them, and neither has anybody else. Oh, forget it, Doctor. Let's go back to the drawing room and find ourselves a drink.
Yes, come on.
No, thank you. Since you won't listen to me, I'm going home. Good night.
Well, he certainly made this a cheerful homecoming.
We expected such stodgy old people as Dr. Matthews to hold up their hands in fear and horror when they learned about our marriage. Tradition's very dear to them, especially when it concerns the supernatural.
The Gordon curse. Bah, silly rot.
You are very like that old painting of old Gordon, Fred.
And you might have posed for that portrait of Lady Nell. Only difference is in the costume.
I wonder if there is such a thing as reincarnation.
If it's true, in our case, we have a lot to make amends for. He was a stupid blighter, and she was... Well, one doesn't mention her sort in mixed company.
And we are the last of their blood reunited. Frederick, is that one of the servants at the end of the hall there?
I don't see...
It's gone now. Oh, it must have been a shadow I saw moving there.
Darling, you're not beginning to imagine things because of Dr. Matthews' warning.
No, of course not. Let's get out of here. Wait. Frederick.
Dear, what is it?
Listen.
To what? I don't hear anything.
It seems I hear the music of a violin. I heard it, Frederick.
Oh, you imagined it.
That's what I thought.
But there was no one here who could be playing the instrument.
You don't think I heard the violin of Tasso?
Tasso's been dead for 200 years.
Oh, I know. I'm a fool. This is the 20th century. I promise not to worry any more about his ghostly violin.
Good girl. Suppose we go back to the house now, eh?
Oh, no, it's pleasant out here in the garden. But will you fetch me a rat?
Of course. And don't listen to any spooky music while I'm gone.
I won't. Hurry back, dear.
I will.
What? Frederick! Frederick, come back! I hear it! I hear the violin, Frederick!
The lady does not care for music.
Who are you? Why do you play that violin?
I play a love song to you.
A love song to me?
It is my answer to all of your questions, to all of your fears, and all of your doubts. Do you not find my love song beautiful?
Very beautiful.
Still, it is not so beautiful as the emotion that it sings of.
Love is the most wonderful of God's gifts.
And the music will make you love the very name of love.
I only love the beautiful in love.
Can there be anything in love but beauty?
There can be baseness and dishonor.
They are but words to deny the foolish happiness.
I do not understand you.
If you were taught to love a man other than your husband, would you not forget such childish things as scruples and enjoy that love in secret?
What are you doing to me? You weave some spell about brain.
I'm playing to you a love song, Lady Nell.
Lady Nell?
Anne! Oh, Anne!
Anne. That's my name. Not Nell. But is it?
Lord Gordon, your husband, comes. Since you and I must love in secret, I will leave you now.
Lord Gordon?
And remember, we must enjoy our love in secret, for that was your way, ever.
Anne! Oh, why don't you answer me? Anne!
Here I am.
Who are you talking to here?
No one?
I thought I heard your voice and that of a man.
There was no man here.
Anne, what's the matter with you? You seem dazed.
I'm all right.
You don't look it.
Frederick!
What?
Can't you hear it this time?
Hear what?
The music of a love song, played on a violin.
Your wife has a lover? In the Lord's name, what has happened to you in the last few months?
Enough to convince even a blinder fool than I. It began the night after we returned from our honeymoon. The night after you tried to frighten me with that old wives' tale of a curse. The only curse I'm afraid of is the one I married. Anne and I were sitting in the garden when suddenly she made a flimsy excuse to get rid of me. When I came back, I heard voices. Hers and that of a man. But when I reached her, the man was gone, and she denied that anyone had been there. That was my first intimation. A dozen times since I had similar experiences, and now she sneaks away from the castle for several hours at a time. She sneaks away to meet her lover.
I won't believe that boy. Anne's not the sort who...
She is! You once
believe that boy. Anne's not the sort who...
She is! You once implied a belief that she's the reincarnation of Lady Nell. Maybe you're right, for Anne has the same vile nature.
No matter what you suspect, you cannot be sure.
I mean to be sure. Tonight when she leaves the house, I mean to follow. Oh, these past 3 months I've lived in hell. But I'll follow her tonight. And if I find what I expect, I mean to kill.
Don't be a fool. Would you destroy yourself as well as her by wanton murder?
The law won't hang a man who is upholding the honor of his name. I'll kill them both and go scot-free.
Remember the history of Lord Gordon, who killed for the honor of his name. Remember the mistake he made and the punishment that followed.
I'll make no mistake.
Frederick!
Let me go! Let me go, I say, go!
My boy!
I have a pistol in my pocket. Tonight I kill them both and go scot-free!
Frederick! Palmer! Palmer!
Yes, Dr. Matthews. What is wrong, sir?
I want you to follow him at once. Don't let him out of your sight. And have the first constable you meet place him under arrest.
Under arrest?
Yes. Oh, no, for having a pistol in his possession illegally. I'll take the full responsibility. Hurry. I must find Lady Anne and warn her.
Yes, sir. Very well, sir.
God help them both. Nothing may save them now. One cannot fight the dead man's curse.
You like the love song that I play for you, my lady?
Your music has become the only thing I live for. Yet how unhappy it has made me.
Unhappy?
Because I cannot hear it except during the few moments I steal each night to be with you in this garden. Oh, you have made me shameless. I love you with all my heart and soul. Yet you've never even kissed me.
Soon I shall kiss you.
Why should I beg you for love? 3 short months ago, I adored the man I married.
You had not met me 3 months ago.
Yet it seems I knew you a long, long time ago.
It seems so?
Yes. Oh, what are you? You have cast a spell upon me. There's something terrible, something unnatural about the way you rule my mind. Why don't you tell me who you are?
Once we agreed, I am a masquerader.
You always wear that costume, always masquerading.
But soon the masquerade will end, Singer. Soon my violin will rest.
And soon you'll hold me in your arms. Hold me now. Give me just one single kiss to ease the ache that is in my heart.
Will you want that kiss in secret?
It's our only way.
Now my arm is open for you. I will give you the kiss you beg.
But if someone espies...
You love me, and you must follow love as I once followed honor.
Yes, I love you. Take me in your arms. Kiss me on the lips.
The first kiss and the last.
Oh, your lips are as cold as death.
And my arm strong as the grave.
Frederick!
I knew I'd find you with a man.
Put down that gun.
Don't try to leave his arms. You haven't time.
He's going to shoot. Let me go.
The spirit has lived on to punish.
I know you now. Your torso. Oh!
Frederick! Frederick! Come on, Doctor. You found me too late. I killed them both.
Oh, God forgive you.
Baby's pistol, Bill.
You can have it now. I knew you were after me with those policemen, Doctor, but you're too late. Arrest me if you will. A court will free me again. The law doesn't punish men who kill for honor. Look at my wife. Her guilt is proven. There she lies with her lover as they fell.
Frederick, you're mad. Only Anne is lying there.
Where's this Anne you speak of?
Why, he isn't there. I shot them both. They fell together.
Only a woman lies dead upon the ground. You've not to show a jury that you found her with a lover.
But I saw him. I shot him. My pistol almost touched his body. It was impossible to miss. I saw him fall. I killed for my honor.
If you can convince a court that that's your belief, they may send you to a madhouse instead of the gallows. Come along.
The curse has reached its end.
Dr. Matthews.
Yes, Frederick?
I think I hear the music of a violin.
And that was the end of the violin, Satan, under the violinist's curse. When these folks come see us next week on me birthday, we'll have another pretty little story to spin 'em.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you. Now.
Year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 117-year-old. Well, Satan, let's get down to our yarn spinning. Come on now, douse out them lights so we'll have it nice and dark. And draw up to the fire so that you can gaze into the embers. You'll need a fire to warm your blood as you listen to this pretty tale. You'll gaze into the embers deep, and soon you'll see a big railway depot in the town of London, England. You hear them funny little engines the English people got? Soon you'll see a funny little coach, like the ones they pulls behind them, and soon you'll hear our yarn about the puzzle. The puzzle!
Everything's stowed away, sir, and the guard has assured me, Mr. Holmes, that you'll have the compartment to yourself, sir, all the way to Theory.
Oh, that's just bully. This chauffeur of yours is a born fixer, Cecil. Yes. You know, since I first came to England, I've learned to appreciate the privacy of your railway compartment system.
And today, I take it, you're especially appreciative. The chap who's on his way to meet the parents of his prospective bride for the first time will want privacy for the examination of his conscience.
Our Julia hasn't much respect for her stepmother's opinion. I really have only my future father-in-law to worry about. You know, it's funny you haven't heard of him. I'm told he's one of the most successful attorneys in London.
Well, his name's vaguely familiar. Ormeroyd. Ormeroyd?
Yeah, Theodore Ormeroyd. Firm of Ormeroyd and Hardy.
Is there any other claim to fame?
Well, Julia tells me he's a puzzle expert.
Puzzle expert?
Yeah, you know, puzzles are his hobby.
Oh, you mean he solves those crossword thingamabobs and plays with those wire and steel, what do you call them, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
My word.
Well, let's be walking towards the train, Cecil.
Very well. Lead the way, Colin.
Yes, sir.
I'm dashed sorry you won't stand for the next train, Willis. We've only had these few minutes together since you arrived from Dover.
Oh, I can't stay over. But it was awfully good of you to meet me here for this brief get-together.
Oh, I had to hear more of the wonderful girl you've been writing me about. You met her in France?
Yeah.
Oh, deucedly romantic. You from USA and she from England go to France to find each other.
Well, the poet says, two shall be born a whole wide world apart.
Oh, the man is in love. He's even quoting poetry.
Yeah, I guess I have got it pretty badly.
Well, here's the train. Nearly ready to start.
I'm very anxious to rejoin her.
Why did she leave Paris just ahead of you?
Our stupid conventions. Julia Chaperone couldn't get away, and she maintained it wasn't proper for engaged people to travel unaccompanied.
Oh, I say.
I'm sorry I didn't tell the old dodo to go jump in the Seine with the Victorian notions. Julia shouldn't have made that trip alone. She was too badly upset.
Oh, upset?
Well, you see, she was called home by a telegram from her stepmother. It was one of those vaguely worded, "Your presence is required immediately" messages. Makes you imagine all sorts of calamities. Well, Julia decided something had happened to her father. She's very devoted to him. Well, to ease her mind, I called her home by long distance and was told there was no illness there or accident or death. They just wouldn't explain the reason for her summons, though. Well, that only made it more urgent. So when I put her on the train, she was still greatly worried.
Sounds rather mysterious.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but whatever the trouble is, it can be very serious. Illness, death, and accident have been definitely ruled out.
All aboard!
That means me. Which is my compartment, Collins?
Right here, sir. Number 3. This is my gentleman guard, which you promised to take care of.
Oh, yes. Sit right in, sir. You'll be alone in the compartment all the way, sir. I've arranged for that.
Oh, that's fine, guard. Here, thanks very much.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, now, in perfect solitude, you can prepare yourself to meet your future father-in-law. Too bad you haven't made a study of puzzles, Willis. Then he'd accept you as a kindred soul.
I suppose I'll have to give that subject a lot of serious thought.
Yes. Toodaloo, old thing.
So long, Cecil. Goodbye, Collins.
Bye, Mr. Collins. Best of luck, Willis.
Thanks. I may need it. Well, I'm up.
A nice young chap, your friend.
What? Oh, I beg your pardon. But where... You weren't in this compartment a moment ago. How did you...
A puzzle, isn't it? You really must give serious thought to the subject of puzzles, Mr. Holmes.
You know my name?
Very well. Now, permit me to tell you mine. I am Theodore Omeroy.
You're Julia's father?
Yes.
Oh, of course. Now I recognize you from the photographs. Oh, this is a pleasure, sir.
Excuse me if I don't shake hands. I've recently met with a serious injury.
An injury?
A rather painful one. Although, as you see, I wear no bandages.
Was it merely your hand that was injured, sir? You were very pale, as though you had experienced a serious illness. You have been ill. Oh, that's the reason Mrs. Omeroyd sent that telegram to Julia.
It was because of me that telegram was sent. But let's not talk about that now, if you don't mind. I prefer a more pleasant subject. I'm very glad to know you, my boy.
And I to know you, sir. But how did you know me?
Well, that's an easy puzzle to solve. According to my daughter's letters, there can be but one Willis Holmes.
Well, I hope I can convince you of that, sir. But the guard said I was to be alone in this compartment. And when he closed the door, I was alone. How on earth did you...
I came aboard from the other side.
The other side?
Yes. You see how simple puzzles are when one is told the answers. My gracious. Here I've been talking of puzzles for a solid hour. I hope you'll forgive me. You see, to me, all life is an endless succession of intricate problems, which the successful man must solve for himself, and which the good man, the man who loves, must solve for others. I wanted you to know my philosophy. And now, I won't bore you any longer.
Oh, you haven't bored me at all, sir. I've been intensely interested.
Ticket, please, sir.
Oh, good Lord, conductor, not again.
Sorry to bother you, but it's rules, sir. All right, sir. And thank you.
Well, one puzzle I wish you'd solve for me, Mr. Omeroyd, is why that conductor never asked to see your ticket. He's looked at mine 4 times.
I ride free, my boy.
Are you a stockholder of this road?
No. I'm well acquainted with the chairman of its governing board, though. Mr. Travers. My firm handles his legal business. The last time I rode this train, I carried 50,000 pounds of his money in currency.
In currency?
£1,000 notes.
That's rather dangerous, isn't it? Men have been murdered for a great deal less.
It is a dangerous business. But when one is accustomed to handling large sums, one grows careless. We're pulling into Whittam. I leave you here, my boy.
Oh, aren't you going home to Fearing, Mr. Ormeroyd?
Not now. First, I must return to Whittam. That's where Mr. Trazett has his residence. You won't see me again until tomorrow. In the meantime, will you give a little serious thought to the subject of puzzles?
I certainly shall, Mr. Ormeroyd. But I'd value your expert opinion as to where and how I'd best begin.
Circumstances will indicate your course of thought.
Whittam! Whittam! All right for Whittam!
Oh, it's been wonderful meeting you like this. I was a little worried at the prospect of formally asking you to accept me as your son-in-law.
I accept you gladly. You'll look after Julia, won't you?
I love your daughter very dearly, sir.
And you will remember that he who loves must solve life's problems for others. I must leave you until tomorrow. Again, excuse my hand. The injury I mentioned. Dear me, where's my cigarette case?
Cigarette case? I haven't seen you use one, sir.
I'm sure I had it with me. I must have dropped it here.
Oh, well, I'll look for it.
Just take care of it if you find it. You and Julia, take good care of it.
Oh, I found it already. It's fallen behind these cushions. Oh, Mr. Ormeroyd. Oh, guard! Guard!
Aye, sir, yes, sir.
Which way did the gentleman go who was with me in this compartment?
A gentleman with you? In this compartment, sir?
Of course. He just stepped out. He was standing right beside the door. You must have seen him.
This door's been closed, sir, until you opened it yourself just now. You've been alone in this compartment all the way from London. The gentleman we've been expecting has arrived, Mrs. Ormeroyd. Mr. Willis Holmes.
Show him in, Barker, and then inform Miss Julia that he's here.
I'll fetch Julia, if you wish, Mrs. Ormeroyd.
Well, perhaps you'd better, Mr. Toms.
You're going to let Julia tell the young man our bad news?
Naturally. He's her affianced husband at present.
You think he'll break the engagement when he learns?
Well, then what would you do if you were in his place, Mr. Hardy?
Mr. Willis Holmes.
Oh, come in, Mr. Holmes. Julia will be here directly. I am Mrs. Ormeroyd.
Oh, this is a great pleasure, Mrs. Ormeroyd. Julia has told me so many things about you, I feel I already know you.
I'll wager she never told you many nice things about me.
Agatha, control yourself. Really,
Allow me to present these gentlemen. Mr. Hardy and Mr. Holmes.
How do you do, young man?
Mr. Hardy, you're Mr. Ormeroyd's partner, I imagine.
I'm the junior member of Ormeroyd and Hardy.
And this is Mr. Justice Rowley, Mr. Holmes.
How do you do, Justice Rowley?
Justice is a difficult title, isn't it? In America, I believe you would call me judge, although I'm merely a provincial justice of the peace.
Julia will be down directly, Mrs. Ormeroyd. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, this is Mr. Toms, Mr. Holmes.
How do you do?
Pleasure, old chap. Charms, all that, you know.
Mr. Toms is my husband's personal secretary. Won't you all sit down?
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Holmes looks rather uncomfortable. I don't imagine he expected to encounter such a large gathering.
Of course he's uncomfortable. Poor chap. Comes to pay a visit to Miss Ormeroyd's family and finds the house party in full swing about the place.
House party?
Agatha, you must control yourself. I don't understand.
Well, there's nothing you need to understand, old man. Not now. I'm told you're an American. How do you like England?
I have learned to like it very much, Mr. Toms, with some exceptions.
Oh, what are they?
Well, one is the type of guard employed on your railway train.
You don't approve of our railway guards?
Well, I've just had a very ridiculous experience with one. A chap either afflicted with blindness or a very faulty sense of humor. It's a rather silly story, but if you care to hear it,
Willis!
Julia.
Oh, Willis, I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
Darling, what's the matter? Julia, control yourself.
Things are already bad enough, Julia. If you wish to tell him now of our disgrace, at least wait until I can leave the room.
Disgrace? What do you mean? Julia, dear, I talked to your father on the train an hour ago, and he didn't mention any trouble here.
What did you say?
You talked to my father?
Yes, we traveled from London together as far as Whittam.
I don't believe it. He wouldn't have dared.
Quiet. Willis, you're sure it was my father?
Of course I am. Why,
Did he say where he was going when he left you? Did he say when he'd be home?
Yes. He was on his way to a place called Whittam. He said he'd be home tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, thank God. I knew everything would come out all right. that Father would come back and explain.
Mr. Holmes was mistaken in the man he talked to.
Yes, Ormeroyd couldn't have travelled on that train as far as Whittam.
The police would have arrested him before he got aboard.
Police? Yes, and if the bobbies missed him, every guard and conductor on that road has his description.
Well, I haven't the faintest idea what any of you were talking about. Though I'd never met him before, I've seen his photographs, and I was neither mistaken nor the dupe of an imposter.
What did he say to you, Willis, besides the other things you've told us?
Well, he talked mostly about puzzles.
It was, Father. He's coming home to explain everything.
Won't someone please explain to me what all this is about?
Perhaps that's my painful duty, Mr. Holmes. Through powerful influence, we've thus far kept the story from the newspapers. But 2 weeks ago, Theodore Ormeroyd disappeared with £50,000 belonging to a client of our firm, a Mr. Travis of Whittam.
No indication has been found that Mr. Ormeroyd met with accident or foul play. Well, the inference is obvious.
And he left me, his wife, to face the scandal.
Travis is the man he was on his way to see today.
You have been imposed upon.
No, it was Father. I know he talked with Father.
So do I. And I hardly think, Justice Rowley, that a practical joker would have possessed this cigarette case with Mr. Ormeroyd's monogram upon it.
Father!
By Jove! It's Ormeroyd's.
Where did you get that silver case?
From the compartment where he left it, as he alighted from the train.
Everything will be explained. He said he'd be home tomorrow. Willis?
Yes.
Maybe that's him now. Maybe it... Don't be ridiculous. Your father wouldn't ring his own doorbell.
If he comes here, the police will bring him as a prisoner.
Come in.
A police officer is here to see you, Mrs. Ormeroyd.
Oh, they've arrested him.
If they have, dear, they'll soon let him go.
Show the officer in.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked to come in on you like this, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Justice Rowley.
What is it, man? Speak up.
It's bad news, sir. The constables at Whittam have found Mr. Ormeroyd, sir.
They've arrested him?
No, ma'am. They found him dead.
Dead? Dead?
Yes, ma'am. The doctor say he's been dead 2 weeks.
Dead 2 weeks?
Yes, sir. They'll bring his body home first thing tomorrow.
His body home tomorrow? Merciful God! What was it that rode with me in that compartment?
But, my dear Holmes, it's been established conclusively that my partner was lying dead in that pit where they found him, the very time you insist he was with you on that train.
Nevertheless, he, or his spirit, was with me, as I said. Oh, I know it sounds mad, impossible. I've always laughed at the tales of the supernatural, just as you're laughing at me now. But I saw Mr. Ormeroyd. He talked with me an hour, I tell you. Julia, you at least believe me.
I don't know. It's all so horrible. It's too fantastic for anyone to believe.
And even if you did see a ghost, Holmes, what purpose did the thing accomplish?
Sure, none, I guess. Still, I feel it had a purpose in coming to me. One I can't grasp.
Seems to me the traditional storybook phantom would have been of more practical service, Mr. Holmes. They always accuse their murderer.
And such an accusation seems the only means by which the killer can ever be brought to justice. We know now that poor Ormeroyd was struck down for that large sum of money he carried. But other than that obvious conclusion, we of the law haven't found a single clue.
The ghost should have known his murder had left no trail. But instead of dropping a helpful hint, Mr. Holmes says his spectre merely talked of puzzles.
That would have been my father's way.
Julia, you're not going to become a champion of this young man's mad delusion.
If your father's spirit could return to Earth, he'd appear to you or to me, rather than to your fiancé whom he'd never met in life. Father always said, the man who loved solved the problems of others.
That's what he said to me.
Oh, this is asinine.
You've had a dream, my boy. Better forget it.
No, for it wasn't a dream. It was real. And it had a purpose. Only I'm too blind to see it. I didn't dream this silver cigarette case. Isn't that tangible proof?
I'm afraid that now I must shatter your illusions. I was advised today that the coach in which you travelled from London, by a strange coincidence, was the one in which 2 weeks before Mr. Ormeroyd took his fatal journey to Whittam. Lying in idleness, the car had not been cleaned carefully. So you found that case where the unfortunate man had mislaid it.
Then he returned to put it in my hands. That was his purpose. I see it now. Somehow in this cigarette case is the solution of the puzzle.
Willis!
Since you regard the case in that light, perhaps you'd better give it into my keeping as a possible clue for the police.
No, I give it to no one. For now I know a guilty conscience has been keener than my wits.
A guilty conscience? Are you accusing...
I accuse no one yet.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean that now everyone in this room, at different times with a different excuse, has asked me for this case. Let me close this door, Julia. We can then talk in private.
Willis, what did you mean by the insinuation you made a moment ago?
Exactly what I said. That perhaps a guilty conscience has been keener than my wits. The killer of your father wants this cigarette case because he has some reason to be afraid of it. Your father's partner, Hardy, came to me 2 days ago and requested it as a keepsake. The day before that, Tom's made the same request. Yesterday, your stepmother asked for it, and now Rowley would like to have it. Fortunately, some instinct made me refuse to give it up, even before I guessed it was the solution of my ghastly puzzle.
But your suspicions are terrible. In spite of the frightful way they've acted, those people were my father's friends.
Your father was killed for a sum of money that only his friends or his confidants knew he carried on his person. If I can only solve the puzzle of the cigarette case, I'll learn which one is guilty. His last words to me were, take care of it. You and Julia. Take good care of it.
Your theory must be right. With Father, everything was the foundation of a puzzle. You think there may be a secret compartment in the case?
Yes, in which something is hidden. The metal is unnaturally thick on the sides and heavily embossed. There may be a shallow cavity between.
Look for a spring or lever hidden in that scrollwork.
Here I am.
Feel around the edges. Maybe something slides.
That's it. A sliding edge. Look, I found it. Look.
The metal slides are hollow.
And there's a folded paper in the recess.
What's written on it?
It's dated June 12th, the day your father went to Whittam with that 50,000 pounds. It says, on the understanding that if I have not left England by tomorrow noon, Theodore Omeroyd, to whom I give this writing, will make its contents public. I hereby confess...
Confess? To what?
Oh, that can wait. Let me see whose name is signed here.
Ah! The lights!
Who turned out those lights?
Someone's with us in this room.
Let me go! Let me go! No, you won't get this paper!
Ah! Help! Help! Someone's killed Willis! They're running out of the door! They're getting away! Help! 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 Willis! Is he going to be all right?
Of course, he's coming to now.
Nothing wrong but a bump on the head.
What happened in this room before you screamed, Julia?
Yes, for heaven's sake, what happened?
One of you know what happened as well as I do. For one of you came in that door while our backs were turned. One of you turned out these lights. One of you struck Willis, then seized the paper we'd found and ran. And the one of you who did it is the one who killed my father.
The girl's insane.
Mad.
How dare you accuse one of us?
Your father's friend.
Because one of you is guilty.
Oh, nonsense. Julia.
Oh, Willis, darling, are you all right now?
Yes. Whoever hit me got away with the paper before we saw the name upon
Yes,
it.
they got away.
I failed your father.
Where you failed, I may succeed. As my father came to you, perhaps he'll come again to me. What are you doing, Julia? I have locked the one door leading from this room.
Why?
What have you done?
She's turned off the lights.
Stop that!
Turn on those lights.
Oh, I say, you're going too far.
No. Only one of you need fear the dark and this locked room. But if my prayer is answered, that one must face the man he killed. Oh, Lord, I pray thee, send my father from the dead to bring justice.
Open the door. Turn on these lights.
Are you afraid?
No, I didn't kill him.
Father, come to me from the grave. This nonsense has gone far enough. Are you afraid? I have no cause to be afraid. Lord, send my father here to bring justice.
Oh, I'm not going to be made a fool of by a sick-brained girl. Think what you like. I'm going to leave this room.
Yes, we'll all leave.
Open that door. Come on, quickly.
Turn on the light.
Stay where you are.
That voice, Mr. Omeroyd.
Theodore.
Good heavens.
Father, God has let you answer.
Some puzzles are too difficult for men to solve alone.
Let me out of this room!
Oh, don't be afraid. That's not Ormerod's voice. You see, Holmes and the girl are playing a trick upon us in the darkness.
No. There's something awful here.
A hazy light is growing in this room.
Ormeroyd's face is taking shape there.
Keep him away! Keep him away!
You help us with our puzzle, Rowley.
I'll do anything you say, only don't come near me with your cold, dead hands. Keep away. I'll tell them. I'll confess. But keep away.
Rowley!
Yes, I killed him.
Tell them why.
He learned I'd taken bribes. He made me sign a confession that would send me to prison if I stayed in England. I waited for him on the road to Flabbit's house. I didn't know about the money he had with him. All I wanted was the paper that I didn't find. The paper in that cigarette case that I never found until tonight. Here it is. Use it to send me to the gallows. But don't come near me with your cold, dead hands. Don't come near me with your cold, dead hands.
I have the paper. His confession.
You and Tom's hold on to him. I'll phone for the police.
Oh, I won't try to get away. There's no escape from the dead. The dead.
Father! Father! Willis! His form is fading.
Goodbye, Julia. My task is over. We will not meet here again.
Father!
Julia, dear.
Take care of her, my boy. And remember, he who loves must solve the puzzles of life for others.
Well, that's the end of that scene. You folks come see us next time I has a birthday.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you now.
$106-year-old I mean today. Yes, sir. 106-year-old. Well, douse out them lights and we'll be getting down to business. Careful little story we've got for folks tonight. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers deep. And soon you'll see this old world roll back to the year of 1793. Soon you'll be in Paris, France, and the time of Danton and a Robespierre. The time folks calls the Reign of Terror. And there in the shadow of the guillotine begins our tale of the physician of the dead. The physician of the dead.
Je suis devant Marie de Breton. Je suis devant Philippe Jean d'Aubray. Je suis devant Louis Duplessis, which concludes the list of the 46 today executed for treason against the Republic of France.
26 names the crier called, Rene.
Yesterday, it was 79.
And tomorrow, there may be 200. Last week, I'm told, an 8-year-old boy fell into the trench they've had to dig round the guillotine and was drowned in the blood that had drained into it.
Long live liberty!
Yes, I have heard about the boy.
Germany aids the threat!
It's where we were born as the common people, Rene.
Yes. Let us find a more deserted street, Camille. This crowd wait here until they see the red hearses from the guillotine pass by. We see enough of corpses.
More than enough. One of the newspapers has gone so far as to christen you the physician of the dead.
I was not thinking of the work I do with your help at the cemetery. In our laboratory there, we study death to benefit the living. When all this madness is over, by the evidence of our research among those poor remains that are daily delivered to us by the executioners, I hope to convince the world that capital punishment should be abolished.
And you will convince it. Because the guillotine works swiftly, laymen think it's humane. And by its very speed in separating head from body, it must allow intelligence to...
We can't prove that yet. But I am positive that in time, the brain lives on to suffer. That a form of awful consciousness lingers beyond what should be death.
If we are only permitted the time to prove that.
We shall not be disturbed in our work while Danton remains in power.
No, for he loves you like a brother, despite your conservative opinions. But, René, do you think there's any truth in the rumors that Robespierre's trying to supplant him?
Danton is a giant, while Robespierre's a worm. The reins of government will remain in the hands of the giant. Oh, the beastly mob never stopped that constant cry.
Careful, René. Careful. If you were overheard, even Danton couldn't save you.
I know. I speak treason. But now I pity the poor devil for whom that cry is meant.
I don't. In their present weakness, they're paying for their past abuse of power. There can't be many of the nobility left in Paris now. Hidden, the rats must die of hunger. To venture on the streets without the citizen's pass means certain arrest. And that means...
Yes, it means death. Oh, I pity them. The women among them anyway.
That's the first time I've ever heard you express any emotion for the sex.
Aside from my landlady, there isn't a female in Paris who I know by name. And I'm quite satisfied with that condition.
Let me go!
Camille, the police have arrested someone. A girl. They're bringing her this way.
Hello, you're wrong. I'm not an aristocrat. Other than people, like yourself.
Liar! You have no citizen's pass.
I swear I have only lost my pass. I swear I have.
Pretty young thing. Oh, it's a shame.
Come away. I don't want to see them drag her off.
Wait! I see someone who will identify me. Someone who will tell you that I've only lost my pass. Monsieur, citizen, tell these people that you know me.
René, she's looking at you.
Monsieur, Citizen Albert, for God's sake, tell them that you know me. Oh, Citizen Albert.
Albert?
Come on, we know you. Your smooth white hands tell what you are.
Oh, Citizen Albert.
Wait, all of you. This girl has told the truth. She is not an aristocrat. I know her well.
You never saw her before.
Silence.
You can identify this woman, too?
Yes. She's a friend of mine, a very old friend. Aren't you, Solange?
Yes. We are very old friends, Monsieur Albert.
Money.
You see, citizen, that I've told you the simple truth. Monsieur Albert here will tell you that I'm merely the daughter of Madame Monsieur the laundress, and as good a patriot as any of you. It's true, isn't it, Monsieur Albert?
It is just as you say, my dear Solange.
You did not tell us before that your name was Solange.
You never asked me for my given name, but that is it. Solange Ledieu. Isn't it Solange Ledieu, Monsieur?
Yes. Solange Ledieu.
My mother is a laundress, isn't she?
Yes, your mother is a laundress.
And we live on La Rue de Moulin.
René, as you love your life.
On the Rue de Moulin.
You see, citizen, everything is as I told you. Now, please let me go.
Well, since this citizen identified you...
Why does the daughter of a laundress have such white hands?
Why does she say monsieur like the Aristotle instead of citizen?
Yes, it's lying.
He's lying.
No! I identify this girl, I tell you. And who will identify you?
Oh, he looks like an aristocrat.
Yes, make him show his paw. Take him to the side, you Stop!
I'll identify him.
And who will vouch for you? Aye! Take your hands away! I have a friend in Paris who will identify us all. A friend who himself needs no identification. Since you insist we go with you, take us to the home of Danton.
Danton? You're a friend of Danton?
Take us before him and learn for yourselves.
No, Danton, he's Danton.
I recognize this gentleman now. He is the doctor of the Clermont Cemetery.
Yes, he is called the physician of the dead. I recognize it too. This was one of the cut-up old nobles who Madame Monsieur King has started on. He's all right.
We're all right. No friend of Danton's that killed an aristocrat. Vive Danton!
Vive Danton! Vive the distant physician of the dead! Vive the good of the down and cure the My apologies, citizen doctor, for this most unfortunate mistake. My apologies to you also, citizen Esther. Citizens, cease crowding about these good patriots and leave them in peace. Away! Oh, there's nothing to be done here. Let's away. Some of these
You have saved my life, monsieur. What is your name, Citizen Albert?
I am Dr. René Ledru. This is my friend and associate, Dr. Camille Roy. What is your name, mademoiselle? Citizeness Solange?
I like the name. You have already given me so much, but I shall not tell you any other until you take me home.
Where is your home? Not on the Rue de Moulin, of course.
Oh, but it is. And in the house of Madame la the laundress. But I am not her daughter. She was my servant. You have risked your life to save mine, Monsieur Albert.
It is worth my life to have met you, Mademoiselle Solange.
It was nice of your friend to remember an appointment so that you could bring me to my door alone.
Now that we are here, perhaps you will tell me why you called on me, an utter stranger, in your time of need.
Because your eyes were kind. Your face was not inflamed with hate.
I am of the people who hate. Of the people who have gone mad with liberty.
You are of them, perhaps, but not like them.
And you? You are not like the aristocrats whom I have known. Oh, what is your name? You said you would tell me here.
I was Comtesse Charlotte de Croisel.
Oh, I do not like that name as well as Solange.
And I do not like Dr. René Ledru as well as I do Albert.
Then it shall always be Solange and Albert.
Oh, did I say that we would meet again?
Oh, but we must. You will need my help.
Perhaps we shall meet. But not for any help that you might give. No. No, we must never meet again. The Comtesse Charlotte de Croisel is a dangerous person for you to know. Goodbye.
Oh, please wait. I only know Solange.
You must forget Solange. Please release my hand, Mr. Albert. I must go in. My father will be worried.
You did not tell me your father was in hiding here.
I tell you now to show you how much I trust you. For his life to me is more precious than my own. He cannot escape from Paris any more than I can.
You could both escape from Paris if you had a pass to take you beyond the city gates. I can secure you passes.
Thank you. One who is a friend of Danton must possess great influence, I know. But even he could not save you if it was suspected you had aided such as I.
Sooner or later, your arrest is inevitable. And investigations can have but a single ending.
I know. But my father and I will take our chance.
You did not think of the danger I might run tonight when you asked my help?
No. I did not know you then.
Solange, tomorrow I shall have a pass for both your father and yourself.
My daughter and I can never thank you, Monsieur le Docteur Ledru.
Your passport is for Pierre Foucher, a tailor. And he would never say, Monsieur.
You must remember, Father.
Oh, yes. Citizen. I must seem a good Republican.
I'm sorry I could not secure you and your daughter passports for the same destination. But I was compelled to accept whatever I could get. You, Monsieur le Comte, will leave France by way of Toulon. You, Mademoiselle, will take the ship to Le Havre. You will be reunited in England in a month.
But, Monsieur, if it should be discovered that you secured those passports for us...
As long as Danton rules, I have nothing to fear. Monsieur, you must be starting.
Yes, you must go, Father.
I hate to leave you, my child,
But you will join me soon in London?
Mademoiselle will leave here within the hour. It would be dangerous for you to leave the house together.
Yes, I know. Goodbye, my child.
Goodbye, Father.
Goodbye, Dr. Littles. And thank you. Thank you.
What I have done has been a privilege and a happiness.
Let me open the door, Father. You must waste no more time.
Oh, listen to those dogs out there.
They are dogs who will bite if you do not take care, even though you have a passport. Remember to say citizen, and as Pierre Fauchère, the tailor, do not wash too often.
I will remember. Au revoir, and God bless you both.
He's gone. Albert, open the window. Let me see him as long as I can.
You are not losing him for long.
There he goes. No one molests him. No one tries to stop him. Albert, you have saved his life.
Within the hour, you too will be leaving Paris.
No, I'm not leaving.
Solange, you are tearing up your passport. Stop!
For my father's life, you have forfeited your head. While you remain in France, I stay here too.
You can't but foolish gratitude.
It isn't only gratitude.
Solange, you mean...
I love you, Albert.
Oh, my dear. I never dared to dream, to hope. Oh, my darling.
Take me in your arms, Albert.
My sweet Solange. My sweet Solange.
Here, I order of the Republic the list of 51 today executed in the Place de la Revolution for crimes against liberty. Madeleine Duchanel.
I love you, Albert.
The traitor, Jacques Renard.
Solange, I love
The
you.
citizen Hélène de Saint-Paul. The traitor, Jean Pedro. The citizen François de la Motte. The citizen Joseph Debray.
I've never heard of such a bridegroom. Darling, during the 10 short weeks of our marriage, you've done nothing but attempt to send me away from you. Are you so terribly anxious to lose me?
If I should lose you, darling, I couldn't go on living. And I'm so afraid, Solange. So terribly afraid.
But there's nothing to be afraid of. And nothing can ever part us, dear. Somehow, I feel that not even death could separate us very long. From dissolution itself, my love would come to you, and yours to me.
Yes. From dissolution itself, little wife.
Take your arms from around my waist. I'm not your wife at all. You wedded a frivolous young person named Solange as mercenary. A young person whom I've heard doesn't even exist.
You've been misinformed. It's a haughty countess named Charlotte de Courcelles who doesn't exist. As a good Republican, I would never have married her anyway. Do you know why I called you Solange when we first met?
Of course. You had to think quickly. And it was the first name that popped into your head.
Oh, no. When I saw your lovely face, I thought it all out in the hundredth of a moment. I said to myself, there is a radiant angel come to earth. Solange. It was clever of me, wasn't it?
Awfully clever, in the hundredth of a moment. Do you still think me a radiant angel after these 10 long weeks of marriage?
I think you are everything that's good and beautiful. To me, you are the sunrise, the flowers and green woods, the song of the birds, and the springtime.
And you to me, a God and heaven.
Oh, my dear one. What was that?
It's Monsieur Lamartine's dog, upstairs.
I never heard him howl like that before.
He's alone now.
Lamartine often leaves him alone.
You're so busy with your scientific work at the cemetery that you don't hear much that happens out there. The dog knows that Monsieur Lamartine will never come home again.
What do you mean?
At 1 o'clock this afternoon, he was arrested. He was tried and condemned at 2 and executed at 4.
Lamartine, our neighbor. That settles it. You must join your father in London at once.
Will you come with me?
I am in no danger here, and I cannot leave my work.
Lamartine thought he was in no danger. And is your work more important than your life?
Yes, because it may save many lives. It may waken the consciousness of men. Soon I may be able to demonstrate that in a so-called Christian world, capital punishment can have no place. To prove that after death from the guillotine's blade, For time the brain lives.
For a time the brain still lives. Oh, don't talk of it, Albert. It's too horrible.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I fear my theories are becoming rather an obsession with me. I am truly becoming what the newspapers call me, physician of the dead. But you must join your father without any more delay. Good heavens, I forgot. A letter from him arrived today, addressed to my laboratory, as usual.
Give it to me, Albert. What does Father say?
I didn't open it. I was busy when it came, and I just stuffed it into my pocket. Oh, here it is. Wait.
What's the matter?
This letter has been tampered with.
You mean someone has opened it?
Look. The seal has been cut off with a knife and carefully glued back into place. Someone has read this letter.
Father is always very careful. There'll be nothing written here to do us any harm.
That makes no difference. The fact that it was opened proves that we are under suspicion. Solange, you must leave Paris tonight.
Only if you go with me.
Very well. We leave together.
Can you secure passports?
I'll go to Danton at once. As long as he rules Paris, I can have whatever I request.
Down with Danton! Long live Robespierre!
What are they shouting?
Open that window.
They cry, death to Danton.
What has happened? What's the news down there?
Danton has been arrested.
Danton has been arrested. My only friend.
Albert.
Solange.
Stop pacing the floor, René, and try to pull yourself together. Danton's in prison, to be sure, but the man's a lion. Even that fop Robespierre can't keep him from having his day in court.
Oh, I know, but in the meantime, Solange is in deadly danger. In Danton lay her only safety.
You tried every other avenue to secure a passport?
Yes, my attempts were useless. I'm known as Danton's friend. Robespierre now holds the reins of power.
Still, all your worry may be in vain. Her father's letter may never have been opened at all. And anyway, you say there was nothing in it to arouse suspicion.
No. He wrote most guardedly as always. Oh, perhaps I am making a mountain out of an ant heap. But, Camille, if anything should happen to Solange,
I know, René, I know. But nothing will happen to her.
Oh, I shouldn't have left her to come here to the cemetery. I shouldn't have left her for an instant.
On the contrary, the only wise thing was to come to your work as usual and leave her at home. If you are under suspicion, to show the slightest fear would condemn you utterly.
It's almost 6 hours since I left her. Can't I go home now?
No. You must not leave here before your usual time. There comes the death wagon. Our daily supply of materials approaching.
I can't bear to look at it. To even think of it today.
You're a physician, René, a scientist. Take hold of yourself. You must not let the driver see you looking upset.
I'll be all right.
Hey, citizen doctors, your daily plate is here.
You let them in, Camille.
Open the door, citizen doctors.
Coming, citizen executioners.
Well, you've taken time enough about it.
Our physicians of the dead would have opened their door sooner had they known the splendid Queenstown mill has turned out for them today.
That's so. 93, no less. And soon we're to operate on the citizen Danton. He'll be as pleasant a morsel for Madame la Guillotine as was Louis Capet, who called himself a king.
Aye. Or his wife, the Austrian woman. She was a cool one, though, as she lay upon the plank.
But her head made the same sound as any other woman's as it fell into the basket.
I heard blood flow just as red.
Stop! For God's sake, stop, René!
Well, what is wrong with you, citizen physician of the dead?
Dr. Ledru is unwell. Pay no attention to him.
Eh? Unwell, eh?
Such a sickness is dangerous for he who cannot rejoice in the death of tyrants. He insults the Republic. We have a cure for that illness.
Yes. A broad knife and a basket.
Excuse the doctor, please. I assure you he meant nothing. You've left the bodies in the usual place?
Yes, they're in the pit outside. Orders are not to cover them up till morning. It's a chilly night. I hope they won't catch cold.
But this sack of heads we're leaving here with you. They're delicate and need the warmth. Good night, citizen doctors.
Good night. We're leaving you plenty of company.
Oh, the beasts. The foul, filthy, slimy beast.
Quiet, Rene, for God's sake.
I can't stay here with that awful sack tonight. I must go home. I must join Solange.
No! For her sake, you mustn't leave so soon. Come on. Work will drive the worry from your mind.
I'll try. 93 heads fell today, he said.
Oh, forget the horror. And think what we do. Perhaps, from such a large number of specimens, we shall find the proof we seek. But hurry. The consciousness we think the severed brain retains can't last long. I'll prepare the instruments. You select the specimens.
I cannot put my hand into that sack tonight.
Science should come before everything, Rene. You're my master. You know best what to choose.
Oh, all right. If we are to work at all, it must be done at once. Oh, how awful they are to touch. Here was an old woman. Here was a child.
Stop it! They are merely specimens.
Yes, merely specimens.
Rene?
In that sack, something moved. I felt warm lips upon my hand.
It may be the consciousness. The proof we seek.
The Camille. It felt almost like a kiss.
Elsie.
What's that?
Elsie.
Solange. She's calling me. She must be outside. I'm coming, dear. Solange. Solange, where are you? She's not out here.
Elsie.
Solange, where are you calling from?
Here. Elsie.
Rene. The voice comes from that sack.
The sack? No.
Yes. Elsie.
Oh, God help me. I must see. Solange.
Even in death, I love
Well, that's the end of that scene. Pleasant dreams, everybody.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
123-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 123-year-old. Satan. Tell folks to dart out them lights so's we have it nice and dark. That's it. Draw up some fire and gaze into them embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll be upon a ship that's bound for Africa. Africa was strange to me. Aboard that ship begins our yarn about a man who studies insects. Our yarn of the entomologist. The entomologist.
Roy, I've never known you to acquire such a sudden dislike for anyone before. Yet only a few days ago, when you learned Dr. Sternoff was on this boat, you could hardly wait until you were possessed of him.
I know. He's probably the greatest entomologist in the world. It's an honor for a mere journeyman bug hunter like myself to have him even say good morning when he passes, but Edith, the man gives me the shivers. That body of his that seems all arms and legs and the black whiskers, he reminds me of some tremendous spider.
Maybe that's what happens to men who study insects. They grow to look like them. My goodness, Roy. When you reach his age, you may resemble a... what is the bug you specialize on?
My future's safe. I go in for butterflies.
Then how attractive you'll be at 50. If a little flighty. Oh, but seriously, I think your prejudice concerning Dr. Sternoff is absurd. I rather like him.
You show it.
Why shouldn't I? His offer to escort me to Rogers' plantation from Cape Town places me rather deeply in his debt.
You cabled your brother not to meet you, that you were going to make the trip with Dr. Sternoff?
Yes. It'll save Roger a difficult journey from what he's written me of the traveling facilities in his part of Africa. And as Dr. Sternoff's own headquarters is so close to the plantation, it becomes a natural neighborly arrangement.
Edith, will you let me take you to your brother's place when we reach Cape Town?
Why, boy, you're going to Natal, you said. Roger is in Tomorrowland.
Well, I can study insect life there as well as in Natal, and I'd like to meet your brother, and, you know the real reason.
Oh.
The same reason that I followed you aboard this boat, that I followed you everywhere during the last 2 years. I'm mad about you, Edith. You turned me down so many times, I'm not going to ask you to marry me again now, but I'm not going to let you go traipsing around Africa with anyone like Sternoff.
Oh, are you jealous of a man twice your age?
No, I'm not, but I don't like the way he looks at you. I'm not going to have you alone with him. I'm going to take you to Tomorrowland myself.
Oh, Roy. Eventually, I suppose I'll have to marry you. The parent I can't lose you.
You only would marry me, but I'm not going to ask you again. It seems so useless.
You never tried asking me under such romantic conditions as this. Starry night, the deck of a ship, wild waves singing. Dreary road, the surroundings are ideal.
Stop making fun of me.
Well, if you won't propose, I can't make you.
I'm tired of hearing you say no.
I'm tired of saying no.
Huh? Edith. Will you marry me?
Yes.
What?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my. Edith, you really mean it.
I do.
Edith.
But I'll change my mind unless you quit staring and kiss me within the next half second.
Oh, Edith. Oh, darling. Oh, sweetheart.
Good evening.
Doctor.
It seems that I intrude at an unwelcome moment. Excuse me.
Oh, wait, Doctor. For the sake of retaining your good opinion, let me explain that I don't make it a habit to let men kiss me, unless my hair.
Dr. Sternoff, Miss Gardner has just honored me by promising
don't be stilted, Roy. I've just decided, Doctor, that Mr. Bolton will make me a fairly good husband. So we've just become engaged.
Mr. Bolton is to be congratulated. I envy him greatly.
Thank you.
Now, since you have Dr. Sternoff to talk to, I'm going to leave you, Roy, and go there.
Oh, Edith.
I'm tired. With the prospect of matrimony staring her in the face, a girl needs solitude and rest.
Well, I'll take you to your stateroom.
No, I want to be rid of you now. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Miss Gardner.
Good night, Edith.
A very fine girl, your fiancée.
Very. I think I'll go to my cabin, too. Good night, Doctor.
Do not hurry away, Mr. Bolton. Suppose we talk a while. When do you and Miss Gardner plan to be married?
We haven't discussed that yet.
You will take time, I hope. Affairs of such importance should not be rushed into. Perhaps you will wait until after you conclude your studies in Natal.
I've decided not to go to Natal. I'm taking Miss Gardner to her brother's.
Oh, that is a pleasure I had looked forward to.
Since we shall all be going to the same part of the country, I suppose there's no reason why we shouldn't all take the trip together.
No, except that I had counted on Miss Gardner's company alone.
Sorry to have disarranged your plans.
It is unfortunate that you have. I do not like my plans disarranged.
I don't like your tone, Doctor. Just what do you mean?
Suppose I hear your views on my probable meaning.
All right, I'll give them to you. If you think I haven't noticed the way you followed Miss Gardner around ever since we came aboard this ship, you're crazy. And I don't like the way you keep looking at her. As though she was some specimen you were tracking down. I don't like anything about you, Doctor, since you've asked for it. And I want you to keep away from my future wife.
You are so candid, I shall be equally so. I enjoy the society of your future wife. And as the future is such an unknown quantity, I do not intend to keep away. Also, as an entomologist yourself, you must have heard that I seldom track down a specimen in vain.
Why, you think...
I think your engagement to Miss Gardner is a mistake. One that may be rectified before marriage. Before you leave the ship. Good night, Mr. Bolton.
I wish I could have heard such a ridiculous quarrel. You must have sounded like small boys with chips on your shoulders.
Well, that's the reason I never told you about it until tonight. It was so utterly ridiculous. But it confirmed my suspicion that Sternoff is nearly as mad about you as I am.
Well, you don't know how flattered I feel. Two mad lovers on one small ship.
I don't believe you feel flattered at all. There's something too inhuman about that man's view to really want his attention. All you enjoy is my jealousy.
He's very strange. A little insane, I think. You know, he's literally obsessed with a desire for power. Rather peculiar in a naturalist who's devoted his life to the study of tiny insects.
Those tiny insects, if uncontrolled by man and not destroyed by their own warring proclivities, could annihilate all other living creatures. They are power, undirected.
He made a remark something like that. Said that someday a genius would develop a new species that would enable him to rule the world.
By genius, he meant himself, of course.
Oh, boy. You feel so ridiculously bitter toward the poor man. You say he threatened you that night?
Oh, he didn't threaten exactly. Simply said our engagement was a mistake that might be rectified before I left this ship.
Rectified by what?
By his personal magnetism, maybe. By proving to you that his charm so outshone mine that you'd give me back the ring I haven't bought you yet and take his instead.
Well, if that was his purpose, he's evidently forgotten it. I've scarcely seen him since that night. And tomorrow we land at Cape Town. Which reminds me, there's packing still to be done.
Don't go in yet.
Oh, I must. There's so many things to get together. And I'm sleeping anyway.
I'll take you to your door, then. Let's get married in Cape Town tomorrow, dear.
Oh, now, don't start rushing me again. Roger's the only relative I possess, and I'm not going to marry you without his brotherly blessing. Here we are. Good night, dear.
Sweet.
Roy, oh, let me go before someone comes around the corner.
Good night, dear.
You look so romantically sad at our parting. Here's one more kiss. That's all. Good night.
Good night.
Good evening, Mr. Bolton.
Huh? Oh.
I seem to come upon you always at the conclusion of a romantic moment.
You seem always to be watching for such moments, Dr. Sternoff.
On the contrary, they're very painful to me. I would prefer not to witness them. But let us not quarrel again. Our ship lands tomorrow. Let us simply say goodbye.
There'll be time for that when we dock in the morning.
One never knows in the rush of departure. We may not meet.
When Miss Gardner and I reach her brother's place, we'll be neighbors. Farewell seemed rather superfluous, Doctor.
I live for 10 miles from Miss Gardner's brother. Still, goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Bolton. Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Bolton. Here to be a sight room.
Oh, hello, Stewart. Yes, going to bed.
Just saw you talking to the gentleman with the whiskers. Something important you wanted to see you for, I fancy. Been hanging around this corridor whole evening.
Waiting for me?
We didn't try, but as he belongs over in Section A, I imagined he was waiting for someone, and he went away after talking to you.
He wasn't hanging around Miss Gardner's door, was he?
Oh, no, sir. He wasn't hanging around any place special. Just up and down the hall, yeah. Wasn't he waiting for you, sir?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
No, sir. Well, here we are at your door. Good night, sir.
Good night, Stewart. Oh, wait. We'll be parting tomorrow. I may as well have your tip off of mine now. Here. Thank you for your very excellent service.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here, don't bother looking for your key. I'll unlock your door, sir.
Thanks.
Here, now, just a minute. And now I'll turn on the light. Well, it's a good thing I came in. The light switch don't work.
It was all right when I left this evening.
There's probably a fuse down house. You just wait outside now. I'll let it take your exit. Oh, the door's slammed shut.
I'll open it, Steward.
Please, sir. I have called the devil's on it. Let me speak to you.
The spring latch is snapped. Where till I find my key? Here. Steward, my key doesn't work.
You don't?
Oh, that's funny.
Well, don't bother, sir. I heard this of inside here. That is funny. I can't turn the latch.
Well, what's happened to this lock? Worked all right when you opened it a moment ago.
I'll soon find out this. Maybe I can like this man. There. Oh!
Steward! Steward! Steward, what's wrong? Steward! Help! Help me, someone! What is it? What's happened? No. Steward's locked inside my cabin. He just screamed. Here, help me break down this door.
Here, I will just...
Here, together with our shoulders, now. Now, get in. That did it. Steward! Steward, where are you?
Yes. Oh, who has a flashlight? Here's one. Here he is, on the floor.
Very hot.
Throat has been torn open. He's dead.
Dead?
Who? What killed him? There's nothing. There's no one in this room.
What do you think killed the steward, Satan? That's right. But them as didn't understand what Satan said will have to come see us next time I have a birthday. And then we'll spin you the rest of our yarn about the entomologist. The entomologist.
Written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole.
And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah and 9-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, Hannah and 9-year-old. Now douse out them lights and we go on with that perfect story we begun last time you was here. Where we leave off, Satan? Oh, yes. We told how them two scientists who studied insects was both in love with the same girl, and how she naturally preferred the youngest and best looking, which made the other fella kind of mad. Well, sir, they was all aboard a ship bound for Africa. And on the night before they landed,
A steward on the boat went into the young fellow's cabin just ahead of him and was very mysteriously sick. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll be in an African jungle. For that's why we picked up our story now. And soon you'll hear more about the entomologists. The entomologists.
No question in my mind, Roger, that whatever killed the steward in my cabin was intended to kill me. The door that made him prisoner didn't slam by chance. A spring had been attached to it. The lock had been tampered with. If he hadn't gone in there ahead of me by the sheerest accident...
But what killed the steward?
No one knows. But Dr. Sternoff, I think. But he was with the captain at the time it happened, so had a perfect alibi.
You say there was no way for anyone to get out of the cabin except through the single door?
No, and nothing came out that way. One of the portholes was open, but no man or animal could have escaped through it. Unless they could scale smooth horizontal walls like a fly, they'd have had to drop into the sea.
The steward's throat was torn.
No, it wasn't torn exactly. It was as though something had bitten him there. Something poisonous, for it killed instantly, and the wound was frightfully inflamed. Yet if the bite was made by an animal, it was one of an entirely unknown species.
I've seen two such wounds as you described.
You have?
Yes. I didn't want to talk any more about this before either. That's why I suggested we walk out here in the bush tonight. He's upset enough about the whole thing as it is.
He refuses to believe that Dr. Sternoff had anything to do with it. Why, she'd have made this trip up here with his party if I hadn't absolutely insisted we come by ourselves.
I don't share my sister's trust of Sternoff.
You say you've seen two similar wounds to that which killed the steward?
Yes, on black boys in the vicinity of Sternoff's place. Only whatever bit them was not frightened away as easily and as soon as your steward's case. But when found, every drop of blood had been drained from their dead bodies.
What on earth?
The natives ascribed death to vampires.
That's ridiculous.
Nothing is ridiculous in Africa. The blacks say Sternoff set the vampires on the men. They call him the devil doctor around here.
I'll be glad when Edith and I are married tomorrow and on our way to Natal. I don't want her even in the same province with that man.
I'll hate to see you go so soon after your arrival here. But, well, I'll feel a little easier myself. Well, here we are back at the house.
The lights are all out. Edith must have gone to bed.
We've been talking back there in the bush a long time. It's late, but someone's still up around the place. There's my houseboy.
Effendi.
Must have something on his mind to make him run like that.
Effendi Garner, you are well of your sickness?
Sickness?
Yes. Yeah, you start back before your lady sister find you.
What are you talking about? Where is my sister?
Miss Gardner isn't here.
No, men come say Effendi Garner sick, hurt in bush. She go look see.
How long ago?
Half hour, maybe.
Roger, where do you suppose? Who was the man who came here for my sister?
Black boy come from devil doctor house.
Sternoff, come to the house and get our guns, and we'll find out what this is all about.
If he laid his filthy hands on Edith,
Take your shirt on. He wouldn't dare do anything to her. What? But the door's locked. My sister locked it, Nebu?
I know, see.
Never mind. Burst it open. Let me get a gun and start.
Now, there it goes.
Strike a light, Nebu.
Never mind. I can find the guns in the dark. Oh, what's the matter?
Something brushed across my face. Felt like a sticky silken cord.
There's something in this room, Effendi. Something moving.
Yes, I hear it.
Get those guns. It's an animal of some kind.
I have my rifle. A light, Nebu, a light.
Me do.
Oh, look! Shoot! Shoot! Hurry! It's running away!
Oh, there. I got it this time.
God, look at it. That's what got the steward. And your blacks here. It was put in this house tonight to kill us.
But no such monster can exist. It's impossible.
It did exist. There's its dead body. A giant spider, 2 feet long.
Easy now. Sternoff's house lies right back of that high fence.
You don't think any of those spiders are loose out here?
I hope not. God, where did such a monster come from?
I think Sternoff made it.
Made it?
Yes. The man is a scientific genius. I believe he's found a way to increase the size of a small, ordinary spider. I remember a paper he published some years ago hinting at the possibility of such a thing. That cord which thrust across my face was a strand of its web.
You hadn't felt that?
We'd have stumbled right into it. Then...
Don't speak of it.
Now I know why the blacks found dead here had been drained of blood. He thought that this little spider is too small to assimilate solid food. So he sucks the juices of his prey.
I'd rather believe the natives' vampire theory.
More pleasant at that. Think. Burnout, the monster who turned loose such things as Edith in that house.
We'll find her safe. He only wants to be rid of us.
He's in love with her.
The gate's unlocked. Quiet now. He thinks we're dead. We'll get him unawares.
I think he got the drop on us before.
But if he does, Nebo has reached Sumed by this time, and he's on his way here now to constabulary.
Sure you can trust Nebo?
Absolutely, where harm is promised Dr. Sternoff. One of the blacks that spider killed was Nebo's brother.
Come on, hurry. I want to get my hands on Sternoff.
He won't escape. He hasn't got a chance.
What? I have their guns. Find their arms. Let me go. It is useless to struggle, gentlemen. My black boys were selected for their strength.
They are bound to send me.
You see, gentlemen, it is you who have no chance.
You're not going to get away with this.
I must contradict you. You have been very lucky twice, Mr. Bolton, but no luck holds good forever.
Look here, Sternoff. You'd better turn my sister over to us and let us go while you have the opportunity to save your life. In half an hour, the Sumet constabulary will be here. They'll tear you to pieces if you harmed us.
I anticipate no trouble from Sumet. You see, I have here another prisoner besides yourself and Edith.
Nebo!
Nebo! There is Nebo on his head, Effendi.
Lord!
My boys brought the faithful servant down almost directly he left your house. Now, Mr. Bolton, I intend to prove that your engagement to Miss Gardner was a mistake. A mistake that shall be rectified tonight forever. Take these white men to my laboratory.
Yes,
As a student of insect life, Mr. Bolton, you will appreciate the specimens I am about to show you, whom you will meet intimately. Spiders, gentlemen. Giant spiders. Monster insects that will make me master of the world. Look at them in their cages behind these bars. Spiders. I made them giant. Look at them. Hairy, eight-legged monsters whose poison pulses will kill an elephant. Harmless in their cages now, but soon they'll be swarming about you in this room. You can't. You won't. But I can. I shall. This lever here opens every cage at once. I shall press it just as I myself go out this door to safety. Alfu! Marty! Cut the ropes which bind the white man's hands.
Yes, Effendi.
I wish your bodies free. Through the glass panel of this door, it will be a better show to see you try to fight my baby.
What a rotten beast you are. And he has Edith in this filthy house.
Edith is upstairs, quite safe and ignorant of your presence here. She will be ignorant of how you die. She is very fortunate to be chosen for my mate. As I shall be the master, she will be mistress of the world which I will rule by giant insects who are power.
You're mad. Even a madman can't go through with him.
It's useless, boy. We haven't got a chance. Sternoff, if you have a single strain of decency in your carcass before you turn those things upon us, give us a drink.
A drink?
Yes, whiskey. God, we've got to have something to nerve us before you open those cages.
Oh, don't ask that swine for anything, Roger. Let him pull his lever and get it over.
No. I can't bear to think of those spiders coming at us. I'll go crazy, Sternoff. So I won't know what's happening. I'll cheat you out of your show. Whiskey, Sternoff, whiskey. The least you can do is grant me that.
The brother of my future mate has a streak of yellow. Bring them whiskey.
Yes, Effendi.
Not from me. I want nothing from you.
Whiskey for me. Whiskey, for God's sake.
Give it to him.
Here, Effendi.
Thanks.
Get out, you black, so you won't see a white man whine.
We go, Effendi.
His boy, Nebo. Rocky has him secure outside.
Nebo cannot get away, Effendi.
Get out, both of you.
White man now on bound. Maybe danger you, Effendi.
I have a pistol in my hand, haven't I? If I haven't the nerve to try anything, get out and close that door.
Yes, Effendi.
I'm impatient for my show to start. Drink your whiskey, you yellow dog.
Yes, a drink. Whiskey. For you, Sternoff. I just wanted to drink, but I saw it in your eyes.
I'm blind. I can't see it.
Grab his pistol, Roy.
I've already got it.
Roger, he stumbled against that lever. The cages are opening.
Quick, out that door.
No, you will not.
He's locked it. Open that door, Sternoff. You fool. Those spiders will kill you as well as us.
Oh, no, I'm their master, their creator.
Get the teeth on him, Roy.
No!
He's thrown it among those spiders.
They're coming from their cages, coming from all sides.
Come, my babies, with your poison time.
Roy, smash that glass panel in the door.
Yes.
Quick, they're almost on us.
I have it.
Right.
There's Nebo outside. Nebo, he's free. He opened this door.
No. You cannot get away.
Edith.
Nebo found me and set me free.
Nebo, you were a prisoner, too. How did you...
Doctor, man, you judge people well. I have hit a knife. They're dead. Come on, come away, quick. Out of this place. No.
Oh, those spiders.
Look at babies. Don't let them get away. Run outside the house. The spiders are everywhere. Get them, my babies. Get them. No, not these. Spiders, Hanson, Turner. Keep away. I made you. I am your master. Keep away. Keep quick. They're having.
Don't look back, Edith. Run.
Oh, Rhonda, what are you stopping for?
You upset this lamp. There. He's got the place on fire. That's the only weapon that will stop those things.
Catching everywhere.
But we're safe outside. At last.
Good fire. Eat evil spirits. Eat devil, doctor.
And those spiders. Oh, please, God. Kill everyone.
Satan and me's just bitten that if you ever goes to Africa after hearing this pursy yarn, he'll take along a can of insect powder.
Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you, now.
113-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 113-year-old. Well, Satan, we'll be getting down to our yarn spinning if you'll tell folks to douse all lights. That's it. We want things nice and cheerful for our pretty little tales. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll be across the seas in the jungle land of Africa. British Africa, in what's called Tanganyika territory. Hear that chanting and them savage drums? With them begins our story of the Devil Mask. The Devil Mask!
8 o'clock. Those drums have been booming for a solid hour now.
We'll probably hear them until well past midnight.
I'll wager the drummer Johnnies will have aching wrists tomorrow, and the singers won't be able to speak above a whisper.
On the contrary, they'll all feel wonderfully refreshed. Such a ceremony to these tribesmen is, well, like going to St. Paul's on Easter morning or cantering through Hyde Park on a bright spring day would be to us.
Oh, you mustn't speak of London here. It's only a reminder that we're over a month away from there.
But we're leaving for England tomorrow, Harlan. You and Alec and I. And when we reach there, we'll find it no more pleasant than Africa.
You're right. For one finds contentment within himself, not in his surroundings. Well, one thing's certain. The foggy old London moon's never so beautiful as the one above us now.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
Gorgeous. It's like those we used to sit and watch so long ago in Surrey, as we...
Please, Harlan.
Because you're now married to another man, can't I indulge in spoken memories?
I wish you wouldn't.
All right. Rather a nice compliment those blacks out there are paying you and Alec, with their chanting and their drumming.
Yes.
Gadeo, the witch doctor's son, told me all about it, in his funny pidgin English.
I had already told you.
Oh, you simply said they were holding a religious ceremony to pray that you and Alec have a safe journey back to civilization. Gadeo's version was far more dramatic. He said this jamboree was to propitiate the devils, so they wouldn't harm.
That's why Monpo, his father, came here to the bungalow a while ago and muttered magic words about each piece of our baggage to drive away the devil.
Well, that mask he had on certainly ought to frighten them away.
It's a sacred devil mask, worn especially for this sort of ritual.
Rum-looking object.
Yes. Instead of taking measures to protect us, they think they're doing, they should pray to all their gods that we never leave the jungle alive.
Oh, why, Phyllis? They owe you gratitude. Gadeo tells me that you...
Oh, I've tried to treat them decently.
You mean that Alec...
No, he's treated them well, too. Except when he's been drinking. Then he isn't responsible.
In the 7 days I've been here, Alec's never drawn a sober breath. He's inside that bungalow now, sleeping off a quart of whiskey. And he'll begin on another the moment he awakes.
It isn't his fault. It's just the effect that Africa has upon some white men. When Alec gets back to England, he'll become himself again.
I hope so. No, hang it all, I don't. I hope the rotter drinks himself to death as fast as he can. I hope he... Forgive me, Phyllis.
I'm going inside. Good night, Harlan.
No, please.
Let go of my hand.
No, I won't. Now I've begun, I won't let you go till I've finished. Phyllis, when your father brought you to Africa, my regiment was sent to India 3 years ago. You were engaged to marry me. For 6 months after that, I received your letters. Love letters, just as I wrote every day to you. Suddenly, I heard no more from you. And months later, I heard you'd married Alec. I didn't mean to speak, but now... Why? Why?
Hasn't it occurred to you that I may have married Alec because I loved him and had fallen out of love with you?
Was that the reason?
Yes.
I see.
Phyllis! Phyllis!
Alec's awake.
Phyllis, where the devil are you?
I'm coming, Alec.
Oh, you're outside. Stay where you are, I'll come to you. Well, you and Lieutenant Lawrence being romantic in the moonlight?
We've been talking, Alec, and listening to the chanting.
It was that blasted noise woke me up. Where's my whip? I'll soon make that beggar stop.
No, you can't interfere with them. Alec, that ceremony is for us.
Huh? Oh, yes, so you told me. Oh, Monpo is driving devils out of the way, so I'll get to England safely. Nice of him after all the kicks I've landed on where he should wear pants. He's got a first-class Christian spirit. Don't you think so, Howard?
Yes. He finds it easier to return good for evil than I ever shall.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. You've got a first-class Christian spirit, too. Why, you even come and pay me a visit after I married a woman you was once engaged to.
Alec.
Don't worry, Phyllis. I ain't gonna quarrel with your ex-lover.
See here, Anson. I don't propose to...
Hey, don't get mad. I ain't mad. I like to have you around, Lieutenant. So you can enjoy watching my happy married life.
Alec, go back to bed, please.
All right. I'll leave you two alone again.
Please Here, I'll help you.
I don't need any help. What I need's another bottle of whiskey.
No.
Yeah. You don't want me to stop those black monkeys in the village from making a noise, so I gotta drink enough not to hear 'em. I got a bottle in the cupboard here.
All right. Get it if you must.
Of course I'll get it. Hey,
What's the matter?
the bottle I had in here is gone.
You must have taken it then.
No, I put an extra bottle here special, so as I'd have it when I'm in a hurry. Who's stolen it?
No one, Alec. Not a soul has been in this room since you fell asleep, except Lieutenant Lawrence, Monpo, and I.
Monpo? Then he took it. I'll teach that thieving witch doctor to steal my whiskey.
Alec, put down that pistol. Come back.
Take your hands off of me.
Harlan, help me. Harlan.
Now, you keep out of this, Lawrence. Let me go. Drop that pistol, Ed. Stop! You're breaking my arm. Drop that pistol. I've dropped it. Take your hands off
Get the
me.
gun, Phyllis.
I have it. Lead him to bed. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, yes, I do. I'm going to kill that thief, Monpo.
He's not a thief. He was never near that cupboard. He only came into the house to perform his magic on our luggage, to do us a favor, as he thinks.
That rotten blighter has my whiskey. Monpo stole my whiskey.
I think we'd better go away, and he'll soon go back to sleep. Yes, he's falling asleep now. Come on.
All right.
I'll kill the thieving blighter.
Here, you keep his pistol. I don't want him to have it handy if he wakes up again. He's liable to do anything.
To think you're married to that swine. To think you love him.
Harlan, I'm going to tell you the truth.
Truth?
About Alec and me.
What do you mean?
Let's go outside again. Please open the door.
Certainly.
When I said I married Alec because I loved him, I lied.
Phyllis.
I meant to go on lying. But after all, I owe you the truth.
Why?
You know that my father died of fever 6 months after we arrived here.
Yes.
That was when my letters to you stopped. The day before he died, a missionary came here. He was from the coast and on his way to the interior. Father knew that he had but a few hours to live. And when the missionary left, I'd be alone with Alec, who was the only other white man in 50 miles of jungle. Alec had often tried to make love to me. He was drinking heavily then. Well, he suggested to Father that if he didn't have the missionary marry us, I believe you understand.
The filthy, beastly swine.
Please. Nothing we can say or do will change it.
But we can change the future, and we will. Oh, my darling, you still love me. You'll get a divorce, and then...
There can be no divorce.
You mean you'll stay with this brute?
He isn't a brute. He's a weak, spoiled, selfish child who must have his own way no matter how he gets it, no matter who it harms. I'm his wife, and I must take care of him and keep him out of trouble as long as we both live.
You're not thinking reasonably. You've got to listen to me, and then...
Everything you could say, I've already said to myself. Now, we'll never mention this again. You've already arranged to return to England with Alec and me, so that can't be changed. But after we reach there, we must never see each other again. I want you to promise me that, Harlan.
No. If you must take care of the swine you call a weak child, then I must look after you until he dies. Or sends you to your grave.
Harlan.
How can you have sympathy with such a beast? Or consider it your duty to sacrifice our lives for his?
Can't you understand?
No, I can't. No more than I can understand why those blacks out there should repay his kicks with prayers that he was safe from devils. I can't understand why any rotter should get better than he merits. And I don't believe God permits such blind injustice for long.
Harlan. What was that?
It sounded like the back door.
Alec's awakened. He's gone out.
Oh, what if he has?
Yes. There he goes across the compound toward the native village. And he has a gun.
A gun? I have his pistol.
He's taken his rifle. We'll stop him.
But why?
Come on, quick. He thinks Monpo stole that whiskey. And if he reaches the village before we can stop him...
Oh, you don't think
He's liable to do anything. Oh, he's disappeared among the huts. Harlan, if he attacks the witch doctor when he's wearing the sacred devil mask, the other blacks will... Oh!
A rifle.
The drums have stopped.
I'll teach you blacks to steal my liquor.
Alec!
Look! By that fire.
Monpo, lying on the ground.
I said I'd kill that dirty thief.
Gadeo, your father isn't badly hurt. He isn't...
Look for yourself, White Monsieur.
Oh, there's a hole in his mask that's spattered with blood.
Shot between the eyes.
Yes. My father Monpo die as he have on the sacred mask.
Oh, Dale,
Gadeo know that you do not wish him die, right, missy? But for boss who did... Come on, the clone. Come now.
Dale, my husband didn't know what he was doing.
Phyllis, get behind me. They're closing in around us.
Keep away from me, you blacks. I'll shoot the first who takes another step. You keep back, Gadeo, or I'll kill you like I did your Stephen Fowler.
Another of you. Know my father people. It is the dead who pay you for what you do tonight.
Dead?
You have killed a priest as he drive them devils from your path. Now his soul will drive those devils on you.
That's funny.
When the sun rises in the morning, you will laugh no more. For you will own my father devil mask.
I'll own the devil mask?
With his blood on the hole your bullet make when you kill him. As you take his life, he gives to you his mask. Tamba Romeo! I'll father people no more close them way. You free to leave here now. When the sun rises, you will own the devil mask, and it will never leave you, come die.
Phyllis, it's nearly morning. Won't you lie down now and get a little rest?
Don't ask me again. You know I can't.
In a few hours, we'll be starting through the jungle for the coast. You can't stand the trip without rest.
Here I can watch that village.
Oh, if the blacks meant to attack this bungalow, they'd have done it hours ago. I'm convinced that Gadeo wasn't attempting any trick. The poor Negro really means to leave his vengeance to the dead.
His people believe the dead have much more power than the living. But I still can't understand the things he said about that devil mask.
Some other savage superstition, I suppose.
I've been in Africa too long to despise what whites call just savage superstition.
But you don't think that dead man's mask's going to harm him, do you?
I don't know. Gadeo said Alec would own the mask by sunrise. Since we left the village, those drums have never ceased. They're making magic there.
If the mask or anything else gets into this bungalow, it'll have to come by magic. Every door and window in the place is locked but this one, and we've sat behind a screen all night. I'm sorry I can't believe anything will pay that rotter his just deserts.
Harlan.
He's even safe here from the law. Looks as though I was wrong last night. And I told you God wouldn't long permit injustice.
Alec!
Now, he must be having a nightmare.
Come with me, quick.
Look at the foot of my bed. That thing that's grinning at me.
A devil mask.
How did it get here?
Look out of that window, Harlan.
Lord, the sun's rising.
After tramping through this rotten jungle all day, I'd like to sit quiet in my tent tonight and have a drink in peace. Will you two please stop talking about this crazy mask?
Not until you do as your wife asks, Ranson, and get rid of the thing. Why in heaven's name did you bring it with you? When you first saw it on your bed this morning, you were more afraid of it than Phyllis is.
I was merely startled. When I saw how frightened you two were, I made up my mind to keep it and prove what fools you are.
There's no use arguing with him further, Harlan. It only makes him more stubborn.
I'm stubborn because I won't give in to savage superstition. And I let Gadeo and the rest of those blacks know they weren't going to scare me with their mumbo-jumbo. You heard me when they all came sneaking around to watch us leave. I thanked them for their funny devil mask and said I'd keep it to remember them by.
Yes. And Gadeo repeated that you'd keep it until the day you die.
Then I'll have it for a long while, and it won't hurt me in the meantime.
I wouldn't be too sure of that. It wasn't presented to you as a love token, and it came to you somehow through locked doors and solid walls.
So you and Phyllis say...
Because we know. Don't think for a minute I care what happens to you. But your wife's terrified of that mask. The least you can do is to humor her fears.
If you must know, I'm keeping it because I like to see you bothered.
I guess that leaves nothing more to be said, Phyllis.
I hope not. Then I can have a quiet drink. Trying to scare me with an ugly wooden face that has shells for eyes and bits of filed off lead and brass for teeth. Yeah, and a bullet hole between the eyes. It was about this time last night I put it there. I'll have a drink to celebrate.
Let's get out of here, Phyllis. where we won't have to breathe the same air as that.
I thought that had shocked your tender sensibilities. Get out! Get out, both of you, and leave me alone. Tell my wife what a cad I am and how much better off she'd be with you. It won't do you any good, but she won't leave me. Get out! Get out, you swine!
Don't, Harlan.
Ah.
Come.
Wait! Come back! Where are those drums sounding?
Drums?
Yes, we're miles away from any village. Who's drumming in this jungle?
I don't hear any drums.
Neither do I.
Oh, what's the matter with your ears? They're getting louder every second.
There isn't a sound outside.
There's drums, I tell you, and voices chanting, like there was last night. Those blacks are coming after me.
You can't hear drums or chanting.
No, there's none to hear.
You're lying to me. Now they're just outside. They're all around this tent. Where's my gun? They won't get me without a fight.
Don't let him touch that rifle, Harlan.
I've got it. The fool's gone mad. Let me go. Let me go. Ah, look at the mask.
The mask?
There's blood on it, as there was last night. Fresh blood.
Oh, you're seeing and hearing things that don't exist.
You're lying to me. Lying. Drums are beating all around me. Blood is pouring from that mask. Drums keep beating all around me, and they never stop. I know I just imagine drums. There's no blood on that mask. But I see blood, and I hear drums. That devil mask keeps grinning at me. It whispers in the dead man's voice, and soon I'll die. It's going to kill me. Ah, no. Oh, no.
How long has your husband been like this, Mrs. Ranson?
It began 3 weeks ago, Doctor, in the jungle. He didn't talk as you've just heard him do at first. That began after we came aboard this ship.
Now he keeps it up at intervals night and day.
And you say this fixation concerning drums and blood is in some way connected with that African witch mask at his bedside?
Yes, Doctor.
Then why haven't you removed it?
You try removing that mask from his bedside, Doctor.
I mean to.
Wait. He's quiet now, which usually means that he's dozed off. Move very quietly so that he can't possibly hear you.
Why?
If you do as we ask, it will save much explanation.
Very well.
Ah! Oh, no. Don't touch that mask. Bring it back. If you take it away where I can't see it grinning, I won't know what it's planning. I won't know when it's going to kill me.
Here's your mask, man. Take it and get back to bed.
You won't take it away again, or you won't.
No. Get back in bed.
No.
You see why we haven't removed the mask, Doctor.
How did he know I touched the thing? His eyes were tightly closed. I didn't make a sound.
He just knows, Doctor. That's all.
Oh, drums keep beating all around me. The drums.
It's beginning again.
That mask must be removed without his knowledge.
Yes, but how?
When you called at my quarters and hinted what sort of a case this was, I prepared this hypodermic in advance. Now, you hold him tightly, Lieutenant, while I jab the needle in his arm.
Oh, let me go. What are you going to do with me? Oh, my arm.
Quiet, man, quiet.
Oh, you're going to make me sleep while you take away the mask. Don't do it. If you do, I'll die. No, please, no.
I gave him a double dose. It's hitting him quick.
Don't. Drums. The drums are beating me.
Now, take that ugly witch mask and throw it through the porthole.
There. It's in the sea.
He should sleep for 48 hours and wake up cured.
Harlan, the mask has bobbed up to the surface. It seems to be grinning at us.
Phyllis! The ship should be leaving it behind. But it seems to be traveling along at our side.
As though it was following.
You don't think...
Gadeo said Alec would own it until the day he died.
As much as it hurts me to thank you for anything, Harlan, I'm forced to admit that you probably saved my life by throwing that rotten mask overboard.
I'm not at all proud of saving your life, Ransom.
Too bad I didn't go crazy or blow out my brains when those drums were throbbing in my head all day and night. Then you'd have won my wife, perhaps.
Suppose we don't discuss that. I've called at your hotel tonight to bid Phyllis goodbye. May I see her now?
Did you say goodbye?
She made me promise that after we reached England, I'd never see her again. Our ship docked this morning and you rushed her away. I'm keeping my promise after tonight.
Well, that's simply fine. She'll be here in a moment. Knowing I won't see you anymore adds extra delight to being home again.
England. After 3 years in the bush, first-class whiskey instead of African trade slush, and feast your eyes on that roaring fire in the grate, no open fireplaces in Tanganyika. And here there are no savage superstitions that a clever chap like you can use to drive another mad.
What do you mean?
I've got that masked business figured out. You seized upon Gadeo's crazy threat that night as a means to drive me mad or kill me. You brought the mask into the house and put it at my bedside. It was your constant suggestion that made me hear those drums and see that blood.
You're talking like a lunatic.
Oh, no. I'm talking like a sane man now because I'm safe in sober England, where nothing in the world can frighten me. My wife can get along without your goodbye, Lieutenant. You're getting out of here now.
No, I'm not.
Get out, I say. Get out.
Alec.
Phyllis, you're just in time, my dear, to see your lover leave here. I'm putting him out.
No.
You can't put this. Pistol can. You're looking at my wife for the last time until the day I die. And that will be for a long, long time. Now, there's the door. Get out.
You have me at a disadvantage. Goodbye, Phyllis.
That's enough. Get out. What? Drums. Drums.
What?
I hear drums again. Drums coming closer. Drums in England. No. No, the mask is gone. At the bottom of the sea. The mask can't find me here. What's that? Who's at that door?
Oh, looking for Mr. Ransom, sir.
What? Who are you?
I was your room steward on the ship, sir. I think the lady there recognised me.
Yes, but why...
What do you want me here?
Oh, I've come to return some property of yours, what was fished up from the dock this afternoon. I remember seeing it in your cabin when you were so terrible sick about 2 weeks back, sir. And
What's wrapped in that paper you carry? What do you bring to me?
Why, it's just this, sir.
Oh! The mask!
It's swallowed.
I knew it when I heard those drums. And now they're throbbing my head once more. But it's not going to turn my mind again. I'll destroy it now for good and all.
Ah, you're thundering the fire.
Yes. Water brought it back to me, but nothing can return from fire. It's flame from which all devils come, and back to flames they go. I'll beat your rotten witchcraft now,
That shot!
It come from that mask, in the fire.
There's a bullet hole in Alec's head.
Between his eyes.
He's dead.
How?
Pull that mask from the flames, quick!
Yes, all right, sir. I've got it with the tongs, sir.
Let me smother out the flame.
The little rug will do it, sir.
Why take it from the fire?
To save the rest of our lives. Look. Look where the fire's eaten away the wood.
The metal teeth of the mask?
Our old rifle cartridges with the bullets filed to slugs.
And when the fire got them out, one popped right off.
Then Alec was killed by natural means. And all the other things were coincidence. Imagination.
I wonder. What do you think?
Satan, what do you think? You're right about that. After the husband's funeral, them lovers went right out and got a marriage license. Good old devil mask.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the Witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you. Now.
$108-year-old I be today, yes, sir, 108-year-old. Well, Satan, tell these folks to douse their lights. That's it, make it nice and dark and cheerful while you listen to our soothing little bedtime stories. Draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon you'll see a boat that's coasting off the shores of the islands a highway. Oh, highway. Where the flowers are finest perfume and weeds are rankest poison. Where there's happiness and life and sunshine. And where there's darkness, fear and death. Highway. That's the setting for our pretty tale we calls the King Shark God. The King Shark God.
Roy, just look at this bay we're coming into. That beach, those mountains in the distance. Get out of that chair and look.
Oh, I'm more comfortable sitting here within reach of a drink. To me, that bay is just Mayokona Harbor, where we'll get off this boat and drive to Kohala. I've lived in these islands for 3 long years, you know.
Oh, if you spent a lifetime here, I wouldn't understand how you can be so bored. Why, this is God's country.
10 to 1, you'll be fed up with the place before I was. Your capacity for enjoyment is handicapped by a lot of morals, while I, having no morals, have managed to keep a degree of interest. Thanks to the very pretty women here. Women and pineapples are 2 products for which Hawaii can't be beaten.
So I understand.
You'll be chump enough to only appreciate the pineapples. Lord, how time changes a fella. When you used to play hooky from school back in San Francisco, who'd ever have dreamt that you'd become a missionary? When I saw you step off the boat in Honolulu wearing a black suit and with a Bible sticking from your pocket, I nearly dropped dead.
Well, I thought the clerical black would probably impress you with my new dignity, so wore it purposely and nearly roasted.
I noticed you lost no time in changing to white when we reached the hotel. Now you look like a human being again.
Thanks.
You know, I wonder if becoming a preacher hasn't just been a change of clothes for you. I wonder if you're not still a rowdy underneath.
Well, what about you? Ever since we had our reunion 3 days ago, you tried to shock me with tales of your gambling and drinking and your love affairs. I wonder if that's not mostly pose, and if you're not still the good little boy you used to be in school.
No, I'm living now as I always wanted to live. I simply lacked the nerve to be myself back home where people knew me. Out here, nothing matters, but to have a good time in the easiest way you can get it. I wonder how long it'll take those islands to bring out your real self, as they brought out mine.
I think I've discovered my real self.
I wonder. When we were kids, you used to like the girls. Wait till we get to Kohala, and you get an eyeful of my Irene. I'll bet she makes you forget you came here to save souls.
Your Irene?
Oh, no, don't prepare to get shocked. Everything's perfectly proper. Matter of fact, this girl's so straight-laced, I'm thinking of making her Mrs. Caldwell.
But you're planning to be married?
Mm-hmm. They asked you to tie the knot for us.
You never mentioned this before. Oh, Roy, you were only fooling when you told me those wild tales of your dissipations. You were just trying to get my goat. Why didn't you tell me you were engaged?
Because I just made up my mind over this last bottle of rum. And I wasn't kidding about the other girls. This one simply got me going, so I'll do anything to get her. When I go back to the States, divorce won't be much trouble.
You mean you'd marry with divorce already in your mind?
You wouldn't expect me to go back to California married to a half-caste.
A half-caste?
Mm-hmm. But you'd never guess it in a million years to meet her. She's blonde as you are, speaks English like a Vassar scholar, and her name's Irene McGlennon. Yet her mother's a full-blooded Kanaka.
And you'd wreck her life by...
I'd only do what the average white man does when he's stuck in a backwoods native village for any length of time. Those who stay there, stay married. Those who go home alone. That's how Irene's father went. Only he'd been better off if he hadn't. He fell overboard before his ship cleared Mayokona Harbor, and a shark got him. They say old Kalima, that's Irene's mother, put a curse on him. The natives believe in such punk curses here. That means we'll dock in a few minutes. Come on, let's get our baggage together.
Yes, I'm anxious to get ashore, and to Kohala.
Hey, you wouldn't tell Irene what I just said.
Do you think I'd allow you to harm anyone so horribly when it's in my power to prevent it? The moment we reach Kohala, I'm calling on that girl.
Hey, Whit, come back here. Whit,
take your hands away. Let me go.
No, you gotta listen. I didn't mean a word I said. It was a joke, Whit, just a joke.
A joke?
Yes, to get your goat, to shock you. And you swallowed every word. I was only kidding. I'm mad about that girl. Look, I'm so much in love that I even carry a lock of her hair in my watch. And she keeps a lock of mine about her. I wouldn't do her any harm. I swear I was only kidding.
You could kid as you did about someone you really care for.
It was in rotten taste, I know, but I wanted to shock you. Oh, I've been drinking too much today. The liquor made me forget I was going too far. Oh, you won't say anything to Irene when you meet her? Promise you won't.
I'm not sure you're telling me the truth, Roy.
Yes, I am honest. Like we used to say as kids, cross my heart and hope to die.
All right, I believe you.
Oh, I knew you would.
Oh, what are they shouting about back there?
Oh, guess they've sighted a shark.
Oh, where? I've never seen one.
Everyone's running toward the stern. If you want to look, come on.
Here. I see it.
Yeah, and it's a big one, a man-eater. What the natives call a man-child.
No, that shark, no man-child. That shark, come who alive.
What did that Kanaka say?
Oh, he corrected me. He said that the fish was no ordinary man-child, but Kamahoalai, the king shark god.
King shark god?
Yeah, some of these dumb Kanakas worship sharks. Still do, I guess. Oh, they're full of crazy superstitions. Say, is that thunder?
Thunder?
Can't you hear it?
I don't hear a thing except those people about us.
Funny. I hear it. Now it's growing louder.
Roy, your face is white as a sheet. What's wrong?
I feel suddenly dizzy. Too much liquor, I suppose.
Well, let me help you to a chair, old man.
Oh, no, I'm all right. You still don't hear any thunder?
No.
Wonder what's the matter with me?
Oh, you better sit down. Come on.
No. I wish that thunder had stopped roaring in my head. It's like a voice. A voice that's calling me. Calling from the water. Calling louder. Always louder.
Roy.
It is a voice that's calling. A voice I've got to answer.
Come back here. Roy! Stop that man. He's climbing on the rail.
Stop him!
Lord! Roy!
I've got to answer!
And that was the last we saw of Roy, Dr. Rainey, or of the huge shark. Just blood and rippling water.
Your introduction to Hawaii hasn't been a very happy one, Mr. Mason.
No, it all seemed so beautiful. And then... Doctor, you saw a lot of Roy during the years he spent here in Kohala. Was the insanity that caused him to jump overboard a sudden thing, or had you noticed indications that his mind was affected?
You think insanity was responsible for Roy's death?
Of course, it's the only explanation. I've told you how he acted just before.
He heard thunder that called him, you said?
Yes.
Mr. Mason, did Roy say anything to you about a woman?
Why, he mentioned a number of women.
Yeah, knowing his nature, I've no doubt of that. But did he speak of a particular girl here in Kohala, a half-caste girl named Irene McGlennon?
Yes.
Was he planning to play her some sort of a dirty trick?
Why do you ask that?
Because Irene McGlennon's father jumped off a boat for no apparent reason when he planned to play a dirty trick on Irene's mother. And a shark got him just as one got Roy Caldwell.
Roy told me that story. The coincidence hadn't occurred to me before.
There have been several coincidences connected with the McGlennons. Before Roy, 2 other young white men who were interested in Irene met mysterious deaths in shark-infested waters.
What are you driving at, Doctor?
Mr. Mason, only 160-odd years ago, this land was unknown to white men and what we call civilization. Oh, with help from the Chinese and Japs, we've done a lot to it in a short time. May heaven forgive us. But we haven't yet destroyed all that was here before we came.
I'm afraid I don't understand you.
And you won't until you learn these islands for yourself. I think you're a human being in spite of your black broadcloth. Take an old sinner's advice and keep away from Irene McGlennon.
I'm here in Kohala to preach the gospel, Doctor, not to become interested in any woman.
Stick to those principles and you'll be all right. Otherwise... Do you know what taboo means?
It's a native word that means forbidden.
Exactly. I'm going to tell you what Roy Caldwell knew and didn't heed. This girl's mother is an Hawaiian. She's a priestess of the old gods and the old order which our civilization has only touched. The man she loved gave her cause to hate his race. And the Kanakas say Irene, her daughter, is taboo to white men.
May I say how much I enjoyed your sermon, Mr. Mason?
Miss McGlennon, I'm so glad to see you.
I'm flattered that you remember me. We've only met once before, you know, when you and Dr. Rainey brought me the news about poor Mr. Caldwell.
I hope you've recovered from the terrible shock of that news.
Your inspiring sermons have helped me to forget. I felt as though you talked directly to me from the pulpit.
I have. You haven't been out of my mind a single moment since I met you. I mean, when I've seen you and your mother in church, I've hoped I could help you forget poor Roy.
I understand. Well, you haven't met my mother, have you?
No.
Mother, will you come here?
Yes, me come.
This is Mr. Mason, Mother.
How you do?
I'm very happy to know you, Mrs. McLennan.
My name Kalima.
Mother prefers to be called by her Hawaiian name.
Yeah, Kalima.
I see. Perhaps, Miss McLennan, you also...
Oh, no. My native name would be a little difficult for strangers to pronounce. It's Kanahaiaweo.
Oh, that's such a beautiful name. I like to call you Kanahaiaweo when I cease to be a stranger.
Well, to advance our friendship, won't you visit Mother and me some evening?
I'd love to.
Well, how will this coming Thursday be? You'll have dinner with us?
Thursday will be splendid.
Good. Come Thursday.
Thank you, Mrs. McLennan.
Me Kalima.
Oh, yes, of course. Excuse me.
Now we must be going, Mother. For here comes Dr. Rainey to take Mr. Mason away.
Good morning, Mason. Hello, Irene. Aloha, Kalima.
Good morning, Doctor. Goodbye till Thursday, Mr. Mason.
Yeah, till Thursday.
I'll be there early.
Yeah, what's this about Thursday? You folks inviting the new minister to dinner or something?
Yes, Doctor.
Well, that's great. Nothing like getting a free feed when you can. If you and your mother don't mind, Irene, I'll come along too and have one.
Why? We shall be delighted to have you, of course.
I knew you'd say that. Glad you made it Thursday, though. That's my only free evening this week.
We shall expect you both. Come, Mother.
Goodbye, Irene. Aloha, Kalima.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Till we meet again, Mr. Mason.
Very beautiful girl, Irene, isn't she?
What? I really haven't noticed.
Oh, you're staring after her like a lost sheep because she and her mother have become such good parishioners of yours, I suppose. That's right, my boy. Always keep an eye on the customers.
I still don't...
I don't like this sudden religious fervor. Old Kalima's especially. You're the only unattached white man in Kohala now. It almost looks as though she wished you to become interested in Irene.
Oh, that's nonsense. The same kind of nonsense you tried to make me believe about Roy Caldwell's death. Please drop the subject, Doctor. You've harped on it ever since the day I met you.
And my harping hasn't done a bit of good.
Well, did you expect to convince me with your wild theory that old Hawaiian woman has caused 4 men to be killed by sharks? If it were possible for her to have such an impossible power, do you think I'd believe she or her daughter would harm anyone after I watched them in church every Sunday for a month? Anyone so sincere in their worship of God as those 2 women can have no treachery inside their hearts for men.
So you think they and the other natives in your congregation really worship our white God? Really believe as you do?
I don't think, Doctor. I'm positive.
All right, I'll say no more. Irene and her mother must have forgotten something. They're coming back here.
Oh, Mr. Mason, when we invited you for dinner, Mother and I made a very foolish mistake. Thursday is the one evening of the week we shall not be free. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Dr. Rainey. You said you were engaged on every other night, didn't you?
Yes.
Will you come on Wednesday, Mr. Mason?
Well, that will suit me splendidly.
Now, goodbye again, Mr. Mason, and Dr. Rainey.
Goodbye, Miss McLennan.
Hello.
Goodbye, Mrs. Kalima.
Goodbye. Sorry I'm so busy Wednesday.
The doctor knows we don't want him, Mother.
No matter. The young Heoli already look at you with longing eyes.
But his eyes look differently than other men's have looked. His eyes seem good.
White men never good. I teach you that.
Yes, they're all bad like my father.
And like your father and the others. We give this man to Kamaho'olahi.
Yes, to Kamaho'olahi, the king shark god.
Good night, Kanahaiaweo.
It's time I taught you to say aloha. Don't you like our custom of using the same word for parting as we do for greeting? It seems to make the parting shorter.
Nothing can make separation from you seem short.
You see me every evening.
That's not enough. It's nearly 2 months since I came first to call on you, yet it seems like yesterday. I never dreamed anyone could know such happiness as I found with you.
I'm glad you've been happy. Now I must go in.
No, don't go yet. There's something I want to tell you. Something I wanted to say for weeks, but lacked the courage to put it into words. Now.
You must tell me another time. My mother is waiting.
No, now I've started. I must finish before I lose my nerve again. Irene, I love you.
Don't say such things.
You don't care for me?
Don't ask me questions now. Come tomorrow night and we'll talk. Now I must go.
I won't let you go. You do care for me. I see it in your eyes. Oh, Irene, say you'll be my wife. Say that you'll marry me.
Tomorrow. I must go in.
Irene.
Aloha.
Why do you weep?
Mother, I thought you'd gone to bed.
Why do you weep?
No reason. Just because I'm tired, I guess.
Did you do what I say tonight?
No, not yet. Oh, you must give me time.
I have already give you time. Too much time. Come, I will. Have you fall in love with this white man that you must kill?
Oh, Mother.
Ah, you fall in love with this white man?
No.
That is well. It would be danger for one taboo. Very danger for a priestess of Kamaolai. There must be no more delay. The king shortcut has hung it long. Tomorrow we must have another sacrifice.
Oh, tomorrow is so soon.
Tomorrow is very late.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Darling, I won't let you stop me as you did last night. I love you. I want you for my wife.
Oh, don't say such things. And don't look at me like that.
My dear.
Don't look at me like that, I say. Can't you realize that I'm a half-caste? My hair's as yellow as yours. My skin's white. But I'm a brown savage underneath. A brown savage. Why don't you gaze at me as all others of my father's race have done? As an inferior, a female animal. As something they can take and break. Don't look at me gently. Don't be different from the rest. Oh, I want to hate you.
You poor dear. I don't care what your blood is. I only know I love you.
You don't know what you're saying. You must go away and never see me again.
You don't want me to go away. You love me.
Yes. Yes, I love you.
That's all that matters.
Then in the morning, you must take me to Honolulu. We'll be married there and take the first steamer for San Francisco.
You mean leave Kohala?
Yes. And Hawaii. Forever.
Forever?
It's our only safety. Yours and mine.
Safety?
Oh, don't question. Just do as I ask. Please. Oh, please.
I don't understand, but I'll do anything you wish.
I'll try to explain later. Now take me home. I'll meet you at the dock tomorrow at 10. A boat's leaving for the mainland then. But you must tell no one of our plan.
You mean except your mother?
No, my mother least of all.
You don't want your mother to know?
My daughter, Joe.
Mother!
Mrs. McGlennon.
Me, Kalima.
You're hiding behind those palm trees, listening.
It is a warm night. I walk on beach. You come talk. I hear.
Oh.
Mr. Mason, my daughter make joke to you. She no want to leave Kohala. But tomorrow, you go boat to Honolulu. Bring back wedding ring from there. Then you, she marry here.
Mother, you mean you'll let us be married?
I'll let. After Mr. Mason come back Honolulu. But Mr. Mason be away from you all day on trip. You'll be less lonely for him. Before he go, you take one lock your future husband hair.
A lock of my hair?
No. Don't let her have a single hair from your head. Don't let anyone have one.
Then I will.
I won't let you.
You will take.
No.
You haka kahuna kamahoalai.
Kamahoalai.
Irene. Kalima. I don't understand.
My mother has just reminded me of an old Hawaiian belief that the soul and life dwells equally in all parts of the body. If you leave a lock of your hair with me, it will be as though I had you with me tomorrow, even though you're away in Honolulu.
I've heard about that nation. I'd be glad to give you a lock of my hair, Irene. It's a rather pretty idea for people who are in love. But I really can't approve of any pagan superstition about it.
I cut the hair.
No, I cut it. Cut it carefully.
Now, you have.
And I shall keep it safe.
Yeah, well safe. For this lock of white man's hair, it means a white man's life.
I won't go with you any further. I won't go where that monstrous shark is swimming.
Come.
No. Oh, Mother, please.
Come. Kamahoalai call.
I hear his voice. I go to him. Oh, but don't make me do this thing tonight. Oh, don't.
We'll stand by his sacred water now. I tell we here. Oi kohanalai akua. Oi kamahoalai akua. Look, he come.
Oh, I can't look at him swimming there.
He's in. Kamahoalai hungry. You know our food he like for long.
You can't make me give him this man's life. He He's not like other white men. This one is good.
No white man good. Come, Holai, hungry. Give.
No, I will not give this white man's life.
You will not give life. You only give lock of hair to God in water.
No, Mother, please.
Quick, come, Holai, speak. He tired of wait.
I won't give it to him. I don't believe any more he is a god. He's just a monster, savage shark. That's all you are, a savage shark.
Come, Hawaii.
I won't be frightened. The voice of a god's not speaking. That's only natural thunder. You and my mother have taught me to fear this thing. You made me his priestess when I was a baby. Taught me his evil worship because my father had left you and you wanted revenge on his race. But I'm of my father's blood as well as yours. I don't believe in your shark god anymore. I don't believe.
If you do not believe, what harm can lock of hair in water do?
I've believed so long.
Yeah, and will believe until you die. Give lock of hair.
No, I've helped you send other men to death. But this beast can't have the one I love.
You give King Shark good lock of hair, or I kill your white man with knife.
Mother!
Give!
Here, Mother. I give you a lock of hair to give your God. A lock of hair. A life.
Yellow hair, white man's hair. I give come whole life. I throw it in the water. As you take the pot, so take the whole. As you take the hair, so take the life. Come whole life, take.
Oh, have pity. Have pity.
I'll buy the ring the moment I land in Honolulu, darling, and you'll be waiting here at the dock when my boat returns from there tomorrow. Then I've arranged with Mr. Evans to perform the ceremony. Irene, why are you so silent this morning? Aren't you feeling well?
I'm all right.
My daughter will wait you here by sea tomorrow.
I'll depend on you to see that she does, Mrs. Kalima. Oh, they're getting ready to haul up the gangplank. I must go aboard. Aloha, dear. You said that sort of goodbye made separation seem shorter. But if you really believe that heathen notion about the lock of hair, part of me is staying here with you.
Yes, and I have kept it safe. I have it here.
What?
All aboard, all of the tank.
I must go. Aloha, dear. Aloha, Kalima.
Aloha.
Kana, I will. Where you get the lock of hair? It is that white man's.
Yes, my hair is yellow too. It was mine you gave to the king shark god.
Your hair? I give my daughter life, come whole life.
Yes, you gave him my life, and now he comes to claim the sacrifice you pledged him. Aloha, I go to pay your debt of hate.
My daughter come back, Kana, I will.
Irene, hurry, babe.
Keep hurrying on the dock.
Irene! Ow!
The shark! The shark! There's blood on the water.
Irene, my darling.
My daughter, my Kana, I will. Oh, my Kana, I will.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. You folks come see me next week on my birthday, and we'll have another pretty yarn to spin ye.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
Another 7-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 107-year-old. Well, Satan, here this time for us to cheer folks up with another of our pretty little bedtime stories. Well, now, if everyone will douse out their lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark and cheerful. We wants gloom and shadow for this cheerful yarn. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see inside a house way down in Mexico. Mexico, where once a bunch of Indians lived. They're all dead now, them old Aztecs the Spaniards conquered, but sometimes the dead are very much alive. And now begins our story about the knife of sacrifice. The knife of sacrifice.
By gee, Mrs. Deegan, that's another robber we beat there.
We're certainly the champions tonight, Mr. Vire. Your deal.
You and I'll take him for a ride this time, Pete. I doubt it. I can't keep my mind on cards while that mestizo out there keeps up his rotten fiddling. Isn't he ever going to stop?
You're not still objecting because Manol chooses to serenade his beloved in this gorgeous moonlight.
If it puts that fat cook of ours in good humor, by gee, I hope he keeps it up all night.
So do I. Then perhaps you'll think of something else to feed us besides tortillas and frijoles. Tortillas, frijoles, and don't forget the enchiladas. If I ever get out of this infernal country, I hope never to taste, see, smell, or hear anything Mexican again as long as I live.
And that remark from a gentleman who was christened Pedro Jose Marie Morales.
Since we came to Zacatlan, Pete, you've certainly acquired a grudge against the land of your ancestors. Oh, chuck that, will you? You know the only thing Mexican about me is my name and my looks. I can't even speak the language of the blasted country. I wish you and your wife would lay off about my half-breed ancestry.
You hear that, Eunice? Pete would have us forget that on the maternal side, he's a direct descendant of the Emperor Montezuma.
All right, Pete. I promise never again to mention that you resemble an Aztec king, and that I'd give anything to see your bronze beauty draped in a feathered cloak and headdress.
Well, I got the cards all dealt. Pick them up.
Oh, let's not play anymore. Bridge in this tumble-down doby shack seems more out of place than ever tonight.
You didn't expect Ritz-Carlton accommodation on an archaeological expedition in the wilderness, I hope. Oh, Pete is down in the dumps tonight. Pretty soon we find what we came here to look for. And then, by gee, you feel fine again, huh?
When we find what we came here to look for, I won't feel anything. I'll be dead.
Oh, snap out of it. How can you be so discouraging when this morning we found the proof that we're searching in the right spot?
Proof? That obsidian knife? What does that prove? Except that some Aztec lost it here 400 or 500 years ago.
But, Pete, Dr. Meyer and I have explained that it's a sacred knife. A knife of sacrifice, used only by high priests. Such things weren't carelessly lost, any more than the altar vessels of the Christian church would be. I should say not. It was buried, hidden in the ground, and by design, not chance.
You know it's a clue to what we're all seeking. It's only a question of time now before you and Carl and Dr. Meyer find the treasure.
Oh, I know I'm acting like a bad sport, Eunice. But we've been digging in this godforsaken hole for nearly 6 months now, and... Oh, well, it's all right for Carl and Doc here. They're scientists. But I'm only a greedy engineer. I want the gold that's supposed to be buried here. And we haven't seen a glimmer of it.
We saw the hammered bracelet that mestizo found. Pure gold it was. And of the age of Montezuma.
So, like fools, we all jumped to the conclusion that when Cortez sacked the city of Mexico, some of the high priests buried some of the temple treasures somewhere around Zacatlan.
History agrees that much of the city's wealth was hidden to keep it out of the Spanish hands. And this is certainly a reasonable spot to look for. I know this is the place. That bracelet proves it. And so does the picture writing Carl deciphered. Also, the geological strata in which we found that knife this morning. That knife which could only have belonged to the kind of high priest who would have hid the treasures of the temples. And think of the ancient associations of such a treasure.
Boy, even with the cut which the Mexican government will demand out of anything, we'd be millionaires if you fellows are right. Gold. Pure gold. Millions and billions of dollars worth of it might be buried here.
The historical value.
Oh, the beauty of it.
It's only what it means in American dollars that interests me.
May I see that knife again? The one you found?
I certainly did. You pass it over, Pete. You're closest.
All right. Here, take it quick. I don't like the hold of the thing.
It hasn't very pleasant associations, has it? You say it's made of glass, Dr. Meyer?
Yeah. Obsidian is volcanic glass.
You're sure it was used for human sacrifices, Carl?
I've seen too many such knives to be in doubt about it. As human sacrifice was an everyday occurrence here at the time of the Spanish conquest, ceremonial daggers such as this were very common. The gods of the Aztecs were perhaps the most bloodthirsty ever worshipped.
How was the knife used?
The victim of the sacrifice was laid prostrate on a great green stone, curved upwards in the middle to elevate the chest. Then the priest plunged the knife in his breast and tore out the living heart.
Do you wonder I don't want to be reminded that such people were my ancestors?
You know, I have a theory that when the treasure we're looking for was buried, this knife was probably used to sacrifice a victim to the spirits of the earth, or to the gods of hate and war, to gain their favor, so they'd watch over it, as it were.
What gave you that crazy idea?
It isn't crazy. That's been the custom of all peoples. Some of them possessing a much less primitive religion than the Aztecs. And with the Aztecs, anything or nothing was made an excuse for human sacrifice.
Put that knife away. Out of my sight.
Yes, it gives me the shivers, too. Here, Pete. Put it in the drawer there.
Oh, don't hand it to me. I don't want to touch it again.
Oh, don't be such a booby.
All right. Give it to me. It's funny. When I hold it in my hand, I seem to see the great green stone you spoke about. And a victim for the sacrifice.
Hmm?
Now, you take it, Doc. Take it out of my hand. Put it out of sight.
Sure, Pete. Sure.
What on earth is the matter with you tonight? You haven't been yourself since we found that thing.
Oh, I'll go out and take a walk. Maybe I'll snap out of it.
Wait, my boy. I will go with you.
No. I want to be alone. I'm all right. That filthy Mexican out there has begun to play again. If he doesn't lay off, I'll kill him. You! Manuel! Stop that fiddling! Stop it, I tell you! Stop it!
Pete, you know he doesn't understand English.
You'll understand this by Pete!
Stop him!
Drop that gun!
Oh, no! It's
Oh, get that pistol.
Oh, give me that gun! Let me go! Take your hands off! Give me that gun! Doc, I've got his wrist. Knock it out of his hand. No! Help me hold him. He's fighting like a madman. No!
Pete, what is the matter with you? You don't know what you are doing.
All right, Doc. We've got him now.
Fortunately, his bullets didn't hit Manuel.
Yeah, he ran at the first shot.
What did I do? What did I do? You tried to kill a man, you fool, that's all.
I didn't. I didn't hurt him.
No, thanks to your rotten marksmanship.
Oh, thank God. Oh, keep that gun, Carl. Don't let me ever have it again.
Oh, what happened to you, Pete? You suddenly became a raving lunatic.
I don't know. Something suddenly, I just wasn't myself any longer. I was... Oh, I don't know. If I were as good a shot as you, Carl, that man would be dead. What happened to me? What happened to me?
Pete, pull yourself together.
What happened to me? Tell me what happened to me.
Make him sit down in that chair. I'll get him a drink.
What happened to me?
Quiet, old man. You're hysterical.
It's all right now. No one is hurt.
And you'll never do such a crazy thing again.
But what made me do...
Never mind. Here, drink this whiskey.
Thanks. I know what is wrong with you. You've always been used to the city. This quiet here, these woods, these mountains, they have been too different for you.
Yes. I've seen this coming for a long time. You've got to have a change. All of us have. You free men work like pack animals all day. And when night comes, the best thing we can think of to do is to sit around and play bridge.
We might play pinochle for a change.
But we don't play at anything. We all make work of everything we do. Pete's outburst just now might have happened to any of us. Carl was impossible to live with last week. And before that, no one could speak to Dr. Meyer. And I want to scream sometimes. We're all on the verge of a nervous blow-up.
Eunice is right. We've got to get out of ourselves occasionally.
But what can we do alone at night? Except play cards and talk.
We must do something it'll be impossible to take seriously. Something childish. Something... Oh, I know what we're going to do.
Where are you going?
I thought of just the thing. It's terribly infantile, but we may have some fun with it. And we can't take it seriously. I found it.
Holy smoke.
What's that?
A planchette table. I slipped it in a trunk when we left the States, and I'd almost forgotten I had it. We're all going to use it to talk to the spirits.
Talk to the spirits?
I thought of it when Carl spoke of the Aztecs making a sacrifice to the spirits so they'd guard their buried treasure. Maybe those same spirits will tell us where it's hidden.
But I don't understand.
A planchette table is like an Ouija board, Doctor. Only it writes messages with a pencil.
Well, it's awfully silly, but a lot of fun. And a change. Here, all of you draw chairs around this table.
I'll get paper and pencil.
And put out all the lamps, Carl. It's more spooky in the dark.
All right. Here, you adjust the pencil.
Oh, such a lot of nonsense.
But Eunice has the right idea, Doc. Nonsense is what we need. There. Dark as I can get it with all this moonlight streaming in.
Now, let's all place our fingertips lightly on the little table and hold a thought. Shall we ask it the exact spot to find the Aztec gold?
Might as well. That's on all our minds.
Oh, such a silliness.
It's good of you to try and make me forget I've almost murdered a man. I'm grateful to you.
Oh, Pete, please. We're going to play now.
All right. I wonder if the spirits could tell us where the gold is hidden.
Don't you dare take this thing seriously.
No, of course not.
Isn't it spooky, though? Sitting in the shadows that the moonlight makes.
How could you have thought that moon romantic, Eunice? It's a moon of blood, shining over a bloody land.
Pete, snap out of it.
I'm trying to figure out what made me shoot at Manuel. Maybe it's the blood of my murderous ancestors who tore hearts from living bodies.
Please.
Maybe this land of theirs is making me revert to type.
Pete, you talk like a fool.
Oh, stop talking altogether and keep your mind on the question. Besides, we're doing this for fun. You give me the creeps saying things like that in this dark room and...
I won't say anything more. It is a strange moon. I see shadows in it.
Oh, stop it. Where's the fun here? This thing don't move.
Come on, Planchet. Where did the Aztecs hide their treasure from the temples?
Oh, you've got to be respectful to spirits. Like this. Great spirits of the dead, give up thy secrets. Reveal to us the things that we should know.
Oh, such a lot of nonsense.
Quiet. The thing is beginning to move.
You're pushing.
I am not.
None of it is. It's the spirits.
The planchette is going fast. I ain't pushing. Pete, are you?
Carl, look at Pete.
Pete, old man. You're sitting in the darndest shadow.
That shadow wasn't there before. What makes it?
What makes this little table move?
Pete! Why don't you answer?
Pete is pushing the table. I can feel.
Oh, that shadow, Carl. It makes Pete look as though he had on a feathered cloak, a feathered headdress, as though he were an Aztec.
Pete! Why are you so still?
Oh, Carl, something's wrong with him.
Yeah, light those lamps.
He's choking. Though someone had him by the throat.
He's struggling, fighting with something that ain't there.
Oh, Carl, that shadow. The shadow of an Indian in a feathered cloak.
It is going away from him.
Light those lamps.
Oh, yes.
Doc, Pete's cold as a dead man.
Yeah, but he's breathing. And
Light,
his pulse is
light.
beating.
I got a lamp here. Oh, this is ghastly.
Oh, he's only fainted. He's coming to now.
Pete!
This land, blood of my ancestors. Carl. Doc.
Pete, what happened to you?
But now I know why I tried to shoot that man. Something's trying to steal my body. Something's trying to steal my body.
Pete, what nonsense are you talking?
Oh, Carl, look what the planchette wrote on this paper.
Doc, it's Aztec picture writing.
Pete wrote that. I felt him push the planchette.
Pete couldn't write it. He doesn't know Aztec.
But I know what it means. It tells where to find the treasure. The treasure guarded by the dead.
By Gee, this is the place. This is the place. Dig, you mestizos. Dig.
I knew that what I wrote that night would lead us to the treasure.
Pete, you couldn't have made that picture writing.
Well, if I didn't make it, who did?
I don't know. But I refuse to believe that there was anything supernatural about your fainting spell and the action of that planchette. I'll have to see the treasure actually uncovered before I'll believe this is really the spot.
This is the spot. And the night on which that planchette revealed it, at 2 different times, something gained possession of me. Body and soul.
This is the spot, all right. Ain't we already found a few things in the upper layers? Aztec things? In a minute, these workmen are going to lay bare the entire treasure. But I agree with Carl when he says all the rest is craziness.
Well, have it your own way. If the gold is here, and I can get out of this blasted country alive with some of it, I'll be satisfied.
What do you mean, if you can get out alive?
Just what I say. You believed a human sacrifice was made to ensure the guardianship of spirits for this treasure. I believe another must be made before those spirits will give it up.
Oh, rot. With the superstition you're talking lately, I'm beginning to think one of your Indian ancestors has set up house inside your brain. Snap out of it.
Signori! Signori! Pronto! Pronto!
Carl, Pete, over there. They found something.
Signori! Pronto!
Quick, come on!
Signori! Signori!
They found the treasure. They found the treasure.
What is it? What have you found?
Look, signores.
Bones. Look what they've uncovered, Carl.
A human skeleton.
See, signores.
And it's lying upon a great green stone. A stone that curves upwards to elevate the chest. The stone where the priest lay his sacrifice to tear out the living heart.
There's nothing we can do with him, Eunice. Since the men uncovered that green stone and the skeleton, he's absolutely convinced that the only way we'll ever reach the gold is by means of a human sacrifice to what he calls its guardian spirits. The man's mad as a March hare.
I wonder. It's been over a week since you found that stone, Carl. And that's all you found.
How can you say that when you've seen the vault of masonry it covered? Inside that vault must be the temple treasures.
But you have been unable to penetrate that vault.
Because the priests did their work so well. It's as strong as a modern safe.
You have modern tools, the sort that would force any modern safe.
We've had accidents with our tools. I've told you, one on top of another. But when we get that fresh dynamite from Mexico City tomorrow and some decent detonating apparatus...
Carl, why do you suppose the explosives you already have never failed to work before? Why will they work now anywhere excepting on that vault? Why do your tools break or lose their edges? Why?
If you're suggesting there's a supernatural reason, cut it. I hear enough of that stuff from Pete. He's got all the workmen believing it. Our failure to break open that vault has been due to simple accidents, coincidences. There's nothing supernatural in the world.
Yet, by the supernatural, you found where the vault was buried.
Pete lied to us. He moved that planchette table, and all the time he must have known the ancient picture writing.
And the location of that vault, and the great green stone that covered it? Oh, Carl, he's never been in Mexico before.
But if it was a spirit who guided his hand that night, why should it have revealed the hiding place?
Because it was blood-hungry, perhaps. Its sacrificial knife demands another victim. Oh, Carl, I've come to believe as Pete does. And remember, the spirit revealed that vault through a descendant of the race which hid it, not through us, whose ancestors destroyed that race and its religion.
If there's any truth in that bunk, Pete isn't in danger at all as he thinks.
No, but we are. Oh, Carl, I've grown afraid in the last few days. I can't bear to look at the moon at night. It seemed a moon of blood, as Peter's called it. His people worship the moon, you've told me, with their other gods. A moon of blood, shining over a land of blood. Oh, let's go away from here, Carl. Let's go away.
Before we open that vault and find the treasure?
Yes, it's not for white men.
You're talking nonsense. Tomorrow we'll have the new explosives, and then we'll see what's in that vault. I'm going to go and join Doc now. He's waiting for me.
Is Pete with him?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since this morning. Dear, where's that obsidian knife? Did you put it away somewhere? I took it from the drawer last night and laid it on the table here.
I haven't seen it. Maybe Pete or Dr. Meyer.
Doc hasn't got it. He was asking about it this morning. And Peter's afraid to even touch the thing.
I'll look for it.
Oh, don't bother now. I must run along. Be back in an hour or so. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. A moon of blood. A land of blood.
A holy moon. An avenging lamb.
Oh, Pete. Oh, I never heard you come in. You startled me. Carl just went out the other door if you want to catch up with him. Pete, what's the matter with you? You look so different.
Like perhaps the descendant of an Aztec king.
You're like the shadow I thought I saw before your face that night. The shadow that seemed to struggle with you, that you said was trying to steal your body. You have that knife Carl was looking for. You have it in your hand.
It is the knife of holy sacrifice.
Oh, Pete, keep away from me. Pete, I'm afraid of you. Keep away, keep away. Oh, Carl! Carl!
I cannot let you scream now. And only tonight will I remove this gag, that you may scream once upon the great green stone. A scream which may reach the holy moon of blood and the spirits of death which guard my people's treasure. One scream upon the great green stone you shall have tonight, as I plunge this knife of sacrifice into your breast and tear out your living heart.
Where can Eunice be, Doc? It's 3 hours since I went home, and she was gone then.
We should have remained in the house and waited for her. Now perhaps she has come back while we are out here looking.
But we did wait in the house until it began to grow dark. She never stays outside so late. All this crazy stuff Pete has been saying has made her afraid of the moonlight.
Maybe she's with Pete. They used to take long walks together.
Not since he began to get so queer.
When one is worried, Carl, one is never reasonable. Pete has not been at the digging all afternoon. I bet anything we'll find them safe now at the house.
Well, maybe you're right.
Come on back and see.
All right. She wouldn't be over in this direction anyway. From force of habit, I suppose, we seem to have headed for the diggings.
At the diggings is the last place she would be. She don't like that big green stone she got there.
Oh, come on. We'll get back to the house. The moon is becoming bright now. She's bound to be at home. The moon of blood, she called it. It does look strange and red tonight. Wait a minute. Who's that over there?
Where?
On the bank above the buried vault.
That man, or some mestizo, perhaps.
He seems to be bowing, making queer gestures.
Yeah, bowing to that vault. Now he raises his arms and looks at the moon. That's funny. Oh, drunk, I bet you.
But no, Doc. It's Pete.
By gee, it is. And acting like a lunatic.
He's alone. I knew Eunice wouldn't be with him. Oh, she must be at the shack now. Come on.
Wait. What's Pete got there? Look, that big long bundle he's lifting from the shadow by that tree. Come closer.
Let's not waste time. I've got to get back to the house, Doc. If I don't find Eunice there...
You'll find her there. Don't worry, my boy. But that bundle, Pete has laid it on the big green stone.
Let's not bother about him. I've got to find out where Eunice is.
Wait. That bundle, Carl. It looks like a human body.
Yes?
It's tied like in a sheet. We're too far away to see, but...
I can see. It is a body. And that's not a sheet. It's a woman's dress. Good God! That color! Eunice wore a dress that shade.
It is Eunice.
And Pete has a knife in his hand. That knife of sacrifice. Quick, for God's sake!
Carl, we're too far away. We can't make it.
I have to make it. He's a madman.
You got a gun?
No, he's a lunatic. I can't shoot a man who doesn't know what he's doing. Run! We've got to stop him.
We can't make it. Because he's mad, you've got to shoot. Shoot him in the arm, in the leg. He's raising that knife above her.
Eunice! I've got to shoot, and may God forgive me. I shoot to kill.
You got him. He's fallen across your wife, across the big green stone.
Carl! Oh, Carl!
Eunice, I'm coming.
Oh, lift me up here. Untie my hands.
Yes, dear, yes. Oh, my dear, my darling.
Pete is dead, Carl. The knife of sacrifice as he fell stabbed him in the breast.
What's that?
The bullet. That dynamite we left in there. That we couldn't make go off.
It's blown the vault wide open.
The treasure. It is ours at last.
Eunice.
Oh, look at that shadow by the vault.
Like we see before. An Aztec priest in feathered cloak.
It's gone now. Disappeared within that shaft of moonlight.
Carl, look into that vault. Our treasure.
Treasure? God.
Dead men's bones.
Und rusty Spanish armor. White men's bones.
That is the treasure of the Aztecs that we sought. A burial vault of hate and death.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. Come see us again and we'll tell you another pretty bedtime story. Well, you got to go home now. Satan and me's got business to tend to. Important business. Hey, Satan? Near midnight, Satan.
Written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Satan, suppose you tell these folks the big news we got for them tonight. What news? Why, about this being my birthday. That's right, Satan. 120-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 120-year-old. And now if you folks will douse out them lights and make it nice and dark, we'll get right down to business. Draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll see a forest across the sea in France. There begins our yarn about the werewolf. Hear his howl, half man, half beast. It's the werewolf. The werewolf.
Screams no more machine up there. And the big red wolf is at her throat. Your gun, Bob, your gun. Holy mother, guide my aim. You hit it.
He cried out like a man.
He's running away. Finish it. I attend to them. I go. Your father will set it up and I quit.
This is
If he's upon a pressure, don't fight his hot as that. I'll hold it down for me to stop. That's it.
It's the darkness of the moon when the red wolf brings the top. The darkness of the moon when man turns into beast.
Stop that stupid nonsense. Oh, why did you let her out of the house and run in this forest?
He thought he heard Monsieur Leconte, her husband, call outside.
He knew this terrible killed his way. He knew that she imagined his innocent
He would not have been gone before I dreamed of her intention. He clearly got the gun. The title seals the door.
We can only hope. No bandages. I was not Monsieur Leconte's home to help me watch her. I warned him that he's right here.
He has always gone away at this time. He's once on business.
This month, that business has cost him wife and heir.
Oh, it's Madame Leconte to live.
The body will recover. And think never mind. She isn't your present tales about that big red wolf until she herself believes that it is more than beast. And then to come upon it, to see it leave upon her, to shock and hurt and give her away.
He's the man bewitched, who lives the path of each darkness of the moon. His beautifulness has tonight. You've heard it cry out like a human soul. But Radab has left a bullet, and it has left a trail of blood. He will find it dead and bring back its wicked carcass.
The red wolf is an animal and nothing more. No man alive was ever transformed into beast. You believe a werewolf when dead or dying will assume his natural human form. If the bar brings back the carcass, you may perhaps believe the truth. What's that? He beat it up here.
His blood is coming down.
He killed the creature. He bears its blood in his arm.
And it's the body of a man.
Yes, a man. The blood trail ended at his side. Oh, I won't believe it. Oh, who is this dead man?
Hold your lantern.
Look, I have already seen.
Oh,
Charles. Yes, the husband of Madame. Now we know why he was always absent when the red wolf led the pack.
The darkness of the moon.
Those wolves, they have lost their leader. The human beast is dead.
Madame.
Please return consciousness. Don't let us see that body.
I have already seen it. The great red wolf is dead, but he shall live again.
Our mind is gone,
The werewolf shall live again. The werewolf shall live again.
And that is the true account of what occurred that night, my boy, just 14 years ago. You were born the following morning. I'm telling you the unhappy story tonight because through the present, so many exaggerated tales have reached your ears.
Thank you, Mr. Doctor. I wanted to know the truth. I see now why my mother hates me so. Why she would kill me if she were free instead of chained inside that room down there. I am the son of... Oh. She cries that night and day.
She's a hopeless maniac, really. If it has been since your birth, she's not responsible for what she says and does.
My mother hates me.
Oh, there, my boy. That's the best time. I'm with you now.
Oh, please, don't go yet, Monsieur the Doctor. Those wolves outside.
They're far off in the forest. You know they cannot harm you
But
here.
I'm afraid of them. I've always been afraid. Please, stay and talk with me some more.
Very well. What shall we talk about?
About my father.
You've been dreaming of him again?
Every night. His hair is red like mine. He looks just like his portrait there.
Perhaps that portrait had better be removed.
Oh, no, please. I like to have it in my room, and I like to dream of my father. He was a good man, the Shirley doctor. If he was what the peasants say, it wasn't his fault. He was a curse.
1,000 times I've told you, the peasant's tale is a lie. No man alive was ever transformed into a demon.
But they found my father dead.
An enemy had shot him.
A trail of blood led to his side.
It was dark, and nights like this, the barb had but a feeble landing and imagination.
Then why was the great red wolf never seen again?
It was wounded. By the law of the pack, its own followers devoured its carcass. That's the practical explanation of the whole mad story. Now go to bed and sleep.
Oh, please. Don't go. Those wolves.
Rene, you must conquer this foolishness before it conquers you.
I'm not just afraid of the wolves tonight. It's something more of a Shirley doctor. For 3 months now, when the moon is gone, I felt strange. Feel it more this time. Please don't go, Lisa.
Rene, you're overly imaginative because you're at the age of change right now. In the past 2 months, you've been growing into man from size. What's the matter with you? And you'll soon get over it. Now, just go to bed. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, my boy.
My mother. Whoa. They're calling me out there in the darkness of the moon. I won't listen. I won't join you. Oh, Father, in my dreams you said I couldn't help myself any more than you could. Father, you told me the secret passage from this room that you used to join the pack. Oh, no, don't call me. I won't come. No, you speak of blood. Yes, how sweet the taste of blood must be. What joy you tell me of. To lead the pack, to rend and tear with teeth and claw. Oh, no. Call no more. I won't listen. I won't come. I won't. I come to you, my brother. I come.
But, my dear Monsieur de Vanity, you're a man of education. You cannot believe the superstitions of ignorant peasants.
I believe no more than you, Monsieur le Docteur. But the fact remains that 8 years ago, Rene began to absent himself from his usual haunts 4 to 7 days each month. If a young man is transformed into a wolf during these periods, it's impossible, of course.
Preposterous.
But you are here to request for him my daughter's hand in marriage. You ask me to entrust her happiness to one who is eccentric, to say the least.
My dear friend, how often must I explain the reason for his periodic absence?
You mean he goes away because of his mother?
Exactly. His presence in the house excites her mania. So when he was a mere lad of 14, he concluded that by removing himself for a time each month, he might effect her cure. The first time he disappeared, I was mighty concerned about him, I can tell you. Till he returned and told me why he had gone away.
He always goes alone on these little trips of his.
But he's told us where he goes often enough. You see, our beloved France. Now come, monsieur, let's beat about the bush no more and sign the marriage contract. How can you hesitate? Rene asks nothing but your daughter. Not a single sou of dowry.
And though a huge red wolf is seen when Rene's away, a wolf whose coat is the same color of his hair, that is but coincidence.
Of course it is. Let me tell the boy that you can say.
It shall be left to my daughter. I abide by her decision.
Then the marriage is as good as made. She and Rene are outside in the garden. Let's call them. Rene! Dr. Hill. Yes, Doctor. Good news, my boy. Good news. You mean to feel that Barnacle is safe? Oh, monsieur, I thank you. My daughter shall decide later. Come, friend dear, we shall leave him to ask the question. The marriage is as good as marriage. I see the answer in her eyes.
Really? Is that what Dr. Dion has been talking of, Papa?
Yes. Our marriage, Sophia. I've loved you ever since we were children. I couldn't speak until your father gave consent. Now, will you have me for your husband?
I love you, William.
And I love you. Oh, I love you. I love you so.
Oh, William, you are weeping in our prayer to you.
You must not marry me. Oh, how could I be so selfish to ask you? I'd sworn I never would, then I couldn't help myself. But you must not be my wife. You must not. I am a curse.
Darling. A moment ago you were laughing. Oh, I know what troubles you. The foolish things the peasants say about you and your father. But even if they could be true,
Yes, Cecile. If the peasant tales are true, if you married one who turned the wolf to each darkness of the moon, he would live in deadly danger. For with his outer skin, his inward nature would change too.
Oh, you're talking madness.
Yes, madness. The werewolf is but a myth. Everyone knows that except the stupid peasant. Oh, I love you. I must have you for my wife. Dr. Dion,
Monsieur de Barnacle, Cecile consents. Bring in the marriage contract.
Cecile, I swear you will be safe. I swear you will be safe.
Come see Satan and me next time I has a birthday, and me tell you about the marriage of a werewolf.
Bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
$113-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, $113-year-old. Real Satan. Last time these folks was here, we started to tell them about that young fella named Rene, who turned into an animal at each darkness of the moon. Well, sir, this Rene in his normal state is really a fine young man. So when he fell in love with a girl named Cecile, he forged his wish to marry her, for he knew that when he turns from man to beast, he becomes a killer. But he loved her too much and did marry her, hoping she'll never discover his awful secret and that it can keep us safe. And that's why we left off. Now dash out them lights so she'll have it nice and dark. Draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll be back with us in France. Soon you'll hear the finish of our yarn about the werewolf. The werewolf.
Have I made you happy, Cecilia?
Serena, the 5 months since we were married has passed like a beautiful dream. And to think, until we actually knelt at the altar, you were still undecided that you'd let me be your wife.
But I've kept you safe, my dear. I've kept you safe.
Why are you always saying that?
Why? Husband is naturally concerned about the safety of his wife.
But husbands don't usually require their wives to keep a loaded gun beside their bed as you do.
Why?
And everywhere in the chateau you place weapons ready for my hand.
We've all been blessed by the bishop. And what did I say of it?
If a wolf should attack me while you're away on one of these monthly trips of yours. Your fearing dread of wolves is natural. It was born in you. But wild animals don't enter houses.
Oh, no, of course not, but... Darling, you will use the nearest weapon if one should. You promise.
Yes. But why do you...
Because I love you more than life. Because I love you, that's all.
If I could only understand.
Don't try. Just trust me.
A wolf is howling in the forest now. You're not far away yet. They never come any closer to the chateau.
Yes.
But listen to him. He must be calling to another of his kind.
Yes. Calling to another of his kind. I must be going.
Why must you always go away the night when the old moon wanes?
I've explained all that to you, darling. This is the time my mother's madness is at its worst. Dr. Guillaume tells me that now when I'm away, she's so quiet that you can even unlock her chains and let her walk about the house. You see how important it is I go away each month like this. That's the time her mind will clear. Then perhaps she won't hate me anymore.
No. But then she'll know how good you really are.
If I could only hear her say, my son. Just
I'll close the door so you won't hear her.
Oh, no, don't bother. I'm accustomed to that constant cry of hers. I've heard it ever since she gave me birth.
Listen to that wolf out there. Honey, it's closer than before.
Searching for an absent brother. It's late. I must be going.
Lady, why won't you take me with you when you go away?
Dearest, I told you why.
But your explanations seem so foolish when I turn them over in my mind. I'm your wife. You say you love me. Why don't you want me with you every minute?
I do want to, but, darling, please don't question. I must go now. It's growing late.
Wait. I can't help questioning. I feel as though I lived in Bluebeard Castle, where a door forever faces me. I must not enter. You ask me if I was perfect. No, I'm not. I never shall be until I know the truth about these monthly trips of yours.
Phil, I beg, don't question me now.
Yes, now. Why won't you take me with you when you go away? Where do you go when you leave this house, and why?
Phil.
And I've got to know. You've got to tell me.
I can't tell you.
Then I'll find out.
No. Don't spy upon me. Don't try to find me when I go away. It would mean death. You hear me, it would mean death. Lizzie, if I love you, I couldn't keep you safe.
Lady, what?
Promise you won't fire upon me. Swear it, Cecilia. I beg you on my knees. Swear. It's late. I have to go.
No one would plead like that except the one who feared discovery of some awful secret.
Cecile.
No, I won't promise.
I beg. I pray you. Take what you like, but don't attempt to spy upon me.
No. Now I know you'd like me.
Yes.
But there's something to find out, and I shall find it
No,
out.
no.
Yes.
Oh, my God, have pity. I must leave you so.
Oh, Lady, wait. Come back.
I'm late. I'm late. I've got to go. I've got to go.
You didn't kiss me. You didn't even say goodbye. Oh, Lady. I didn't really mean it. I didn't really think.
It might be a very good thing you did, Madame. Madame does not think I was listening to people. You ladies made some Paris are too well bred for that. As a matter of fact, the door was wide open. A bad practice came on Mrs. Clarkson.
Why did you close that door?
Because Rufus is privacy now. Madame wishes to learn about her husband's monthly absences. I may be of some assistance to her.
What do you mean?
But I know where he's gone each time that he has left you since your very recent marriage.
Well,
The information will be worth something.
have you done? Anything you like. Tell me if you really know.
I do know. Monsieur Lepont is very clever. Your provincial peasants have a superstitious notion that he becomes a wolf in the darkness of the moon. You who do not believe such silly stories are given another reason accounting for his absences. The truth is that in this house each month he entertains another woman.
You lied.
I know. The last time you thought he went away, I learned his secret. I waited until he went away again tonight before I spoke, so that I could offer proof. Proof, yes. My husband leaves this house for the railway station, so he says. But he circles back here and re-enters the chateau by a secret passage from outside. A secret passage? Leading to that room where his father's portrait hangs.
Really? Like he's trying to take it away?
Yes. But I have found a key that fits it.
You saw him enter through a secret passage?
As plainly as I see you now.
And you saw a wolf.
Not exactly. The night was very dark. But some minutes after he'd entered, I heard a rustling in the bushes at the passageway and could make out a courser's creeping form. And the wolves were howling in the forest, and I was frightened all alone and came away.
It must have been a wolf.
Who else? When there's a man.
Come to that room.
Wait. He will not be there for some minutes yet. And when he was seen to enter, a good friend of mine outside will block the passageway so he cannot leave again.
He was pressing in that room. I told him I'd find out. I told him. Oh, lady. I stopped him, Tom. When he took him by the back. You heard my friend say that Monsieur Lepont had entered from outside, and that the passageway was blocked behind him.
My lady.
Your eyes will soon convince us. Then do not forget, madame, you have promised me 10,000 francs.
Oh, you still haven't.
I said no. What's that? What is that with you, your bag? You look at your husband's wallet and his phone. You're the husband. Fancy this is husband. What do you mean it's really me? Oh, really? Me and the woman who prefers you. No, sorry, Emerson. It was clear that how he went away for that mad woman's sake. And all the time, still the dam will be again. No, I couldn't do it from the woman again. I only wish to let him know I found him out there, never see his tasted shit. And I left it. Left it. Tell me, please. The door's unlocked. Open it suddenly and fasten the door. Here it is. Bertha! The room is empty. Randy is not here.
The secret door is open. He must be in that passageway.
What's that?
A wolf out in the forest, but the sound came from that passage. It is not a wolf, then, for we know your husband's here. Come.
It's dark in that passage.
I'll lead the way if you're afraid.
But Bertha, I see two strange lights shining in that blackness.
Yes, like the eyes of a cat.
Oh, Lord. Go no further. Wait.
Oh, the lights are coming toward us.
Come on, Eddie. lives of our own. Yeah, don't let me at me. Oh, a great red wolf. Wow, it's a nice one. Something here. It's getting better.
I'm coming.
It's bleeding half on me. I'm in a corner. I can't get away.
I'll get the field.
Help. It's crouching for its
I
lead.
have no weapon. The field. There's a knife on my table. You can reach it quick.
Oh, hurry.
If the beast swings, aim for its throat now. Hold your point back to its body. All ready. Start.
It's riding on the floor. It's dying. The werewolf is dying. The werewolf is dying.
Papa, don't let that mad woman come in here. Look away from him, Richard. What is that in here? Oh, that wolf. Murder. It's dead.
The wolf killed it, but I stabbed it. I stabbed it with his knife. I only came here for my detective. He takes weapons everywhere because he feared a wolf would try to harm him. I thought he was crazy, but he wasn't.
Get hold of your throat. Your face is over now.
Yes, it's over. The wolf is dead.
Look here. Look at that wolf. Look, stop.
He's
Changing into a man before our eyes. The peasant's tales were true. He was
a werewolf. A werewolf. No matter what he is, I love him. And I killed him with a knife. He left here to protect me from himself.
I swore I'd keep you safe.
No, just stop. I love you.
You always could have.
I can't hear you now, Kitty. The werewolf is dead.
He is no longer there.
Stop him. When I come back, he takes his body in her arms.
He is no longer there. His curse is finished. He is my son. He is my son.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah and 17-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, Hannah and 17-year-old. Well, Satan, if these folks will just douse out their lights, we'll spin another of our little bedtime stories to ruin their night's rest. That's right. Nice and dark and careful now. Draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll see an island in the center of a lake in Michigan. Not so long ago, the Red Indians owned that land out there and worshiped the spirits of his waters and his skies. And they're what we're going to hear about tonight. The spirits of the lake. The spirits of the lake.
Those filthy Indians intend to keep that racket going all night?
Surely their chanting doesn't annoy you, dear. I was just thinking how weirdly beautiful it sounded coming across the water.
Beautiful.
Oh, I'm sorry you don't like it. You'll hear it every evening, as long as the new moon casts its reflection on the lake.
It's a pleasant prospect.
You're terribly bored here, aren't you?
Oh, naturally I'm bored. I'm not accustomed to living in a wilderness where I see no one but stupid savages all day. Now you say I'll have to listen to them all night.
But the reason I purchased this island so close to the Indian reservation was because I thought you'd find their customs interesting and picturesque.
Yeah.
Roger, why don't you take a trip east? Then come back to me when you're over your restlessness.
Fine idea that would be. My friends would crucify me for leaving you alone.
Is that the only reason you stay here with me? You do love me, don't you?
I'm married to you. Husbands are supposed to love their wives. I'm in no mood for romance this evening.
I don't suppose an invalid can expect her husband to be in a mood for romance, ever. But I won't be an invalid much longer, dear. I'm getting better every day. It's really very seldom that I cough anymore like that, but in a little while I'll be completely well and we can return to New York together or travel in Europe, anything you want to do. Oh, I mean to give you such a good time, to make up for the dreary months you've spent out here because of me.
Thanks for reminding me that to have a good time, I'm dependent on your money.
I didn't mean that. You know I didn't.
Oh, all right. Let's not talk anymore about you and me.
No. We don't seem able to talk of you and me.
God. I have to listen to that savage caterwauling much longer, I'll go stark raving mad.
Perhaps if you know the reason for the chanting, it might interest you a little. Two horses told me all about it this afternoon. You know, he's the old Indian who comes to see our housekeeper. She's his cousin, I think. And, Roger, it's the funniest thing that they call me White Goose.
Well, what about the chanting?
Oh, yes. Well, it's a ceremony the tribes hold each year at this time to appease the spirits of the lake. The Nibbanobegs, they call them. This is a holy lake to the Indians, you know. And they say that if anyone affronts it or harms its friends, the Nibbanobegs take terrible vengeance. Two horses spoke so convincingly of its terrors, I made a peace offering.
Peace offering? What do you mean?
I cast a bouquet of flowers on its waters. Instead of prayer, two horses taught me.
No wonder he calls you White Goose. Another month in this wilderness, and you'll be going about clothed in a blanket.
Roger.
Oh, I'm going out. I'll prowl around in the canoe and try to work my nerves off. Nama can sit with you. You'll enjoy her Indian grunting more than you would my conversation anyway. Now, Nama. Come in here with Mrs. Benton. I'm going out.
Huh?
Roger, why not take me with you in the canoe?
Oh.
We haven't been together on the lake in weeks.
Some other time, not now. Don't wait up for me. I may be late. Good night.
Roger, wait.
Well?
You're not going to the Johansson's farm again?
What do you mean again?
Why, I know it's quite all right, dear, but, well, there's been a little talk about you and that girl there.
Oh, there has, eh? I'm having an affair with Hilda Johansson, I suppose.
Oh, no, dear, no.
Oh, so that's what you have in your mind. It isn't bad enough that I have to be cooped up with you among these dirty Indians, but now I mustn't even look at a decent-looking white woman.
Roger.
Oh, how I hate it all. This beastly island, these stupid savages, this slimy lake. How I hate... Oh, I didn't say I hated you. I'll see you later. Good night.
Oh, no.
Oh, White Goose.
My husband doesn't mean anything when he speaks angrily to me now. He's really a very good man under me.
Oh, he'd better be good if he go out on lake.
What do you mean?
You give flower to lake today. You say Indian prayer. Neither nor begs now your friend. If your man not good to you, neither nor begs punish. Neither nor begs punish. Ah.
Hilda, I'm mad, insane about you. Why do you hold me off like this?
Because you haven't any right to be insane about me. You're a married man.
Oh, we're not children. You know I don't care a hang about my wife. Besides, it's only a question of time before she... Well...
Before she'll die, you mean?
Yes. She thinks she's getting better. The doctors don't tell her what they tell me. The moment I'm free, I'll marry you, Hilda. I swear I will. I can't wait for you till then. I've got to have you, Hilda.
Let me go. You'll only have me as your wife. I told you that before.
Well, if you really mean it, why don't you stop making a fool of me? Why don't you stop meeting me here by this lake each night? Playing with me as a cat does with a mouse.
Because I hope you'll not always be a mouse, but a man. And take what he wants.
What do you mean?
Simply that if you're so mad about me as you say, you'll not let a woman that you hate stand between us any longer.
Well, what can I do? Divorce is out of the question.
Of course. And our money will be taken from you.
Oh, I'm not thinking only of money.
I'm not thinking only of divorce.
What are you thinking of?
Of how mistaken doctors are sometimes. Your wife may live for years. Unless an accident should happen.
An accident?
On this lake, for instance. It's very deep. And there are sharp rocks near the surface that can rip a canoe to pieces. You might be paddling with her in the moonlight, not knowing those rocks were near. You told me your wife don't swim. She might drown before you could save her.
You're suggesting...
I'm only talking. But if such an accident should happen, you'd inherit all our money. Have me for your wife.
No. No. I won't. I couldn't.
You are a mouse, not a man. I'm going.
No, Hilda, wait. Hilda, don't leave.
I'm leaving you for good.
No, Hilda.
Oh, listen, you fool. I'm not satisfied to be just the daughter of a Swedish farmer. I want money. I want to live in a fine house like your wife has built in the center of this lake. I want to be a lady and swell it over people who despise me now because I'm poor. All my life I've dreamed of that, and I'm going to have it, for I have youth and looks and brains. You don't give me what I want, somebody else will. You say I played with you? Well, I play no longer. You won't see me anymore. Goodbye.
No, don't say that. Come back. Hilda. Hilda, I can't lose you. I'm mad about you. Hilda. Wait.
Well?
As you say, an accident might happen.
Accidents are common.
You will marry me if my wife should die?
I'll marry you when your wife is dead. Oh, Roger, it's wonderful to be on the lake with you again. It's been so long since we've been in the canoe together. I feel as though we were on a second honeymoon. Aren't you enjoying it too, dear?
Yes.
Oh, the world has never seemed so lovely as it does tonight. Isn't that distant chanting restful? You haven't complained about it this evening, so it must make you feel as I do. It sounds the prayer it really is. A prayer for the dying.
Is that what they're singing? The death song?
Yes. This is Indian summer. The moon of falling leaves. Of dying things.
Moon of falling leaves. Of dying things.
Dear, why, you're frightfully nervous tonight. Your hands are shaking as they work the paddle.
No, I'm all right.
You're not. You're so unhappy here. But soon we'll go back east. We'll only come to the island for a day each year. so that I can renew my offering to the spirits of the lake. I've taken the Nabag very seriously, you see, for I'm under their protection now, according to Nama and 2 horses. Oh, dear. Oh, be careful where you guide us. We're close to the sharp rocks the Indians call the Spirit's Challenge. They say the road to the villages of the happy dead lead over such rocks as that. Rocks with a knife-like edge on which only the good can keep their footing. The bad fall off into an abyss of eternal torment.
Stop talking that savage rot. Stop, I tell you, it can't frighten me.
Dear.
I'm not afraid of spirits. They can't hurt me. And men will say it was an accident.
Roger, you're mad.
An accident. That's what they'll say. An accident.
You're making for those rocks purposely.
An accident.
You mean to drown me. Roger, don't. Turn back. Turn back. We're going to strike. Ah! Ah! Roger. Save me. Don't pull away from me. I am sinking. Roger, come back. Oh, God, I pray thee. Oh, spirits of the lake. Punish. Punish.
Spirits of the lake is gonna punish that fella, all right. And when next you folks come see me and Satan, we'll tell you exactly how. There's a very puffy finish to this little bedtime story.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah and 5-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, Hannah and 5-year-old. Real Satan. Suppose we get right down to business and finish that cheerful little story we begun when last these folks was here. Douse out them lights. Old Nancy's yarn sound best when heard in gloom and shadow. Let's see, Satan, what'd we leave off? Oh, yes. We told about that married couple who was living on an island in a spirit-haunted lake, a tribe of Indians worshipped. The wife, who was an invalid, was pretty friendly with the Indians, and they taught her to make friends with the Neva Norbags, which is their name for their water spirits. Well, sir, her husband went northward and fell in love with a girl named Hilda, and this Hilda gave him the idea of drowning his wife so he'd inherit her money and be free to marry again. And as we left off our story, that's just what this no-good fella went and done, making it look as if her death was accidental. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. 2 years has passed since that fella killed his wife, and now he's married to the other woman. Gaze into the embers deep Soon you'll see 'em sitting in a stateroom on a railroad train. Soon you'll hear more about the spirits of the lake. The spirits of the lake.
It's the next station. Only a few miles now.
Anyone would think something was going to happen to you on the island, the way you're whining about going back there.
Oh, I don't want to go back there, Hilda. If you were anything but a human cake of ice, you'd understand my feelings about the place.
What a durable conscience you have. After 2 long years, the accidental death of your former wife bothers you as much as ever.
Hilda, for God's sake, don't talk like
Oh,
that.
don't worry. I hardly think anyone is listening at our stateroom door. You fooled the law for so long, it's not apt to get wise to you now.
Oh, won't you ever let me forget? It was all your fault anyway. You planned it. You drove me
I
to
had
it.
nothing to do with it. I wasn't even there. In fact, I know nothing about it.
God.
Snap out of this and get our bags together for the porter. If my folks are at the station to meet us, I don't want them to see you looking like a frightened cur.
Hilda, couldn't we stay with your family while we're here instead of on the island?
Live in a dinky farmhouse when I can swell it over the neighbors in that big house on the island? I guess not.
But, Hilda, I've told you I'd buy you a nicer place somewhere else. Hilda, I'll buy you anything you want, but don't make me go back
You could
there.
buy me the most expensive mansion on Park Avenue and wouldn't give me the kick of living on that island, owning that big house there, swelling it over the people who knew me when I was poor. You kept it from me for 2 years, but now at last I'm going to have it.
You don't understand.
Oh, yes, I do. It isn't just conscience that troubles you. You're afraid of the place. Afraid of an Indian superstition.
No,
You are. Your other wife made you believe there were spirits in that lake. Some sort of Indian goblins who'd make you pay for what you did to her. You said she called upon them as she sank beneath the water.
Yes. With her last breath, she called on them to I'll go with you, Hilda. Just let's not talk any more about it.
All right. We're coming in. If my family are waiting here, they can drive us to Two Horses' place, and he can row us to the island. Get those bags together.
Coming back in Indian summer. Moon, falling leaves.
Well, what about it?
Time. 2 years.
Oh, quiet. Who's there?
Powder, ma'am. We've come to your station.
We're ready. Open the door and help him get the bags.
Yes. Moon of falling leaves. The time of dying.
The house looks simply great, Norma. Never knew it had been vacant for 2 years the way you've kept it. I've been over every inch, Roger, and it's spotless. This squaw's worth a raise in wages. You like me for a boss, old woman? Huh?
Nama, your people are singing their prayer to the spirits of the lake.
It's from the moon of falling leaves.
Yes, I know. And a dying thing.
Me go now.
Oh, run along. Two Horses is waiting for you in his rowboat. Mind you bring back everything I'm sending you for, too.
Oh, Nama, wait a minute. Is the canoe in good shape? If we wanted to leave the island...
What do you mean, if we want to leave the island?
Here, I
knew all
Go
right.
on, get out.
Me go.
Haven't you any sense at all? The way you've acted since we landed here, even those stupid Indians know you're scared to death of the place. You want them to suspect the reason why?
Oh, I think they've always suspected. Now we're alone here. You and me.
Well, what of it? Get out of this kitchen. You better lay down a while, see if you can pull yourself together.
I'll try. Wait till I put down this window. I can't stand that noise of those drums, that chanting.
Oh, I'm not crazy about it myself. Looks like a storm is blowing up. Come into the living room. My living room.
No, Hilda. I can't get in.
Oh, I forgot that's where they brought her when they found her in the lake.
Yes, they laid her on the divan in there. I had to go in and look at her. Hilda, you think I'm mad to believe there may be spirits in these waters, as the Indians say. Spirits who love Bernice. who would punish those who hurt her. There was something queer about the way they brought her from that lake.
What do you mean?
It was as though the lake had taken care of her.
Taken care of her?
Yes. You know the slime that coats its surface in this month of falling leaves? Green, filthy slime that rises from the bottom and covers all it touches. Bernice's clothes were sodden. Weeds were entangled in her matted hair. The ugly slime had never touched her. The lake had not defiled the one who loved her.
What a booby you are. Your mind is so filled with crazy notions about the place you're only a step above a lunatic. Now that you're here and can see for yourself there's nothing to be afraid of, you may come to your senses. Come on. We're going in that living room.
Oh, you must be right. There can't be anything to be afraid of.
Of course there isn't. Come on.
Wait.
What's the matter?
Thought I heard a cough.
Cough?
Yes. There it is again.
There's someone in that room. Well, now...
Wait. Don't open that door.
What's the matter with you? You're white as a sheet.
Hilda. That's the way she used to cough.
You're crazy. It's probably Nama. She's come back in the house by the other door.
Look out the window. Nana's with 2 horses in the middle of the lake.
That's funny. I don't see how anyone else could be in the house. I inspected every room.
There's the cough again.
I'll soon find out who's doing it.
Hilda, don't open that door.
Get out of my way, you coward. I thought so. The room is empty.
Empty. There's the cough again.
It's from the next room.
Don't leave me, Hilda.
Oh, this room is empty, too.
Oh, thank God.
Funny that we both should have heard that cough. You've talked so much you've got me imagining things.
Yeah, maybe we imagined it.
It's going to rain. You know how damp it's grown suddenly?
Very damp. Suddenly.
Where did that come from?
What?
A moment ago, this room was clean as a pin.
What do you see?
Look there on my rug. A patch of... it's slime.
Green slime. In the bottom of the lake.
That squaw didn't clean
No, it wasn't there a moment ago. You just said yourself.
Oh, I must have overlooked it.
Hilda, look, there's more.
That spot wasn't there before. And there's another patch on the divan.
Slime. Green slime from the bottom of the lake. Hilda, the spot on the divan is growing larger.
It is spreading. What's causing it?
That divan is where they laid her when...
Stop that! There's a natural explanation for this. We gotta find it.
Patch of slime fell on my hand.
From where?
I don't know. It's falling all around us. Hilda, spot on the divan.
It's still growing.
Water soaked all over. It's on the day she lay there.
Well, she's dead and buried. It's from something else.
That cough again. She's here, though. We can't see her.
Oh, no, I won't believe that.
Water's oozing from the walls. And slime. Slime, green slime.
It's coming from the plumbing, rain, from something natural.
No, it's from the lake. The lake is going to punish us. I knew it would if we came back.
I had nothing to do with it. It was you who killed her.
It was you who made me. On the couch.
A woman's body.
Hers. As I saw it when they brought her in.
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Yes. Run.
To the canoe. Get me off this island.
This way. Oh, God, but if we leave the land, the lake will get us.
It is nothing against me. I didn't do anything. More slime fell on me. It's dripping from the trees.
Yes. It's falling all against us. It's falling on both of us. On you as well as me. Slime, ugly slime from the bottom of the lake.
The canoe is lost. Shove off.
No, not on that lake. That's what it wants. To get me on the water.
Wait, don't stand here.
I won't go on that lake.
Look behind us.
Bernice! The woman that we killed.
Shove off. Get away. She's coming toward us.
Yes. Her cold, wet arms are reaching out for me.
Paddle.
Yes.
She's reached the water's edge.
With her hair all matted, dripping from the lake. The slime that covers us has not defiled her.
Get me away. Use all your strength. Paddle.
Paddle. Snapped in two. Was eaten through by worms. Worms from the lake.
No, we're drifting. No, we're going too fast.
Something is pulling us through the water. Something we can't see.
We're going toward the rock.
Yes. The spirit talent. The road to death leads over rocks like that, she told me. Only the good can keep their footing on them. The bad fall off into eternal torment.
I'm not going to be dashed against them. I'm going to save myself. I'm going to swim.
You can't save yourself. She prayed the lake to punish us. It will never let us go.
No. Something's dragging me down.
Spirits of the lake. The Nibanobe.
No.
The rocks. The road to death.
eternal torment. Ah, cold hands. Pulling me down to the slime at the bottom. Bernice, you played the lake to punish. Slime. The slime that spared her will cover me forevermore.
Well, Satan, the moral of this story is that crime don't pay, especially if you lives around the Indian Lake. For if the law don't get you, then the spirits will. Come see me next time I has a birthday, and we'll have another 30 yarn to spin you.
One of the most gratifying things about selling a meritorious product to the American public is their fine sense of gratitude when that product lives up to their best expectations. This certainly is the continuous experience of the makers of Crucian salt. Letters from grateful users pour into them consistently from all over the nation, and every letter is read. As millions of users of Crucian know, there is a little pink slip in each packet. This little slip is simply to tell users that the makers of Crucian are glad to learn at first hand the extent of everyone's success with their product. Incidentally, the pamphlet in the package tells every Crucian user that a wonderfully informative 20-page booklet is available free for the asking. This very interesting, authentic booklet is entitled How to Achieve Stylish Slenderness Without Injuring Your Health. Many hundreds of thousands of people have sent for this booklet, and a great many of them have later asked for and received extra copies for friends, which only goes to show how people like to pass on to others good news and personally proven advice. Now let's hear briefly what Miss Rita Wilson of City Island, New York, tells us.
I realized I was getting too stout, 220 pounds, and my physician advised me to take Crucian salt. I am now reduced by 48 pounds of steel fine. I'm delighted with the result.
Then there's this report from Miss M. Kettner of Whistler, New York. She is a nurse and an advisor.
It's good news on for my whole family. Another night. I'm not glad to being a nurse on too long.
You're putting it plainly. To be burdened and handicapped by unwanted fat is altogether unnecessary nowadays, when you can get rid of it so easily with Crucian. It's the safe, sure way to use at a cost of only a few cents a week. Any overweight person can steadily reduce to his or her correct weight, and instead of ungainly fat, enjoy new vigor, new vitality, and a clear, healthy-looking skin. Crucian is not a purgative, nor is it a cathartic. It's a harmless, very gentle, but highly effective mineral corrective that brings benefit to everyone. With Crucian, you need no starvation dieting, no fatiguing exercises, no alteration of any kind to your regular, sensible way of living. Start with Crucian tomorrow. You're bound to be delighted with your modest investment if you see that the name on the jar is spelled K-R-U-S-C-H-E-N. And now for our visit to Old Nancy and the wise black cat.
Hannah and 13-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. Hannah and 13-year-old. Well, Satan, if you tell folks to dance out their life, you'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark. Yeah. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into them embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon we'll be in California, the land of the setting sun. And there you'll meet some people from the land where the sun gets up. To Chinatown, dear God, to the Chinatown of San Francisco. And there, in the house of two good Catholic priests, begins our yarn of the concession. The concession.
Now, my boy. Sure, there's no use you being discouraged because another of our flock has proved itself a backsliding. When you've been a priest in this Chinatown parish for the 30 years I have, you'll come to expect these derelictions.
But I was so sure of old Lee's thing, Father Guilfoyle. He was the one convert that I absolutely relied upon. And to learn that he died this afternoon with a Buddhist priest at his bedside.
Well, I know that was a bad blow for an earnest youngster like you who's just fresh from the seminary. I had many the same disappointments before I stopped trying to make Christians out of the wrong Chinaman.
Wrong Chinaman? Well, there can be no right or wrong.
Old Chinese, the wrong Chinese, to make converts out of paradise. But like old dogs, they can't be taught new tricks. It's for the young we must do what's right. For it's a new earth that needs to take root and grow to that.
You think that with the new generation our faith is making headway?
Of course it is. Have you seen that for yourself?
I'm not sure. I can't be certain of anything with these people. They're so peculiar.
Oh, they're not peculiar. They're just different from we are. They've all the white man's faults and all his virtues, but they express them in opposite manner. You know that in China the needle of the compass points south instead of north, but the people pay their doctors when they're well, and give them nothing when they're sick. The place of honor there is on the left, and the white is the dress of mourning. Oh, come, my boy, stop worrying about the renegade soul of all these things, who from his cradle saw things upside down from our viewpoint. And do you strive amongst the yellow boys and girls who were born on California Street, you'll find that when they take Christianity seriously, they take it very serious indeed. Well, it's not striking midnight. I said I won't jabber with you here, not a second. What with 2 masses, 3 christenings, and a wedding today, I'm tired to death. Better go to bed yourself.
Yes, Father. How long do you suppose it will be before I meet one of those Chinese who takes Christianity very seriously?
Bless the Lord will give you proof in his own good time, my boy. Just stop there.
I'll answer, Father.
Sonny, down on top of the midnight stroke like that. What is this o'clock at struck there?
Good evening.
That house, all it up today.
This is the parish house. Won't you come in?
It's down there for time, thank you. I bring compliments, my mother, Abu. His honorable wife soon died. All it has to is some confession.
What is it, Father?
This man says that a dying Chinese woman sent one of us.
Abu, wife died very soon. Here's some.
I just let it what?
Let me go, Father Guilfoyle. You're so tired.
Well, I'm never tired when there's duty to be done.
But I'd like to go if you'll permit. Please, Father. Let me attend this woman.
All right, boy. Perhaps you'll be the proof you were just now asking for.
Thank you, Father.
Here's some quick. Abu, wife soon died.
I'll be ready in a moment.
Who is this Abu you come from? Where does he live?
Abu, my honorable mother. At your place we live.
I thought I knew every living soul in Chinatown, but his name is strange.
I have everything. I'm ready.
Come, apple white, die.
Good night, Father.
Wait. Father, doesn't it strike you there's something strange about this message?
Strange? Just an old Chinese?
Awfully old. He looks like a dried-up mummy. There's something about him.
My father.
There's some bliss, apple white, die.
I don't like that messenger.
He comes from a dying woman, Father, a Chinese who's not a backslider. I must go.
Oh, yes.
Come, apple white, die.
Show me the way.
I show.
Good night, Father Gilmore.
Good night, Father. I don't like that messenger.
I've noticed this house in passing, but I thought nobody lived here.
It's a house, apple, wife, son, die, and that name.
Thank you. What? Dark as pitch. Haven't you any lights here?
Nice up there. I call it. Apple. Apple.
Oh, there's a light showing now.
I'm at apple come. Apple. Sorry, son. Reverend Father, this unworthy apple, bid you welcome to this new house. Can you see the way up my miserable stairs?
Yes, thank you. Now that there's some light. Oh, have you called an American doctor for your sick wife, Mr. Booth?
No, Reverend Father. This colored apple has called no American physician.
You must do so at once. With all due respect to your national medicine, a sick woman should not be entrusted to the care of a Chinese physician.
I have secured no physician of my own race to attend my dying wife.
No doctor at all?
My wife requires a physician of the spirit, honorable master, not the healer of the body. Deign to enter this humble room, please.
Oh, Father, Holy Father, you have come to me at last.
Allow me, Reverend Father, to present my wife.
Your wife, there? Well, that girl isn't sick.
You were not told she was sick. You were told she was dying.
Dying? She? Why, she's as well as I am.
She is dying, worthy superior, because I am about to kill her.
What?
You will note as you approach closer that she is bound to the chair she sits in. About her throat is a silken cord now loose, which will soon be pulled tight to stop her blood.
You smirking yellow beast, we'll see about that.
I stand like one.
Yes, take her hand from me. Open that door. Help! Police!
Oh, Father, don't struggle against my husband's servant. You like me are helpless here. Time is precious. Don't delay. Give me the last rites of Holy Church. Hear my confession and absolve me from my sins. Oh, I beg you, Holy Father.
You think I'll let him kill you as he presses? Unlock that door. Let me go, you hear? Help! Help!
Oh, Father! Father, it is you.
I beg you, worthy Father, desist from your vain efforts. The wife of this unprepossessing apple has spoken true. Struggle is useless. There is nothing you can do to save her life. But as she is of your Christian faith, you can prepare what you call her soul.
Oh, Father, please, God, give me absolution. Then you can go. You may call the police. Call anyone you wish.
Yes, then you may go and tell anyone you wish.
You mean when I hear your wife's confession, you let me go to bring the police upon your head?
Yes. I swear it on the blood of a white cock. And that is an oath which no Chinese will break.
I don't understand. This must be some joke you're playing. An unholy joke on a priest that loves your people.
Oh, no, Father. No.
We play no jokes on you, my worthy friend.
But if you meant to kill this girl, you wouldn't swear an oath that I'd be released to tell. You're all so strange, so unnatural. There's a horrid something in this room. Something I can only feel. What is it that's so awful here?
Confess me, Father. Oh, give me absolution.
His duty is to control.
I need consolation, Father.
Oh, my knees is great. Hear my confession for the pounding of my feet.
I'll hear your confession. But if this is a trick to mock at Holy Church, may the curse of God fall on you all.
I swear it is no trick. Confess me, Father.
Very well. Leave us alone.
I stand. Be quiet. My servant will leave. I regret that I must remain.
No.
My husband already knows what I am about to tell you, Father. And if he left us here alone, you could not help me to escape.
Escape is quite impossible.
I have prepared myself for this position. The cords that drive me to this chair will not let me kneel before you.
Those cords, unfortunately, cannot be removed.
We'll see about that later. Proceed, my sister.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. A sin that has brought me unto death. Let me, Father.
In nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti.
I confess to Almighty God, to Blessed Mary, ever Virgin, that I have loved not my husband, but another.
Oh, Mingo, how could you marry this fool? Man old enough to be your father when you were promised to me.
My parents wished it, you know. You know a daughter must obey.
Yes, in China. You and I are no longer Chinese. We were born here in San Francisco. Neither of us can even speak correctly in our mother tongue. We are Americans.
If you'd only been with me, to give me strength to refuse.
Of course, I was away preparing for our future. You were weak enough to take our school with us.
Oh, you must understand and forgive me, Ma. You must forgive me, Ma. You must. Oh, it wasn't because I... Oh, it wasn't because I... Oh, it wasn't because I didn't love you. I shall always love you. Do you understand me now?
I am. But on the waiting.
My letters instead of waiting, and I thought it would be easy and kindness for us both to know. You must know that we were sweethearts. We found you here. We must not meet again.
I shall not intrude upon your domestic happiness.
Don't blame me too much. Please.
I can't be angry with you. I can't give you up. Mingo, love you. Love you.
Be like that. I am the wife of our fool. I mean to be a good wife. Not evil. I love you. That was our first meeting, Holy Father, after I had married another man. I couldn't stop loving him anymore. I let him come to see me when my husband was away. But they were only kisses. That was all. You know I speak the truth. But through you, I speak to God.
Proceed, my sister.
One afternoon, about a month later, when Nemo had come to see me, I heard a silken curtain rustle. And that night, our fool exchanged with us.
I had been listening behind that curtain. I had the right, for you were my honorable wife.
Yes, I was your wife, in Chinese eyes. Then Nemo came again, for the last time.
This is my fault, Mingo. When I investigated the records, I found your marriage is not registered according to United States law. No license was ever taken out.
But our fool's name and mine were written on tablets and bound together with the red cord.
That is the marriage way of China. You live in California. You, like me, are a Christian. Have you forgotten the precepts of your faith?
Oh, I've been afraid to go to church. There, I know I'm not married to our fool.
There's no claim at all upon you, other than foolish papers bound with a foolish cord. You and I will be married by a priest with a license and a ring, like the Americans we are.
Our people will disown us. Our parents, first of all.
We have our lives to live, not theirs.
Our fool will be humiliated. He will lose faith.
Who cares? He has no right to take you as he did.
He will try to avenge himself.
Let him try. I don't fear him. You will be my wife in the eyes of law.
Oh, you must be right. We are no longer Chinese, except in secret, in the core of our skin. And I love you. I'll go with you to be together always.
Always. Come, Mingo, now.
Yes, now. Ah!
Good afternoon.
Oh,
Yes. The husband who is not married to his wife in American Christian eyes. The poor Chinaman who will lose faith when Ming Lo leaves him for another man. I stand like one.
Let me go. Take your hands from me.
Bind him to that table.
No.
Tie my wife to that chair.
Let her go.
Gag that man.
No.
You who are no longer Chinese, except in feature and the color of your skin, do not realize what it means to one who believes that his honorable ancestors who lose faith. But you are about to learn how that disgrace can be avoided. One.
What are you going to do?
I am going to show you a custom of your fathers. One as old-fashioned as marriage by the papers and the cord which you despise. But your American eyes will not find it either so amusing or so meaningless. Thank you, Juan.
What is he talking about?
A little bag. A game of chance. The chance of the dead.
Oh! I've heard of that bag. Oh, no, no!
Of your lover's eyes, I judge you too as heard. Yes, it's the bag of the happy selection. It is filled with sharp little knives, of which each bears the name of some member of the body for which it is intended. One by one, they are drawn from the bag unseen and used as indicated. Sometimes the knife marks final death is the last that comes to hand.
Oh, no, you would not torture us, no.
What? Torture you? No, honorable wife. The bag of the happy selection is for your lover alone. You have merely to watch.
No.
I draw the first little knife. It bears the name of the right eye. I use it. Amusing, isn't it? If one draws the knife slowly and carefully, a man may live for hours.
You do live for hours, Father. The knife mark plain as this the right hand there, and I was made to watch. My eyes float open as Nima was slowly cut to bits. And at last, he grew no more. He laid him there behind that tree. So horrible, I can't believe. Oh, look behind the curtain.
I will.
You see? And I will.
This Apu is the heathen.
Apu is the avenger of his honor.
You
don't think of him, Father, but of me. Will God forgive my sins? Will you give me absolution?
Oh, my sister, for the sins or the punishment you've had.
If you think he's punished enough, then give me absolution.
I will give you what you ask. Absolute of a stay in nomine possus et sine exertus sanctus. Amen.
At last. Oh, Father.
You need have no fear of this. I'm leaving this filthy house and you're going with me.
I regret that for my honorable wife I have made contrary plans. That cord about her neck is to be used for the teaching of another ancient custom of my people. The 1,001 painful death.
I've heard of that trial torture. You would slowly tighten the cord and she will breathe no more. Then unloose it and bring her to.
Then repeat the process again and again.
That cord shall not be used. I'll see to that.
I stand like one.
Don't put your bloody hands on me. Let go of me.
Your unworthy servant regrets the necessity of restraint.
Make these men release me. You talk of your Chinese honor. I have your oath that I shall be allowed to pass free through that door.
I shall keep my oath. And you may summon the police if you will. They will come too late. So I stand. The door is open, Reverend Father. You are at liberty. Now, like one, The first of 1,001 painful deaths. Begin.
Oh, you fiends of hell! Police! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Hurry, Carter. Time is precious. We'll be there in a minute, Father. If anyone else is over this jail, I'd say he was straight in the head.
It's true as there's a lot of buzz. Praise God, I came on your patrol car.
Why did this yellow devil let you go? You go to stop his murdering game.
I don't know. It's about 10 minutes since I left the place. The torture he means to visit on that girl might last for days. This Chinatown is honeycombed with secret passages. Perhaps that house is only a blind, and they'll have moved from there, so we'll have to track them down.
And we'll do that, and we'll have to tear the house to bits. But who can this awful be and his wife and a lover? I know this section like I know my pocket. But I never heard of any one of them.
And neither have I. Well, stop. There's the house.
That's the place, huh? You're right about it being a blind. That house has been empty for nigh on 30 years. Come on, boys. We're going to find them there, but we'll soon pick up their trail. Ready with the axe and the door's locked, John. You, Mike, stand by with your gun. I'll hold the flashlight. The door's locked. We'll give it the axe. No, quick.
Wait. Why do you delay when every moment is precious? Are you certain this is the house, Father? Of course it is.
This the door you passed through?
Yes, twice.
And the first time you came, the man who rescued him unlocked the door from this side?
Yes, yes. Don't stand there and talk, man. Hurry.
Just a moment, Father. Look over the keyhole.
A cobweb.
And behind us, I hold the light.
What? The lock is chocolate dirt.
No key is under this door from either side.
But it's the door I passed through. I know this house among 1,000.
The Chinese are tricky, but they can't weave cobwebs.
I tell you, this is
We'll soon find out. Give that door the axe.
Yes.
Bust the lock first time. Come on, boys.
There's the stairs. Now I know this is the place. Follow me.
Now wait, Father.
Why will you delay when every minute is...
Father, didn't know there was something, right? Look around. There's an inch of dust on everything. And undisturbed.
Yeah. There's no dust before. But this is the place. I left it about 15 minutes ago.
You've been pretty overworked lately, Father.
Oh, you think I've imagined it all? You think I'm crazy?
Hold up your light, Sergeant. There's something laying under the stairs. I see it. It's a book.
It's my prayer book. I must have dropped it. And that's proof that I was here. Look, their footprints are dust. My footprints.
Only yours. You say another man left you in this house and up these stairs.
Yes, I don't understand.
We'll soon find out. Come on, boys. Which was the room, Father?
That one there.
We'll break it open, Mike. Go ahead. The door's unlocked. Yes, the room's empty. It's been empty for years. Dust everywhere and undisturbed. Except for a single pair of footprints. The same footprints, Father, that your shoes leave now.
But it's the room I just left. And it was full of people. There the girl sat in her Chinese dress with morning light. And almost stood there. And there was the man who held the cord. And over there... Wait. Over there was an alcove. Behind the curtain where the dead boy lay.
The alcove now. That's the wall, like all the rest. Hey, sounds like this is in passage. Must have been built and planted since Father Ryan left it. Give it the axe.
Yes. Oh, they've played a trick here. I'm all bewildered. Sergeant, Father Ryan, look through the hole. Good Lord. Two skeletons.
The remains of a Chinese woman's dress of mourning.
It's the same one the girl wore. And the other. About those couple of bones, I recognize the little fragments of the boy's clothes.
I remember who Papu was. How he was the owner of this house. He went back to China 13 years ago.
Yes. Now the name comes back to me. That young wife, Chris. She disappeared.
Oh, right. What is this cause? And the Chinese take not seriously. They take it seriously.
Our king's wife died. She came back. And those others with her. On the grave. Merciful Father of Heaven. Tonight, I have confessed thy death.
Well, that's the end of that sensation. Clever, these Chinese. Now, you folks sit still while Satan and me goes out in the cemetery and figures out in a perfect yarn to tell you about next week. We'll come right back
and tell you what we sunk up.
It has often been said that man is what he eats. And of course that's meant to apply to women too. But the fact is that this saying alone isn't altogether true. In many homes may be found two people who eat about the same amount of the same food. Yet one of them is overfat and the other one is thin. You see, it isn't only the food you eat, but what your system causes you to obtain from that food that counts. Now, it isn't right for anyone to accumulate a lot of excess fat on his or her body. It isn't helpful to either your happiness or your health. In fact, it's very likely indeed to be dangerous. Sooner or later, very fat people usually get high blood pressure, and at any time they are more likely to contract disease than are people of normal weight. That's why life insurance companies are so interested in the subject. They know, too, that excess fat causes an undesirable extra strain on the heart, as well as affecting other vital organs. So, if you are overweight, resolve definitely right now that you will begin the simple, safe Prussian treatment tomorrow. Take no heed at all of such misleading sayings as laugh and grow fat. Being fat yourself is nothing to laugh about. It's just something that others laugh at when they look at overfat people. Instead, laugh as you grow thinner, or to put it more correctly, you'll be altogether happier when you notice how Prussian helps you to bring your weight to the correct amount. You'll be happier because you begin to feel much better very soon after you start taking Prussian. More alert in mind and body, more anxious to go places and do things. You'll feel more useful and look more useful. And all you have to do is to take a half teaspoonful of Prussian in a glass of hot water once a day. That's all there is to it. Go easy on very fattening foods, of course. But don't let anyone talk you into freak diet or anything else that would weaken you. With the simple Prussian way, you should become stronger and begin to enjoy life more from the very outset. Remember, Prussian is also taken daily by millions of people who are not overweight. They take a tiny pinch of Prussian in their morning coffee just to keep them feeling fit. Remember, too, that Prussian is prescribed by more doctors throughout the world than any other medicinal salts or crystals. So don't hesitate. Don't miss another day. Go to your nearest drug counter, get a jar of the original, genuine Prussian salt, and begin taking your half teaspoonful in a glass of hot water tomorrow morning. You'll soon see just what vivacious people mean when they say they have that Prussian feeling.
Well, Satan, you and me have sunk up a very pussy yarn to spin these folks that they calls on us next week. It's a cheerful story of black magic, and we called it Devil Hands. Devil Hands.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the Witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
$104-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 104-year-old. Well, Satan, The time has come again for us to cheer folks up with another of our pretty little bedtime stories. So if you'll tell everyone to douse their lights, we'll get right down to business. That's it. We once locked the gloom and shadow for our comforting little yarns. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a famous land that's far across the sea. A land of sphinxes and a pyramid. The land of Egypt. And there, far out upon the desert, some modern Englishmen are digging up the buried temple of an old-time god who's been forgot 2,000 years. And so begins our story about the priest of Set.
Work, you fellows! For the love of heaven, put some muscle in that job. Hurry, I tell you, hurry!
You've been in Egypt long enough to know that one can't hurry a native digger.
Well, I'll go mad with curiosity if they don't finish the job soon.
We'll go to the madhouse together, Clyde, for I'm as eager as you to learn what lies beyond that entrance.
Will you two boys come over here in the shade? Sit down and be patient.
How can we be patient, Sir Richard?
I know. I found it difficult enough on my first expedition to Egypt. But you'll soon become accustomed to delays and disappointments after a while.
I realize Bart and I are merely tyros, but with all your experience, I can't understand how you can be so calm. Why, we may be on the verge of a discovery greater than Lord Carnarvon.
I scarcely think so. We shan't find the tomb of a Tutankhamen behind that fallen stone, son. We're merely unearthing the sanctuary of a small and very unimportant temple.
But the chamber behind that stone won't be a ruin like the rest, sir. And we'll find it in precisely the state it was 2,000 years ago. You said you're fairly sure of that yourself.
Yes, my theory is that this entire temple was suddenly buried by one of the desert storms. A simoon, perhaps, which wrenched that huge stone from its place to block the sanctuary entrance. If we're not the first to discover it since that time, we're certainly the first to have tried to move away that barrier.
Someone may have been trapped in the chamber when that stone fell across the doorway.
That's possible. But finding a skeleton or two will not advance the science of Egyptology. But don't look discouraged. We'll find something interesting inside, I'm sure.
If those lazy beggars would only hurry up their work.
Lord, yes.
I remember that feeling from my younger days. I say, it doesn't look as though the shoring timbers are very secure where those chaps are working.
They do look sort of wobbly, don't they?
If they gave way, the sand would slide and block that entrance all over again.
Then we'd have to wait until they unearthed it a second time. I'll give orders to have them strengthened at once.
Betty! Clyde, they've moved the stone.
They freed the entrance.
We can go inside the chamber.
Oh, come on, Sir Richard.
I'm coming. Have you got your flashlight?
Yes, I have mine.
So have I. Here we are.
It's your right to go in first, Sir Richard. Clyde and I will squeeze through together.
Not through this narrow passage. They've only moved the stone about 9 inches from the wall. Move aside, you men. Move aside and let us by.
Hurry, Sir Richard, hurry.
We're right behind you, sir.
Well, don't be right behind me and stop pushing. We've got to wait until the dead air clears out of that chamber.
Does smell awful, doesn't it?
Of course it does. It was imprisoned there before Caesar was born.
Well, it's not so bad that we can't stand it, sir.
This is our first find, sir. Can't we go in?
All right, follow me. Oh, I say, tight squeeze between this stone and wall. We should have the men move it a little more.
Oh, that'll take more time.
Oh, there's room enough.
For you young, slender chaps, yes, but I'm middle-aged and fat. Hold your flashlights before you. It's pitch dark beyond. I'm through.
What do you see inside?
Oh, hurry, Clyde, and we can see.
I'm through.
Come on, Bart, and look. Look there.
Bart! Bart! Good Lord.
That giant statue.
It's of the lion-headed goddess Sekhet. Perfectly preserved. This is a find worthwhile.
Look, on her lap. Bones. A human skeleton.
Oh.
Someone was imprisoned when that stone fell.
Yes, but not alive. Sekhet was known as the Destroyer. She was a goddess to whom human sacrifices were made. When we climb up for a closer inspection, you will find those bones are a young woman, for lion-headed Sekhet demanded virgins as her victims. The lap of this statue is undoubtedly covered with ancient bloodstains.
I'm going to climb up now.
Wait, Clyde. Look over there.
I say.
Another statue fallen to the floor.
It isn't a statue. It's the body of a man.
Yes, and preserved like these statues in this airtight room. But don't touch it. This change of atmosphere may make it crumple into dust.
The shriveled flesh looks firm and hard, like leather, sir.
It does indeed. Perhaps some chemical emanation from the sand has mummified it.
He was imprisoned here alive when the stone fell.
Appears so. Poor devil, he's lying prone before the figure of Nefertum, his arms outstretched in an attitude of prayer. He died beseeching the God whom in his faith granted life. There's irony for you.
His dead face is peaceful, as though he thought at the last his God had heard his prayer.
I think his face is horrible. Yet there's something fascinating about it.
You're right. It's rather difficult to take one's eyes away. He must have been a chap of a strong character. He exerts power even in death.
I don't like to look at him.
Now, here's proof that those bones on Sekhet's laps are the remains of a sacrifice, Sir Richard. A sacrificial knife is clutched in this dead man's hand.
By Jove, that means this fellow was the temple priest, a priest of Sekhet. He just put that girl to death, perhaps when the stone fell before his door.
If that is so, why should we find his body perfectly preserved when hers is nothing but a skeleton?
That is queer, sir.
Say, it is. Well, don't touch him, Clark.
I wasn't going to, sir. I was just looking closer. Somehow I have a peculiar feeling about him. As though he isn't really dead.
Not dead?
After several thousand years?
Crazy idea, isn't it? Of course he's dead. Dead as the gods he worshipped. The gods he thought had power to let him live. Let's get out of here. I can't be close to him any longer.
Clyde.
Oh.
I've got to get out of this chamber. There's something in here I can't stand. I fancy I'm a little sick.
Sick? The air in here is pretty bad, sir. It's affected Clyde, apparently.
Bad air, eh? You getting the wind up too, Barton? Because of a mummified dead man?
No, sir.
And I'm not afraid, sir. It's only that... Oh, I can't explain.
Don't try to explain, son. It's a spooky-looking place with these statues, that heap of bleached bones, and this dried-up dead man on the floor. And I was once young and impressionable myself.
Please don't think I'm a booby, sir.
We'll go outside. Let the air freshen up a bit and get some better light than these torches for our second visit. Then you'll begin to enjoy our fun. You go through the passage first, Clyde. I'll follow you, Barton.
I'd rather come last, sir. After making an ass of myself.
As you prefer. Don't block the passageway beyond this stone, you workman. I'm coming out.
Yes, you fancy. Where'd you go out next, Clyde?
I said I'd leave last, after acting the fool.
All right, old man.
Come on, you boys.
I'm coming, sir. I'm coming.
Hurry up, Clyde.
No. I'm going back into the chamber. You think I'm afraid? I'll show you.
Oh, Clyde, don't be an ass.
I'll show you another booby. I'll show you.
Go and fetch that young idiot, Barton.
Yes, sir, I'll get him.
Look out.
They're falling timber.
They're breaking. The sand's sliding.
There they go.
The entrance is blocked again. Clyde's walled in that chamber.
Thank God you turned back in time. You'd have been trapped in that passage.
But Clyde.
Clyde.
Clyde, are you all right?
Clyde, can you hear us? Clyde, Clyde. Oh, thank heaven.
Alley Bay, you men. Spades and baskets, quick. Clear this sand away.
It'll be a 2-hour job to free this entrance again. Give me a shovel, someone.
Yes, and one to me. Now, don't worry, Bart. We know that Clyde is safe. And this experience will do him good. The boy's always been too highly strung, too imaginative. By the time we get him out of here, I'll wager that he'll never show fear again of any dead Egyptians. What's that? Everyone stop digging.
It's Clyde.
He's screaming.
Screaming for help, sir.
But there's nothing in there to hurt him.
I'm not so sure. I felt as he did in that ghastly room. I felt something was there besides the dead.
We're coming, Clyde. Now dig, you men, and free this passage.
Yes, dig. Dig.
Dig as you've never dug before. Now dig, will you? Oh, we'll never free this passage.
It's almost clear now, boys. We'll reach Clyde in half a minute.
But what shall we find when we reach him? Since those frightful screams, we haven't heard a single sound.
Nothing could have happened to the chap, I tell you. He may be ill, unconscious from the bad air.
Bad air wouldn't have caused his shrieks of terror.
I don't know what caused them, but...
Effendi, you can go through now. Now we'll find out. Come on, sir.
I'm right behind you.
Clyde, you're free again. We're coming after you.
Right, tell us you're all right.
He doesn't answer, sir. I reached the chamber. Pass me your torch, I've forgotten mine.
Can you see him now?
No, the room's so big and the light so weak. Clyde!
There he is, kneeling before the goddess's statue.
And he's alive. He's getting up.
Thank God.
Clyde, you all right?
Why did you scream?
What happened to you? Clyde, why don't you answer us?
Carson, he looked at us as though he didn't understand.
What's the matter with you, Clyde? Sir Richard, look at his eyes.
He stares at us as though we were utter strangers. His eyes are queer. I can scarcely draw mine away from them.
Nor I. It's the same sensation we experienced with that mummy. Good Lord.
The mummy's gone. Crumbled into dust and bone.
Yes. But what's happened to Clyde? Oh, old man, we're your friends. Why won't you talk to us? Tell us why you screamed. Why do you look at us without a word? Why did we find you kneeling before that lion-headed goddess? Why? He doesn't seem to understand, sir.
No. What on earth happened to him?
What has happened in this room?
Well, Barton, what had happened to your friend? What did occur in the old temple chamber? Go on with the story.
Well, it's as great a mystery now as it was that day almost 3 years ago. You see, Clyde's memory was completely blotted out. Complete aphasia, the doctors called his condition. But fortunately, he was quite sane. Not mad, as we feared at first.
And he's the man you're taking me to meet?
Uh-huh. If this taxi doesn't break down, you'll meet him within the next 5 minutes. What's more, he's going to be best man at our wedding, now that you've finally joined me.
Nice state of affairs when a girl has to journey all the way from London to Cairo in order to get married.
Yes, but you journeyed on a nice, comfortable ship. Think of me. I traveled from the Nubian desert on camelback and Nile steamer to meet you.
And arrived only yesterday. And I've been here 24 hours alone.
Well, that was the camel's fault, not mine. Now, driver, turn right to the next corner of the museum, will you?
Yes, thank you. Tell me some more about this Clyde.
Well, we had a pretty tough time with him for nearly a year after we let him from that chamber. You see, he couldn't comprehend anything that was said to him. He had to be taught like a child to speak his mother tongue once more.
He'd forgotten his own language?
Completely. Sounds unbelievable, doesn't it?
Yes. But I suppose anything can happen in Egypt. He's quite himself now, of course. To be employed in Cairo Museum, he must be.
Yes, his memory isn't completely restored by any means. That portion of his brain which contained recollections of his previous life doesn't function at all, it seems. But he speaks English again with a strange accent. And Sir Richard writes me that his scholarly attainments are greater than they ever were before. In fact, he's become the museum's most valued expert on ancient Egyptian customs and hieroglyphics, which is rather funny. Clyde was always a trifle dumb about such things before his shock. Well, we're at the museum now, and there's no more time for talk. Take us to the side door, driver.
Yes, thank you. Oh, what a beautiful building. You know, I was awfully surprised to find Cairo so up to date.
Oh, we're very 20th century here. I see by this morning's paper that the town is even having a modern murder sensation.
The killing of all those young girls, you mean? I read about that back in London.
Well, it was news to me when I arrived this morning. We don't get newspapers in the desert, you know. Over a dozen girls have been reported missing during the past year, I understand.
Yes. They found several of them cast up on the Nile. Each one stabbed through the heart with a knife that left a queer-shaped wound.
Oh, some madness responsible, I suppose. Well, here we are. Let me help you out, Aunt.
Oh, thanks.
This should pay your fare, driver. You needn't wait.
Very grateful, Tandy, very grateful. Yes.
Now, this way, darling. Clyde and Sir Richard will probably be on the lookout for us.
You certainly aroused my interest in your friend Clyde.
Well, look out for his hypnotic eyes.
They're the most curious thing you've told me about his changed condition.
Yes, you'll find their effect most startling at first, but it wears off after a time. Well, here we are. We turn left for Sir Richard's office.
Oh, what magnificent scenes.
You haven't seen anything yet. Our temple group has been set up in the north wing, just as we found it, the entire sanctuary with all its contents. And my name's in the catalogue as one of its discoverers. Oh, Virginia, that's Clyde and Sir Richard coming down the hall.
Is that tall, dark man Clyde?
Mm-hmm. Come on, dear.
Wait. Barton, he doesn't look as though he were an Englishman. He resembles those old statues about us.
By Jove. Seems his face has acquired an Egyptian cast since I saw him last.
I don't like his face. I don't like his eyes. Oh, Bart, don't leave me alone with him.
Oh, Virginia, darling. Why, he's the best fellow in the world.
Barton, my boy.
Oh, hello, Sir Richard. How are you, Clyde?
We saw you leave your taxi from our window and came to meet you.
Clyde, old man, you're looking great.
Barton, my friend, I am glad to see you once again.
Oh, both of you here. Miss Prescott, allow me to present Sir Richard Knox.
Sir Richard?
This is a great pleasure, my dear.
Mr. Clyde Fulton. This is my fiancée, Virginia.
Virginia? That is a beautiful name.
How do you do, Mr. Polton?
Suppose we all go to my office where we can sit down.
Well, if you don't mind, sir, let's look at our exhibit first. Miss Prescott has never seen it.
I'll wager you've told her enough about it, though. It's down this corridor. You lead the way with Miss Prescott, Clyde. Barton and I will follow.
Oh, can't we all go together?
Barton and I will be right behind you.
We shall lead as the gentleman so kindly permits, Miss Prescott. May I offer my arm?
Thank you.
Come, Miss Prescott. You and I.
Yes. You and I.
I see your fiancé is no exception to the general rule.
What do you mean, sir?
That everyone on meeting Clyde for the first time since his change displays some evidence of fear.
I tried to prepare her for it, but I had to fight the old feeling myself. Any change in his condition since I saw him last?
None, excepting that his new personality becomes more dominant each day. The lad we knew 3 years ago might as well be dead. Sit down here, Barton.
Oh, but I say so. We said we'd follow directly.
I kept you behind on purpose. You're the only person I can talk to, son. I want to do so without delay.
You look worried, sir. What's wrong?
Have you heard anything of the recent epidemic of murders here in Cairo? Young girls.
Why, yes, but...
I have a theory concerning these killings. I have learned that every one of the murdered girls had announced her forthcoming marriage shortly before she disappeared to be cast off later by the Nile.
Well, I can't see why you concern yourself with these crimes, sir.
You recall the skeleton we found on the lap of our huge statue of Sekhet?
Yes.
It was that of a young girl. For the ancient deities required a sacrifice of virgins. Barton, I believe fresh blood is being poured upon the lap of Sekhet the Destroyer.
You don't mean on...
Shortly before the first of these strange recent killings was discovered, the sacrificial knife we found in that sanctuary was stolen from the museum.
The knife the dead priest held?
Yes. And the peculiar wound in the bodies of these poor girls was made by that knife. By the knife of the priest of Sekhet.
You suspect somebody. Who?
We'll talk about that after you, Clyde, and Miss Prescott have dinner with me this evening.
But you must think there's something we can do, or you'd never...
There is something we can do, I hope. But there's no time to talk further now. Clyde and your fiancée are returning. She's laughing. You see, she's already lost her aversion for him. I wonder which was best. Her previous fear or present freedom from it.
I don't understand you, sir.
You may, after we talk tonight.
But
Quiet. They're almost here.
You two delayed so long we returned to fetch you. Mr. Polton's been telling me all about your lion-headed goddess, Barton. He says she's beautiful.
And Miss Prescott has been telling me that tomorrow she will marry you, my friend. I envy you, the wife, with such a pretty name. Virginia.
This way, Barton. Quietly. We haven't aroused any of the watchmen yet, and we mustn't.
I feel as though I were a criminal, sir, skulking through this museum at midnight. Why have you insisted on bringing me here to talk about those murders?
Because you will demand proof of what I shall tell you. And here, tonight, I think you shall have it. Your revolver is handy?
Yes, in my pocket. And I can still hit a shilling at 50 paces.
Barton, you are the only one I can depend upon for the thing that must be done.
Look, sir, I'm tired of listening to riddles.
Stop here. This is to be our hiding place, directly in front of our sanctuary farm. The moonlight from that window floods it. We shall see whatever happens upon the lap of Beckett.
But what on earth?
Quiet. And crouch down behind these cases.
Oh, very well.
Keep your voice down. The watchman has just finished his round in here, as it isn't due for another hour. Our expected guest is aware of that, I think, and may appear at any moment.
I'll be still. That reconstructed sanctuary of ours looks almost as ghastly in this moonlight as it did when we first found it.
There are only three things lacking in this reconstruction that we saw that day. The skeleton, the sacrificial knife, and the long-dead priest. The two last of these I expect to see again before we leave here.
You expect to see the dead priest? His body crumbled into dust.
Yes, his body. But the priest of Beckett himself has been with us these 3 years.
What do you mean,
Be
sir?
still and listen.
Something's moving.
Yes. Look there, in the shadow.
A man in the priestly dress of ancient Egypt.
Look at his face as he crosses that strip of moonlight.
Good Lord. It's Clyde.
Yes, but not the Clyde we knew. He's dead. You're looking at a thief who wears a stolen body.
Oh, Sir Richard, you're mad.
Am I? Watch. Do you think that Clyde, our Clyde, would kneel before that statue of the lion-headed goddess?
He kneels there praying.
What do those images he worships represent? Continuance of life, reconstruction of the dead, and above them all, Beckett the destroyer. In Clyde's form, her priest lives on to serve her thirst for blood.
But the ancient gods have no power, sir. The ideals they represent are superstitious lies.
You see, you felt their power in that man's compelling eyes. But you have a greater power, a greater magic than any he commands. That's why I brought you here tonight.
Well, I have power, magic?
Yes, the greatest of all. And you must call upon it now with all your strength. Get your pistol ready. For here's the victim you must save.
A woman's coming through the shadows. Her arms outstretched as though in a trance.
She's answering his summons, held captive by his spell. Sight your pistol on his heart, and look as she steps into the moonlight.
It's Virginia.
He's heard you, Bart. Shoot quick and shoot to kill.
Yes.
His eyes.
I can't pull the trigger.
I can't move.
Nor I. Virginia, stop.
She's going to him.
Oh, he has her in his arms.
He lifts her to the lap of Beckett, the destroyer.
No.
You love her, boy. Loves your magic, loves your power. Call upon it now to break his spell. I know you can. That's why I brought you here.
Virginia, darling.
The knife of sacrifice is in his hand. Shoot, man. Shoot.
I can't.
He's raising the knife above her breast. He's going to kill the girl you love.
No. Virginia!
Oh, thank God.
I shot him. He's fallen to the floor. Despite his power, I killed him. Virginia, oh, my darling. You're safe, darling, safe.
The greater magic, love. The greatest of all magic. Now the lap of Beckett the destroyer will be stained with blood no more.
Well, that's the
birthday, and we'll have another 30 yarn to spin ye. 120-year-old I'll be next week.
The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
I be today. Yes, sir. 113-year-old. Well, Satan, if you'll pass the word to douse all lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark. Sitting amongst the gloomy shadows is the way to hear our pretty tales. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see inside a little shop across the seas in Paris, France. A little curiosity shop it is, full of odd and old and funny things for sale. And there begins our story of the mannequin. The mannequin.
Look, monsieur. The powder box of Marie Antoinette, worth 2,000 francs.
I haven't the slightest use for a lady's powder box.
No? I show monsieur the pistol of Maximilien Robespierre.
I'm not interested in pistols.
I show monsieur the sword of the Marquis de Lafayette.
Please, I don't want that either.
You do not desire the sword of Lafayette?
No, all monsieur desires is to get out of here. Wait, Paul. I owe Henri an explanation after looking at everything in this place. Monsieur, I regret that I must leave your excellent shop without making a purchase. But you see, I came here in search of a particular something which I have not found.
Oh, what is it, Monsieur Seek, you have not found?
I don't know.
Comment?
All I know is that I became convinced that there was something in your shop that, well, crazy as it may sound, something that wanted me to have it.
I always knew a man had to be insane before he chose painting as a career. But that notion proves that you're even madder than the average artist. Something that wanted me to have it. Bah!
Monsieur, do I understand you are an artist?
Why, yes.
An artist who paint picture?
Guilty.
Oh, monsieur, come quick, this way.
What for?
I have something you will buy. Something only for the artist.
What on earth?
Must be something precious if he keeps it behind all these locks.
Wait until you see. Entree.
You want us to go down in that cellar?
Oui, monsieur. Follow me. I turn on the light.
What
Un moment. Come, monsieur. Please come.
All right. See nothing down there but crates and broken junk.
He's unlocking another door.
Please come, monsieur. Tout suite.
Come on, Paul.
I'm with you. What the deuce does he want you to see?
I think it's the thing I came here to find. I feel its call again. Whatever wants me to have it lies behind that door.
Oh, bunk.
We'll soon find out. He's drawing the last bolt.
Prenez garde à ce que vous faites, je crains.
He says he's afraid.
Now the door's unlocked, he doesn't pull it open. What's wrong with you, Henri?
You're trembling like a frightened child. What are you afraid of?
What's behind that door?
I open the door, monsieur. Regardez.
Good Lord.
There's a woman in that closet.
She's hanging by the neck.
Her hands and feet are bound with ropes.
This man's a murderer.
They've killed her.
No. She is not a woman. She is A mannequin.
Oh, my God.
What?
It's only a mannequin, Paul. A lay figure.
You mean a dummy?
Yes. Every artist has one in his studio. You've seen mine. I drape costumes on it instead of using a live model.
The figure in your studio isn't anything like this one.
I should say it isn't. This is a work of art. It's positively lifelike.
To me, it still looks like a woman hanging there.
Why have you got it trussed up, Henri? As though it were some dangerous animal. Take that rope from around the neck and bring it under the light so that I can see it properly.
Oui, monsieur.
Monty, he's frightened to death of the thing.
I can see that. But why? It's merely a big doll made of wooden cloth and cotton stuffing. Bring it out, Henri.
Oui, monsieur. Tout de suite.
That's right. Cut the rope from its neck. Hurry up, she isn't going to bite you.
Oui, monsieur.
Well, aren't you going to cut those cords that bind the hands and feet? I want to see how the joints work.
Monsieur, you perhaps will cut the cords?
Oh, give me the knife.
Easy.
I don't wonder they don't like to touch the thing, Monty. It seems living, human.
It's the most remarkable mannequin I've ever seen. Its covering is of the finest silk. Look how it's padded. Every muscle, every feature is perfection.
The face is almost beautiful.
It's lovely. A master artist did this job. He was a crackerjack mechanic, too. Listen, as I move these joints about, you don't hear the slightest squeak.
How's the hair fastened on? It actually seems to be growing from the head.
Say, the hair isn't an ordinary wig. Sounds like a wooden base underneath. Tiny holes must have been drilled in the head and the hairs inserted one by one.
Who could have gone to all that trouble?
Search me. The maker has given her glass eyes, too.
Yes, I've already noted that. And they stare at us as though that dummy understood every word we're saying.
Funny. Those eyes do convey an illusion of intelligence.
Monsieur, you find the mannequin good?
Good? She's perfect.
Then you will buy? You will take away?
Well, I'd like to, Henri, but I can't afford anything so fine.
My price is very low, monsieur.
Yes, I've already heard some examples of what you call low. How much?
Monsieur, we wish to be rid of her. The price, it do not matter so long you take her from the shop.
Monty, wait. There's something funny about this figure. They're too anxious to get rid of it.
You're sure this isn't stolen goods, Henri?
No, monsieur. We are honest people. We prove we buy this mannequin from place in Lyon. We buy a sheep. That is the reason we sell cheap to you.
Well, I don't know what this mystery is, but if you can prove you bought her legally in Lyons, I'll take her.
You buy her, monsieur?
Pack her up, and I'll tell you where to send her.
Oh, oui. Now, here is the box in which she came, monsieur.
It looks like a coffin. Monty, you won't have it delivered to your door in that. It'll frighten your wife to death.
It probably would give Florette a turn, but I'll warn her what to expect. No, better than that. We'll take it home with us on top of a cab. And now, monsieur, you will place my purchase in its box. I'll pay you and be on my way.
Would monsieur mind if I do not touch the mannequin again? You, monsieur, will lift her in the box?
You don't like her a little bit, do you? Now that I've removed the cords with which you had her bound, you probably think her hands will throttle you or something. Well, I'm not afraid of her. Come, pretty lady, prepare to travel.
Monty!
Monsieur!
Monty, I just saw that figure's arms curl about your shoulders. It looked as though she were embracing you.
Now that we're nearly home, Paul, please wipe that look of superstitious gloom from your face. Aren't you yet convinced that my new mannequin is just a mannequin?
Naturally, your explanation of the thing's weird movements is the only reasonable one.
Of course. Hanging in the damp cellar of that shop, its wooden frame became warped and out of adjustment. That's what made its limbs perform those eerie contortions. I confess I was considerably startled, though, when its arms wrapped themselves so lovingly around my neck. I mustn't tell Florette I've purchased such an amorous lady. You know how jealous she is. Here we are.
I'm glad. And that figure's coffin-like box above us on the roof of this cab, I felt as though I were riding with a corpse.
I'd better assure Florette that
That's not what I'm bringing home. Before she sees the box and starts to wonder. Oh, darn, it's too late. There she is at the window.
No, Raymond's with her.
Well, thank heaven he's here. I'll have a brother artist to help me gloat over my new purchase. He won't share your dislike of her.
They've left the window. They must be coming to the door.
Yes. Take down that box, Cabby.
Oui, monsieur.
I'll send Potter over to help him carry it inside.
Monty!
Hello, Fleurette. Hello, Raymond.
I say, old chap, what have you got in that beastly-looking box?
We saw you arriving in the wonder.
Just wait until you see her.
Wait till we see her.
Yes, darling. I'm bringing home my new sweetheart.
Your new sweetheart?
Don't be jealous yet. Is Potter around?
Oh, we left him standing at the door.
Potter! Oh, Potter!
Yes, Mrs. Montague.
Come here and help the cabby with this box.
Right away, sir. What is inside that box, Monty?
You'll soon find out. Oh, howdy, you fellows. Bring her in. I'll open the door for you.
Thank you, sir. Here we are. Here we are.
You can lay her down here in the hallway. That's right. Now get me a hammer, Potter. There's one in my studio. Or will you pay the cabby, Paul?
Monty, tell us what you have in that box immediately.
Yes, don't keep us in suspense, old chap.
You'll see for yourselves in a moment. Potter, hurry up.
Here's the hammer, sir. Here's the hammer. Shall I give it the work, sir?
No, I'll open it. There's only a single nail at each end holding the boards. Behold.
Good Lord.
Mr. Montague. Take her away. She's a corpse.
No, Fleurette. It's just a wax figure.
You're both wrong. It's my new mannequin.
New mannequin, Monty?
Wait till I lift her out and show you.
Oh, she put her arms on your neck.
You explain that, Paul, while I place her in this chair.
The framework inside is warped, Fleurette, which makes the limbs spring into queer positions. At least that's what Monty says.
The thing's an absolute work of art.
I knew you'd appreciate her, Ray.
But, Monty, these joints aren't warped in any way. They move in my hands without the slightest effort.
Because walking is not the reason why her arms move just like light. She's more than just a mannequin. She's not good. I do not like her.
You're jealous of my new sweetheart. For that's what she is. My newfound love. She's certainly lovely, isn't she, Fleurette?
What was it?
I heard it, too.
Heard what?
Monty, that figure sighed.
You're crazy.
No, I heard her.
So did I.
Me too, sir.
Then the four of you are batty.
Monty, take this thing away. I will not have it here, I'm afraid.
Dear, you're not going to become hysterical over a big stuffed doll. Here, let me hold you in my arms.
The figure made a hissing sound. It did.
Look at its eyes. They stab me with hate.
Aye, they do.
Have you all become raving lunatics?
She or I must leave this house, Monty. I will not stay here with her.
Nor I, sir. I gives notice.
Oh, this is becoming ridiculous.
Now, Monty's right. We're making fools of ourselves. Because this figure is so lifelike, we're imagining things that can't possibly be so.
You certainly are. Potter, stop trembling like a frightened puppy and mix everyone a scotch and soda. Yourself included. It's apparently needed to steady such flighty nerves.
Yes, sir.
Serve it in the studio. Go on in, fellas.
Come on, Paul.
All right.
I come too.
Wait, Fleurette. Before we leave here, I want you to take a good look at this mannequin and convince yourself it's no more than cloth and cotton stuffing.
I do not wish to look. Her eyes stare at me with hate.
How can eyes made of glass show any emotion?
Monty, I'm afraid of her. No matter what you say, I know she is more than what she seems. And I know she do not like me.
Fleurette, dear, you should be ashamed of the way you're acting. Come now, snap out of it.
I am very silly, I suppose. That thing, it can be nothing more than just a great big doll.
You know it can't.
Yes, I know. And I'm afraid of her no longer. I proved to you she cannot frighten me, Sherry. Regard it. I slap her face.
No, don't. You might knock her off that chair and break her.
Very well. But because I meant to slap her face, you see, I am not afraid of her anymore.
Your courage is proven. Now let's go in and join the others.
Wait. First, kiss me, mon petit. You did not kiss me when you arrived.
I was too excited over my purchase, I guess. Now I'll make up for lost time.
Yes, Kiss me. Kiss me much. Oh!
Dear, what's the matter? Paul, Raymond, come here. What is it? What's the matter? Look at Florette. She suddenly collapsed in my arms as though she'd been struck.
Struck?
Yes, Paul. You're a doctor. See what's wrong with her.
Blood oozing from her head.
She's not badly hurt.
No, merely a flesh wound. Just enough to knock her out. What did it?
I don't know.
There's a hammer lying at her feet. Someone must have thrown it at her.
But we were alone here.
You were not alone.
I tell you...
Monty, that mannequin was here. And when you opened the case in which you brought her here, you left this hammer lying beside her hand.
I find what they call a natural explanation for everything, Raymond. Even says she did not throw that hammer at my head last month.
Ray, will you try to talk some sense into this poor deluded child?
My dear Florette, Monty is right in insisting that your accident was due to some normal cause. It's impossible to believe that an inanimate lay figure threw a hammer at you.
That mannequin is not the thing it seems, I tell you. She tried to cause my death because she loved my husband.
My dear child, you can't believe such arrant nonsense as that.
Oh, you are like Monty. You think me just a fool. Paul is the only one who do not say that I am crazy when I speak about that mannequin. But he is gone away from Paris now.
Thank heaven for that. I couldn't stand both him and you talking madness day and night.
Oh, Raymond, I must make you believe what I say for Monty's sake. Since that figure come here, he have changed.
I have not changed.
You have. Ever since you know me, I have been your model. Now no more you let me pose for you. You paint only from that mannequin.
Oh, for the love of... Ray, you know I'm working on a canvas depicting Abelard and Helwars. Florette posed for Helwars and the face is finished. Now I'm simply painting in the costume. And she saw because I draped it on the mannequin, instead of making her stand motionless for hours like a wooden clothes horse.
All artists do that, you know, Florette.
But he is not only painting in the costume, he have retouched the face for which I pose until now it look like the mannequin.
Well, what if I have?
Have you, Monty?
Yes.
Why?
I will tell you. The face of Helwas should be all love. I love Monty, but I am just a simple woman. The figure is more than woman. And she loves him more than I do.
Oh, that's rot. But, well, crazy as it may sound to you, Ray, I did catch an expression of absolute devotion from that mannequin's painted face.
Because she know you. You told me that she called to you before you ever see her in that shop from which you buy her.
I'm sick of this whole business. I know she's nothing but a jointed image. I'll never have a moment's peace while she remains inside the house. You win, Florette.
You mean...
I'll get rid of her. You've admired her, Ray. You'll take care of her.
I've heard enough of your silly talk about a voice inside this box, Potter. Now that we've reached my chambers, pour yourself a drink and forget it.
But there was a voice, Mr. Raymond. Mr. Montague heard it, and so did his missus.
Well, I didn't. All I heard was a crash as you let your end of this case fall to the floor. And if I find the figure inside broken, I'll strangle you for it. Find me something with which to pry this lid open.
You're not going to take the figure out, sir?
Naturally. Now, this heavy hunting knife will do the trick, I think. There we are, Potter. Lift the lid aside.
Yes, sir.
And now I lift the fair, inanimate cause of so much unreasoning terror from her most uncomfortable-looking casket. Out you come, pretty one. I'm not afraid of you. You're going to live with me now. Florette says you're in love with Monty, but he's given you to me. You won't see him anymore.
Look, the figure's hand.
Huh?
It's grabbed that hunting knife.
Her other hand's at my throat, Potter. Potter, get that knife.
She stabbed him, killed him, and now she's coming after me. Help!
Florette, will you please stop pacing the floor like a caged animal? Raymond has the figure safely inside his studio by this time, and it's not coming back here.
What was that?
Merely the doorbell did.
It is she come back.
Rot, it's probably Potter returning from Raymond's place. I'll let him in.
Hello, Monty.
Paul.
Hello, Florette.
Oh, Paul, I am glad to see you. You alone do not say I am a fool about that mannequin.
You see, the lay figure is still the paramount topic of conversation, Paul. Just as when you went away from Paris.
I'm not surprised. And I'm here to carry on the conversation, Monty. For I've just returned from Lyons, where your big doll came from.
What do you mean?
I went there purposely to learn what I could about the figure, and I discovered some interesting things. Look at this photograph. But first let me cover half of it with my hand. Here.
Why, it's a picture of the mannequin.
No, Monty. It's a portrait of a living woman. Now look at the other half.
A man stands beside her. He is Monty.
It's my photograph. I never posed for such a picture. Those clothes we're wearing, I never saw them before.
The costumes you see are those of 100 years ago. The originals of this picture have been dead almost that long.
I do not understand.
Where did you get this picture?
I had it photographed from a painting in the Lyons Museum, which bore the date of 1840.
1840?
Why do the dead men in this picture look so much like Monty?
I can't explain their resemblance except by supposing it's one of nature's duplications. The man you see here was a sculptor named Marcel Valmont. The woman was his wife. They were greatly in love with one another, so much so that when she died, he lost his reason. He is reputed to have made a life-size figure that resembled her, which he kept always at his side until his death.
You think my mannequin...
Yes.
That is why she loved my Monty then. Because he looked like her husband.
But the mannequin is only a copy of the woman.
From what we have seen, I think she's something more than that.
Something more?
Yes. I wish to examine your mannequin carefully.
It is gone.
Gone? Where?
I gave it to Raymond about an hour ago.
Oh, that's all right. He'll keep it safe.
Oh, that bell.
I'll answer it.
She said she would return.
Stop that, Tourette.
Miss Montague! Miss Montague!
Oh, it is only he.
Why are you wearing handcuffs?
Eh?
And who are these men with you?
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. I'm Sergeant Grosjean of the Sûreté.
Police?
What are you doing with my servant?
He is under arrest because there have been attempted murder.
But I didn't do it. She stabbed him with a knife. I saw her do it.
Who stabbed who?
The figure stabbed Mr. Raymond, and then she got away. The figure?
You're lying. That's impossible.
His story is insane, monsieur. That is why we bring him here for question in your presence. The wounded man cannot yet talk.
The story is not insane. She tried to kill Raymond because he'd take her away from you, Monty.
Florette.
And she will come back here just like she said.
She's only cloth and wood, I tell you. She can't be anything else.
Quiet. Listen. I hear footsteps.
Of a woman.
In my studio.
Come, we're going in there.
Oui. Open quick that door.
I have it.
A mannequin.
Oh, she have entered through the window.
A bloodstained knife is in her hand.
It is the one she used on Mr. Raymond.
She's coming for me. Oh, Monty, save me.
I won't let her harm you.
Stop that thing, quick, quick.
I've got a knife. Now, I've knocked her down. She's just a padded figure. She couldn't walk as we've seen her. She couldn't try to kill anyone. We're all of us mad and seeing things that can't be true.
No, we won't see things anymore.
Paul, don't slash her with that knife.
I'm going to find the infernal mechanics that make her run.
Oh, you ripped her body. You spoiled a thing of beauty. Are you satisfied now? Now when you see she's nothing but cloth and wadded stuffing on a wooden frame?
The framework isn't wooden. It's a human skeleton.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the head is a skull. The hair is growing from a human skull.
Oh.
It's the skeleton of Marcel Valmont's wife. He put her bones inside the figure that he made.
It seems so.
Her poor bones denied rest in the grave. I've been lonely, Monty. She found and loved you because you look like the man she loved in life.
I think that's the explanation of all that's happened, Monty.
Perhaps it is. Where is her husband's grave, Paul?
At Lyons, in the Cimetière de Loyers.
As soon as you police have finished, Sergeant Grosjean, I'll see these poor, restless bones are buried beside the man she truly loved.
Monty.
Florette, I wonder if if I was him 100 years ago.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. We'll have another 30 yarn to spin you folks when we comes back from our vacation.
The Witcher's Tale. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, the wise black cat.
15-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, I'm not 15-year-old. Well, Satan, what kind of a nice, cheerful little bedtime story will we tell these folks tonight? What's say? A Scotch story? Why Scotch? So's to keep fresh in your mind that one of your principal New Year's resolutions is to cut down expenses. Now, what kind of expense can a tomcat have? You say ask any tabby cat. All right, Satan. If it'll help you to economize on milk, fish heads, and catnip tea to hear a Scotch story, old Nancy will be happy to oblige. And what's more, she's going to tell you one that's absolutely true. Yes, sir. The main points of what you're going to hear now, strange as it may seem, can all be found set down as facts in the court records of old Scotland. Everyone douse their lights so's we'll have it nice and dark. That's it. Now drop to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon you'll see back through time to the year of 1662. Soon you'll see inside the kitchen of a farmhouse. Soon you'll hear an angry man talking. Soon you'll know what happens when you call in the devil's name. In the devil's name.
Didn't ask me to be calm. I will not be calm. With all due respect to you, Mr. Gordon, as my lad of Park, I cannot be calm.
Not is to be accomplished by your anger, John Gowdy. Your wife remains fast in yon room where she locked herself, and each mad cry you make gives her fresh determination to come out no more amongst us.
The stubborn wench, I did a rhyme to reason with. A stout rat across the back is what she needs. The devil spawn.
Oh, John, please dinna speak so, my sister.
Dinna you say it with her. I'll take no bicker for her pauper relative.
This is getting nowhere. I offered to come and reason with your wife or her unbecoming conduct. But since you give me the opportunity, it is plain my time is wasted.
Dinna reach for your hat, Mr. Gordon. Well, I ken the favour you've done to me, a simple farmer, that come into this house but to help me in my trouble. I mean no disrespect to you in my anger, but I cannot control myself when I ken that woman's crime. 3 Sabbaths in a row she's acted in the sinful manner. 3 Sabbaths in a row she's refused to gang with me to kirk. And now again this next, when there was special prayer meeting, she's flaunted her God and my husbandly authority and stayed away for a holy Presbyterian service.
She must have a reason she wouldn't tell us.
A reason for such black crime as that? The only reason she can have is that which Master Harry Forbes gave out this night when he looked down for his pulpit and glimpsed her empty pew. What did he say? You heard him. He said, "Them as dinna come to kirk 3 Sabbaths in a row and again for special prayer meeting must be out upon the devil's business."
Such words are dangerous coming from the pulpit, particularly now that our countryside is plagued with witchcraft.
And a fine thing it is for me, the richest farmer in Aldean, to be cried upon by people as the husband of a witch.
Please dinna say such things. You both ken well that Isabel is nothing of a kind. Such idle talk as this grows into fearsome tales. And should it come to the ears of the King's Majesty...
Would be a good thing, and they took her up. To be worried at the stake would soon curb her haughty pride.
John, I beg you.
Enough of this. If you want, I should try fair talk with your wife, John Goldie. You and Mr. Sanny gang out of the sight and hearing while I'd try to persuade her to unlock yon door. Then I dinna wish to be disturbed.
I go, but she's the devil's own. I ken you'll have a small success.
Come, John, please.
All right.
Mistress Goldie, will you come out now? I'm here alone.
I tell you, these walls be thin, and I heard all was said. I heard that I am the devil's own, a witch. Ha ha! That my husband would like to take a rod to me. If he ever dared,
Oh, won't you please come out and let me talk with you, Mistress Goldie?
Here I am, Mr. Gordon. You have more brain than my husband, and should know that talk is useless.
I have better eyes than your husband also, and can see you're a beautiful woman with spirit, the kind I most admire.
Is that your argument? Why I should gang to Kirk on Sabbath?
One of my arguments.
Let's hear the others. That one has no weight.
Because I hadn't finished it, perhaps. You have a reason for staying home on the Sabbath, Mistress Gowdy.
The reason is my ain.
Will you tell me if I guess it?
Nay.
I can you will, even though you didn't put it into words. You're better blood than your husband. 'Twas a come down for you to marry him. I ken your father made you for the money John possesses.
What had that to do with my staying away for Kirk?
Much. Your husband is a miser, and the richest farmer's wife in all Aldine has nae a decent dress to wear. I said you'd tell me if I guessed.
How dare you speak of it even though you are a laird? How dare you smile at me as the women smile when I pass amongst them in this old green rag, the only frock I own? I had rather they thought me a witch than feel their sneering eyes upon me one more Sabbath. Ah, you've guessed my reason. I'm ashamed to gang out of this house looking like a beggar.
I dinna smile as the women do. I understand and sympathize because I am your friend.
Friend? Such a thing I've never known.
You know one now. Dry your tears. You must believe me.
Ah, Mr. Gordon, I'd like to believe you. I'd give anything to have a friend, anyone, anything, some living creature I could talk to, lean on. My sister loves me as I love her, but she's too young to realize the way I feel. And I ain't nobody else. I'd like to be...
Mistress Gowdy, you have me for friend, and I shall prove my friendship. I prove more. I can give you pretty dresses by the score, send you to Kirk in your own coach, and your neck and arms with precious jewels. That's why I asked to be alone with you this night. Not because I cared if you ever listen to the preacher or Master Forbes again, but because I'm mad about you, Isabel, because I want you. No, you want the goods that I can give you, and for them you'll give yourself to me. No, I want you. You wench. You struck me.
Aye. And again you lay hands upon me, this kitchen knife will find its way into your filthy heart. Say, this is your friendship. I might have known, for all that's ever come to me has had its bitter price. Think you I would sell myself for a dress, some gaudy trinkets? And to you, another old man like my husband? Nay. Once I have been sold. If I be again, it shall be for my own price. And to one who will set me high above such beasts as you who only wish me in the mire. Go, you old fool. Gang out to this house with your wrinkled, ugly body and your dirty soul. Gang out before I spit upon you.
You'll pay for these insults to your betters ere I gang away, my lass. John Gowdy, come ye here.
So you would have me tell my husband what you just
you tell him your tale. You tell him your tale, and I'll tell mine.
What do you mean?
You call, Mr. Gordon. Are you convinced the wench that she must come to...
Nay, and from this night, Kirk will have her. Master Forbes was right. She is the devil's ain, a witch of hell. But no, she tried to play her wiles on me. I made love to me, she did.
Isabel.
You strumpet.
I can you say that, but yon kitchen knife she holds is proof. She threatened to stab me with it because I will not kiss her on her wanton
Nay, John, Henny, you cannot believe...
I believe anything, oh devil's witch. You wouldn't have ganged to Kirk. A spawn of hell. You bragged I dare not strike you. Well, I strike you now upon your wanton face.
Good.
Aye, John. You struck me as I said you'd never dare.
Isabel?
Gang away, Annie.
You struck me, John. But some way, somehow, I'll strike you back. I'll strike back at all of you for this. At you, my husband, who have treated me as dirt. As you, my Laird of Park, who has traduced me with your lies. And at you, my sister, who stood with him against me.
Isabel, I didn't.
The three of you shall pay for this. Oh, what I were the devil's witch that you accuse me. If I had the power of hell, I'd strike you dead before me. Now I can only pray that God will curse you all. I curse you, curse you, curse you all!
Come out of that room!
Isabel, don't lock me out!
Let me in, you hell!
He's a small here. Come away, both of you, and let me tell you the full enormity of what she tried to do to me this day.
I would know all and prepare a fit and punishment.
God, I pray thee, curse them all, curse them, God, curse. Nay, I pray to thee no more. Thou hast never listened frae the time I was a bairn. They say I am the devil's witch. Oh, to hae the credit as well as hae the name. Oh, to hae the power they say the devil gives his aid. To the foul black fiend of hell I pray for torment and all them who've hurt me. In the devil's name I curse them. In the devil's name.
At thy service, Mistress Gardy.
Who are you?
One who is prompt in answering worthy prayers.
Whence came you in this room?
In the well-known place thou mentioned but a moment past.
You are...
The name I most prefer is Lucifer. Especially when I deal with ladies. It hath a more romantic sound than my other titles, don't you think?
Get you gone. I did not really mean to call upon you.
Oh, of course you did. And if thou should send me away before we really become acquainted, thou wilt never forgive thyself.
No.
Be not afraid. Look at me fair as I stand revealed in this gentle moonlight. I'm not at all the hideous creature thy good church folk imagine.
Not a young man, straight and tall.
Rather handsome, am I not? I walk and turn around and bare my head. Thou seest no suggestion of cloven hoof or tail or horns. In fact, I'm the sort of young lover thou hast often dreamed would come to thee someday.
Your great dog-piercing eyes. You are the handsomest man I've ever seen.
Thou art hungry for love as well as power and vengeance. Wilt have me for thy lover?
Your deep black eyes seem to burn into my soul.
Far into thy heart, which is more important than the soul with women. Wilt have me, Isabel, and give thyself to me? Not simple frocks and gaudy trinkets do I offer. I will set thee over them who wish thee in the mire.
Glowing, wondrous eyes.
Still give thyself to me, soul and heart and body, forever and forever, in exchange for power and vengeance.
I
swear it in my name.
I swear it in your name. The devil's name.
And hast not even asked the price you'll pay. Well, there should be none unless you will it so. Except this mark I place on all my own. I brand it on my shoulder with a kiss.
Your lips burn.
Yet with a fiery thrill thou longest wanted.
Aye, a thrill that means new life.
A life quite different from thy past. But rebirth hath just begun. Now for thy first sweet taste of vengeance and the power witches know. Come, we go to where my court on earth holds revel.
Where?
To the Dooney Hills.
How go we there?
2 windle straws blow in thy window. Seize one as I do and place it twixt thy feet.
It's done.
Then hark thou to the charm I speak. Horse and hattock, mount and go. Horse and hattock, be it so. In the devil's name.
We sit bestride 2 horses, steeds that mount from out my window to the sky.
We are 2 mighty forces. Lords of earth, both you and I.
I am a witch in credit as in fame.
Aye, by the power of thy master's name. Look yonder, there our journey ends.
To the Downey Hills my horse descends. With speed of thought we've travelled here.
Thought is another name of mine, my dear. Our steeds alight on earth once more.
We change back to the straws they were before.
Well, what think you of this place, my Isabel?
The hills are thick with dancing forms. Human folk, I see, and fearsome creatures not earth.
Oh, be not afraid. For witch or warlock, fiend or demon, all here do call me master. Kneel all, and make obeisance. Here I am God. Here is my heaven. Look ye on my kingdom, woman.
I see but awful ugliness about. Ah, ye too have lost your handsome looks and are the monster that men call
Oh,
you.
nay. Gaze deep into mine eyes again and see that I am beautiful.
Your into my heart.
And thou dost not repent thy bargain?
I do not repent.
Then enter in thy glory. Rise, ye witches, warlocks, usurers. Rise, all who are my subjects, and hail the newest of thy number. Now thou shalt have a servant suite. Red Reaver, come.
Away, demon. He's perched upon my shoulder.
He shall be thy slave, invisible once we leave this place to all human eyes but thine. Fear him not. He's thy familiar spirit. Asmodeus, bring here my subject, Bessie Ball.
Bessie Ball? I ken that name.
Oh, thou shouldst in all and she is thy neighbor.
And she is...
She is mine, as thou art. Thou wilt find many acquaintances here who have long been in my service.
You called for me, great master?
I have worked for the old Bess. Because of all my older and Coben, thou art the ugliest and meanest.
That makes for beauty in my master's eye.
Thou sayest true. Now, Mistress Isabel, for the vengeance I have promised, Mr. Gordon, Laird of Park, shall be the first to feel thy hate.
I wish to see him.
Wait. Death marks the end of worldly pain. Men must live to suffer truly. Hearken now to the devil's way of torture. The fool is vain and haughty. He delights to boast of his conquests o'er fair women. In that most tender spot we'll turn our dagger. Bessie Bald, brew thou a potent love charm for this Gordon Laird of Park. It is my will he marry thee.
Nay, I didn't like the man. I'll torment him in your wish with pleasure, but I want him nay for husband.
Thou art particular, my toothless hag.
Useless I may be, and ugly, but I have a right to choose my mate.
Thou hast no right but what I will.
'Twas ne'er a bargain that I be wife of man I hate.
Silence!
What the devil gives, he can also take away. Obey me not, and I bereave thee of thy power. I give thee to man's law to torture in the stake.
Nay, I do your bidding, master.
And begone, all of you. Thou hast played enough tonight. Go back to the world and to my work.
It's like of old Bess for thine enemy will serve thy hatred well when they are wed.
You said you'd be her to the torture and the stake if she should fail you. Is it so that witches attain by man's law?
Think ye the faithful ones whom I protect ever suffer trial and burning? Oh, no, my innocent. I am a gentleman who looks after his own, so long as they do not cross me.
I see.
Look not so thoughtful. Thou and I shall never quarrel. But come again to our windle straws. Now we ride to make thy vengeance quite complete.
Do we strike my husband?
Not yet. We call upon the Laird of Park, for thou hast another pretty gift for him.
What?
Thou soon shalt see. Place the straw betwixt thy feet and say the charm I taught thee.
Aye, horse and haddock mount and go. Horse and haddock be it so, in the devil's name.
In the devil's name!
Arise from the horse's stride.
With speed of thought again we ride. Look down. We've reached the place you know.
I see the house of hawk below.
To thine eyes I make its walls but bare.
I see Laird Gordon sitting there.
Take this knife and from thy head cut that lock of thine hair so red.
I obey, but tell me why.
Ha-ha! You learn that by and by. Hover good steeds above this roof, and we'll put the power of a witch to proof. Scatter thy hair down the chimney flue, then hark to the charm of my magic brew. With these hairs alight may they leave a blight. Burn and pain, bone, flesh, and vein. Tear and maim in the devil's name.
I see Mr. Gordon rise in torment. Spots show upon his flesh, red spots.
Red as thy hair. Red as the searing heat of flame he feels. Mental anguish is to come when he knows passion for old Bessie. But yet I did not wish to spare him also anguish of the body.
Oh, what wondrous vengeance ye had given me.
Art happy in it?
Aye, this will pay him for his hurt to me. I'm happy, happy, happy.
I love thee for thy hate. Above all other human emotions, 'tis the one I find most satisfying. But the night is far advanced. I must return thee to thy home.
Him? You mean no, we'll pay off John, my husband? 'Tis him I hate the most of all.
Not overeager, my dear. Scores paid off too rapidly accumulate no interest. And I should like his debt to mount. But I haven't neglected John altogether. I shall find him a greatly changed husband on the morrow. For henceforth thou shalt be the master.
Aye, his master?
That shall be the first portion of his punishment. And knowing something of women, I feel sure it will prove effective. Here we are.
So soon. Our steeds just drifted here.
Gaze through the window at thy husband. He is sound asleep.
And I am lying in the bed beside him. Yet I stand outside with you.
Another helpful charm my witches know. Before we left, I laid a broomstick underneath the coverlet. To all the world, when thou art absent, it appears as thine own self. See what power is in my name.
Aye, the power I've always craved. And you say I pay no price.
None. Unless you wish it so. Enter now. I take the broomstick from thy sleeping husband's side. Take thou its place. Sweet dreams, my love. And sleep.
Aye, sleep. But I pay no price.
Aye, but do thee a favor. Sleep, my own. When thou dost wish against my presence, send Red Reva, thy familiar. Bid him fetch me in my name.
In the devil's
Fancy. In the devil's name.
John Gowdy, didn't you hear me call you?
Aye, Isabel, I'm here.
You're after answer when I speak the first time.
I'm sorry, Isabel. I didn't mean to vex you.
Never mind your excuses. Get out and put the coos to bed. And then hurry back. I wish to have speech with my sister Anne, alone.
Aye, Isabel, aye, again.
Isabel, what have you done to John to change him so? In a single week, he's dropped all his bullying ways and become as meek as mice. If you weren't my own blood sister, I'd say you were a witch indeed, and had wrought the change by devil's charms. But, of course, even Master Forbes has apologized for that dark hint he made about you for the pulpit.
Aye, and the gossip of our neighbours has likewise turned about.
Aye.
They gaze upon me with respect at last.
And John ain't bought you a new dress. Isabel, do you think it could be my prayers that caused it all?
Your prayers?
I never had told you, but ever since you married John, I've known how unhappy you were. So each night I prayed to God that your burden be made light.
Oh, Annie, and I cursed you with the others on that night.
You were beside yourself. I can will you didn't mean it.
No, I didn't mean it. The words burst out without my knowing. Annie, you're the only thing I've ever loved. You do forgive me for my words.
You cannot do. I've told you so for 50 times.
Aye, but I cursed you in the devil's name.
That means not. 'Tis just an expression that everybody uses.
Aye, that's all. Annie, I wish to talk to you alone this night. I've got to talk to someone.
What about?
Annie, do you see a small red creature perched upon my shoulder?
A small red?
Tell me, do you see it?
No.
And here where I bear my flesh, do you see a mark that looks as if two burning lips had pressed there?
I see not.
I must have dreamt it all. Be still dreaming.
I didn't understand you.
Never mind. 'Tis late and you hear an appointment with young Andrew Burns that walk upon the moor. Gang on. I would be alone. But dinner stay out late.
I will now, Isabel.
Wait. Tell me again what happened on that night a week ago. After John struck me and I went into your room.
I've already told you so often you must ken it no behalf.
Well, tell it again. I'm trying to write things in my mind.
Well, Mr. Gordon told John some more of how you tried to make love to him. The old ninny. And John talked high of how he'd have you before the magistrates for the shame you'd brought upon him. Then suddenly a funny look come over Mr. Gordon's face, and he blurted out the whole truth of how he'd lied. Then he went home and John went into bed.
Beside of me?
Of course. And you were sleeping like a stick of wood after all your temper. Then I went to bed myself, and that's all that happened, except I think the painful sickness that came on Mr. Gordon that night was a punishment from heaven for the harm he tried to do you.
Aye, a punishment from heaven. Oh, I must have had a dream.
Tell me of this dream you prayed to.
'Tis no important. Gang you gone.
All right. Oh, I forgot to tell you the latest gossip for the village. It slipped my mind when I returned. Isabel, you ken old Bessie Bald.
Bessie Bald?
Aye, the ugliest body in our dern. Well, 'tis hard to believe, but they say Mr. Gordon, despite his burning sickness, was seen last night coming from her cottage. And Janet Murdoch, who happened by, swears she saw him kiss our Bess.
'Twas nae dream I had, but truth. Isabel. Oh, you can, sweet Annie. I never meant to curse you.
Whatever is the matter
Oh,
with
never
you?
mind. Go, gang out and leave me. Here's your shawl.
But Isabel...
Gang out. I wish to be alone. Here, kiss me first. Let me kiss you, my dear. No, go.
Isabel, you should tell me what's
There's
the
naught
matter.
to tell. Go and meet young Andrew. And come home soon. And safe. Oh, I must ken whether it was dream or no, for I cursed her in his name. I must know, but I'm feared. Red River. Always at my shoulder you are. Yet no one else can see you. Now can they see the burning mark placed on me by your master's lips? I must ken the truth. Tell him I didn't mean. Red River, fetch your master. I bid you bring him in the devil's name.
Good evening, Mistress Isabel.
Here. And I'm not dreaming, too. Or am I?
My poor sweet. Thou hast been suffering from a delusion common to my new recruits. Aye, and to some of my old ones. For no one denies the devil half so hard as those who know him best. Why didst thou not call me before to settle thy doubts?
I was afeard.
Another delusion common to my subjects. But thou dost not fear me now as I stand before thy eyes.
Ye are the handsomest man I've ever kenned. Yet when you're away, I cannot recollect your beauty. In my mind, you seem a monster, black and awful.
Thine eyes shall never see me as does thy mind, unless ye will it so.
That is what you've said about the price I pay for power. There shall be none unless I will it so. What did you mean by that?
Who knows what the devil means? Sometimes he doesn't know himself. Perhaps if he did, if he ever had, he would not have fallen down from paradise. But come, what will you in my name tonight?
All I ask in your name will begin.
All it is our bargain.
It seems there was something I once asked I did not mean. Something that may trouble me. Some words I would take back again. Now you stand before me, I cannot recollect. You look upon me with your great, dark, burning eyes, and all I ken is that I am your slave. Yet I cannot be a slave, for you made of me a master.
Perhaps what thou art striving to remember is thy curse upon thy husband, as thy hate for him abated.
Nay, him still I curse. But there was someone else.
Thou thinkest of the Laird of Parr.
Nay, him too I wish to suffer.
Oh, then the errant thought you cannot bring to mind must be that final vengeance on thy husband is too long delayed. That must be it, my Isabel. For hate is all that matters to me. Hate for him who trampled on thy pride. Hate for him who struck thee. Hate.
Hate is all that matters. Hate.
Come, we'll pay thy score to John.
You must suffer like the Laird of Parr.
He'll suffer more.
What will you do?
Hast ever seen men hunt the stag? First the great beast sights his foe. Then an awful terror turns and runs. The hunter follows, pursuing it through brambles, running streams, and over jagged rocks until its hide all torn, feet cut and bleeding, lungs bursting with exertion, heart but one great beat of fear. It's brought to bay and stands with hopeless, pleading eyes to meet the death it knew when the chase begun would be its fate. Hast seen that, Isabel? Well, the stag is noble game, but the greatest hunt of all is man himself. We shall hunt thy husband so.
He shall be the quarry, we the hound.
Again thou art my true disciple.
Come, we seek him out.
Here, fix the broomstick in thy bed, so none shall know ye leave the house.
I lay the besom in the devil's name. It shall be as I till I come hame.
Now clutch yon floating windle straw.
Fix my feet, I ken its law.
Horse and hattock, mount and go.
Horse and hattock, be it so.
In the devil's name.
In the devil's name.
Ha-ha! Oh, the hunt where man is game.
Tear him, rend him, bruise and maim.
Death to all ye hate or blame.
Death to all I've cursed in the devil's name.
She forgot she cast her sister, Satan. But you can make a little bet old Lucifer ain't forgetting. You folks got to wait till next week to hear the finish of this party little yarn. And then you'll hear plenty about what happens when you call in the devil's name.
This concludes part one of the two-part drama and the 265th broadcast of The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. The conclusion of In the Devil's Name will be brought to you at the same hour next Friday evening. Your announcer is Roger Bauer. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
Old I be today. Yes, sir, 103-year-old. Well, Satan, what kind of a cheerful bedtime yarn will we spin these folks tonight? Now, tell everyone to douse their lights, Satan. That's right. Make it nice and dark and cheerful. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see into the parlor of a fine big house in a great city. Soon you'll see a woman sitting there afore a table on which there lies an open letter and a knife. She's a-crying as if her heart would break. And blending with her sobs, you'll hear the ticking of a clock. A clock whose hands are moving towards the hour of 4 in the morning. And so begins our story of the suicide. The suicide.
I can't live this way any longer. I can't. Robert, is that you, Robert?
Who do you think it was?
Will you come in here, please? I want to talk to you.
That's nothing new.
You're drunk again.
That's nothing new either.
Where have you been? It's nearly 4 o'clock.
Churches, you should be in bed.
Stop mocking me. Where have you been?
My darling, I've been out.
With whom?
Well, if you really must know, with your very best friend.
Florence Matson. I knew.
I suspected you suspected. Oh, she's a very charming girl. I'm glad you introduced me to her. Florence is altogether different from you. She's a blonde. I like blondes. And her eyes aren't all red from crying.
I'm accustomed to your insults. You're having an affair with her, of course.
Am I?
Yes, as you've had with a dozen others since our marriage. Oh, I can't live this way any longer. I can't.
Well, what are you going to do about it, huh?
I'm going to kill myself.
Oh, how interesting. I see you got the table all set. Knife on the table and everything. Don't let me stop you.
Why did I ever marry such a beast?
You said it was because you loved me.
I did. God help me, I still do. And you only wanted me for my money.
Well, suppose I did. I earned every penny that you ever give me. By standing for your nagging, for your tears, and being the husband of a fool.
You won't have to stand it much longer. My foolishness is nearly ended.
Put down that knife. I know you haven't got the nerve to use it.
No, you don't know. It doesn't take nerve to kill oneself when there's nothing in life to live for. Even tonight you might have saved me from the madness that you've caused. But instead you goad me on to commit the crime I've planned. I can't live this way any longer. I can't.
Give me that knife.
I can't.
Martha! Oh, God, you've done it! It was just a bluff. You only scratched yourself to draw that blood. No. The blade is deep into your chest. I'll get a doctor.
Before he could reach here, I'll be dead.
No, you can't be found dead with a knife wound in your chest. The police will say I killed you. They'll arrest me for your murder. So that's your plan, you little devil. You mean to get me hanged?
No, Robert.
Yes, but I won't let them get me. When they find you, I'll be gone.
Robert, wait and listen. There, on the table, is a note I wrote. It explains I'm a suicide.
You're not lying to me.
Look, see. I thought of everything to save you trouble. My will's in your favor, too. And there's nothing in the note It'll hurt you. It doesn't tell the real reason why I couldn't go on living. Have you found it?
Yes. Yeah, it puts me in the clear, all right. You can't accuse me now. For a moment, I had visions of myself in prison.
Oh, what a selfish beast you are. And I love...
Stop your whining.
Robert.
Perhaps I am a selfish beast, but I wouldn't have raised a finger to bring about the thing you've done. But since you're fool enough to do it, I'm glad. Glad I'll have to listen to your sighs no longer. Glad you're dying.
No, oh, no.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean it.
Yes, you meant it. And you could say it as that clock ticks out my last moments on this earth.
I'm sorry.
It's too late. Oh, God in heaven, listen to my prayer. If there's justice, let this man suffer. Let me be the instrument to bring him pain. Here, I cannot repay his wrongs. But from the grave, let my hand reach out.
Martha, don't say such things. I didn't mean it. What? What are you staring at?
Your future. I have been heard. I will be answered.
You can't frighten me.
Remember this day. The 31st of March. Remember the hour I die. For in that day and hour, I shall come...
Martha!
...to bring you justice.
Martha! Martha! She's dead. 4 a.m. 31st of March. Oh, I'm no superstitious fool. It doesn't mean anything to me. It can't mean anything to me. It can't mean anything to me!
I'm no superstitious fool. Doesn't mean anything to me. Doesn't mean anything to me.
The idiot said that 50 times since this party began, Charles. What's his idea?
Oh, I don't know. He's merely drunk, as usual.
Since his wife committed suicide a year ago, he hasn't drawn a sober breath.
Yeah, I know. Till he announced his ghastly reason for giving this party tonight, I thought he was trying to drown his sorrows, or his conscience. And now I don't believe he knows the meaning of either.
Come on, drink up, everybody. This is the 31st of March. We're celebrating. First anniversary of a very important occasion.
I'm going home. I don't claim to be a very worthwhile citizen. But every time he alludes to this brawl as the anniversary celebration of Martha's suicide, I feel as though I were dancing in a graveyard.
I feel the same as you do. We're the only friends that rotter has left. Let's put him to bed before we go.
All right. But let's do it quick. It's nearly 4 o'clock.
I'm no superstitious fool. Doesn't mean anything to me.
Here he comes. We're getting between us and, you know how to handle drunks.
Charlie, Jules, I've been looking for you, old pal. Come over to the bar. I want you to meet a very pretty girl, have another drink.
Thanks.
You've had enough to drink. Come on.
Hey, let go my arm. Where you taking me?
Upstairs to your room.
No, I don't want to go to my room. It's nearly 4 o'clock. I want to go downstairs with people.
Come on.
No. That's why I gave this party. I don't want to be alone. I'm no superstitious fool. Doesn't mean anything to me,
but...
No.
I don't.
No.
Let it. Quick, Charlie. Shut the door. I have the key.
Open this door. Don't lock me in the dark alone. Don't lock me in alone.
Go to bed and sleep it off.
Open this door. It's nearly 4 o'clock. It's the 31st of March. But that doesn't mean anything. I'm no superstitious fool. That doesn't mean anything. It don't. It can't be anything. It can't. The clock. It's striking 4. It can't mean anything. It can't.
Robert.
Ah!
I'm here, Robert.
No, I'm hearing things.
You don't believe?
I won't believe I hear your voice. I won't believe the dead woman returns. I won't.
your eyes will believe what your ears deny. Look.
A hand. That knife. Help! 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 Ah!
Robert, tell us what's happened.
Why did you call for help?
What made you scream? A hand. A woman's hand.
A woman's hand?
A disembodied hand. It came out of the darkness with a knife and tried to stab me.
Ah, the fool has the deity.
No! No. Look, I'm not drunk anymore. I'm not drunk anymore. I saw a woman's hand. A strong, white, slender hand with fingers. A hand. A hand.
And
A hand.
more body to go with it.
We just stopped here in answer to your scream. We needn't have been so alarmed.
I've heard of seeing pink elephants, but a disembodied hand is something new.
Hey,
sure, back to Robert. Yes, I'm coming.
Yes. Everyone go and leave me. Everyone but you, Charlie.
You want me?
Yes. It can't be alone again. But I've got to talk to someone. Close the door.
Very well. What are you doing at that writing desk?
I'm going to unlock it and convince myself this was imagination.
What do you mean?
The knife in that ghastly hand was the one Martha used to kill herself. After the coroner had finished with it, I had the police give it back to me. Then I locked it in a secret drawer here that no one knew about but me and Martha. If it's still here, I'll know that I was dreaming. If it's still here, I'll know there's no reason for the fear that's been growing in me ever since she died. I'll know the dead cannot come back. I'll know. The drawer is empty. She has the knife. Martha has returned!
Robert, how much longer must we walk about these infernal docks?
Oh, just for a little while, Charlie. Only until 4 o'clock. It's nearly that now. It's the 31st of March again.
I think you're altogether insane to have let that drunken imagination of a year ago leave such an impression on you.
Did imagination remove that knife from its secret drawer?
I can't see how you connect a solid, tangible knife with a disembodied hand and the ghostly voice of a dead woman. The parts don't fit together. Why, you've even told me the hand you think you saw wasn't Martha's.
No. Her hand was dark and plump. The one I saw was very white and slender. A strong hand of living flesh and blood. I don't know how the pieces fit, but I know they do. And I'm afraid. Afraid.
Oh, pull yourself together.
Yes. Yes, I can't let myself go tonight. It's nearly 4 o'clock. I've got to beat her.
Let's get away from this dark waterfront.
No, I've got to stay here by the river. They say spirits of the dead can't cross running water.
What mad notion have you thought of now?
It said the soul of a suicide isn't allowed to rest. An old book I've been reading says sometimes they come back to Earth in the bodies of later suicides in order to finish the work they didn't live to do. And Martha prayed to come back.
Oh, for heaven's...
Wait. If that's true, it makes the pieces fit.
What do you mean?
A voice from the dead and a hand of living flesh that held a knife of steel. And it struck at me 3 times. I see the answer. Martha and I were married 4 years. 1 year had already passed. The gesture meant 3 more remained to me. So I'd live and suffer by her death the same length of time I'd hurt her during life. That's it. At last I found the answer to it all. When this clock strikes 4 this morning, I'll receive a warning that but 2 more years remain. I'll see that living hand again. A hand that now may join a living body with Martha's soul inside. I'll see that knife again and know...
Come to your senses.
Charlie, there's something floating towards us in the river.
Oh, what about it?
It looks like a woman.
Oh, for the love of heaven, don't start.
Lord.
It is a woman. She's struggling to keep afloat. I can't swim. You've got to get her.
No, I can't go near her. Listen to that clock. It's striking 4.
Robert.
Let me go. I gotta get away.
Help me. Help. Oh.
That voice. Martha.
It's a drowning woman, you rotten coward. You've got to save her life.
Don't push me into the water. She's waiting for me there. Waiting for me with that knife. Oh!
Now get her, damn you, or I'll come back and kill you. Do you hear me? Keep your head above water while I go for help. Help, somebody!
Help me! Help me! There's her arms around my neck. She's pulling me down. Down! Ah!
And now, let us drink to rescuer and rescue.
It is a pleasure to drink at all in this world after being so close to another one. Do you not agree with me, monsieur?
Yes. Yes, of course. You're French, aren't you?
My English is not too good.
Without that accent, your voice would be very like another I used to know.
I fail to note the slightest resemblance. Furthermore, this lady's displayed no knife upon her person. 4 o'clock's past. Another day's here. Forget it.
I do not understand.
There's nothing to understand. Except I've been a fool. Fill up these glasses again. And this time we'll drink to our new acquaintance.
Ha ha, that's the idea. And in case you haven't noticed, she's a very stunning blonde.
Oh, I've noticed that, all right. You know my weakness.
You have a weakness?
Ah, a great one. For you to take advantage of. What's your name, pretty lady?
My name is Eleanor. I am nobody.
How did you happen to be floating in the water?
I had sought it for my end.
You mean?
I was unhappy. I did not wish to live. But after I leapt into what you call eternity, I realized there are things to be done in this world the dead they cannot do. So I cry for help. I pray to come back to life. I tell God I wish to return.
Return?
What is the matter?
I've just noticed your hands. Strong, white, slender.
Do they, like my voice, remind you of another?
Yes. Oh, but it doesn't mean anything. 4 o'clock is past. I won't be again a superstitious fool.
Mon cher Robert, is it not strange the way our lives have joined? Only 2 short months ago you will pull me back from death, and tomorrow I become your wife. It might even be said you take your bride from out of the grave.
Oh, don't say such things. Please don't.
Again you look at me as on the morning we first met. Is it my voice that troubles you this time, or my white hands?
Whatever fear I had has gone since I've known you. Well, nearly gone. But a new fear has come to take its place. A fear that loving you has brought about.
What do you mean?
You've heard what a rotter I've been. My mind's in constant turmoil for fear you'll do to me what I've done to others. Oh, Eleanor, be good to me. Promise me. No, don't. For if you did, I'd think it was a lie. Knowing myself, I can't trust even you.
What can one do in such a situation?
Oh, nothing, I suppose. Although if I knew more about you, of the life you lived before, I'd feel better.
Tomorrow you will begin to learn of me, mon cher. Now it is my whim to tell you nothing. You found a drowning woman in the river. Tomorrow she will be your wife. It is my whim to be a dead woman whom you restored to life.
Eleanor.
Oh, I forgot. You like me not to say such things?
It doesn't mean anything, of course.
It cannot mean anything, of course.
I can't stand this any longer. I can't. Eleanor? Is that you, Eleanor?
Who do you think it is?
Come here. I want to talk to you.
Oh, that is nothing new. You always do when I come home this late.
You've been drinking again. It's nearly 4 o'clock. Where have you been?
You would really like to know?
Oh, stop mocking me. We hadn't been married a week when you began to behave like this. I won't stand it any longer. I won't.
What will you do about it?
Oh, there's nothing I can do. Eleanor, I don't want to quarrel. I can't quarrel with you tonight. I only want you with me.
That is why I returned to you so early. Charlie told me you do not like to be alone at 4 o'clock this morning.
Charlie told you?
Oui. He say you are afraid of this 31st of March.
You were with Charlie again tonight.
Why not? I like him much. He is so different from you.
You're having an affair with him.
Am I?
Yes. Oh, why was I ever fool enough to marry a woman from the gutter?
Why did you marry me?
For the same reason I can't do anything to punish you for what you're doing. Because I love you.
I'm so sorry for you. Good night.
Oh, Eleanor, don't go. Come back.
Should I stay here to be insulted? Not I. I am not like your other wife whose ghost you fear may come tonight.
Oh, don't say that. Don't. For whatever wrong I did to her or any other woman, you've paid me back in kind and paid me in full. Oh, Eleanor. How can you make me suffer so?
Stop your whining. I will be glad when I shall hear your sighs no longer. I will be glad if you were dying.
Stop. I said that once and no one heard but her. How do you know?
Have I repeat some words that you once said?
You know you have. Who are you?
Just a suicide you rescue from the river.
You have her voice. Your hands are strong and white and slender like the one that held that knife. But you're living flesh and blood. Living flesh and blood.
That is a privilege and a curse reserved for suicide.
You mean...
What do you think I mean?
I know.
Maybe you do, and maybe not. It is nearly the anniversary of our first meeting and of your rendezvous with the dead. I shall keep you company until the clock is strike. Then I shall leave this house on you until another year have passed, when I will return on this same morning, so you will not be alone.
Return?
For the last time.
Martha. Eleanor.
Your two wives' names sound pleasant as you say them so together.
Oh, God. Oh, God!
The clock strikes 4, and I say au revoir. Now you will not fear to be left alone, for your ghosts have failed to keep a rendezvous. But that, of course, cannot mean anything.
A year from tonight. 1 year of life. 1 year of life. Everything locked and bolted, Harper?
Yes, sir.
You understand another door or window of this house must be opened under any consideration.
I understand, sir.
Is that clock right?
Correct to the second, sir.
All right. Leave me.
Yes, sir.
Tick, tock. Tick, tock. 31st of March. I'm ready. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. Flesh and blood can't enter through bolted doors and windows. Tick, tock. A pistol filled with silver bullets. That'll stop creatures from the grave. Oh, I'm talking to myself again. No wonder people say I'm mad. Perhaps I am. This past year and the 3 before have... But tonight will end it. And I'm going to beat her. Oh, what am I saying? Oh, yes. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Oh, please get to 4 o'clock. It's so hard to wait alone. Charlie used to wait with me. Then Eleanor. But now they've gone. No, Eleanor's coming here. Oh, how I loved her. Love her still. No. Tick, tock. Eleanor is Martha. Martha's in her body. The dead is in the living, so I hate them both. It's almost time to strike. Oh, my wait is nearly ended. She'll have the knife. But I won't die. I have bolts and bars and silver bullets. Strike! I'm ready! Strike!
I'm here, Robert, for the last time.
Eleanor.
And Martha, as you know, we're the same.
I know. Your soul is in her living body.
A privilege and a curse reserved for suicide.
But in her living form, I see. But I'm prepared for both the living and the dead. Silver bullets will stop creatures from the grave. Well, why don't you fall? How can you still come onward with that knife? Keep back! Don't strike! Down!
God has done his justice on you, Robert. Now I, his instrument, return to death.
Well, that's the end of that, and Satan. That's the end of me pretty bedtime story, The Suicide. Pleasant dreams to you folks.
The Witch's Tale. the fascinations of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
Another 22-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell everyone to douse their lights. That's it. We want lots of darkness when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep. And soon, by the light of the moon and the stars, you'll see a barren stretch of land where two roads meet in old Massachusetts state. 3 policemen stand a-talking there beside their motorcycle bikes, and soon you'll hear the story of the haunted crossroads. The haunted crossroads.
Sure you're not scared to have us lady here alone, Tom?
Of course he's scared, Sergeant. Look at his knee shaking. I'll probably yell for help the minute you guys get out of his sight.
Sure, Gene. I don't think he is properly frightened.
I guess not. Well, if he sees any spooks, he can't say we haven't warned him.
Seriously, boy, you'll keep your eyes peeled for other scenes and ghosts on this patrol.
You bet I will, Uncle Pat. And I hope it's my luck to have the skunk who knocked up Smith and Barclay here start something with me. Well, I hardly think that'll happen. Those killings weren't done by the same man.
They were both stabbed in the back the same way.
Oh, well, that doesn't prove anything. Several fellows were stabbed to death here right after the Civil War. And another about 20 years ago, according to old records. It wasn't the same murderer who got them, and 2 cops of our troops. Well, unless you believe the crazy stories about this place being haunted.
Well, I must be riding back to troop headquarters for Captain Elton and be skinning the hide of it. And you, Gina Hardy, you better be after getting on your patrol.
Well, I'll get the old bike moving. Oh, when you get home in the morning, Tom, remind your sister she's got a movie date with me tomorrow night. Kathleen's not apt to forget any date she has with you.
Trooper Hardy, your job at the moment is to keep your eye peeled for speeders and reckless drivers.
Well, I'll try to remember that, Sarge. Well, good night. Good night, Gene.
Night, bye.
Kathleen, morning. What the? Tom! I'm coming back, kid. Coming back.
Gene!
I'm coming, Sarge.
It's Tom almost down.
Sarge, what is it? What has happened?
Sweet.
I'm here. What's happened? Tom!
Yes. He's dead.
He can't be dead. We just left him.
I started right after you rode away. Then I heard him yelling, "Oh, merciful God, I raised that boy. He was like my own son."
He's been stabbed in the back. Just as Smith was stabbed a week ago, and Barclay.
Here at these same rotten crossroads.
Now pull yourself together, Sarge.
Oh,
you know what I thought of, Tom. But we're cops. Listen, you were back here before I did. You must have seen
I saw no more than you see now. Whoever did it got away.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Tom wasn't alone here more than a minute. No one could have gotten to him across these open fields and then away again between the time I left and come back. Yet I saw no one but him and you. What was that?
A woman's laugh. A woman's laugh. You hear it too?
It sounded here, beside me.
Right here beside it, at me very elbow.
Yet no one's here that we can see.
An invisible woman. That's the craziest part of your whole crazy story.
But we did hear it, Captain Elton.
It's true, so help me. But there wasn't any woman, by your own confession. You said you searched and couldn't find her.
We looked everywhere around, sir, but there's no place there for anyone to hide.
And like the hicks around here, you've come to the conclusion those old crossroads are haunted. A female ghost stabbed Tom Fallon with a very ungodly steel knife, I suppose, which she carried away with her because you couldn't find it either. That's a fine way for two policemen to explain a murder.
We're only telling you what really happened.
But it couldn't have happened.
Just the same it did. Now, look here, sir. Tom Fallon was my closest friend. I'm engaged to marry his sister. And Sergeant McGee here is his uncle. You don't think we'd lie to you when Tom's dead body lies out there in the squad room?
He was like me own son.
Oh, here, Sergeant Pet. Sit down. I'm sorry I have to pound at you like this. But Tom is the second of the troop that has been killed inside a week. At the same place. In the same way. And last year we found Barkley dead there. 3 policemen stabbed to death, and we haven't a single lead to the rat who did it.
You think the same person killed them all, sir?
Yes, and that person's a man, not a laughing, invisible woman. A man with strength enough to kill with a single blow. Hardy, you say Fallon wasn't out of your sight for more than a few minutes before you heard him scream.
Well, I'd only passed the first turn south of the crossroads, sir. A minute and a half at most.
And you got back to him in about half that time. How about you, Sergeant McGee?
I left Tom right after Trooper Halley rode away, sir, and headed north.
And neither of you saw any vehicles approaching from the east or west, nor past any?
No, sir.
There was no traffic at all.
Then, in the 70 or 80 seconds that Fallon was alone, someone ran across that completely open space, drove a knife into Tom Fallon's back, and then ran away again.
It's crazy, but that's the way it must have happened.
It's the only way it could have happened.
It didn't happen. It's impossible. The world's greatest sprinter couldn't have covered the necessary distance in that short time, and a running man must make a little noise. Yet Fallon saw and heard nothing until a knife was in his back. You're lying to me, both of you. By the Lord, if I didn't know how close you were to the boy, I'd say you bumped him off yourself.
Captain L. Don't say that. Don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean that, of course. But unless you fellas change your story, the coroner's jury is going to ask some mighty embarrassing questions. You've established yourselves as the only persons in the vicinity who could have come close enough to Fallon.
No one's going to think we had anything to do with this when they recollect those other killings at the crossroads. Even if they won't believe we heard that woman laugh. You've forgotten, Captain, that Tom is the third to die out there. By the same man's hand, you say. Last week when Smith was killed, Sergeant McGee and I were on duty with you in this station from the time Smith left here until his body was found. And when Barclay got here a year ago...
Then, George, you and I were up in Maine Forest doing some fishing. Don't you remember? And Jean here.
And I was serving a motorcycle escort for the governor. Now, no one will question that alibi.
Yeah, you're right. But if you've told me the truth about tonight, what's the answer? I didn't have to listen to such a nutty yarn about Smith's and Barclay's murders, for no one was near him when it happened. They'd been dead for hours when found. Oh, excuse me, boys, the things I've said. If I don't find someone to pin these stabbings on pretty soon, I'll be believing those damn crossroads are haunted. That's all. Just a minute. Tom?
There's Fallon up here, sir.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir.
Does she know her brother is...
No. I telephoned her to come down here. That's all. You'd better break the news, Pat. You're her uncle.
No, not me. I can't even see her now. Let me out this other door before she...
Well, here she is.
Captain Dawson, why did you telephone me to come down here? Uncle Pat, why are you here? What's wrong?
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Uncle Pat, it's Tom. Something's happened to Tom.
Don't look at me. I don't know anything about it.
Kathleen, dear.
Miss Fallon.
Tom was posted at the crossroads tonight. He's been killed there, like the others.
Yes. Your brother is...
Oh, Tom.
Dearest Kathleen.
Let me out of here. Oh, let me out.
Oh, Pat.
I can't bear to hear her cry like that. I can't bear to have her eyes upon me. She has eyes like Tom, and they accuse me. They accuse me.
Accuse?
Before God, I swear I didn't mean to kill him.
Sergeant? You?
Yes, I killed him. I didn't tell you the truth. I never left him at his post at all. I killed the boy I loved because something from the blackest hell got into me. I stabbed a knife into his back because I couldn't help myself. I was made to do it. No, I'll pay for what I've done.
Don't let him get his gun. He shot himself.
Uncle Pat.
He's dead. Tom Fallon's murderer has just killed himself.
He stabbed my brother. Oh, no, he couldn't.
You heard what he said, Miss Fallon.
But who killed Smith and Barclay?
McGee couldn't have done that.
No.
Why did he say he couldn't help himself? That he was made to kill his nephew?
And what was the meaning of that woman's laugh I heard? my car! Drive on, no stopping here.
It's only me, Jean.
Kathleen.
You can put away your gun. But I'm glad to know you're being so careful here.
Why drive away out here at this hour, honey?
Oh, I couldn't sleep knowing you were posted alone at these crossroads tonight.
Dear, I told you not to worry. A trooper's been posted alone here every night for 3 weeks now, ever since poor Tom was killed. And nothing's happened.
You think there's no danger here anymore, now that Uncle Pat's dead?
Now, look, you mustn't stop thinking about him now.
Well, it's rather difficult not to think about him. I'll never understand
He
why...
was out of his mind. That's the only explanation.
But what drove him out of his mind? What could have made him destroy someone he loved? As we know, he loved Tom. And he said he was made to do it.
I don't know.
Jean, you're all I have left. If anything should happen to you now...
Now, nothing's going to hurt me, dear. Come on. Get a hold of yourself, sweetheart.
But Uncle Pat had nothing to do with the other deaths here. He was miles away when Smith and Barclay were stabbed. Jean, maybe this place is haunted.
Oh, you don't believe that stuff any more than I do. You're just all upset and... here, I'm going to disobey all standing orders of the state police and join you in this car for a little roadside parking.
Oh, no, don't get in. I'd rather get out and walk a bit. Mm-hmm. I've never been out here before, you know. At night, I mean.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be here now. Fine thing, driving this deserted old road at midnight. Have you got that little gun I gave you?
Oh, yes, I always carry it when I drive alone.
Ah, that's good. Well, come on then if you want to walk.
Jean, exactly where did you find Tom's body? Uncle Pat kneeling beside him.
We're not going to talk any more about that.
Oh, all right. It really wouldn't do me any good to know. It's such a gloomy spot here. No cars passing, no road lamps.
These are just old county roads. No state trooper had to patrol here regularly until
after Frank Barclay was found stabbed here.
Oh, Kathleen.
I want to talk about it, Jean. I loved Uncle Pat. He was a good man, not a killer or a maniac. And I've got to find out what made him do the thing he did. Find out what made him say he couldn't help himself. Uncle Pat was in Maine when Frank Barclay was killed. Tell me about that.
Well, all I know is that Barclay didn't report on schedule. When they found him, he'd been dead for several hours.
And then Smith, just a week before Tom.
Like Barclay, he'd been dead for a long time when found.
But Uncle Pat couldn't have done it.
Oh, he wasn't out of my sight, and that of a dozen others at any time that night. Well, after that, Captain Elton made this a fixed post.
Oh, I can't understand it.
Neither can anyone else.
And 70 years ago, the papers say, a town constable was stabbed here, and another constable about the time when we were children. That makes 5. All policemen.
Screwy, all right. But you mustn't think about it anymore, dear. And look, don't worry about me. Look around here. There's nothing but open spaces, sand and grass, and 2 level, hard dirt roads. Why, there isn't a bush or stone big enough for a cat to hide behind, let alone a man with a knife.
No one could come close to you here, except someone you knew and trusted. As Uncle Pat was trusted by Tom. As you trust me.
It's enough nonsense now. Go home, go to bed, and sleep. Yes, and keep that little automatic of yours handy on the way. Night driving's no business for a woman.
I wish you'd let me stay.
Not a chance. You want me to lose my job? That's what happens to cops who entertain ladies during business hours.
But it's so gloomy here. So silent and eerie. It looks like a haunted place.
Oh, bunk. Here, give me a kiss and say goodnight.
Oh, Jean, I can't lose you.
You're not going to. I'm safer here than I'd be in a church. What was that?
A woman laughing.
That's what I heard the other night.
Look there.
A woman's in the road.
She wasn't there a moment ago.
I'll soon find out.
Jean, come back here.
Stay in the car, Kathleen. You in the black dress. I want to talk to you.
No, don't follow her, Jean. Come back.
Wait, I tell you, whoever you are. Don't walk away from me. I'm an officer of the law.
Don't go any closer to her. Don't. Don't let her touch you, Jean. Keep away. She disappeared. She vanished as I watched her. Where did she go to? Come back here, Jean. Come back. Come back.
I'm coming.
What happened to that woman?
I'm coming.
Jean, what's happened to you?
I've got to do it.
Why do you stare at me like that?
Got to do it. Got to do it.
Why are you opening that pocket knife?
I can't help myself. Can't help myself.
You look as though you didn't know me. As though I'm someone you hate. Jean, I'm Kathleen. You love me.
Kathleen. Love.
Don't come any closer. Keep away.
Kathleen. Love. Your gun, Kathleen. Shoot me before I reach you. Shoot me. It's the only way to stop me, but I can't help myself.
No.
Just shoot me or I'll kill you with this knife.
Oh, you're mad.
Shoot. Shoot, I say, before I drive this knife into your back.
Oh, may God forgive me. It's the only way. I've shot you, Jean. I've shot you. Oh, she's here beside me.
Miss Fallon. I want to hear more about this woman who laughed. This ghost.
Oh, please don't ask me any more questions now. I'll go up to that operating room again, Captain Nelson. Make sure that Dean's going to live. I only shot him to stop him.
You stopped him, all right.
Oh, here's the doctor at last. Oh, doctor.
It's all right, Miss Fallon. We've taken the bullet out of Cooper Hardy's shoulder, and he'll be up and around again in just a few days.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And also Jean's tough constitution. Now, that's off your mind. Will you please tell me exactly what happened at the crossroads tonight?
I'll answer all your questions now.
What I've already heard has made me very curious.
Sit down, Doc. It's your office and your hospital. Go ahead, Miss Fallon. Let's hear all about that laughing, appearing, and disappearing woman.
If I were you, Captain, I'd withhold my judgment a while. But Cooper Hardy has been babbling about the phantom woman under the ether. Under ether, people don't lie. He's been repeating over and over that he couldn't help himself.
He couldn't. Somehow she made him want to kill me. But he loved me. That love was stronger than her power. He had time to warn me.
So you obligingly shot him?
Yes.
Then the woman reappeared again?
Yes, beside me. And she laughed. She laughed horribly. And then, as I looked at her, she just wasn't there.
A woman dressed in black, you say?
Yes. A dress all folds. It might have been a shroud. And her face was like the dead, but with an awful purplish tinge, as if she'd been strangled. And around her throat there was a heavy rope that dangled to the ground. Oh, God, I'll see her till the day I die.
I don't believe in ghosts. You just shot one of my troopers. I don't care if you were engaged to marry him.
That's enough, Captain.
Oh, what?
I'm boss inside the walls of this hospital, and this girl is in no physical condition to stand your third degree. Besides, I think she's telling the truth.
The truth?
Why not? We can't call a thing a lie simply because we don't understand it. And have you any better explanation than we've heard for the tragedy at those old crossroads?
You don't think anything supernatural?
I think something that has lived beyond the span of ordinary human life is responsible. Remember those almost forgotten cases the newspapers have searched out? The man who was stabbed there in 1865? That other chap in the early 1900s? One of the reporters told me they'd discovered several more crossroads stabbings in the records. A peace officer was killed there in Andy Jackson's time. And a member of the watch was stabbed when Washington was president.
All policemen.
By Jove. I hadn't thought of it just in that light. Miss Fallon, you say the phantom woman had a rope round her neck?
Yes, a thick rope tied with a heavy knot.
A hangman's rope. And at the crossroads in the early days, criminals were hanged and buried.
What's that got to do with it?
Maybe a lot more than you think. Excuse me, Captain. Leave a chair aside so that I can get to that bookcase.
What?
I want to find something. Something I've read and more than half forgotten. Policemen, officers of the law. They've been the only ones to die at those crossroads where a gallows tree once stood.
Oh, that's a coincidence.
But you must admit a strange coincidence. Here's the book. An old history of this county.
History?
Here it is. I knew I read it somewhere. Look.
What is it, Doctor?
I'll read it to you. Listen. On that 13th day of August, 1721, by order of the King's Governor, a gibbet of good, stout oak had been erected at Berkeley Crossroads. That's the old name of our place, Captain Elton.
Go on reading.
And there the criminal, Goody Fairfax, was taken, still protesting her innocence of the foul crimes that had jeweled her tears.
No, I swear that I'm innocent. The officers have lied.
Hold more tightly on her, Peter, so I can fix this rope round her scrawny neck.
Let me go. You cannot kill me.
She wriggles like an ear. Wait no more time. Fall to the bed.
No, I have done no murder. Have mercy. I am innocent, I swear.
Hey, you've had a fair trial, Dame, and been found guilty. And soon be your crime, you'll be buried in the soil of infamy, here beneath this gallows tree. Hey! Oh, you past me, spit upon your grave.
I not suffer that, I won't.
The rope's fast at last. All is ready, my lord sheriff, when you give the word. Quiet! Quiet! Our Lord the King cries, sheriff, speak.
Nay, I who am about to die this unjust death will speak. Hear me, ye officers of so-called
masters who have decreed this fate for me. As I die innocent of crime, I vow to return from death the murderer you to hang me for. As ye officers of blind lord over the death on me, so I shall visit death on you, with no more sense of right or pity. You mean to bury me beneath this gibbet, in unhallowed ground, away from God. Whilst I remain away from God, beware. Beware, I warn ye, for not even death will stay my hate. I shall return to bring ye death, ye officers of law.
Pull on the rope. Aye.
I shall return to bring you death. I shall return.
And so, still screaming her threats of ghostly vengeance, the murderess Goody Fairfax was hanged to death. Then the old account goes on. Her body was cut down from the gallows and buried underneath it at Birthday Crossroads.
The haunted crossroads.
Captain Elton, whether or not you believe in ghosts, it might be a kindly thing if you search for Goody Fairfax's grave, and if you find it, to place her restless bones in hallowed ground. A kindly thing and a wise thing.
I haven't got over it yet. There were human bones, a woman's bones, buried beneath those crossroads.
I knew you'd find them if you only persisted in the search.
Yeah, he persisted, all right, making us troopers do the digging with me on double shift. Fine way to treat a man only a week out of hospital.
And a newly married man.
Oh, I thought that was a good way for you to earn your sergeant's stripes.
Sergeant's stripes?
Yeah, here's your warrant.
Captain Elton.
I had to make you two crazy ghosts here some kind of a wedding present, and this didn't cost me anything.
Oh, how can we ever thank you?
Be happy. And Kathleen, let that first shot you had at your husband be the last.
Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. You folks come see us again on my birthday. We'll have another cheerful yarn to sing ye.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
And sweet 16-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 116-year-old. Well, Satan, now that me and you has had our customary sweet evening walk through the sweet, cheerful graveyard, we'll all sit to tell folks our customary sweet bedtime story. Now, tell these folks to douse their lights, and we'll get right down to business. That's right. Make it nice and dark. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep, and soon you'll see inside a big old handsome house in little old Merry England. And there begins our story, which we call the Devil Doctor. The Devil Doctor!
Dad? Oh, Dad?
Yes?
Will you and Stanley come in? Mr. Roberts is here.
here.
Be with you in just a minute.
It was awfully good of you to come over, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, not at all, Miss Duffus. I had already determined to drop in and bid you welcome to Hartley Manor.
I'm afraid it's a very trivial matter that Dad wishes to see you about. Won't you sit down?
Well, thank you. I suppose you're very happy to be finally in your new home.
Oh, I'm sure we will be. We've scarcely had time to become acquainted with it yet.
I see you've made quite a few changes.
Oh, yes. Oh, Dad bought this delightful place because it was so old and rich in tradition, and then immediately decided to modernize it. I'm sure you don't approve.
I must confess to a slight dismay.
That'll be the reaction of our other neighbors, I imagine. They probably feel it's bad enough that Americans have come to live in this historic landmark. I hope the liberties Dad's taking with it don't add to their resentment.
I'd like to be around when they resent it.
Dad, I didn't hear you and Stanley come in. Oh, this is the Reverend Mr. Roberts.
I always wear rubbers so I can sneak up on folks and hear what they're saying about me. Hi, Mr. Roberts. Glad you come over.
Thank you, Mr. Duffus.
You know, this girl of mine egged me into buying this place. Yet ever since I planked down a cool $500,000 for it, she's been kicking about the improvements I've made.
If only you wouldn't try to change things too much, Dad.
Change is what makes the world go round. Oh, excuse me. You haven't met my future son-in-law, Stanley Davis. Stan, this is Mr. Roberts, head man of the local church. How do you do? Now, sit down, everyone. Sit down. Before wasting any time in small talk, Roberts, I'm going to tell you why I sent you that message to come over. When I pay for anything, I expect my money's worth, and I paid for something in this house that isn't here.
I don't quite understand, sir.
When I phoned the solicitors who handled the sale of this place, they said you were the man to locate my missing property.
I?
Oh, they told Dad that as you're extremely familiar with the history of this house, you might help him in his search.
Search for what?
An ancestor.
An ancestor?
Yeah, I've been cheated. I was told that in the art gallery down the hall there were 106 life-size oil paintings of the de Caserac family whose estate this used to be. But there's only 105, which makes one ancestor missing.
I see. The 106th portrait isn't really missing, Mr. Duffus.
Oh?
It's hidden behind a secret panel in this room.
A secret panel?
What's the idea of hiding my picture there?
It was hidden over 300 years ago, Mr. Duffus, right after its subject died.
Why?
Because Bertram de Caserac, whose likeness it is, had placed a hideous blot upon his noble family name. He was one of the most infamous monsters who ever lived.
What did he do?
Allow me to show you his hidden portrait first. It'll make the story more believable. People hereabouts call him the Devil Doctor.
The Devil Doctor?
Yes. Now, let me see. It's many years ago that I was taught the secret of this panel. The spring is hidden somewhere in this beaded molding at the side. Ah, I found it.
Oh, good Lord.
I'll be. The 106th portrait is rather startling, isn't it?
I never saw anything so lifelike.
For an instant, it seemed he'd walked right out of the canvas. Darned if I didn't have the same feeling.
Oh, I'm glad he's only painted there. I've never seen such an evil face.
All except the eyes. They're expressionless and dead as those of a fish.
Oh, please close the panel again, Mr. Roberts.
Certainly.
I think his family were very wise to keep it hidden. I'm half sorry we found it.
No, I'm not. I don't know anything about art, but whoever painted that knew his business.
It's generally believed in this neighborhood that the artist was Lucifer himself.
You mean the devil?
Yes.
That's a new one.
According to tradition, that is not a mere portrait, but a second body that Bertram de Caserac will return to and wear someday, if he's able.
A second body? Let's hear the story of this old boy.
Well, the evil Bertram de Caserac was an alchemist, a delver in black magic, and above all, a Satanist.
Oh, you mean he...
Yes. Instead of God, he worshipped the Prince of Darkness. And in a certain vault below this house was often celebrated that most infamous of ceremonies, the Black Mass.
I've heard of it.
Yes, so have I. It's a horrible perversion of the true Mass, and is offered in honor of the devil. Satanists offer a sacrifice, usually the life's blood of an innocent child or woman. Say, are you kidding me?
Unfortunately, Mr. Duffus, we are stating an awful truth. Bertram was finally accused of witchcraft and arrested. In that vault, an unholy altar was found, and hideous parodies of sacred images and vessels, and in a pit beneath the stone floor were discovered the bones of nearly 100 human beings.
Oh, he was executed, of course.
No, he cheated legal punishment by committing suicide. Then, according to the story, the people who so long had feared him rose in arms and demanded his body. They wished to burn it, fire being considered the only way to completely destroy an evil spirit. His relatives smuggled his remains from the prison and buried them in secret. A bishop of the church attended and sealed each corner of his tomb with a holy cross.
To prevent him from rising from the dead.
Yes.
Well, that isn't the craziest thing I ever heard of.
It happened 300 years ago, Mr. Duffus, in a most superstitious age.
Say, where is that vault where the old boy did his dirty work?
Below the east turret.
East? That direction?
Yes. Bertram's heir had the chamber bricked up, and so it has remained to this day.
Till yesterday, you mean?
I beg your pardon?
I told you I was going to change things here. I went down in the cellars yesterday and saw that bricked-up doorway. Looked like valuable space was being wasted behind it. So I had the decorators' men tear it out and use the room to store their packing cases.
That vault is open?
Sure, why not?
Does anyone know this?
I just told you the decorators' men opened it.
Oh, but they are from London and unfamiliar with the story. Mr. Duffus, if this becomes known around here, half this countryside will be thrown into a panic.
Oh, you mean that?
I mean the legend of the Devil Doctor is a living truth to the people of this region. I beg you to have that door resealed at once.
What do the fools think will happen because that room is open?
Oh, I told you their belief about that portrait.
You mean that old Bertram will return to life?
If he is able. And you have rendered his spirit a service by unbarring the way to his tomb.
His tomb?
Yes, for below the vault where he buried his victims, Bertram himself was buried.
His body's in that room?
Embedded in solid masonry.
By golly, it's beneath the center of the floor. I remember seeing 4 metal crosses on the corners of the big slab and wondered what they meant.
Oh, I want to see it.
So do I. Now that I know what it all means, I'd like another look myself. Come on, Robert.
Oh, yes. I would like to see it, too.
The stairs are right down this hall.
You don't have to tell Mr. Roberts, Dad. He knows this house better than any of us.
I'm afraid I do. And that is the reason, Mr. Duffus, I request you to seal that vault again.
Say, if you weren't a preacher, I'd say you took this stuff about the Devil Doctor pretty serious.
As a preacher, I accept the Bible as the Word of God. And Holy Writ bears many testimonies that evil powers exist which are dangerous to man.
Well, here's the cellar door. They help eat us down these steps, Stanley. They're pretty steep and carpeted with dust.
You see how useless is an attempt to convince my father of anything, Mr. Roberts? He won't even believe my fiancé will help me downstairs unless he's told.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I made my money bossing people, Mr. Roberts. Guess it's become such a habit I even do it in my own home. But speaking of convincing me, no one will ever make me believe there's any truth in superstition. The vault's over this way. I haven't been down here before.
Neither have I. After hearing Mr. Roberts' story, I shan't make it a habit.
Mr. Roberts, since it's believed that portrait of the Devil Doctor is a creation of infernal magic, why was it never destroyed?
Because there is a further tradition that whoever harms it will be destroyed themselves.
Rot. Well, there's the vault just ahead.
Your men didn't break the door?
It wasn't necessary. When they tore out the bricks that covered it, the door was standing open.
Open?
Yes.
Strange. In the ancient record, it said the door was closed and locked.
Now, mind these packing cases you come in. You're liable to snag your clothes on a bent nail.
Oh, there are shavings all over the place.
Yeah, I saw the crosses about there, where the big crate is standing now. Hey, give me a hand with it, Stan. We'll push it out of the way.
Yes, sir.
Ready? Let's go. Come on. This pot must weigh a ton. Yeah, Edith's concert grand piano was created in it. Yeah, this would be the case. We'd have to move. Come on.
I can see a metal crucifix.
Yes. Connecting slab and floor.
But where are the others?
One should be right here, if they're placed at all 4 corners.
But there isn't one there.
There are none at those far edges.
They were there yesterday.
Oh, Dad. You and Stan must have torn them away with that heavy case.
Doggone, I guess you're right. Mr. Roberts, if the old Devil Doctor is half the man you say, he ought to jump right up and dance now. With just one cross to hold him down. Oh, he does. What's the matter?
The slab just moved.
Moved?
I felt it move under my hand.
Oh, quit your kidding.
Oh, I'm not.
Mr. Duffus, feel the edges of this slab.
What about them?
Lord, I see what you mean.
Dad, they're an inch above this floor.
You're crazy. They're absolutely level with it.
Feel here, Mr. Duffus. Now your hand is beside the one remaining cross.
That's funny.
Yes, it is.
None of you are chumps enough to think this slab has risen since we pulled those crosses off, eh?
I felt it move.
Imagination. It's probably always been like this.
It couldn't have been, sir. If it had been raised like this before, its sharp edge would have caught the cleats in that piano case. We couldn't have pushed it a foot.
Mr. Duffus, you may think me a credulous old fool, but I beg you to have those crosses found and replaced immediately. Then have this vault resealed.
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Oh, I think you better, Dad.
Yeah, perhaps you had.
Say, are you 3 children or grown-up men and women?
Oh, Dad,
For once in your life, give in to someone else. When we entered this vault, I thought the story of the devil doctor as fantastic as you still do. But in the last few minutes, since you moved that case, there's something awful in here that's making me afraid.
I'm not ashamed to admit I feel the same way. It's as though we four weren't alone in this vault. As though something repulsive and deadly's in here with us.
There is an unseen presence here. Can't you sense it, Mr. Duffert?
No, and when I prove all this is bunk, you won't sense it either. Wait till I find a tool of some kind. Here, this loose board will do.
What are you going to do with that board?
Bring you to your senses and smash a crazy legend.
Oh, he means to break that last cross.
Oh, no, Dad.
Don't! Stop him! I thought a good sound whack would do it.
You've broken the crucifix.
The tomb is no longer sealed.
And not a thing has happened. You thought that slab would fly up and hit the ceiling, I suppose, and the old gentleman below would appear in a burst of flame. I told you I'd bring changes around here. You'll have to change a good story now, for your crucifix is broken and not a thing has happened.
What's that?
What? Someone's laughing.
In this vault.
No, it comes from underneath. That slab.
One side slowly moving. Good Lord.
Pushing it upward.
A skeleton.
Wrapped in a crumbling shroud.
It's rising from that tomb.
Run, Edith, run! To the stairs! The stairs!
Oh, God forgive me, what have I done? What have I done?
I'm taking care of you now. Better have another drink, and I draw those curtains tighter.
Yeah. I do need another hooker, boss. And I'm drinking it to you. No other mouthpiece in the world could have swung that jury so they'd bring a verdict of not guilty.
No other in the world. I used perjured testimony, lying witnesses, a framed alibi. I used every dirty trick in the book. But I got you off, Mike. Out of jail, away from the hangman. And I've got you now. Alone with me.
You're acting a little crazy, boss. Say, I'll have another. You know I can't figure you out, boss. Why do you make me tell you how I croaked that old woman for you to take my case?
I was interested in you, Mike. And for 10 years it's been my rule to know the truth about my client's guilt or innocence before I took a case.
Yeah, I heard that. And every hobo from Maine to California says that spilling you the truth never brought him home. That's why I told you the works right off the bat. You got a great name in the jungle, boss.
Yeah, it took me 10 years to build that reputation, Mike. Won't you have another drink?
Thanks. But, gee, you'll have me stewed in a minute. Well, here's how again. Say, you're a funny guy. You not only spend your own dough to buy witnesses and all, but then you bring me to your house and treat me like a prince.
It's very simple, Mike. I've done the things I have because you interest me. Yeah, interest me tremendously. Now, I'd like to know more about your life, about your travels, experiences. Other little peccadillos before you so neatly strangled that last old woman.
Say, why you always asking me questions about what I done before we met?
Are you afraid to trust a man who saved your life?
Oh, but you ask such nutty questions. How long I'd had this crooked scar over my eye, for instance.
I was merely curious as to whether you had it 10 years ago when you were in Michigan.
And I told you I don't know nothing about Michigan.
Oh, come on, Mike. You've lied about that long enough. I never mentioned it before, but friends of yours have told me you were there.
What friends?
Let me see now. Oh, yeah, their names were Red and Limpy.
Red and Limpy? You know them?
Quite well. I haven't seen them lately. Have you?
No. Neither has anyone else.
What do you mean?
That they disappeared from the road. And they ain't in jail nowheres. They're just gone. What'd I tell you about me in Michigan?
The most interesting story I've ever heard. About a house in the woods. And a woman.
They told you that, eh?
Yes. Have another drink. I'll open this fresh bottle and join us.
Suppose you tell me about your Michigan adventure.
I didn't have no part in it. I didn't...
Here's your drink, Mike.
I must be off my nut to be afraid of you. I got reason to trust you. And I need help about that Michigan job. Need it bad. Listen, the word's gone round that dame's husband has been searching ever since it happened. That he's been on the road with the bows and riding the rails, living in the jungles, asking questions, trying to learn who caused his wife to shoot herself. They say he did for Red and Limpy, and no one's even found their bodies. He used to be a lawyer, just like you, boss. He was... God!
Why are you stopping, Mike?
The notion just crossed me mind that you might be him. I must be drunk to think a thing like that about the guy who saved me from the rope. If you was her husband, you'd have sent me there. So give me that drink, boss, and I'll spill the works. This liquor tastes funny, but it's good. It's swell. Drink yourn, too, boss, and I'll tell you all about a pretty little dame in the house in the woods. Helpless she was as a rat in a trap. Helpless, frightened, like I like to see 'em. Too bad she shot herself before. Say, boss, what's eating you? You crushed that glass in your hand as if it was paper. And your eyes look crazy. See, what you pulling them curtains on the wall for?
So you can see what lies behind them.
Just a couple of plaster statues of two guys' heads and shoulders. But the faces is all gone, so the bones are showing through. What happened to those faces?
You're going to find out, Mike. Just as Red and Limpy learned.
Red and Limpy?
These busts are their death masks. Taken in soft plaster. After they'd lain here helpless. Helpless. Helpless as rats in a trap. Is you're going to lie here, helpless, while your punishment fits your cry.
God, you're the guy...
I'm the husband of the girl you brought to death.
I'm going to get out of here.
You can't. You can't rise from that chair.
You dope me liquor. I can't move.
I'll move you. Down to my cellar below. Down to my cellar, which I've saved you from the gallows. The news for you will be too easy, Mike. Your punishment will fit your crime.
No, let me go. Let me go. What you gonna do?
Your punishment will fit your crime. Your punishment will fit your crime. You can't see a thing in this cellar, can you, Mike? And no one's so helpless as when they're in the dark. I want you to be very helpless, Mike. More helpless than a rat in a trap. Helpless as a woman alone in the house in the woods. Helpless as a man who loved her and who heard you 50 miles away. Helpless as a man who heard the shot that killed her. He couldn't raise his hand to save her.
What you gonna do to me? Hey, you got me tied to stakes and spread eagled on the floor. But how you gonna kill me? What you gonna do?
You're struggling, Mike, but your bonds will hold. I tied them very tight.
What did you do to Red and Limpy that you're gonna do to me? In them plaster busts upstairs, what happened to their faces?
Guess, Mike, guess.
If you don't tell me I've gone nuts, nuts, I tell you, raving nuts.
Oh, no, you won't. Not for many hours. I've investigated the length of time required to drive men mad. Your brain's undeveloped, so it'll take you longer than most.
Help! God, if I could only see you. You're putting something over me head.
Yeah, part of a little apparatus that made Red and Limpy featureless. Use your imagination, Mike. You may guess how it's done.
Oh, God, why don't you curse at me and beat me, kick me, do something I can understand? What are you going to do to me when you leave me? How am I going to die?
When I reach the top of these stairs, you'll know. When I open the secret panel, it will soon be the door of your tomb. Then you'll have a moment's light. Just enough for a quick, short glimpse around you.
Two skeletons beside me.
The bones of Red and Limpy. What else do you see?
There's a cage coming over my head. A cage like a rat trap.
Oh, I see the rat trap. A rat in the cage with me. Soon he'll be crawling over me head and biting. Ah, that's what happens to the other faces. A rat. No. Don't leave me in the dark waiting helpless, guessing when that rat's going to start a bite. That's your punishment, Mike. Oh, goodbye. Ah!
Third, Lucy. And the last. I remembered. And I repaid.
Martin! Terry Martin! Martin!
Yes, Tom. I hear you.
For God's sake, let me in! Quick as you value your life!
I'll let you in, Tom. What's the matter, Tom?
What you knew would be the matter when you got Big Mike acquitted. A lynching mob is formed and a telling for this house.
They won't find Big Mike here. He's gone.
They ain't after him. They're coming here with the rope to hang you, Dave.
They can hang me if they want to, Tom. They think I wish to live. I don't.
Oh, you're talking like a fool. Come on. There ain't time to talk.
But I want to talk, Tom, about imagination. Imagination that can see a living rat in a crumpled old gray rag and mutilated human faces in two old broken plaster busts of poor blind justice. Imagination that kills more horribly and surely than if the things it sees were real.
Dave Morton, I think you're mad. That mama's almost here. And if they find you, they'll hang you to a tree. Keep away from that front door. Here, what are you going to do?
I'm going to make them. Those who usurp the place of justice must expect a punishment to fit their crime.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. Next time we'll have another purty yarn to spin these folks. A very purty yarn.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you now.
I be today. Yes, sir. 117-year-old. Well, Satan, I reckon me and you should start celebrating by giving folks a regular old thriller, eh? Satan, you said it. We knows a lot of things no one suspects we do. And if everyone'll douse their lights, we'll tell a few things we knows about Ireland. Ireland, where the fair is. That's right, Satan. Tell folks to make it nice and dark. Our cheerful little bedtime stories is best heard in gloom and shadow. Now, draw her up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a moonlit patch of woods in County Clare. Soon you'll hear a boy and girl a-talking. And there begins our story of the troth of death. The troth of death.
Let me hold you in my arms again and taste once more your lovely lips.
Nora, Alana, pity me.
Oh, when you talk like that, you know I always let you have your way.
Oh, Makushla.
Oh, I love you, Bartley. Love you so. No more now. Let me go.
No.
Oh, please. It isn't married we should be to carry on like this.
Married we shall be soon.
Oh, yeah, not yet. When will you be after telling your father of us, Bartley, and asking his consent?
Why, whenever you wish it, sure.
Do you put it off because of fear your father will object?
And how could he object to you?
Oh, he's a rich, proud man, and you're his only son who's been sent to city schools. Sometimes I'm after thinking he'll not be happy to have anyone so poor and ignorant as Nora O'Neill for his daughter-in-law.
Nora, darling.
Oh, tell me fair. He's not already forbid our marriage.
My father's never said a word against you. And if he should, his words would have no weight, for I'd give up everything in all this world for you.
You tell me truth.
Can you disbelieve me as I take you in my arms?
Oh, let me go. Please, no more kisses.
Nora, Alana, pity me.
Oh, you know I can't deny you. Enough now. Take me home.
Not yet.
Yes, Mother will be waiting for me. And tread lightly on the listen. Sure, the banshees are about a moonlight night like this.
You're a superstitious Gosine. Can you never be persuaded there are no such things as fairies?
How different you are since you've been away to city schools. You don't seem to believe in anything anymore.
I believe in love. My love for you that overflows my heart. That's all that matters.
Will you tell your father of it soon and ask his blessing for us? Be sure he said no word against me.
Never a word. And I'll tell him soon. Now kiss me again before I take you to your mother.
No, please.
Nora, Alana, pity me.
Oh, you know I can't deny you. I love you, Bartley. Love you so.
Ah, crickets. So it is back in this house, yous are, you creatures. I hope this time you'll come for luck. 'Twas after your last Killasey that the banshee wailed for Seamus, my man, who now lies in his grave. Would it be this time a useless old woman like myself you're after cursing? Sure, and you wish no evil on a sweet Gosine like me daughter Nora. Now he is bread and salt for ye, his doinings. Stay in this house and welcome. But this time be your visit for good instead of ill. Come in, whoever yous are, and peace be with ye.
Good evening to you, Susan O'Neill.
Good evening to you, Michael Glennon.
Is it alone you are?
You have eyes to see that I am.
And who did I hear you talking with as I just passed by your window?
'Twas the crickets, may the Son of God preserve us.
You were talking to the crickets?
Aye, close they are to the little people, and much harm or good they can bring to the house they enter.
Crickets, little people. Ah.
Michael Glennon, you know not what you say. Ah, they've stopped their chirping. Quick, speak them soft, apologize, or they and the she's will do you harm.
Oh, enough of such old woman's talk. I'm here for speech with you concerning Bartley, my son, and your daughter Nora. I've come to warn you that all goings-on between them must end.
What do you mean?
My Bartley has been to school in Galway. He's an educated man, and I have ambitions for him that I'll not be after seeing spoiled by his marriage with an ignorant country wench.
Is it after telling me you are that a simple Connaught Lennon objects to marriage with an O'Neill of Ulster?
You see my point. The O'Neills are no longer kings in Ireland, whilst this Glennon myself owns the richest farm in County Clare. There can be no marriage, as I've already told my son.
You've told Bartley?
Weeks ago.
Yet every night he's called here for my Nora. Now they're out together on the heath.
So I've suspected, and that's why I've come to warn yous fair.
I saw you was a fool when just now you passed mortal insult on the crickets and the shees. But are you such a fool as to think you can curb young men and women in their love as you curb horses in their traces?
Bartley is my son. You'll see I'll mould him to my will.
No, Bartley, no.
Nora, Alana, pity me.
So?
Sure, and I've pitied you enough this evening. Now you've had your last kiss.
Darling, just one.
Oh, you know I can't deny you.
I'll do the warning of your girl myself, Susan O'Neill.
Sure, and there's no stopping a fool. Do so and you must.
Bartley!
Oh,
Father! Come inside here, both of you.
Oh, Mr. Glennon, what?
Come to your mother, Nora, me angel.
Aye, and stay with her. You, Bartley, come here with me.
Father.
No words. Long ago I told you to leave off courting of this girl.
Bartley, you said...
Long ago he knew me wish, and now this night he'll know me will. Either he breaks off seeing you forever, or he's no longer son of mine. Away from him I'll take everything that I've given. The money from his pocket and the roof from over his head.
Father, wait.
You've heard me well. Say what's your choice. But say it now.
Father, you don't know what you ask. Have pity.
Oh, tell him, Bartley.
Nora.
I leave this house. You either follow me, or you stay behind for good.
No, Father.
You either come with me now, or stay.
Father, wait for me.
Bartley.
I'm coming with you, Father. I'm coming with you.
Oh, Mother. And I believed the lies he told me. Oh, Mother.
Nora, my angel. Oh, cricket, I might have known it was an omen when you stopped your chirping. Again you brought evil to this house and gone away.
Oh, Nora, you must believe me. I swear to you, I knew not what I did last night.
You talked to me of marriage, knowing all the time it was against your father's wish. Then you followed him and his money, after I'd given you my heart.
But I didn't stay. I'm here again with you at that same trysting place.
Yes, in secret. Oh, Bartley.
I'll marry you, darling, as I said. Father, money, nothing matters beside my love for you. You must believe me. You must take me to your heart again. Oh, Nora, Lana, pity me.
Oh, I want to believe it's truth you speak. But you failed me once.
I'll never fail you more.
Oh, Bartley, make me sure.
Sure? And how will I prove it? Would you have me gather the stars from the sky and lay them at your feet? Shall I steal the moonlight from the waters for you? Anything I'll do to gain your love again.
Will you plight with me the troth of death?
The troth of death?
Yes. Will you climb to the top of the fairy spink with me and swear our marriage with the locks of hair and the wedding ring from the hand of a corpse?
I have no ring from the hand of a corpse.
I have here the one my father wore. I took it from his finger as he lay in death.
Oh, it is a fearful oath, the troth of death.
You fear to take it. You do not love me.
I swear I love you.
Oh, lie to me no more. Go, get you gone.
No, I must kiss you again. I must hold you in my arms.
Oh, let me go. Now go and leave me. I want to see you nevermore.
I'll do anything you wish to win you back. Come, we'll climb the fairy spink. With you, I'll plight the troth of death. Give me a hand and start the climb. But mind the rocks and brambles. Like me, they're all eager to caress your soft white beauty. Be quick. Let's reach the top.
You're not going to plight the troth, disbelieving what you swear. You've said the little people are but foolish women's tales.
You believe in them. That's all that matters.
Awful will be the anger of the fairies if you plight the troth in jest. And terrible their vengeance.
I'm not afraid. Sure, I'd brave all hell itself for you tonight. Let's quickly say the truth, for I'm hungry for your lips. Here. We're at the summit.
Tread softly here, for the sheaves are all about.
Oh, you look as if you really see the little people.
I do. In the scapular I wear is the dust of a four-leaf shamrock Mother gave me. With a charm like that, you can see them plain as day. Good evening, little people. I wish you joy and health. You're always kind to lovers, so hear our troth tonight.
Oh, you seem so sure they're here. Right. Let's leave this ghostly spink.
Without the troth?
Oh, no, too great is my desire for you. But let's be quick.
We have a knife. Cut the lock of hair from your head.
There, it is done.
Give it in my hand. I do the same with mine. Here, take it in exchange. Now break the ring in two. The gold is thin and soft.
I break it. A wedding ring from the finger of a corpse.
You keep one half and give the other half to me. Now take my hand. I speak the troth of death.
Oh, 'tis gloomy here.
O Son of God, and all the saints bear witness.
Wait! I thought it was only on the chaise you meant to call.
I speak the troth of death. You swear it with me, or we part forever.
I'll swear.
O Son of God, and all the saints bear witness, and fairies of the glen, and fairies of the hills, all spirits of the oceans, earth, and sky, witness how we plight our troth.
Oh, the air is thick with shadows.
The spirits hear, the fairies see. Look upon this man and I. Here before thee, we now plight our marriage. With a ring from the dead we bind our vow, and with locks of our living hair. Never shall we break our oath. Never shall we be untrue, one unto the other.
Oh.
If this pledge be broken, may the guilty one be stricken dead, and suffer punishment till God's great judgment day. I, Nora O'Neill, do swear this oath. You, Bartley Glennon, swear it too.
I, Bartley Glennon, swear it too. No, I'm afraid. Nora, give me back my oath.
The troth of death, once plighted, stands forever. Oh, Bartley, I love you. I'm your wife now. Take me in your arms.
Help, ye creatures. As if 'twasn't enough evil you wrought in this poor house since 2 years ago you came before. Sure, and for all I spoke you decent and gave your bread and salt. Come in, whoever yez are, and peace be with ye. So, 'tis you, Michael Glennon.
Susan O'Neill. Is it hating me forever you'll be because of the black-hearted son I brought into this world?
Why have you come to this house of shame and sorrow?
To tell you Bartley's ship is coming home.
At last.
Well, as you know, I didn't want him to marry your daughter. But I'm asking you to believe that when I sent him away 2 years ago for a voyage round the world, I didn't know the harm his lying tongue had wrought. I'm a hard man, but a just one, and that's why I've come tonight.
Yes, you's but a man, neither hard nor just, only vain and foolish.
Perhaps you're right. Where is Nora and the babe?
Out by the fairy spink. Every day she goes there, hoping your Bartley will come back and fulfill his vow of holy marriage.
I hear her coming now.
Mr. Glennon.
Oh, peace be with you, Nora.
Is it you've come to say you've heard from Bartley?
Yes, his ship is coming home.
Oh, praise the saints. My prayers are answered. Did you hear that, little Seamus, my babe? Your father's coming home.
Nora, if you'd but accept a little money from me...
Money? Tyrone O'Neill, get you from this house.
Sure I didn't mean...
There's the door. Get out.
I'm sorry. When my son comes home, I'll see that justice will be done.
You'll see. You who molded him to your will and brought this all about. Get out.
I didn't know.
Oh, Mother, I'm so happy. At last he's coming home to keep the truth.
Yes, he's coming home. Ah, Crishet Adonis, Chelapine now, for good or ill.
Well, Patrick, my lad, pour me out another drink.
Faith, the ship rolls, so 'tis hard to make the liquor find the glass. I've done it. Here. And now, Bartley, tell us some more about how you win the girls.
Oh, it is a talent I have in a system. Of course, first you got to tell the vain gossoon she's the most beautiful creature on all God's green earth. Then, if she remains cold or afraid of herself, I appeal not only to her female conceit, but also to her sympathy. I make her think I'll fall dead at her feet from now if she doesn't ease my ardor with a kiss or two. Molly, or Bridget, or Kathleen, I see, looking deep into her eyes. Oh, Alana, pity me. And it works, my lads. It works.
It's blimey is that. How can they help it for?
All sail! All hands aloft!
What is it, Stephen Murphy? Sure you look all battered.
Captain's orders. All hands on deck. You passengers, no sleeping.
We're not in any danger, are we?
That no one knows when they're at sea. It's a stiff storm.
How far are we off Ireland now?
Just off Hag's Head. If we don't go on the rocks, soon we'll be in Galway Bay. You two passengers are lucky. You can stay dry here below. But it's back on deck for me again.
Oh, sure. It's as if the devil was at sea tonight. Or as if the shays were reaching out for this ship and me.
What's the matter with you, Bartley? For the last 2 days you've been talking of the little people.
For the last 2 days, we've been approaching home. Patrick, you've been to school like me, yet you believe in the little people.
Can schools make you forget what your mother taught you as a babe?
Oh, I used to think so. Now, when I'm coming back to Ireland again, I'm not so sure. Patrick, do you also believe in oaths?
What kind of oaths?
The kind you vow to heaven, and the spirits, and the she's.
Sure, I do believe in that kind.
I won't. She forced it on me. Blinded me, she did, with the whiteness of her skin, the softness of her body, and the beauty of her face. I won't believe.
Twist, me lad, you're drunk and talking riddles.
Yes, that's it. I'm drunk. That's what makes me afeard of things I don't believe in. And soon we'll be in Galway, only 50 miles from home, and from the fairy spink. I won't get off this ship. The shays can't get me here.
What you talking about?
Oh, nothing. The shays can't get me here. What's that?
What?
The cry.
'Tis but a whistling of the wind.
No! Listen. It sounds like the keen of a woman.
I hear nothing but the storm.
Oh, once more it wails. She called the spirits of sea and sky as well as earth to witness.
Thirdly, you're drunk and talking mad.
Oh! I know it! I know that keen! It's the wailing of a banshee! The banshee of my death! Oh, thank the heavens! The ship is breaking up! Shays and spirits, let me live!
crickets, scrape out your tunes in this poor old house of mine. Here again, I give you bread and salt so you'll know that we wish you well.
Can you tell what song they play tonight, Mother? Is their speech at last for good instead of ill?
'Tis hard to say, but I think, sweet Nora, that your Batley will be coming soon.
Oh, his ship should have entered Galway Bay last evening. Mother, that wailing which I heard, 'twas but a whining of the wind.
Yes, 'twas not a banshee, 'twas a whining of the wind.
Oh, it must have been. I shouldn't worry. But there's always danger for the men who sail in ships.
An easy death at sea would be too good for one of his black heart.
I've never believed his heart is black. He was only weak and thoughtless. And I love him.
Yes, you love him.
You're sure it was just the wind that wailed last night, and not the banshee of his death? Oh, Mother, you know how I prayed for him to come to me at last.
He'll come to you. With ye he vowed the troth of death, and so spirits and the she's will bring him to our door. 'Tis midnight and time for us women to be in bed.
I'll be staying up a while. Who knows? He may come tonight.
Who knows? Sure, the little people know and do all things. Good night, sweet Nora, and God bless you.
Good night, Mother, and the blessed saints protect you.
Good night, crickets of Oni. Please heaven you chirrup for good this night.
The little people know and do all things. Oh, fairies of the glen and fairies of the hills, spirits of the ocean, earth and sky, bring my Bartley back to me.
Nora! Nora!
Bartley!
Nora! Nora!
Oh, you've come to me at last. I'm coming to meet you, Bartley.
Nora! Nora!
Oh, Bartley, dear, where are you? Lover, I cannot see you.
Nora!
Where are you, dear? Where are you?
Lost, forever lost. From a broken trough, I'm punished till God's great judgment day.
Oh, Bartley!
Nora, Alana, pity me. Pity me. Pity me.
Oh, 'twas not a wailing of the wind I heard last night. There's nothing I must wait for now.
Ah, crickets, again you brought the banshee wailing by this house. For there's been a keening for me girlie Nora, and her babe sleeps beside her in the churchyard's blessed grounds. Will it now be this useless old woman you're after cursing, crickets? Sure, and it's all right. When yous get it over with, this hearth'll be yours alone. Come in, whoever yous are, and peace be with you. Good evening to you, Michael Glennon.
Good evening to you, Susan O'Neill. Do you mind if I sit down in your chimney corner?
Sit yourself, and welcome.
The wakes are past.
The keening's over.
My son is dead.
And my daughter. She couldn't live without him.
And the babe, our grandchild, too.
Our grandchild.
Just a man I was, you once said. Neither had nor just, only vain and foolish.
Yes, just a man, so a fool.
'Tis lonesome when you're old and all alone.
We won't have long for lonesomeness. Nothing is long except eternity.
Nora! Nora!
Hush!
Nora! Nora!
Every night he walks abroad, a formless ghost that none can see.
Nora! Nora!
Searching for her always to repair his wrong, but never will he find her till the judgment day.
Nora!
Punished forever for his sins. Oh, Lord, and how will mine be punished?
Nora! Alana, pity me.
Here, crickets, you creatures, is your bread and salt.
end of that, Satan. You folks come see us when old Nancy has a birthday again.
Fascinations of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
$122-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell folks to douse all lights and we'll be getting down to business. Nice and dark and cheery now. Just the way we like it when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the universe. Gaze into deep, and soon you'll see a land of jungle. For we're going into Mexico, to a place called Yucatan. There the grass and vines is so thick and tall that old cities are right among them. Big, forgotten cities. The old Indians used to live there long before the white men came. Soon we're going to hear 3 white men talking in the jungle. And so begins our yarn about the boer goddess. The boer goddess.
This is Morgan. That we are getting close? Well, it ought to be, according to that picture writing Mary Ann gave me. Hold up that torch, Dutch.
Yeah. I don't see no flat stones yet that you said we got to find.
If that girl had only come along to show us, we wouldn't have to fool around like this. You have been among these Indians long enough to know they are women cannot come on sacred ground. If she's the high priest's daughter, you'd think she'd take a chance on the taboo. Especially with her loving me the way she does. She has taken chance enough as it is. We will find what we seek and get away into the jungle. They will know it was by your aid. Then her life will be... Look, what of it? She's only a squaw. Still, Mary Ann is a cute little trick at that.
You got such a sense of humor, Morgan. Every time you call that Indian girl Mary Ann, I got to laugh.
Shut up, you fool. If they should find us, you know what will happen. Keep your shirt on, Frenchy. It is kind of comical, Dutch. But I call all my girls Mary Ann. And not being able to speak this one's lingo, I don't know her real moniker anyway. Quiet, be careful. We're safe enough. Every man in the village is out in the jungle for that ceremony they're holding. Yes. The ceremony which proves how much we have to fear. For out there tonight, they will let a boa constrictor crush a man to death.
Listen. 3 beats on the drum. That means they're getting ready to kill that fellow now.
Yeah. God, if my folks back in Jersey knew their darling boy was living among a bunch of Yucatan Indians who just made sacrifices to snakes, they'd turn over in their graves. After 3 months among them, it is still difficult for me to realize that we have found a lost tribe of Aztecs, living as their fathers did 600 years ago.
It was lucky they found us when they did. Another day lost in that bush, we would have been dead.
That is what makes me dislike this thing we do tonight. These people saved our lives. They took us in, and now we plan to rob them. I hope French Urania of Devil's Island ain't developing a sense of gratitude all of a sudden.
Hand me yourself time on Devil's Island, Morgan. But I, like you, am not wanted in Ecuador for murder.
That's because you never had the nerve enough to kill a man, you yellow skunk.
You're not going to talk to that...
Morgan, Frenchy, we cannot quarrel.
You're right, Dutch. When we get what's underneath them 3 flat stones, it'll take all 3 of us to fight our way back to civilization through that bush. Forget it, Frenchy.
You're sure you'll find emeralds in that temple?
I've already shown you the little ones Mary Ann gave me, and she's told me in her sign language there's big ones where we're going.
If it were not that all 3 of us are needed, as you say, to make escape, I wonder would Dutch and me have heard about them.
What do you...
Stop that. Look, Morgan, Frenchy, here is 3 flat stones.
This is the place. We found it. Now, don't try to lift them. There's a trick to it. She showed me in the picture writing. You push the stone in the middle, and I got it. Look at that.
A passage has opened.
The temple's underneath. Come on, down these stairs.
Wait. I do not like this place.
What's the matter?
I don't know. It's dizzy feeling that has started me.
I feel something funny, too.
Both of you are yellow. Give me that torch. I'm going down these stairs.
You can't call me yellow.
Then prove you're not. Come on.
It is dark down here. Morgan, hold up that torch.
We don't need it in a minute. According to Mary Ann, this passage takes a sudden bend into the temple proper, where a fire's always burning. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it is right.
Now reach the temple.
Oh, mon Dieu. My God, good Lord.
Up the stairs for our lives.
Wait, wait.
Wait, you poor dumb idiot. It's only a statue.
A statue?
Yeah. But it had me going for a minute. It's so natural looking, I thought it was a real honest-to-God snake coiled up to strike.
No. It is an idol. The image of the boer goddess.
Hold up that torch, Morgan. The stone snake has a woman's face.
Mary Ann told me the truth. The idol's eyes are emeralds.
Bigger ones than I have ever seen.
And where the snake's body joins the woman's face, there is a necklace.
More emeralds.
We shall be rich.
Rich millionaires. Let me climb up there and get them. Say, what was that?
A drum.
It sounded as you touched the ear.
There ain't no one but a drum in here. This is just a big bare room.
There it is again.
It is a warning. You're in a sacred place. You must not defile a holy image.
Bunk. Hand me your knife, Dutch. What you going to do? Cut off that necklace and pry loose them emeralds.
No.
Oh, that's what we came here for, you fool. Here goes.
Again, that drum.
Morgan, come here. A curse will fall on us if you take those stones.
Wait, Morgan, there is something funny in this place.
I'll go when I get these stones.
No.
It's all right, I got them. Look, those from the eyes are as big as eggs. I'm rich.
Let's get out of your tree.
All right, I've got all I want now, and I'm a millionaire.
Off these stairs. Let's get away.
Wait, listen.
It seems to come from inside the snake itself.
It struck 3 times.
Yes, 3 times. Like we heard it in the bush outside. It means the boer goddess will take soon a human sacrifice.
You guys whine like a pair of old women. We got away from the Indians all right, didn't we? And with another day's chopping, we'll be out of this jungle and safe in civilization. Forget that hooey about a curse and something following us.
We are not out of the jungle yet. There is something following us, Morgan. I feel it all about us in the bush. It's something I know is death.
Your grandmother.
Well, I am like Frenchy. I did not like those drum beats when we left the temple.
Are you guys dumb enough to think a heathen statue of a big snake with a woman's face can really do you any harm?
It is not the statue I fear, but the thing it stands for. People's thoughts and their beliefs. Listen, Morgan. All gods are the same, by different names. For how many centuries We don't know. An intelligent race has worshipped and feared that great snake we have insulted.
Who? 3 times that drum beat, like before the boer goddess takes our human sacrifice.
Since that's what's troubling you fellas most, let's figure the drum was calling Mary Ann. Them Injuns have probably finished her by now. Too bad. She was a cute little trick, even if she was only a squaw. Well, there's one easy way for you guys to clean yourselves if you think there's a curse on them emeralds. You just don't have to take your share.
No, you don't, Morgan.
You would like to cheat us out of there.
I thought that'd bring you to time. It's too hot to do any more traveling till night. I'm going to grab a few winks. Your turn to scare up some grub, Frenchie.
All right. Give me your pistol.
Nix. I've only got 2 bullets left. You can bring down a couple of birds with your machete.
You're not saving those 2 bullets for something in particular?
What do you mean?
When we are out of this jungle, you will no longer need Dutch and me to help you.
You think that I
will not argue that point. It does not matter anyway. I don't forget.
That French stir-bug's crazy as a loon.
Maybe. Why are you saving those 2 bullets, Morgan?
Say, you don't think I'm planning anything against pals like you and Frenchie, do you? Forget it. There's emeralds enough for the 3 of us. I'm rich. Inside of a month, Dutch, I'm going to be sitting in the swellest hotel in New York. I'm going to become a gentleman, join highfalutin clubs, and go in for society and live like a king. Yeah, live. That Frenchman gives me a pain talking about death following us through the jungle, all on account of a couple of drum beats you heard in a heathen temple.
Morgan, the drum is here.
Can't be. Gee, and you got me hearing things.
3 times it beat, just like that night.
Oh, don't mean nothing. Don't mean nothing. Something's got him. Oh, look, a boa constrictor.
Get out of the squares, crossing out his life. There is a curse. It's breaking now.
Oh, I won't believe it. The jungle's full of snakes. He just happened to cross a boa's path. Run, Dutch. Run before it comes for us.
Ain't you going to try to save him? You got a pistol, Morgan. Shoot.
I'm saving my 2 bullets. Leave him there and run, you fool. Now we can split his share.
Yeah. We split his share of death. So he is just the first of us to go.
I don't believe in that stuff.
Then look. Look back, for the snake has turned its head.
Say, it has the face of a woman.
Yeah, the face of the boer goddess.
Run! 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 Sure, young fella. I'm not stuck up like ordinary millionaires. I'll be glad to give your newspaper the true story of how me and Dutch got here to New York.
I'm certainly much obliged, Mr. Morgan. You realize how interested the public is in the man who owns the largest emerald on Earth?
Yeah, but I don't want the papers printing no lies about me. Don't you be like those other fellows who wrote that I'm a nervous old man because they saw me pacing up and down the room like I'm doing now. And don't you say I'm afeard of anything counting me always looking over my shoulder and jumping at funny noises. That is just habits of mine. And don't you dare write there's a curse on my emeralds. There ain't no Indian curse.
Of course not, Mr. Morgan. That sensational stuff that you object to is all printed when a flash came in through Associated Press. Seems 2 madmen had stumbled into a little settlement in Yucatan with a pocket full of emeralds and a story of a 3rd man who had been crushed to death by a boa constrictor with a woman's face. We couldn't pass up a yarn like that, even though we knew it was ridiculous.
And it was ridiculous. 2 men have just chopped their way out of the jungle. They're apt to say anything. You write that stuff was all a lie. Don't forget to print how I tried to save me dead partner Frenchie when the big snake got him, though. But don't say the snake had a woman's face. It didn't. That was imagination. And there ain't no curse on my emeralds. None that can reach beyond the jungle, anyway.
What was that, Mr. Morgan?
Nothing. Just talking to myself. The jungle makes you do things like that, young fella. It's great to be home in a city again. No snake can follow me to a big town like New York.
You've spoken of your partners as Frenchie and Dutch. Will you give me their proper names, Mr. Morgan?
Frenchie's dead. Oh, if I could only forget the way he died. Oh, excuse me.
The name I knew Frenchy by was Jean Reynal, and Dutch's real moniker is Adolf Appleman.
Adolf Appleman?
Yeah, he beat it out west of Chicago as soon as we hit the USA. He ain't nice to you reporter guys like me and don't like his name in the papers, but you can print he don't believe in no curse neither.
Mr. Morgan, haven't you seen this morning's paper?
Not yet. I just got up.
What a story this'll make. No one dreamed he was your partner.
Say, what's the matter with you? What are you doing at my telephone?
Hello? Get me Wells 292-915. Look at that front page, Mr. Morgan. Read those headlines. Last night in a Chicago hotel room, Adolf Appleman was crushed to death. Every bone in his body broken. Hello? Hello? Give me city editor.
It can come further than the jungle. Them drum beats I heard last night was not a dream.
City desk? Get this. Whopper of a story. The guy crushed to death in Chicago last night was a partner of the bird who was...
I'm next.
Look here, Mr. Morgan. You may have discovered $1 million worth of emeralds in South America. But that gives you no license to come here to Chicago and try and tell the district attorney's office how to run its business.
But I gotta know what killed Dutch. Why did you have his body cremated before I got here to see it?
For one reason, because his wife ordered it done after the inquest.
His wife?
You've already been told that Appleman was married to a Miss Smith a few hours before his death. Another reason was because the body was too horribly crushed to serve any real purpose as a clue to the method of murder.
Crushed like Frenchy. But you say it couldn't have been a snake that done it. You swear it couldn't have been a snake?
My dear Mr. Morgan, despite the wild newspaper theories, boa constrictors do not crawl promiscuously around Chicago. And if they did, there could have been no way for such a monster to have entered or left Mr. Appleman's room.
No. And no way for it to come here from the jungle. Where was Dutch's wife when it happened?
Out of the room at the time, she says. But no woman on earth could have crushed your partner as we found him. If that's what you're driving at.
It ain't. I was just wondering if she'd seen anything. If I could only know the way he died.
Come in.
Excuse me, sir. Mrs. Appleman to see you.
I'll ask you to come in. Now, Mr. Morgan, you can talk to her yourself if you like.
How do you do?
Good morning, Mrs. Appleman. I'm sure you'll be glad to meet your poor husband's former partner, Mr. Morgan.
We have met.
That's funny. I feel that you and me have met someplace before.
I meant the Dutch had spoken of you.
Oh, I see. But your face is somehow familiar. What was your name before you married him?
My first name is Mary Ann.
Mary Ann?
Poor Dutch has told me it's the name you prefer for women, Mary Ann.
To think I'd finally fall for a skirt whose real name was Mary Ann.
How startled you were when I first told you that was my name.
Yeah, hit me like a voice from the dead. Not that a squaw matters, you understand? But you knew, even before I spilled the beans about how we got the emeralds and all.
Yes, I knew. Dutch had told me everything.
I don't know what I'd have done without you since Dutch was killed. Man needs someone around so he won't be all alone to think things. After we're married tomorrow, it'll be better still. Only I wish you hadn't made me to wait a whole year. Yeah, a year. And nothing's happened to me. I always knew that curse was just a bunk.
You have no fear at all anymore?
Me? I never was afraid of anything. My hair turning white and me losing weight like I have is just from a rundown condition, the doctor says. Yet if I only knew how Dutch was killed, and the explanation of them drum beats, and I can't get out of my mind the way I saw Frenchy go.
You have explained it all perfectly naturally to me 100 times. You have no real faith in heathen gods, you know.
No, of course not. It was all imagination. The boar I saw in the jungle did not have a human face. That's an awful way to die, like Frenchy, Mary Ann. Do you ever see a man killed by a boar? It wraps itself around him, coil on coil, doubling and tripling its own strength, and its eyes look into his and fascinate him till he's dumb and helpless. Then slowly the coils tighten until the bones crack like pipe stems, and the flesh becomes like putty, and he only screams once. Just once. I can't die like that. I won't die like that. I'm rich now. I become a gentleman. I'm crazy about you. I want to live. Oh, you don't believe in curses, Marianne. You don't believe a crawling thing from the jungle can reach me even here?
If I believed in the curse, I would believe neither distance nor civilization would have power to stay its vengeance.
But you don't believe. Tell me you don't. Say like me. You think it's all bunk.
Yes, I say it like you. Isn't it fortunate we can tell ourselves such things? It's so terrible to be afraid. Were I a god who wished to punish hard for a long time before I struck, I would make my victims fear.
I say, don't talk like that. Sometimes you make me afraid because I don't know what you mean. But it'll be all right when we're married tomorrow. And then I'll have you to talk to all the time and learn to understand you.
You haven't forgotten that for my wedding present I shall have the great emerald you took from the Aztec temple?
Yeah, like I promised. Then, for the other the Dutch gave you, you'll have the two greatest emeralds in the world. The eyes of the boer goddess.
It will be nice to have them.
They'll match your own eyes, Marianne. For they're green, like the emeralds, and they fascinate me. Green and deep, like the emeralds, like the eyes of the boer goddess. At last, Marianne, everybody's gone and we're alone. You're my wife now. Kiss me.
Wait.
Oh, you mustn't keep your husband waiting. A year I waited for you, Marianne.
You shall wait but a short time longer.
No other woman has ever put me off like you have, and I'm crazy about you. Nutty about your eyes. They fascinate me. Green like emeralds. Why didn't you wear your emeralds? The eyes of the boer goddess at our wedding.
I shall wear them now. For you alone.
Are you going to put them on? Well, that's swell. God, I'm like a kid with you. When I finally felt for his skirt, I fell hard. And I won't be afraid no more now, for you'll be always with me. You won't leave me on the wedding night like you left Dutch a year ago.
I will not leave you. I did not leave him.
If you hadn't have left him, you'd have known what killed him.
I do know what killed him.
And why ain't you never told me? Say, what you talking that way for? Why are you standing there with your back turned to me? What you doing, Marianne? You seem to be growing taller, thinner somehow. And what are you doing? Turn around. Let me see you. Let me look into your eyes.
Look.
Them emeralds are your eyes.
Yes.
You're
the boer goddess.
That drum. That drum. It means
I claim my final sacrifice.
No. No. I can't move. Only stare into your eyes. And your body's lengthening, changing into a monster snake.
Soon I will coil around you,
No.
fold over fold, and you will only gaze in my eyes and whimper. Only when my coils tighten will you scream just once.
No.
Then will I give you your promised kiss, the kiss of death, for the Marianne who is only a squaw.
Oh.
I begin to coil.
Oh, it's so cold. So cold. No, I can't die.
For gain you defiled a people's faith. I bind your feet.
No.
For gain you betrayed a people's hospitality. I bind your arms. For gain you destroyed a woman's love and life. I bind your heart. For this you have been left the last of the three. Today, as you yourself love, as after a year of mortal fear, you aspire to happiness and peace, today I coil about your worthless soul and crush.
And that's the story about the boer goddess, the queen of all the snakes. Well, Satan and me have business to attend to now. Important business, Satan. Near midnight, Satan.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
And 102-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 102-year-old. Well, Satan, if you'll tell folks to douse their lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark. We want lots of shadow for this pretty bedtime story. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a tremendous barn-like room in New York City. It's called a studio. At one end stands a great big ugly man who's posing. In the center, a little handsome man is modeling an enormous heap of clay into a statue of a god. The old Norwegian god of strength and thunder. And that's what we're telling you about tonight. The statue of Thor. The statue of Thor.
Can you hold that pose another 5 minutes, Olaf?
Yeah, Mr. Hadding. I've been never tired when I work for you.
You certainly have a treasure in Olaf, Neil. He scarcely moved a finger in half an hour.
Yes, quite the perfect model. The poor chump hasn't brains enough to become tired.
Neil?
Well, that's been all right, Mr. Bingham. I don't mind them Mr. Hadding yokes. Most everyone yoke like that with Olaf. When I used to be wrestler, my manager say every day to me, Olaf, you big Swede, if you got brains in your head like you got muscles in your body, you'll be wrestling champion of the world.
But Olaf has a sense of humor too, Arnold. As a joke on his manager, he never became wrestling champion of anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, excuse, I should not laugh. It breaks the pose.
I don't care what you do with your face. It's your body I'm copying.
Yeah, I forget. My face is not so good.
All right for a comic Valentine, perhaps, but I'm working on the statue of a god.
Don't let him talk to you like that, Olaf. Your face is all right, and so's your brain. And you have the most superb body of any man I've ever seen.
Yeah? You been talk sarcastic, Mr. Bingham. I don't like sarcastic yoke.
Sarcastic?
That's enough for one day's work. You go and put your clothes on, Olaf.
So soon?
I'm bored. Come the same time tomorrow.
Yeah, I be here. Can I look at the work we do this afternoon?
Help yourself.
Oh, that statue. He been beautiful. And to think he been really me.
From the neck down, you're Thor the Thunderer.
Too bad my face been not so good. I would like him to be me all over.
I'll use my imagination and another model for the face. Go and put your clothes and get out of here.
Tomorrow we finish statue, maybe. You and me.
You know, he considers himself as much the creator of this figure as I am.
Better watch your nasty tongue with that fellow, Neil. If he ever discovers your insults aren't intended as jokes, he might break you in two.
He never discovers anything.
Yes, unfortunately, you have the ability to inspire devotion in people who should rightfully despise you. God only knows why. I know you're a supercilious prig, a selfish snob, an absolutely conscienceless libertine, yet I still put up with you.
That's because you hope to be around when just retribution overtakes me for my sins, I suppose.
No, I've ceased to hope for that.
Well, now, what do you think of my statue of Thor? Not that I value your opinion.
I don't expect you to. Well, it's like all your previous work. Magnificent in execution.
Thanks, I agree.
But like all your previous work, it lacks the very thing a true artist would have put into it.
Now you're going to tell me that it has no soul. Thor was a pagan old chap. He enjoyed life in those delightful days before souls were invented.
Oh, why won't you be serious about your work, Neil? You're a superb sculptor. If you wished, you might someday stand with the immortals.
The immortals were a very stupid lot who loved work to the exclusion of pleasure. Fame and a monument after I'm dead aren't nearly so tempting as good liquor and beautiful women while I'm alive. Oh, which reminds me, have a drink.
So you're going to continue throwing your talents away?
I don't call it that. I play with art because it amuses me. If I took it seriously, it would cease to amuse.
So your entire life's to be simply a round of amusement?
And a quest for new sensations.
For a momentary thrill, a new sensation, I believe you'd commit a murder.
That's an idea. I'll recall your suggestion next time I'm terribly bored. Well, here's the crime.
I've been ready to go now, Mr. Anning.
So I see. Here's a man after your own heart, Arnold. A sober, conscientious worker who doesn't dally by the wayside. Note how rapidly he dressed, for example. Now he stands before us, Arnold, the perfect portrait of a well-dressed man.
There I go now. Tomorrow the finished statue may be you and me.
I hope so. I'd like to have it ready for casting this month, if possible.
It been so beautiful, that statue. Too bad my face been not so good. I would like it to be me all over.
Yes, we've already settled that point. Get out, Olaf.
Yeah, I go now. Oh, Mr. Redding, I gonna get married.
Huh? Olaf, you are going to get married?
Yeah.
Well, this is a surprise.
Oh, my congratulations, Olaf.
I thank you, Mr. Bingham.
Where did you find her? In an asylum for the blind?
She come from Minnesota.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Mr. Redding, my Hedwig, she never see anything of me except my homely face. I like her to see this statue.
All right. Bring your girlfriend in sometime.
Could I bring her now?
Now?
Yeah, she been wait on the street outside to meet me when I get to work. I can have her here in just 1 minute.
Oh, go and get her then.
Oh, I thank you.
Not at all. I'm curious to see what the woman looks like who can plan to marry you.
I come right back with Hedwig, Mr. Redding. I come right back.
Prepare yourself for a vision of beauty, Arnold, who'll wear number 13 shoes.
Neil, I know you've no humanity in your system, but try to remember you were bred a gentleman. Don't insult that poor devil's sweetheart when she gets here.
I'll accord her all the old world courtesy a female should command. Such a female as would choose Olaf for a bridegroom.
Now, then I shan't stay here to see you mock them.
I've never had an affair with a really ugly woman.
Neil!
Think of the fun it would be to steal big Olaf's sweetheart.
You're only joking, of course.
Am I? You lack all appreciation of the more subtle joys of life, Arnold. Why do you suppose I have that big idiot around me? Because he's my opposite in everything. Opposites attract, but they don't assimilate. In fact, there's constant war between them. It amuses me to prove the superiority of mind over matter. My type over his.
Be careful such amusement doesn't become dangerous.
Small chance. If you recall your mythology, old chap, Thor, with all his giant strength and magic hammer, never proved a match for tiny Loki and his nimble brain.
He did at last. But then Odin came to his aid with the thunderbolts of justice.
I see you not only recall your mythology, but still believe in it. But don't be alarmed about Olaf's sweetheart. On mature consideration, I couldn't arouse an ardent interest in any female who will prove so unattractive.
This way, Hedwig. This way. We are here, Mr. Redding. Hedwig, I want you to meet my boss, Mr. Redding. This is Hedwig.
This?
Yeah. This time Olaf make a joke. I bet you expect, Mr. Redding, that Hedwig will be homely just like me. I do not tell him, Hedwig, that you are more putty than a picture.
You're right, Olaf. This time the joke's on me. Miss Hedwig, I can't express the great delight I have in meeting such a very lovely girl.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Redding. Olaf has told me lots about you.
You must learn lots more about me from myself. Allow me to present Mr. Bingham. Delighted.
How do you do?
Olaf make a joke. He make a first-class joke.
Splendid joke, Olaf. A capital joke. And it's driven away my boredom. It's promised a new sensation.
Neil.
I don't understand.
You will, Miss Hedvig, as we become acquainted.
We show you now the statue.
By all means. Miss Hedvig, gaze on Thor, the Thunderer.
He's me, Hedvig. My body.
Oh, it's beautiful.
You'll note the face is still unfinished. I'm using another model for that.
Please, Neil.
That's because my face is not so good. But the body, Hedvig, that is me.
Yes. Yours is the body of Thor, who was strongest of gods and men. No one could beat him. No one could take anything from him.
You heard that, Hedvig? I'm like that too, by golly. Any fellow will find that out who tries to take your way.
No one ever dared take anything from Thor, except Loki.
Who was Loki?
Oh, just a weak little chap like me.
I shouldn't have come again, Neil. I'm afraid.
My dear Hedvig, Olaf hasn't brains enough to suspect us.
Oh, perhaps I wouldn't be so nervous if we weren't in the studio with that statue facing us and watching us every time you kiss me.
It doesn't watch with Olaf's face.
Oh, but it has his huge body with all those bulging muscles.
Formidable, aren't they? Those hands could tear us into tiny bits.
Oh, don't say such things.
All right, since the remote prospect frightens you so much. But that clay model won't be here to bother your conscience much longer. It's finished now. Tomorrow I start to prepare the molds, and next week I'll cast it into bronze.
Oh, I know it's silly, but I'll feel easier when it's gone from here.
You're too much of a coward to properly enjoy this little idol of ours, my dear. One so afraid of being burned as you are shouldn't play with fire.
Oh, I know. I couldn't help myself. I'd never met a gentleman like you before.
Thank you.
Olaf would kill us if he knew. You don't understand his kind like I do. I was born in this country, but I'm Swedish too and know my people. You think men like Olaf are dumb, but they're not. And they're only easygoing until they learn someone's doing things against them.
But that's what gives this game its zest.
I'm just a game to you.
Of course not. I love you devotedly. Why, thanks to you, I've only been slightly bored. You've provided a new sensation.
Oh, you're so different from other men. I don't understand you, but I'm crazy about you, Neil. Oh, who's there?
Mr. Reddy. Mr. Reddy.
Oh, it's only a butler.
Who did you think it was? What do you want, Warden?
I must see you at once, sir.
All right, come in. What's the matter? Why the excitement?
The big Swedish man, sir. Your model.
Oh,
Shut up. What about him?
He was just the door, sir, inquiring for this lady.
You know I'm here?
He said he had reason to believe you were here, madam. I was able to allay his suspicions and send him away. But there was a nasty look in his eyes, though.
Oh, he knows, Neil. He'll kill us both.
He doesn't know, or Borden wouldn't have been able to get rid of him. The game becomes more interesting.
Oh, I am just a game to you. Everything is.
Borden, have Peters draw all the curtains on the limousine and bring it to the carriage door for Miss Geilenborn.
At once, sir.
If Olaf's still hanging around, you'll be in that car and away before he has time to investigate. But we mustn't see one another again, Hedvig, until after this statue is cast.
Until after the statue?
Then there'll be no danger. Loki always bested Thor by striking first.
I don't understand you.
I'm planning an, as yet, untried sensation. One that Mr. Bingham suggested the day I met you. Olaf and I will play a little game, and Olaf is sure to lose. So, Olaf, the joke's on you again.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Redding, you are right. I got no brain. I've been so ashamed to suspect bad things about you and Hedvig.
I forgive you.
But I cannot forgive myself. Mr. Redding, I looked for you to kill you with my two bare hands.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't find me until after you'd cooled down and heard my explanation. For those hands of yours could tear a little chap like me to pieces.
Oh, I've been so ashamed.
It's all over now. Forget it. There's the foundry, Olaf. Hear the furnace roar?
It's been awful good of you to bring me here.
You and I created that statue of Thor together, and I couldn't let it be cast in bronze without you there to see.
I've been terrible excited.
I'll make sure you don't miss a thing. Hello, Brody.
Good morning to you, Mr. Redden.
Have you got everything ready?
Aye, and the mold of your fine statues waiting ready in the pit, sir. When you say the word, we draw the channel plug and let the molten metal run.
The bronze has already reached the liquid state.
Yes, sir. I timed it for the hour you said you'd be here. Shall I draw the plugs now?
Not just yet. My friend here has never seen a statue cast. I want to show him around first. You and the boys get outside and have a smoke. I'll call you when I want you.
Much obliged, sir. A breath of outside air will help a wee bit. Come on, lads.
We'll go up on the bridge above the furnace, Olaf.
Why, Yemeni, it's been hot in here.
It'll be hotter where I'm taking you. Up these iron stairs, Olaf.
I come.
In that pit is the mold of our statue. You'll see that later. It's connected by channels to this furnace. This is called a reverberating furnace, Olaf. The fire is at that end, below the chimney. Under this long brick roof, the molten metal lies. It's very hot under that roof, Olaf.
I bet you. It's been plenty hot up here.
We're just above the roof now. From this bridge, the cold bronze is thrown into those hoppers and down into the charging holes.
What been charging holes?
I'll show you. This lever controls their covering.
My, such heat!
With the cover up, you can realize how hot it is inside. Underneath that hole is a trough of molten metal.
Jumping Yemeni!
And that hole is just large enough to admit a strong man's body. Good thing to know if you ever want to commit a perfect murder.
You've been always joking, but I don't want to commit no murder. Close up that hole, it's been too hot.
Look over the rail and see before I close it up.
I've been too hot to come so close.
Aren't you interested in the casting of your statue?
Yeah, that's right. I got to look.
Lean over the rail. Here, just above the hopper.
I've been dizzy from this heat. I'm afraid I lose my balance.
I won't let you lose your balance. Lean over the rail, Olaf. That's right. And now, you brazen fool.
You trip my legs. Don't push. I fall. Don't wait, hot metal.
The joke's on you again, my friend. What's happened? Matter? We heard an awful scream. Scream? Oh, I have the charging hole open. The furnace roared so loud I called for you at the top of my lungs. You scream? You calling? Yes. Let me replace this cover so we can talk in a normal tone. There. That's better.
Where's that friend you had with you, Mr. Redden?
It was too hot in here for him. He just went out the other door. Said he was going back to town.
Did you call for us to pull the plugs new?
Yes. But with that hole open, I may have cooled off the metal a bit. Better heap up the fire, Brody, and give it another 5 minutes to make absolutely certain everything will be all right. Then let the metal run into the mold.
Just as you say, sir. Come on, lad. Heap up that fire now.
Wonder if my statue of Thor will have what all my other works lack. I've given it what Arnold calls a soul. Awfully good of you, Arnold, to come and help me break off this mold.
Oh, not at all. You know how curious I am to see the statue in finished bronze.
The casting went off without a single hitch. I'm sure the finished work will satisfy our fondest expectations. And I expect much, Arnold. I took your former criticisms to heart. I really labored to give old Thor a soul.
I can't imagine you laboring at anything.
That's because you don't know me so well as you think you do.
Wonder why Olaf's not here. I didn't think anything could keep him away when his statue reached completion.
Yes, his statue. I'm worried about Olaf. You know, they tell me at his boarding house that he hasn't been seen since the day I took him to the foundry.
Doesn't Hedvig know where he is?
She hasn't the vaguest idea. No one has, apparently. He's completely disappeared.
That's funny. But I imagine he'll turn up. He may be off on a drunk somewhere. You'll never lose a chap like Olaf.
No. It wouldn't be justice for anything tragic to happen to him. And you believe in justice, Arnold?
I told you I ceased to believe in it. Because nothing ever happens to you.
Yes, I remember. We have the head mold completely loosened now. Help me take it off and we'll expose the face. Careful of the surface underneath. Now.
I got it. There it goes. Neil.
God!
That face is Olaf's. I thought you used another model for the head.
I did. That's not the face of Thor I made.
Well, then, what happened in the casting? Man, you're pale, you're shaking. What's the matter?
Nothing. Arnold, does it seem to you that statue's eyes are moving?
Yes. They seem to follow you. That bronze face seems alive.
You're imagining things about that statue, Arnold. Olaf's face is the one I muddled on it, and those eyes don't seem to move.
You're lying, Neil. The first shock's over now, and you're pulling your nerves together, but you've given yourself away. You turned ghastly white when first you looked on that copper face. You're trembling now with fear. You still can feel those eyes on you.
You're mad. Metal eyes can't move. What reason have I to be afraid?
I'd know that better if Olaf's disappearance was explained. You were with him last. What did you do with him?
I didn't do anything with him. If you're insinuating that I killed him, explain what I did with the body. That's the thing you've got to find when you accuse a man of murder. Find that. Find that.
I'm going to the police. Perhaps they'll help me find it.
Call them if you like. They can't prove anything. No one can prove anything. Nothing can harm me. Nothing. Now get out of here. Leave me alone so I can think.
I don't know why or how you killed that man, but I know that when you did it, you believed justice could be cheated. I'm beginning to believe in justice again, and so are you.
Get out, you fool. Get out. Get out.
I'm going to leave you with your conscience and that statue's knowing eyes.
Get out. Get out. Get out. Oh, God. Olaf's face instead of the one I modeled. Maybe his soul is in that statue. Oh, no, that's rot. With those eyes, my back turned, but I can feel them on me. Thor never proved a match for Loki until Odin came to his aid with thunderbolts of justice. That's madness. It must be going to rain. It's thundering. Just natural thunder. What's that? What's that? Who's that?
Miss Geilenborg is calling, sir. This way, miss.
Neil, dear.
Come in. Borden, leave us.
Yes, sir.
You're not angry because I'm here, Neil. You told me not to come again until the statue was finished. I couldn't stay away any longer. It seemed I just had to be with you.
Why did it seem that way? Why?
Because I was lonesome for you, I suppose.
Yes, of course, that was it. It wasn't because he wanted us together.
He? What do you mean?
Nothing.
Neil, have you heard from Olaf?
Yes, I heard from him today.
Where is he?
He's where he can't hurt me. Can't hurt me. I'm glad you came. I didn't want to be alone. And the statue's finished, Hedvig.
Is that it there?
Yes.
Why haven't you taken off the mold?
I have from the face. The body is still held prisoner.
I want to see it.
No. Don't go near it. Don't look at its face. Don't let its eyes see you.
Neil, what's the matter?
Nothing.
You haven't even kissed me yet.
I'll kiss you now. I'm not afraid.
Door! Why did you push me away?
That thunder startled me.
Thunder?
Yes. There must be quite a storm outside.
The sun was shining when I came in. I heard no thunder.
You heard no...
No.
Then it's in this room. It's coming from the statue.
The statue?
Look!
What?
The mold is cracking. It's falling from the bronze.
Oh, the statue is moving. Oh, it has Olaf's face.
And it has Olaf's soul. I put it there. Hey, Thor the Thunderer. He waited through a page till you and I were here together.
Oh, it's coming towards us.
His eyes are on me. I can't move.
It's reaching out its arms.
For me.
And for me.
It's crashing. It seems, Olaf, the joke's on me. At last.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. And the moral is, don't get too fresh with great big Swedes. You folks come see us on my birthday, and we'll have another cheerful yarn.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
122-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell everyone to douse their lights. That's it. We want lots of darkness when we tells our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep. And soon, by the light of the moon and the stars, you'll see a barren stretch of land where 2 roads meet in old Massachusetts state. 3 policemen stand a-talking there beside their motorcycle bikes. And soon you'll hear the story of the haunted crossroads. The haunted crossroads.
Sure you're not scared to have us lady here alone, Tom?
Of course he's scared, Sergeant. Look at his knees shaking. I'll probably yell for help the minute you guys get out of his sight.
Sure, Gene. I don't think he is properly frightened.
I guess not. Well, if he sees any spooks, he can't say we haven't warned him.
Seriously, boy, you'll keep your eyes peeled for other things than ghosts on this patrol.
You bet I will, Uncle Pat. And I hope it's my luck to have the skunk who knocked up Smith and Barclay here start something with me. Well, I hardly think that'll happen. Those killings weren't done by the same man.
They were both stabbed in the back the same way.
Oh, well, that doesn't prove anything. Several fellows were stabbed to death here right after the Civil War. And another about 20 years ago, according to all records. It wasn't the same murderer who got them, and 2 cops of our troop. Well, unless you believe the crazy stories about this place being haunted.
Well, I must be riding back to troop headquarters where Captain Elton will be skinning the hide of it. And you, Gina Hardy, you better be after getting on your patrol.
Well, I'll get the old bike moving. Oh, when you get home in the morning, Tom, remind your sister she's got a movie date with me tomorrow night. Kathleen's not apt to forget any date she has with you.
Trooper Hardy, your job at the moment is to keep your eye peeled for speeders and reckless drivers.
Well, I'll try to remember that, Sarge. Well, good night. Good night, Gene.
Night, boy.
Kathleen, the morning,
What the? Tom! I'm coming back, kid. Coming back.
Gene!
I'm coming, Sarge.
It's Tom, oh, merciful God!
Sarge, what is it? What has happened?
Come, quick!
I'm here. What happened? Tom!
Yes, he's dead. Killed.
He can't be dead. We just left him.
I started right after you rode away. Then I heard him yelling, oh, merciful God, I raised that boy. He was like my own son.
He's been stabbed in the back. Oh. Just as Smith was stabbed a week ago, and Barclay.
Here at these same rotten crossroads.
Now pull yourself together, Sarge.
Oh, God.
You know what I thought of Tom. But we're cops. Listen, you were back here before I did. You must have seen
I saw no more than you see now. Whoever did it got away.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Tom wasn't alone here more than a minute. No one could have gotten to him across these open fields and then away again between the time I left and come back. Yet I saw no one but him and you. What was that?
A woman's laugh. A woman's laugh. You hear it, too?
It sounded here, beside me.
Right here beside us, at my very elbow.
Yet no one's here that we can see.
An invisible woman. That's the craziest part of your whole crazy story.
But we did hear it, Captain Elton.
It's true, so help me.
But there wasn't any woman, by your own confession. You said you searched and couldn't find her.
We looked everywhere around, sir, but there's no place there for anyone to hide.
Then, like the hicks around here, you've come to the conclusion those old crossroads are haunted. A female ghost stabbed Tom Fallon with a very ungodly steel knife, I suppose, which she carried away with her because you couldn't find it either. That's a fine way for 2 policemen to explain a murder.
We're only telling you what really happened.
But it couldn't have happened.
Just the same it did. Now, look here, sir. Tom Fallon was my closest friend. I'm engaged to marry his sister. And Sergeant McGee here is his uncle. You don't think we'd lie to you when Tom's dead body lies out there in the squad room?
He was like me own son.
Oh, here, Sergeant Pat. Sit down. I'm sorry I have to pound at you like this. But Tom is the second of the troop that has been killed inside a week. At the same place. In the same way. And last year we found Barclay dead there. 3 policemen stabbed to death, and we haven't a single lead to the rat who did it.
You think the same person killed them all, sir?
Yes, and that person's a man, not a laughing, invisible woman. A man with strength enough to kill with a single blow. Hardy, you say Fallon wasn't out of your sight for more than a few minutes before you heard him scream.
Well, I'd only passed the first turn south of the crossroads, sir. A minute and a half at most.
And you got back to him in about half that time. How about you, Sergeant McGee?
I left him right after Trooper Halley rode away, sir, and headed north.
And neither of you saw any vehicles approaching from the east or west, nor past any?
No, sir.
There was no traffic at all.
Then, in the 70 or 80 seconds that Fallon was alone, someone ran across that completely open space, drove a knife into Tom Fallon's back, and then ran away again.
It's crazy, but that's the way it must have happened.
It's the only way it could have happened.
It didn't happen! It's impossible! The world's greatest sprinter couldn't have covered the necessary distance in that short time, and a running man must make a little noise, yet Fallon saw and heard nothing until a knife was in his back. You're lying to me, both of you. By the Lord, if I didn't know how close you were to the boy, I'd say you bumped him off yourself.
Captain L.
Don't say that, don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean that, of course. But unless you fellas change your story, the coroner's jury is going to ask some mighty embarrassing questions. You've established yourselves as the only persons in the vicinity who could have come close enough to Fallon.
No one's going to think we had anything to do with this when they recollect those other killings at the crossroads. Even if they won't believe we heard that woman laugh. You've forgotten, Captain, that Tom is the third to die out there. By the same man's hand, you say. Last week when Smith was killed, Sergeant McGee and I were on duty with you in this station from the time Smith left here until his body was found. And when Barclay got his a year ago...
Then, George, you and I were up in Maine doing some fishing. Don't you remember? And Jean here.
And I was serving a motorcycle escort for the governor. Now, no one will question that alibi.
Yeah, you're right. But if you've told me the truth about tonight, what's the answer? I didn't have to listen to such a nutty yarn about Smith's and Barclay's murders, for no one was near him when it happened. They'd been dead for hours when found. Oh, excuse me, boys, the things I've said. But if I don't find someone to pin these stabbings on pretty soon, I'll be believing those damn crossroads are haunted. That's all. Just a minute. Come.
Miss Fallon is here, sir.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir. Does she know her brother is...
No. I telephoned her to come down here. That's all. You'd better break the news, Pat. You're her uncle.
No, not me. I can't even see her now. Let me out this other door before she...
Quiet, here she is.
Captain Nelson, why did you telephone me to come down here? Jean, Uncle Pat, why are you here? What's wrong?
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Uncle Pat, it's Tom. Something's happened to Tom.
Don't look at me. I don't know anything about it.
Kathleen, dear.
Miss Fallon.
Tom was posted at the crossroads tonight. He's been killed there, like the others.
Yes. Your brother is...
Tom. Oh, Tom.
Dearest Kathleen.
Let me out of here. Oh, let me out.
Oh, Pat.
I can't bear to hear her cry like that. I can't bear to have her eyes upon me. She has eyes like Tom, and they accuse me. They accuse me.
Accuse?
Before God, I swear I didn't mean to kill him.
Sergeant! You?
Yes, I killed him. I didn't tell you the truth. I never left him at his post at all. I killed the boy I loved because something from the blackest hell got into me. I stabbed a knife into his back because I couldn't help myself. I was made to do it. No, I'll pay for what I've done.
Don't let him get his gun. He shot himself.
Uncle Pat.
He's dead. Tom Fallon's murderer has just killed himself.
He stabbed my brother. Oh, no, he couldn't.
You heard what he said, Miss Fallon.
But who killed Smith and Barclay?
McGee couldn't have done that.
No.
Why did he say he couldn't help himself? That he was made to kill his nephew?
And what was the meaning of that woman's laugh I heard?
You in that car! Drive on, no stopping here!
It's only me, Jean.
Kathleen.
You can put away your gun. But I'm glad to know you're being so careful here.
Why drive away out here at this hour, honey?
Oh, I couldn't sleep knowing you were posted alone at these crossroads tonight.
Dear, I told you not to worry. A trooper's been posted alone here every night for 3 weeks now, ever since poor Tom was killed. And nothing's happened.
You think there's no danger here anymore, now that Uncle Pat's dead?
Now, look, you mustn't start thinking about him now.
Well, it's rather difficult not to think about him. I'll never understand
He
why...
was out of his mind. That's the only explanation.
But what drove him out of his mind? What could have made him destroy someone he loved, as we know he loved Tom? And he said he was made to do it.
I don't know.
Jean, you're all I have left. If anything should happen to you now...
No, nothing's going to hurt me, dear. Come on. Get a hold of yourself, sweetheart.
But Uncle Pat had nothing to do with the other deaths here. He was miles away when Smith and Barclay were stabbed. Jean, maybe this place is haunted.
Oh, you don't believe that stuff any more than I do. You're just all upset and... here, I'm going to disobey all standing orders of the state police and join you in this car for a little roadside parking.
Oh, no, don't get in. I'd rather get out and walk a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been out here before, you know. At night, I mean.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be here now. Fine thing, driving this deserted old road at midnight. Have you got that little gun I gave you?
Oh, yes, I always carry it when I drive alone.
Ah, that's good. Well, come on then if you want to walk.
Jean, exactly where did you find Tom's body and Uncle Pat kneeling beside us?
We're not going to talk any more about that.
Oh, all right. Really wouldn't do me any good to know. It's such a gloomy spot here. No cars passing, no road lamps.
These are just old county roads. No state trooper had to patrol here regularly until...
Until after Frank Barclay was found stabbed here.
Oh, Kathleen.
I want to talk about it, Jean. I loved Uncle Pat. He was a good man, not a killer or a maniac. And I've got to find out what made him do the thing he did. Find out what made him say he couldn't help himself. Uncle Pat was in Maine when Frank Barclay was killed. Tell me about that.
Well, all I know is that Barclay didn't report on schedule. When they found him, he'd been dead for several hours.
And then Smith, just a week before Tom.
Like Barclay, he'd been dead for a long time when found.
But Uncle Pat couldn't have done it.
Oh, he wasn't out of my sight, and that of a dozen others at any time that night. Well, after that, Captain Elton made this a fixed post.
Oh, I can't understand it.
Neither can anyone else.
And 70 years ago, the papers say, a town constable was stabbed here, and another constable about the time when we were children. That makes 5. All policemen.
It's screwy, all right. But you mustn't think about it anymore, dear. And, look, don't worry about me. Look around here. There's nothing but open spaces, sand and grass, and 2 level hard dirt roads. Why, there isn't a bush or stone big enough for a cat to hide behind, let alone a man with a knife.
No one could come close to you here, except someone you knew and trusted. As Uncle Pat was trusted by Tom. As you trust me.
It's enough nonsense now. Go home, go to bed, and sleep. Yes, and keep that little automatic of yours handy on the way. Night driving's no business for a woman.
I wish you'd let me stay.
Not a chance. Do you want me to lose my job? That's what happens to cops who entertain ladies during business hours.
But it's so gloomy here. So silent and eerie. It looks like a haunted place.
Oh, bunk. Here, give me a kiss and say goodnight.
Oh, Jean, I can't lose you.
You're not going to. I'm safer here than I'd be in a church. What was that?
A woman laughing.
That's what I heard the other night.
Look there.
A woman's in the road.
She wasn't there a moment ago.
I'll soon find out.
Jean, come back here.
Stay in the car, Kathleen. You in the black dress. I want to talk to you.
No, don't follow her, Jean. Come back.
Wait, I tell you, whoever you are. Don't walk away from me. I'm an officer of the
Don't
law.
go any closer to her. Stop. Don't let her touch you, Jean. Keep away. She disappeared. She vanished as I watched her. Where did she go? She'll come back here, Jean. Come back, come back.
I'm coming.
What happened to that woman?
I'm coming.
Jean, what's happened to you?
I've got to do it.
Why do you stare at me like that?
Got to do it. Got to do it.
Why are you opening that pocket knife?
I can't help myself. Can't help myself.
You look as though you didn't know me. As though I'm someone you hate. Jean, I'm Kathleen. You love me.
Kathleen. Love.
Don't come any closer. Keep away.
Kathleen. Love. Your gun, Kathleen. Shoot me before I reach you. Shoot me. It's the only way to stop me, but I can't help myself.
No.
Yes, shoot me or I'll kill you with this knife.
Oh, you're mad.
Shoot. Shoot, I say, before I drive this knife into your back.
Oh, may God forgive me. It's the only way. I've shot you, Jean. I've shot you. Oh, she's here beside me. The woman in black. Oh, keep away. Keep away. Keep away.
Come on, Miss Fallon. I want to hear more about this woman who laughed. This ghost.
Oh, please don't ask me any more questions now. I'll go up to that operating room again, Captain Elton. Make sure that Jean's going to live. I only shot him to stop him.
You stopped him, all right.
Oh, here's a doctor at last. Oh, doctor.
It's all right, Miss Fallon. We've taken the bullet out of Trooper Hardy's shoulder, and he'll be up and around again in just a few days.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And also Jean's tough constitution. Now, that's off your mind. Will you please tell me exactly what happened at the crossroads tonight?
I'll answer all your questions now.
What I've already heard has made me very curious. Sit down, Doc. It's your office and your hospital. Go ahead, Miss Fallon. Let's hear all about that laughing, appearing, and disappearing woman. If I were you, Captain, I'd withhold my judgment a while. The Trooper Hardy has been babbling about the phantom woman under the ether. Under ether, people don't lie. He's been repeating over and over that he couldn't help himself.
He couldn't. Somehow she made him want to kill me. But he loved me. That love was stronger than her power. He had time to warn me.
So you obligingly shot him?
Yes.
Then the woman reappeared again?
Yes, beside me. And she laughed. She laughed horribly. And then, as I looked at her, she just wasn't there.
A woman dressed in black, you say?
Yes. A dress all folds that might have been a shroud. And her face was like the dead, but with an awful purplish tinge as if she'd been strangled. Around her throat there was a heavy rope that dangled to the ground. Oh, God, I'll see her till the day I die.
I don't believe in ghosts. You just shot one of my troopers. I don't care if you were engaged to marry him. That's enough, Captain.
Oh, what?
I'm boss inside the walls of this hospital. And this girl is in no physical condition to stand your third degree. Besides, I think she's telling the truth.
The truth?
Why not? We can't call a thing a lie simply because we don't understand it. And have you any better explanation than we've heard for the tragedy at those old crossroads?
You don't think anything supernatural?
I think something that has lived beyond the span of ordinary human life is responsible. Remember those almost forgotten cases the newspapers have searched out? The man who was stabbed there in 1865? That other chap in the early 1900s? One of the reporters told me they'd discovered several more crossroads stabbings in the records. A peace officer was killed there in Andy Jackson's time. And a member of the watch was stabbed when Washington was president.
Oh, policeman.
By Jove. I hadn't thought of it just in that light. Miss Fallon, you say the phantom woman had a rope round her neck?
Yes, a thick rope tied with a heavy knot.
A hangman's rope. And at the crossroads in the early days, criminals were hanged and buried.
What's that got to do with it?
Maybe a lot more than you think. Excuse me, Captain. Move a chair aside so as I can get to that bookcase.
What?
I want to find something. Something I've read and more than half forgotten. Policemen, officers of the law. They've been the only ones to die at those crossroads where a gallows tree once stood.
Oh, that's a coincidence.
But you must admit a strange coincidence. Here's the book. An old history of this county.
History?
Here it is. I knew I read it somewhere. Look.
What is it, Doctor?
I'll read it to you. Listen. On that 13th day of August, 1721, by order of the King's Governor, a gibbet of good, stout oak had been erected at Berkeley Crossroads. That's the old name of our place, Captain Elton.
Go on reading.
And there the criminal, Goody Fairfax, was taken, still protesting her innocence of the foul crimes which had juried her peers.
Hold more tightly on her, Peter, so I can fix this rope round her scrawny neck.
Let me go! Let me go! You cannot kill me!
She wriggles like an ear.
Wait no more time.
Forward to the beam.
Oh, no! I have done no murder! Have mercy! I am innocent, I swear!
Hey, you've had a fair trial, old dame, and been found guilty.
And soon for your crime you'll be buried in the soil of infamy, here beneath this gallows tree.
Nay, nay!
Hey! So all who pass may spit upon your grave.
I not suffer that, I won't!
The rope's fast at last.
All is ready, my lord sheriff, when you give the word.
Quiet! Our Lord the King's High Sheriff speaks.
Nay, I who am about to die this unjust death will speak. Hear me, ye officers of so-called justice, who have decreed this fate for me. As I die innocent of crime, I vow to return from death the murderer you to hang me for. As ye officers of blind law do visit death on me, so I shall visit death on you, with no more sense of right or pity. You mean to bury me beneath this gibbet, in unhallowed ground, away from God,
Whilst I remain away from God, beware. Beware, I warn ye, for not even death will stay my hate. I shall return to bring ye death, ye officers of law.
Bring her out! Pull on the rope! Aye! She down!
I shall return to bring you death. I shall return.
And so, still screaming her threats of ghostly vengeance, the murderess Goody Fairfax was hanged to death. Then the old account goes on. Her body was cut down from the gallows and buried underneath it at Berkeley Crossroads.
The haunted crossroads.
Captain Elton, whether or not you believe in ghosts, it might be a kindly thing if you search for Goody Fairfax's grave, and if you find it, to place her restless bones in hallowed ground. A kindly thing and a wise thing.
I haven't got over it yet. There were human bones, a woman's bones, buried beneath those crossroads.
I knew you'd find them if you only persisted in the search.
He persisted, all right, making us troopers do the digging with me on double shift. Fine way to treat a man only a week out of hospital.
And a newly married man.
Oh, I thought that was a good way for you to earn your sergeant stripes.
Sergeant stripes?
Yeah, here's your warrant.
Captain Elton.
I had to make you two crazy ghosts here some kind of a wedding present. And this didn't cost me anything.
Oh, how can we ever thank you?
Be happy. And Kathleen, let that first shot you had at your husband be the last.
Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. You folks come see us again on me birthday. We'll have another cheerful yarn to spin ye.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. Now let us join old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat.
122-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 122-year-old. Tain't many folks gets to a ripe old age like that, Satan. Satan, you took the words right out of my mouth. The reason for old Nancy living so long is 'cause she's such a nice, helpful body, always doing kind things for folks, like spinning pleasant little yarns to cheer 'em up. Don't you ever believe that old saying that the good dies young? And speaking of dying, reminds me that we got a real pretty little bedtime story to tell right now. Of course there's a murder in it, Satan. And afore we finish, no telling how many people meet nice, terrible death. Douse out them lights. Sitting quiet in the dark is the way to hear our cheerful tales. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers while we takes you across the seas to merry England, land of ghosts and haunted castles. Gaze into the embers deep while we spins our yarn about the house of the bridegroom. The house of the bridegroom.
And this room here, pardon me while I open the door, Mrs. Sheridan. This room was old Dr. Drummond's laboratory.
Arnold, if it weren't for the dust, one would think he had just stepped out of it.
That's certainly the effect it gives. It's difficult to believe, Mr. Fife, that this house has been unoccupied for almost 50 years.
This particular chamber, Mr. Sheridan, has been unused for nearly 100. Victor Drummond, the builder of Bridegroom's house, died in 1836. One of the provisions of his strange will was that the furnishings, particularly the articles within this laboratory, should be disturbed as little as possible and never be removed.
Look at the queer old books that line the walls, Arnold. My husband is quite an amateur collector, Mr. Fife, and these quaint bindings...
Well, the bindings aren't so interesting as some of the titles. Look at these, dear. The Brahman Tantra, the Grimoire, Kabbalah, all works on magic. I say, Mr. Fife, did the old doctor combine witchcraft with his scientific investigations?
The works upon these shelves would certainly make it appear so. As a matter of fact, I'm only acquainted with his history in a very general way.
And now that we've seen the entire house, Mr. Fife, do you mind telling us just what you do know of its history and of his?
Of course, your partner, Mr. Burton, has told us the place is haunted by the old doctor's ghost, but, well, we'd like to know the real facts of the case.
Burton's a superstitious fool. There's no such thing as a haunted house.
Of course not. If there were, it would never be our good fortune to inherit it, Arnold.
Finding Bridegroom's house so cheerful-looking has been a great disappointment to Mrs. Sheridan, I fear.
A frightful disappointment. We haven't any really first-class haunted houses in America. And so when we learned of the legends concerning my inheritance here in London, I was fearfully excited. But now, when we find the place so perfectly charming...
Yeah, you must remember it's still broad daylight, dear.
Oh, that's right. And no self-respecting spook would dare rattle his chains until the witching hour of midnight.
I fear you shall live here a long time before a supernatural agency makes its appearance at any hour. But if you wish to hear the history of the place, let's go back to the drawing room, where the air is a little better.
Yes, you open the windows back there. This room has been closed so long it's acquired the odor of a tomb.
Oh, by his choice of comparison. You see, my husband is as anxious as I to capture the ghostly atmosphere, Mr. Fife. Oh, but you're holding the door. Excuse me. Oh!
What is? Mrs. Sheridan,
what's the matter?
As I crossed this threshold, I had the queer sensation, as though I'd stepped on a charged wire.
You've stood here?
Yes. I felt a definite shock. A tingling sort of.
Jove. As I stand here, I feel it, too.
I'm directly beside you, and I feel nothing, sir.
Well, I don't feel it either now. It's gone.
I rather think you and Mrs. Sheridan permitting your imaginations to play you tricks.
But since we both felt...
Mr. Fife must be right, dear. There's obviously nothing here to cause such an electric shock.
As a matter of fact, there's no electricity in the house. It's only provided with old-fashioned gas for lighting.
Funny.
I'll close this door.
Arnold, doesn't it seem warmer to you in this dark hallway than in that sunlit laboratory?
Yes. It's possibly chilly back there. I wonder what...
Oh, you two young people are certainly falling under the spell of this old place. But don't. I assure you there's nothing abnormal about it in any way.
Oh, there couldn't be. It's too perfectly delightful.
Well, Victor Drummond meant it to be delightful. He prepared this mansion to receive his intended bride.
Mr. Burton told us about that. And how just a week before the wedding, she ran away with another man.
That's the story. From the moment he received word of her elopement, he never left his house.
She broke his heart.
Evidently. Yet he could have felt no bitterness toward her at the last, for at his death he willed her his property.
Well, Mr. Burton said
I can imagine what he told you. The romantic yarn that Drummond left to the place out of revenge. That he put a curse on it. Oh, stuff and nonsense. Here's the drawing room.
What is your version of the old man's strange will and the events that followed it?
The only logical version. The will provided that his former fiancée should inherit his entire property on condition that she occupy the house he had built for her. That's understandable in a romantic old fool who lived as a refuse for 10 years because she jilted him. On her death, the place was to pass in succession through her female heirs, which is the reason you now find it your property, Mrs. Sheridan. The lady in question was your great-great-aunt. And let me tell you, tracing the relationship was quite a bit of work.
Well, she was an ancestress I'd never even heard of until I received your letter in New York.
Well, this curse you mentioned, Mr. Fife. According to your partner, it seems to have worked out.
Yes, Mr. Burton said my great-aunt and all her family died here.
Oh, people die in houses everywhere. Because of the manner of these particular deaths, the ignorant promptly ascribe them to supernatural agencies.
Well, just how did the deaths occur?
Well, when the lady in question notified of her inheritance, she came here to live with her husband.
The man for whom she left Dr. Drummond?
Yes, they had a little girl. 2 weeks after they'd settled in the house, both child and husband were found strangled to death by burglars.
Oh.
Burglars?
Yes, that's the natural explanation. The fools insisted a ghost had done the killing.
My great-aunt committed suicide shortly afterwards.
Yes, hanged herself in a room upstairs. She left a note to the effect that Drummond, who had been in his grave 2 years, was responsible for her death, and that of her husband and baby. She warned others to beware of bridegroom's house. For the poor woman was demented by reason of her losses, of course.
Naturally.
Oh, but Mr. Burton said that everyone who attempted to live in this house afterwards...
My dear Mrs. Sheridan, you know what happens when you give a dog a bad name. Those who came here to live came here prepared for trouble, and then actually found that for which they were looking. If you believe the stories that are told, 12 men and women have met violent deaths here. Gruesome phantoms stalk through rooms at night, and ghostly laughter is heard. Fortunately, you are intelligent people, so you will pay such silly tales the scant attention they deserve. Now you have the whole impossible history. The place is yours, Mr. Sheridan, providing you live in it. You may do as you see fit.
I imagine we'll live in it, Arnold.
Rather. After traveling 3,000 miles to acquire it.
Good. Now, unless you wish to look over the place further, I'll return you to your hotel in my car.
Oh, thank you. We've seen enough today.
Yes, and our next visit will be at night. So we can look for gruesome phantoms stalking through the rooms and hear that ghostly laughter we've been threatened with.
It'll be a long time before you'll see or hear either one, young man. By Jove, it's growing dusk now. Now, let's be going. Oh, wait. There's a key somewhere. Oh, I remember. I laid them down in the laboratory. Now, if you excuse me...
Well, I'll get them for you.
No, thanks for that. I know exactly where I left them. I shan't be but a moan.
Oh, Arnold, aren't you simply mad about this beautiful place?
We never dreamed we'd own a mansion like this, did we?
And in England, in the heart of London. We'd always wanted to come abroad and never could afford it. And now...
Yeah. Now we can begin our second honeymoon.
That's silly. We've never even finished our first.
That's right. We never shall. But I wish I could have provided the money for all this.
Are you still bothering your head because it was left to me? Besides, it's really yours. This place is called the House of the Bridegroom. That's what you've always been.
House of the Bridegroom. But of a bridegroom who never had a bride. Poor old chap, that Drummond. How unhappy he must have been.
Yes. Arnold, you don't think there can be any truth in those superstitious tales?
Oh, there couldn't possibly be.
I know it's silly to give them the slightest consideration, but despite my laughing at them before Mr. Fife, I've had the strangest feeling since we've been in this house. A feeling that we're being watched.
Watched?
Yes, particularly in that laboratory. How do you explain the peculiar chill in that room and the strange tingling sensation we've both experienced there?
Well, Mr. Fife's explanation is the only possible one. Imagination.
I suppose so. But I've met practical men like Mr. Fife before. He's the sort who never believes a thing exists until he actually sees or feels it. Oh, Arnold!
Mr. Fife!
What's happened to him?
He went back to that laboratory. Here, you stay here. I'm going back to that laboratory.
Oh, no, I'm coming with you.
Fife! What's the matter, man?
He doesn't answer.
Here's the door.
It's closed.
I'll soon open it.
Oh!
Fife!
He's lying on the floor. Arnold, look at his throat. Those big blue marks.
The man's been strangled. Good God, I think he's dead.
Oh, he couldn't be. Well, there's no one in this house to hurt him. No one here but him and you and me. Oh, that laugh.
Where's it coming from?
There it is again. It's in this room.
Well, it can't be. There's nothing to be seen.
Oh, but it is. It's coming closer.
Out that door, dear. Out that door. Run.
Oh, the door is closed.
It's slammed shut. I can't open it.
And now that laughter's right beside us. Help! Help! Help!
Let us out of this door. Let us out of this door.
Satan. That only the beginning of this cheerful little yarn. If folks wants to hear the rest, they got to call on us next time we has a birthday. And I'm 2 years old. I'm going to be real soon. Come see us then.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. Let us join old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah, I'm 13 years old, I be today. Yes, sir. Hannah, I'm 13 years old. That's right, Satan. If these folks will just douse out them lights, we'll tell them the finish of that yarn about the young couple from America who inherited a haunted house in England. They say a fella named Dr. Drummond put a cuss on the place, 'cause the woman he built it for ran away with another man. Well, our young American couple didn't put much faith in haunted houses till they found a man a-lying dead there. Then they heard an awful laugh, and a door slammed shut upon them. Draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers while we spin the rest of our yarn about the house of the bridegroom. The house of the bridegroom.
Then, as suddenly as it had closed, Inspector, the door was opened by an unseen hand, and we were free to leave the room.
I had fainted by that time. Oh, I can still hear that frightful laugh ringing in my ears.
I took my wife in my arms and ran with her from the house.
The laughter had ceased by that time?
Yes, as we reached the outer door. Then my cries for help attracted a passing constable, and... Well, you know the rest, sir.
I merely know that a man's dead body was found in the room of which you speak, and that you are the last to see him alive.
You certainly don't think that we killed him.
No, madam. Both you and your husband are small people. Sufficient strength was exerted upon Mr. Fife's throat so that he was not only strangled, but his neck broken as well. Together you couldn't have done that.
Then why are you taking us back to that awful house? And at night?
A murder has been committed.
You and your husband ascribe it to a supernatural agency, which we of the London police do not recognize. I wish you to reenact the events before and after the crime so that we may possibly find the real killer. There's the house driver just ahead.
Why, sir, I know the old house of the Braddoons, sir.
Inspector, you think a man was concealed in the place without our knowledge? That it was a man who murdered Mr. Fife?
Naturally. And he took advantage of the mansion's ghostly reputation to play upon your fears with that laughter, and so arranged for his escape without danger of detection.
But how?
He must have been concealed in that laboratory. I'll find out where and how if I have to tear the place apart.
Well, here we are, sir.
Let me help you, Mr. Sheridan.
I don't want to go in that awful house again.
There, dear. Don't be afraid. Come on.
All right.
Shall I wait, sir?
No, drive back to Scotland Yard. I'll call for a car when I'm ready to return.
Yes, sir.
I see the constable on duty inside the house has all the gas lamps lit.
Every window's ablaze with light. Evidently, he's taking no chances of encountering your ghost in the dark. And where's the doorbell? Yeah, I found it.
I hope the man inside is all right.
You expect to find him otherwise?
We laughed at the stories about this house a few hours ago, Inspector. Now, after what has happened, I couldn't stand being alone in there as he has been tonight.
I hardly think he's experienced anything to arouse his fears. Here he is. Good evening, Riley.
Good evening, Inspector. I'm as glad I am to see you, sir.
You're white as a sheet, man. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing, sir, except this house is the devil's. It's full of queer whispers like, and it's glad I am to be alone inside it no longer.
Don't act a fool. Step inside, you people.
No.
Come, dear. Don't be afraid.
All right.
Close that door, Riley. Now, which way is that laboratory?
Please, don't make us go there now.
Inspector, my wife has been through a terrible experience today. If you'll allow her a little time...
Oh, very well. Yeah, sit down and compose yourself, Mrs. Sheridan. I'll get you a chair. Excuse me if I seem brusque and impatient, but all this talk of impossible ghosts makes me sick. What? The chair! Why, something seized it from my hand.
Carry it there, sir, to the wall and set it down.
Something did it that we couldn't see.
By the Lord, I soon will see.
Oh, that laugh.
Is that what you heard this afternoon?
Yes.
When we discovered Fife's dead body.
There's it again. It seems to be upstairs.
Come on, we're going to locate it.
No, wait. It means best to find it. Don't go up there. Let's leave this house.
Come on, Edith. After them. It's better to be with them than down here alone.
Don't let them leave us alone.
Come on, quick, up these stairs.
Do you see anything, Riley?
Not a thing, sir.
There it is again.
Now it seems to come from downstairs.
Whoever's responsible for it must have gone down the back way where we come up the front. Riley, go back the way we came and see if you can head him off.
Yes.
I'll stay here in case he attempts to return.
Yes.
We have him on the run. We'll get him now. He's down there, Riley. Get him or drive him back up here to me.
Oh, you don't know what you're doing. Leave this house.
Yes, that's not human laughter. It's the laughter of the dead.
It's the laughter of a maniac, a tricky, murderous madman who'll soon be in jail.
Oh, it's down there with that man.
You see him, Riley?
Yes, sir. But this time it sounded right beside you.
Riley!
Oh, the thing is killing him.
He killed Fife.
Riley, hold on. We're coming, man.
Quick, Edith, down these stairs.
Riley! Riley!
He's lying crumpled on the floor.
But who could have struck him down? The room is empty.
He isn't dead. Oh, thank God he isn't dead.
Edith, darling, you must pull yourself together.
Quiet, Mrs. Sheridan, please. I want to hear what happened. Are you able to talk now, Riley?
Yes, sir. I'm all right now, but I don't know what happened, except that something grabbed me from behind. I just icy fingers close around me throat and throw me to the floor. Then all went black. Oh, sir, this lady and gentleman is right. There's something in this house that we can't fight.
I'm not ready to believe that yet.
You must believe it and leave this house for the sake of all our lives.
I'll handle this. Riley, where were you seized? There where you fell?
Yes, sir. Just in front of this little door.
That door is to the laboratory where Mr. Fife was killed this afternoon.
I'm going to investigate that room right now.
No, don't go in there.
I'm going to find that strangler. He seems to prefer the vicinity of this laboratory. I want you to show me where the laughter seemed to come from when you discovered Fife's dead body.
Oh, no, not now. At least wait for daylight.
Yes, sir. Call for more men to go in with us.
No. If he's sitting there, that'll give him a chance to get away. Come on, we're going in.
Go away, sir. There's no lights inside that room.
We'll use our flashlights then.
Yes, sir.
This door sticks. I've got it. Keep your pistol handy, Riley.
Yes, sir.
Come on, you two.
We're coming.
It's so cold in here. Colder than it was this afternoon.
And 'tis an unnatural chill, ma'am. I feel it, too.
Nonsense. There's nothing unnatural about this whole business. A human being killed Fife. A human being attacked Riley. A human being laughs and disappears.
What was it took that chair from your hand when we came in?
Yes, what was that?
I've forgotten that. But that chair will be explained like all the other tricks when I know the secret of that laugh. And I think the clue to that is in this room.
Oh!
Edith, look, the bookshelves.
Well, they're opening outward like a door.
I leaned against them. I must have touched a hidden spring.
These shelves conceal a secret passage.
That's where the laughter came from. That's the strangler's hiding place. Ha! I knew we'd find a natural agency behind all
Wait a minute. There isn't a passage behind these shelves.
No, it's just a shallow recess.
Not large enough to hide a man.
And what space there is filled with tattered notebooks.
They won't help us any.
Look! Above our heads.
Hand! Without an arm or body.
My God, I'll know the secret of this trick.
Don't shoot, sir.
What harm could a bullet do to a disembodied hand? Put down it.
Floating downward through the air.
It's come to rest on one of those old notebooks.
When it lies that open.
Its finger is pointing at something on that page.
Now it's disappeared. Vanished before our eyes.
It was a woman's hand.
No, it was a hand of the dead. But I didn't fear it somehow. I felt it meant to help us. Arnold, take up that book it rested on.
I have it.
What is it?
Hold this light so I can see. Victor Drummond's name is written on it.
That was the old
It
doctor.
was the bridegroom's name who left the curse upon his house.
It's his diary. Something is tugging at it. Trying to take it from my hand.
Hold tight. I'll help you, sir.
Read that passage to which the fingers pointed.
Yes, help me hold the book.
Something's tugging at it like 10,000 devils.
Oh, be quick, read.
It says, "Today my labors were completed. I have found the thing I sought. Now I know that, living or dead, my vengeance will be satisfied."
Vengeance?
Inspector, help us. Together we can hardly hold this book.
I said fingers we can't see are trying to take it from us.
Quick, read on.
Here's the rest. I have at last discovered how to harness the tremendous force of human will.
Human will?
Help us, hold on.
Read it all.
I shall leave my hate behind to live within these walls forever.
Ah, the hands let go the book and knock my flashlight to the floor.
Oh, they've got mine.
Oh, we're in the dark.
Come on, quick, out that door.
It's slammed shut.
And I can't open it. Help me, Riley. Together. Our shoulders.
The lock.
It's with us in this room.
On there, two gleaming eyes.
Eyes that shine in darkness.
Your pistol, Riley. Fire at them. Fire.
Oh, you know you're shooting. Bullets can't harm the devil of ghost from out the grave.
Edith!
Got her!
Edith, where are you? Edith, I can't see you in this darkness.
I found her. She's here.
Arnold, I felt its fingers on me.
So is it? It's got me now. I see fingers. I throw.
Light, a match, for God's sake, light!
Break open that door. It's our only chance to help him and ourselves.
Riley,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Edith, darling, don't leave my side again.
No.
We've got it.
Oh, blessed light.
The inspector, where is he?
On the floor.
His head is bent sideways.
Neck is broken. He's dead.
The unseen thing is laughing. It means to kill us all.
Run for your lives!
Get out of this house.
Run!
Sure, sir. But if it weren't broad daylight, you'd never have gotten me here in this ghastly laboratory after the escape we had last night.
One of us didn't escape. Oh, Arnold, I'm afraid even in this sunlight.
Because Inspector Chase and so many others have met death here, we had to come back, Edith. And with a few more blows of these picks, Riley, I hope to end the dangers of Bridegroom's house forever.
You think that ghostly hand pointed the way?
Yes. I believe it was the hand of the woman who brought about Victor Drummond's mad desire for vengeance, of which that journal told. I believe last night that the dead spoke wordlessly to us.
Ah, Mr. Sheridan, my pick is broken through the wall.
Oh, yes. Your guess was right. Arnold, there is another cubby hole behind that recess where we found the notebook.
Yes, and then that cubby hole is the thing that we must find.
Something's trying to keep us from finding it, sir. Even in this blessed sunlight, I feel icy fingers at the throat.
Yes, I feel them, too. But in the day, they have no strength.
Evil things have only power in darkness.
Come on, quick. Make this opening larger. There's the thing we want.
You mean that little crystal globe?
I think that's it. Look. It's engraved with Kabbalistic symbols of the alchemist and wizard. And we know that Dr. Drummond was a student of black magic.
Black magic?
Yes. Within that globe, I think, is harnessed the human will of which his journal spoke. His will for vengeance. It still lives. Although his body has been dust 100 years.
It's not possible.
So one who had never heard a radio or seen an aeroplane might say of them, nothing is impossible.
Lights gleam within the globe. Lights of hell, like them eyes we saw here last night.
Soon they'll gleam no more.
Smash it with your pick.
Help me, Riley. The icy hands are holding me, fighting to retain their power to hate and kill.
I'm with you, sir. Together we'll throw 'em off. Now with our forearms, bring down the pick.
In the center of that globe. Now!
We've done it.
It's gone. Shattered. Not even dust is left.
The icy hand no longer holds.
They, too, are gone. Destroyed forever, like the mad will they obeyed.
But the unseen strangler will last no more.
No. The house of the bridegroom is no longer a place accursed.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. We'll have another pretty yarn to tell you soon.
Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
Today? Yes, sir. 106-year-old. Well, Satan, give word to douse all lights and we'll get right down to business. Meow. That's right. Make it nice and dark and cheerful, for we likes gloom and shadow. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a crowded ballroom in a fine big house in New York City. And there, midst happiness and laughter, begins our tale about the power of Lucifer. The power of Lucifer!
The next dance will be a waltz, dear. Sure you want to sit it out?
Yes, Catherine, I've stepped on enough defenseless female toes this evening. And as I have to buy your shoes, I'll be economical as well as merciful. This balcony seems deserted. Let's go out there.
And gaze at the moon?
Mm-hmm. Now, here's an especially nice chair for moon gazing. Big enough for both of us.
Not unless I sit in your lap.
It's all right. I have a good, strong lap. Now, give me a kiss.
Warren, don't muss my hair. Oh, don't you ever get tired of making love to your wife?
No. My wife ever get tired of having me make love to her?
No.
Then there's no occasion for argument. Give me another kiss.
Oh, that's enough. And I'm going to sit in this other chair before you crush my gown and I press the crease out of your trousers.
All evening you've forsaken me, and now you're doing it again.
I am. And unless you curb your romantic ardor, I'll make you take me back in there and dance.
I'll be good. It's too nice to be out here with you and away from all those people.
You don't like the crowd that's here, do you?
Oh, they're all right, I suppose, but I don't understand them. I'm just a plain businessman. Hindu poets, Armenian artists, and Turkish musicians are way over my head.
Since Mrs. Brewster decided to patronize the arts, she's certainly had some very strange people at her affairs.
Strange? They seem lunatics to me. Fortunately, old Dr. Farmer's wife had deserted him, as you did me, so he and I sneaked off in a corner and discussed politics, Wall Street, and baseball. That plebeian brand of conversation soon drove away any nut who came near us. What particular sort of culture does the chap go in for who's been monopolizing you all evening?
Mr. Olaf?
No, that's his name. I didn't catch it when we were introduced. Russian, isn't he?
I imagine so, though he didn't mention his nationality.
What does he do for a living?
I don't know.
I've spent enough time with him to have learned his whole life's history.
You weren't jealous?
Of course not. I merely ask about him because, well, he's such a peculiar-looking chap, and I'm curious to know what there is about him that held your interest for so long.
I don't know that either. He's a very strange person. He's talked a steady stream from the moment I met him. Yet I know nothing about him at all.
What did he talk about?
Well, a subject that I've only heard of in a vaguer sort of way before. Devil worship.
Devil worship?
Yes. Not medieval witchcraft or anything like that, but something that exists today. The cult of Lucifer, he called it.
Cult of Lucifer?
It's a religious sect, he said, that has churches, ordained priests, and a ceremonial.
And he said this cult of Lucifer is active now?
Yes, all over the world, right here in New York. He talked so much about it, I've an idea he himself's a member. Warren, there's something horrible about that man. 5 minutes after I met him, he was absolutely repulsive to me.
Yet you danced with him all evening.
I don't know why. After the first dance, I wanted to get away. Yet, when he asked me for another, I'd have been with him yet if you hadn't come for me. Warren, I've made up my mind not to say anything about all this. sounds so silly. Oh, I'm glad I've told you. I want you to stay with me for the rest of the evening. Don't leave me for a moment. And if Mr. Orlov asks me to dance with him again, you make some excuse. Don't let me.
Catherine, are you intimating that you can't refuse this man yourself?
Yes. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I'm afraid of that man, Warren. Terribly afraid.
Oh, there they are, Mrs. Brewster.
My dear Catherine, we've been looking everywhere for you and Warren.
Oh, just sitting out a dance, Mrs. Brewster. Won't you join us?
Dear, he's with them.
Don't worry, darling. Your Mr. Orloff won't bother you now.
You and your husband have been enjoying the moonlight, Mrs. Gray.
Yes, Mr. Orloff, how gorgeously romantic. They're always running away from people so they can be by themselves, Mr. Orloff, as though they were sweethearts instead of husband and wife. In these two young people, you see the perfect marriage.
A most unusual thing to see. Perfect things are rare.
I'll say they are. But you played me a mean trick when you disappeared with Catherine, Warren. A Swedish poetess. Got me in the corner and nearly took my arm off.
I tell you, my dear, Dr. Farmer and I had organized a mutual protective association of two against art in there.
Oh, you and the doctor are incurably bourgeoisie.
Afraid we are, Mrs. Brewster. Your guests of this evening are too highbrow for plain people such as Warren and myself. By that, I mean no offense to you, Mr. Orloff.
None is taken. I, like you, am plain people. Not what you call highbrow.
You're far too modest, Mr. Orloff. You and Warren must become better acquainted with this gentleman, Doctor. He's been everywhere, seen everything, and, oh, he's told me of the most interesting things. Catherine, my dear, did he tell you of that perfectly intriguing sect he calls the Cult of Lucifer?
Yes, Mr. Orloff told me a great deal about it.
What is the Cult of Lucifer?
Simply a group, or rather many groups, of people who believe that evil is a more potent factor in this world than good. Consequently, they worship the Lord of Evil and serve him, not by what orthodox religionists call worthy acts, but by bringing sorrow and trouble wherever they can.
Did you ever hear of anything so perfectly fascinating?
There are idiots in this world who go in for anything.
The Cult of Lucifer is not composed of idiots, Doctor. You may have heard it said that the devil takes care of his own. He endows his most ardent disciples with great power. So I am told.
Oh, rot.
Perhaps. Of course, I am only speaking hearsay.
Oh, naturally. It's delightfully interesting to think about, but one wouldn't wish to be acquainted with people who believe such things personally, would one?
I don't think so, Mrs. Brewster.
I know darn well I wouldn't.
Now, I simply must return to my other guest. You'll excuse me, won't you?
By all means,
yes, of course. You poor lovely people mustn't stay out here too long, though. Please leave you in the ballroom.
Well, no one gets me back in there while I'm in my right senses.
May I hope that Mr. Gregg will return to the ballroom very soon as my partner for the next dance, perhaps? Shall we go now? The music has begun.
Yes.
Catherine?
I have your permission, of course, Mr. Gregg. Yes. Thank you. My arm, Mrs. Gregg. We shall join you gentlemen later.
Say, Warren, what's the matter with you? You look as though someone hit you over the head.
Doctor, what? That man made me say yes when I wanted to say no. He walked away with Catherine when I wanted to stop him, and she didn't want to go.
What are you talking about?
By the Lord, he isn't going to get away with it.
Warren, where are you going?
Olaf! Wait, come back here. Olaf!
Are you calling me, Mr. Gregg?
Yes, come back here, brother.
Oh, you're making a scene. What's the matter with you,
You
Warren?
will soon find out, and so will he.
Why have you called me, Mr. Gregg?
You know well enough. Step out here on this balcony, and I'll tell you. Let go of his arm, Catherine, and come here to me.
Warren.
Come here to me.
Go to your husband, Mrs. Gregg.
Yes.
What kind of a game are you playing? She couldn't even take her hand from your arm until you let her. When she told me you'd made her dance with you all evening against her will, I didn't know what to think. But now I do, because you've just worked the same hypnotic trick on me. I don't like to be tricked, Mr. Orloff. And I don't want hypnotists experimenting on my wife. She's not dancing with you anymore, that's all.
Not quite all, Mr. Gregg. Your tone has been both loud and insulting. Dr. Farmer has been a witness, and others have been attracted by your word. It is your privilege to say I cannot dance with your wife, but I expect an apology.
You won't get it all out.
It may be in my power to compel it.
Not from me.
You will apologize to me, Mr. Gregg. before these people.
I apologize to you, Mr. Orloff.
I thank you. But now that you have made it, I choose not to accept your apology, Mr. Ray. You will feel that Ivan Orloff is a most vindictive man. Good night.
What in heaven's name is the meaning of all this? What's happened to you? Again, you look stunned, like a man who has received a blow.
Doc, he did it to me a second time. Beat down my will as he did before.
It doesn't matter, dear. He's gone now. Let's get our things and leave here. We never met him before tonight. We won't see him anymore.
I'm not so sure of that. I didn't like the look of that fellow when he left.
He can't do us any harm, Doctor. He can't.
Darling, what's the matter?
Hold on to me, dear. I feel faint.
Catch her, Warren. She's falling.
Catherine, darling, what's wrong with you? Doctor, she's fainted.
Carry her to that bench. Lay her down.
Yes. But what could have caused it?
I don't know.
Catherine, darling. She's as white and still. She's scarcely breathing, Doctor. What's the reason for this? She hasn't been sick.
I know that. I'm her doctor. Someone telephone for the ambulance. Hurry.
An ambulance, Doc?
Yes.
You don't think...
I've got to get her to a hospital if I hope to save her life.
Her life?
Yes. Her pulse is very weak. Her heart is beating and no more.
But she can't die, Doc. You won't let her die.
Not if I can help it. Hold on to yourself, my boy.
Catherine.
I can't understand it. I examined her only last week. Her heart was regular as a clock.
What's the reason? Doctor, her lips are moving. She's trying to say something. What is it, dear? Oh, she hasn't even strength to speak to me. What's the reason? What's the reason?
Be still, please. She is trying to say something. Catherine, what is it, dear?
I couldn't hear her, Doc. What did she say?
It was just a whisper. I think she said, the power of Lucifer.
Isn't she any better, Doctor?
Just the same, my boy.
That's all you've told me for 3 days, that she's just the same. She lies on this bed, never moving, scarcely breathing, dying. Oh, isn't there anything you can do to save her?
I've done everything, tried everything I know. I'm at my wit's end, boy. The specialists I brought in can't diagnose this condition any better than I can, nor recommend a treatment. We doctors know so little.
Then you haven't any hope? She's going to die?
No, I haven't given up hope. But doctors are only men. Where we fail, often something else steps in and saves. God. He gives and he takes away, son. Everything in this universe is really up to him.
And he's forgotten her and me. Don't you think I've prayed to him? Every moment since you collapsed that night, a prayer's been on my lips or crying in my heart. A prayer of desperation. A cry for my whole being. For if I lose her, I have nothing in the world. He's forgotten me. He doesn't care.
I don't think you or I or any other human being can say that. For we don't know his scheme. My boy, I'm not just trying to deaden your anxiety and heartbreak with a sugar-coated anodyne of religion. I haven't any creed. I'm just talking what I sincerely believe. Catherine has been unconscious for 3 days. She hasn't suffered for a single moment of that time or felt the slightest pain. If she doesn't come out of this, I don't say she won't. I don't believe she won't. And I'll do all a human being can to bring her back to you. But if I can't, she'll simply pass from a light sleep into a deep one. She'll have been spared a lot of trouble that living holds for everyone. God will have been very kind to her, my boy. And you won't have lost Catherine. For there's another place where those who love are reunited.
Maybe. 3 days ago I thought that, believed, was sure of it. Now I've lost all faith in the sort of providence that struck my wife without a warning.
Warren.
I've lost all faith, I tell you. If there is a force for good, there's an evil force that counteracts it. An evil force that's the strongest.
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. Doctor, What did Catherine's whisper mean that night when she murmured the power of Lucifer?
I don't know. Probably something about Olaf's filthy cult had lingered in her mind. Or it may have been in my mind, so that I read her whisper as I did. I couldn't really swear her lips formed words. She murmured too low to hear.
No, she said what you thought she did, all right. She said the power of Lucifer. They were the last words she uttered. They were a message to me, a message I hadn't understood until now.
What do you mean?
That devil Olaf did this thing to her. As he proved that he could bend our minds, now he's proved his hellish power in her body.
You're mad.
No, I'm not. You haven't any explanation for whatever struck her down, without cause, without a warning. I have, at last. Olaf threatened me. He said the devil took care of his own. That he gave great power to his disciples, to him. That power is killing my wife. The power of Lucifer. The god of evil who is stronger than the Lord of good.
You're beside yourself, my boy. You can't believe such a thing.
I do believe it. And if Catherine dies, then I'll know it's true.
My boy.
Doctor. Catherine just moaned. The first sound she's made since...
Out of my way, Warren. Let me see.
What's that rattling noise I hear? It's coming from the throat. Doctor, she looks different. She's lying so still there. There's not the slightest movement. Her eyes are open, staring. Doctor, why are you putting that sheet over her face? Doctor! Catherine. Catherine.
Son.
Catherine, my darling.
Don't lose faith, my boy. You'll find her again if you don't lose your faith. Who is it? Oh, I shan't need you now.
I brought an important message, Doctor. It's for Mr. Gregg, from Mr. Olaf.
Olaf? What is the message?
Simply this slip of paper, his address, sir. But he said it was a matter of life and death. Oh, Doctor. Mrs. Gregg?
Yes, just now.
His address. A matter of life and death. Perhaps he meant he could have saved her. But this came too late. He'd gone farther than he thought. She's dead.
Boy, what are you muttering to yourself?
He killed her. He killed her. But this tells me where to find him.
Warren!
This tells me where to find him. Where to take his life for hers.
Come back. Stop him, someone.
He's mad, Doctor.
All the power of Lucifer won't save him. His life for hers. His life for hers.
Come in. The gentleman we expected has arrived, Master. It was exactly 11 minutes past midnight when you let him in the downstairs door. I told you it would be. The Master knows all things. Mr. Gregg has a pistol in his pocket.
Yes, Master, with his hand inside the pocket and his fingers on the trigger. Ready. I can see the outline through the cloth.
I see it through these walls. I saw him buy the gun 4 miles away. He means to shoot me the moment he and I are alone in this room. Show him in at once, Alexei, and leave us.
Yes, Master. Fools, be gentlemen, Master.
Come in, Mr. Gray. Please go, Alexei, and shut the door behind you.
Yes.
You murderer.
Wait. Before you press the trigger of that pistol, let me ask you one question.
No, you...
It is a question I summoned you to hear. The question of life or death. Do you want your wife restored to you?
My wife?
Do you want your wife restored to life?
You know she's dead. That proves you killed her.
I do not deny it. I told you once that Ivan Orlov was a most vindictive man.
You fiend. Now you'll pay. Your life for hers.
Wait. First answer my question. Do you want your wife restored to life?
Yeah. You're playing with me.
A man does not play when another holds a loaded pistol at his breast. And I am very afraid of firearms, really. Keep your pistol, Mr. Gregg. Keep it pointed at my body, if you will. But you had better hear what I have to say before you shoot. So, you relax a little. That is better. I left a note telling you where to find my humble residence as your dear wife breathed her last. Wait. I left it because Ivan Orlov is also a forgiving man when his vengeance is complete. And the power of Lucifer can give as well as take.
The power of Lucifer?
Which in that hospital room this evening you'll realize was greater than the power of good. I am a priest of Lucifer. His is the power that I wield. You doubt perhaps that I can bring your wife to life as I have made her die. Take this piece of paper. Tear it up. Tear it up. Hold the pieces in your open hand. I have not touched them. I do not touch them. Yet look.
They've joined together.
As they were before you tore them. So I can restore the broken fragments of your dear one's life.
Give her back to me and I'll be your slave.
I do not need a slave. But the master I adore needs loyal servants.
What do you mean?
That the devil takes care of his own, but only his own. That he gives nothing for nothing. You must pay a price. That you must serve him if you would have him serve you.
To regain Catherine, I must...
You must be consecrated in my master's service. Tonight and forevermore, you must bow down and worship Lucifer. You are very pale, my brother. For we are brothers now by the virtue of the faith we share. You did not enjoy your consecration in our order?
That was horrible, bestial, unholy.
Holy and unholy are words we do not employ. A thing is either evil or unevel, for there our power lies.
If evil gives you power to bring back the warmth of life to that cold body on the bed, I accept your awful faith. To have her back, to have her love again, is worth the eternal damnation of my soul. If I had a soul.
You must not doubt the existence of your soul, my brother. For to accept the creed of evil, the creed of good must also be believed. One cannot exist without the other. Our deity is stronger, as you shall soon see. For he will bring the dead to life.
How soon? How soon?
In less than a minute. Blood will course again in those now so lifeless veins. Breath will return. And those closed eyes will open of themselves. In less than a minute, the dead will rise and walk.
Oh, Catherine, it'll be worth my soul to have your love again.
You have not forfeited your soul. Souls are not my master's business.
You said if he restored her, I must pay a price.
Of course. He gives nothing for nothing.
What will that price be?
I do not know. I do not even know the price that I must someday pay for power. But I do not care. Power is all that matters, and I shall live many years to wield it, for I control the minds of men, and nothing can destroy me.
Olaf, color's returning to her cheeks.
By the power of Lucifer.
She breathed. You've kept your promise. You're restoring her to life.
Not I, but he, my serf.
Her flesh grows warm. She's coming back to me. Now, like you, I don't care what price I have to pay. I'll have Catherine once more. My Catherine. Olaf, she's at her eyes. Speak to me, darling. Let me hear your voice again. You look as though you didn't know me. I'm Warren, dear. Your husband. Catherine, why do you laugh like that? Why are you laughing like a baby? Olaf, her eyes.
What about them?
They're blank, staring. Her body lives, but her eyes are dead.
So they are. I forgot to tell you that, though my master can restore the dead to life, he cannot restore the brain.
You mean that Catherine?
She is an imbecile, my brother. As I have said, the Lord of Evil has no province over souls. And without a soul, there can be no mind, of course. But rest easy now. You have nothing more to fear. You have paid the devil's price.
You monster! You fiend!
Drop that gun.
Oh!
You fool. I told you I had mastery over all created men. When I let you keep that gun this afternoon, I only played with you for amusement. I am a priest of Lucifer. With the power he has given me, I shall live forever. Catherine, she has picked up the gun you dropped. Take it from her and return it to your pocket. It pleases me to have you keep it and know you cannot use it. Imbecile, do not point that gun at me. Drop that pistol, I say, drop it.
She has no mind, Olaf. You're powerless before her, and her fingers on the trigger.
No.
Now, Olaf, you, like me, have paid your master's price. Only you bought power. Something evil had to sell. I tried to purchase love.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. Now you and me has business to attend to. Important business, Satan. Near midnight, Satan.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
Hundred and 7-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 107-year-old. Well, Satan, we got a lot of yarn to spin these folks tonight. So if you'll give word to douse all lights, we'll get right smack down to business. That's right. Make it nice and dark and cheerful when you listens to our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a ruined village behind the Western Front in war-torn France in 1918. And so begins our tale about the firing squad. The firing squad.
Squad! Halt! Why'd you make me look at this, Mac?
Because that man's a traitor, Steve.
But why should I watch him die? God. Blindfolded. Against a wall.
Quiet. We'll let the men hear you.
All right, Captain Mason.
Proceed.
God. And...
Watch this execution. That's an order.
Yes, sir. Squad! Fire! He's dead. They shot him. Right shoulder! Up!
He sold his people. He's received his pay.
Squad! Left! Forward! Up! But to shoot him down in cold blood. I don't care what that man did. Ah, but I've seen butchery enough. I can't look at any more death. I can't look at any more death!
Lieutenant Buckley, you forget yourself.
Yeah. A good soldier must have no emotions. Merely a blind obedience. I hasten to apologize, Captain, before you prefer charges that may stand me before a firing squad.
Let's take a little walk, boy. I want to talk to you.
Very well, sir. The command of my superior officer is law.
Steve, an extra bar on my shoulders hasn't made any difference between us. You know that. In blood relationship, we may be only cousins. But I've always looked upon you as a younger brother. You're in trouble, kid. I want to help you.
You've helped me enough already. I bring me to France when I might have stayed at home. And when you get me here, instead of leaving me in Paris, you took me into Below Wood.
Steve, you're not really a coward. I didn't realize it was going to be so hard. I thought this war would bring out your stronger side. You have a stronger side, if I could only find it. Your nerves are gone. That's the whole trouble with you. You need a change, a rest.
A few days in Paris.
What are you driving at?
Kid, you can go to Paris. In my pocket is a pass in your name.
A pass? A pass for Paris? Mike, you're not kidding. You're not...
Here it is.
A pass to Paris. Oh, to a clean bed and sheets. To a bath. To women who wear white dresses and smell of perfume.
Why, you're a new man already.
Oh, when can I leave?
Tonight.
Oh, thanks, Mike, thanks.
But before you thank me, there's a condition attached to this pass, Steve.
Why, what do you mean?
When you were in Paris before, you fell pretty hard for that Coudray woman. Steve, you mustn't see her again.
Oh, Vera's not a plaster saint. I know that.
I've no interest in her morals. Kid, this is in confidence. Vera Coudray is under strong suspicion of being a German spy.
Our Lord, I know you've received another letter from Uncle Charles. He believes there's a spy hiding behind each blade of grass.
Uncle Charles is in a position to have reason for such beliefs.
Yeah, but why pick on Vera? If she were a German agent, how's she gotten away with it in Paris for 4 long years?
Because Mademoiselle Coudray is very clever. So clever that others are caught and punished in her place.
Ah, that's ridiculous.
No, Steve. The man you just saw die was one of that woman's lovers.
I don't believe that.
Letters were found on him proving it. Unfortunately, they didn't connect her with his act of treason. And as you saw, he went to his death in silence. It may be purely coincidence, but 4 other soldiers who were intimates of that woman have faced a firing squad for similar crimes.
4 others?
Yes, 3 French and 1 English. This poor devil was the first American. All acted very strangely during their courts-martial. None of them seemed to comprehend or realize the thing they'd done. Their minds appeared to be in a sort of haze. Crazy as it may sound, I believe that woman has some power that enslaves men's brains. You must promise you'll never see her again.
I see now why you made me watch this execution. I've admitted to you I'm no patriotic hero, so you think me a possible traitor. That man's death was to be my object lesson.
Oh, don't be a fool. I don't think anything of the kind. I did make you watch only to show you the sort of woman you're in love with.
You haven't shown me anything. You've merely talked a lot of rot. And the moment I get to Paris, I'm going to call her up.
No, you're not. Give me that pass.
Mac!
Your superior officer speaking now. Give me that pass.
No, you can't. You won't. I've got to get away, Mac. If I have to listen to those guns another day, I'll go crazy. I've got to get away.
Give me that pass.
No, no. Oh, for 3 days in Paris, I'll promise anything. I promise, Mac. Don't take it away from me.
Swear you'll not see Vera Coudray. That you won't even telephone her. That if you meet her by accident, you won't speak to her. Swear it on your word of honor. On your word of honor.
I swear. On my word of honor.
Thanks, Steve. Oh, don't be sore at me for this. You know I'm only trying to help you out of a possible trouble. I've done that ever since we were kids. It's become sort of second nature. Here. You pack now and be on your way. A good spree will put those jumping nerves of yours to sleep. And when you come back, we'll go up there and do our job together.
Yeah. Up there where those guns are booming. Up there where death is waiting. But I have 3 days now to live. 3 days to live in Paris.
Three days to live.
3 days to live in Paris. Oh, what's the word of honor matter when you gotta go back and die? That's what I figured, Vera. So I telephoned you to meet me in this cafe.
I do not understand, mon lieutenant. Why should you not have telephoned me, and why do you speak of words of honor?
That's a joke. It's a personal, private joke. I'll teach old Mac to try and run my life. And if you only knew the silly reason he gave for wanting me to promise it.
I do not comprehend your little joke, but I will laugh with you. I will pour another glass of wine. Then perhaps you will tell me all about it.
Yeah, pour me another glass. Hey, Vera, you only had 1 drink all the time we've been here. Don't you like this wine?
I prefer to remain quite sober, as I can enjoy your happiness the more. And you are so happy, mon cher, to be away from the awful front.
I'm so happy I could sing.
sailors both sing, Vera.
Wait. Your glass is empty again. You will sing better when it is once more full. I do my best. Drink, mon cher. Your company, your what you call division. I am so ignorant of military terms. When you return, it will occupy the same place in the line as before?
I don't know. Why you all the time asking me questions about the front? Why you remind me I gotta return? I want to forget that.
I don't blame you. Oh, mon ami. Would it not be wonderful if this wicked war was over?
This war is never going to be over. It's going to last forever. I'm going to be killed.
You mustn't think such things. Why, if Paris were taken, the war would be over in 1 week.
What do you mean?
Oh, the Boers are only 70 kilometers away. If they should break through where your so brave American troops hold the line, this war would have to end.
Yeah, they won't break through.
No, I suppose not. Here, mon cher, you must have one more little drink.
All right. Thanks, Vera.
Your uncle, the Major General, what did he say about this dangerous situation? You have told me you write letters to your cousin and tells him things when he sees him. Your cousin tells you about these letters, right?
Yeah, Meg tells me, look out for spies. Everybody's a spy. You're a spy. Yeah, he made me promise not to see you. Now I told you, Vera, we can laugh together. And he said you had strange powers that enslaves men's brains. Why aren't you laughing, Vera? Why are you looking at me like that? So steady. So...
Look at me.
Sure. I like to look at you. I'm crazy about you, Vera. You know, you got the most wonderful eyes.
Look into them deep.
All right. Your eyes are awful wonderful, Vera. I feel so funny. Your eyes make me feel funny. They make me...
Gaze into them. Do not try to look away. You cannot.
No, I cannot.
You are very much in love with me.
Yes.
You trust me absolutely.
Yes.
You are afraid of death. You wish this war to end.
Yes.
And you believe that I can show you how to end it? You believe that I can show you how to end it?
Yes.
And you will do anything I tell you to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything you tell me to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything.
I will do anything you tell me to bring its end about.
Now, let your waking mind remember that, and forget that I have made you so remember. Mon ami, wake up.
Huh?
Is this the proper way to entertain a lady?
I fell asleep.
You were what you call dead to the world. Come, let us leave this stuffy place and walk to my apartment. It is pleasant there, and we will talk.
Yeah, just you and me, Vera. Oh, I'm crazy about you. I've only 3 days to live. Then I gotta go back there and die.
Oh, no, mon cher. You will live to see this war all ended.
It's funny, Vera. But you know, the idea just come to my mind that maybe you and me could end it.
Lieutenant Steve will be here at any moment.
You are sure we've run no risk?
Have I ever led us into danger?
No. Your hypnotic powers have been of great value to the fatherland, mademoiselle.
In 3 days, I have made this lieutenant my slave.
And his uncle is a major general.
If he is like his nephew, Germany does not need our help to win the war. Now listen, his leave is up. Tonight he returns to his company. No matter what happens, he will obey my will. Talk plainly to him and have no fear.
I rely upon you.
Hush.
You wanted me, Vera?
Yes, mon petit, come in. The gentleman of whom I spoke is here to see you. Monsieur Charbonneau, I present Lieutenant Buckley.
I am charmed, Lieutenant.
Monsieur Charbonneau. Of course I know that's not your real name.
Mademoiselle Coudray has told me of your conversations.
She told me how to end the war. It doesn't matter who wins, just so it's over, she says.
She's right. And once the line is pierced between Soissons and Reims, Paris will be occupied within a week. The war will be over, and men will cease to die.
Yeah. What am I to do to save my life and that of others?
General Ludendorff wishes to learn the weakest spot in the line.
How can I find it?
One who looks may see much. And to the nephew of a major general, things may be told.
It doesn't seem right.
Look into my eyes, mon cher. Because you wish to live, you will do as you are told.
Yes, I'm going to live. For you.
You will give the information we desire to a man wearing the uniform of a common American soldier. He will have a bandage bound around his head, and his arm will be carried in a sling. He will give you the password, Koblenz. This man will meet you a week from today.
What if I am killed within the week?
That, of course, would be a misfortune.
Remember, you are not to fear, mon cher. Nothing can harm you. I have told you.
No, nothing can harm me. Not even a firing squad.
Of that I have forbidden you to think at all.
To ensure your safety when the drive begins, Lieutenant, you will take this capsule. It will make you very ill enough to be sent to a hospital in the rear.
Where nothing can harm me. Can I have 2 capsules?
Monsieur worries about his cousin, Capitaine Mason. I have told you many times that he will also be safe.
Yeah, Mac will be safe too. You've told me.
To make Mademoiselle's assurance more certain of fulfillment, here are 2 capsules. Mademoiselle will enlighten you concerning any further details. It may be dangerous for me to remain here longer. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye.
Mademoiselle.
Au revoir, monsieur.
I offered him my hand. He didn't take it. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Exactly what I tell you to. That and nothing more.
Come there. Halt. All out. Everybody in, Steve?
Yeah. All in.
Don't mind, kid. Trouble's over now for a while. Get out of the lines again. Tonight, for a change, we sleep in safety.
Yeah, safety.
Easy, boy, easy. That one fell 300 yards away.
But maybe not the next one. Maybe. No. No, nothing can harm me. Nothing can harm me.
Here, don't let your nerves get you again. You've been a different man since you came back from Paris. Stay that way. Lord, what a Brannigan you must have had there, though. Why, you've been a sort of daze ever since.
I'm all right. But I've been different this time because I know nothing can harm me. Nor you either, Mac. And because I know the war is going to end.
Sure. We'll be out of the trenches by Christmas. Some Christmas. Say, that one of our men coming down the road? There's a bandage around his head and an arm in a sling.
Bandage on his head? Arm in a sling?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing.
Here, grab yourself 40 winks, kid. I'll see you later.
No! No, I've got you! Sergeant Porter! If Captain Mason comes back looking for me, I'll be up the road. Up there with that man whose head is bandaged.
Yes, Lieutenant.
The war will soon be over, Sergeant. The war will soon be over. Most of it. I memorized everything carefully, just as she told me.
It is all very clear. The weakest point, you say, is just behind Dormans.
Yeah, just behind Dormans.
All is in readiness. The blow will be hard.
And the war will be over. It'll be finished, as she said.
They must hurry away now. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Lieutenant Buckley! Buckley! Steve!
Coming.
Steve, I've been looking everywhere for you. Bad news, kid. We have to go back.
Back? Back where?
The lines. The orders just countermanded our arrest orders. They need us to plug a weak spot. Back of Dormans. Considerable hike.
Back of Dormans?
What's the matter?
Get that man with the bandaged head. Don't let him get away. No. Now don't pay any attention to me. She told me.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. It's all right. Nothing can harm us.
See to the men, Sergeant. Get ready to march.
Yes, sir.
Come here. Quiet. All right, you bugs. Come on. Get your packs.
I can't find the capsules. But nothing can harm us. Even back of Dormans.
Oh, quit acting like a lunatic, Steve.
We're going back of Dormans. Dormans! But nothing can harm us. Nothing can harm us. Nothing can harm us.
Steve! He got him. He's hit. Hey, get that doctor. A stretcher. He's coming as blood, and I'm responsible. I didn't look after him. I brought him into this. Steve, don't die, kid. Don't die. Don't die.
I'll get rid of Bucky, Captain.
Oh, thank God you're here, Doc. Quick. Oh, don't let him die. Don't let him. Doc, he isn't already.
No, he isn't dead. He isn't going to die. Shell fragment grazed his head and knocked him cold. Plenty of blood, but just a flesh wound.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, he's coming to already. Lucky guy. He won't have to go with us. He's got a ticket to the hospital.
Meg, where are you? Here, kid, here. You're all right now.
What
are they doing? Where are they going to take me? To a hospital, kid. We'll have to go ahead without you.
But where are you going? Why? Oh, you're going back of Dorman's. And she lied when she said nothing could harm us. She lied! She lied!
He's raving, Doc.
Don't go back at Dorman's, Mac. Don't go back at Dorman's!
Give him a shot, Doc, and quiet him down.
No! 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 No!
I gotta leave you now, kid.
No, Mac! Listen! Let me tell you, Mac!
Lieutenant Clark, take the rear company. Company, attention! Left step, forward, march!
Mac! Come back! Come back! Oh, he's gone. She lied and he'll be killed. I'll have killed him back of Dorman!
They didn't do us no favor when they brung that nutty lieutenant to this hospital.
Two idolies and a nurse was sitting on his chest when I ducked out for a smoke just now.
The things, if you ask me. Did you hear him carrying on? Claims his skipper standing by his bed with a big hole in his stomach. And that his outfit's been wiped out. All but 18 men.
Yeah, I heard him. Cooker was a cloud.
Yeah, just the same. I'd hate to be imagining things like he is.
Geez, an ambulance is coming. Come on, Sam. Maybe the driver's found a bottle somewhere.
Yeah. Come on, you guys. Go on. There's plenty there. What? Say, what's the matter? You got a car full there?
Yeah, more coming. Big fighting back at Dorman's way. Come on.
Say, help me get these poor guys out of here, will you?
All right. This fellow on the bottom first. Now, here.
Oh. Hey, wait a minute.
One lot of it. Hey, Dumbbell, you ambulance guy. Don't you know better than to be hauling steps?
What, one of them fellas croak on me?
Say, look at him.
Oh, no wonder with a hole in his stomach like that.
Sam, he's got bars on his shoulder. A captain he was.
Yeah, well, he ain't no longer. See if he's got his dog tag and help me with these other guys.
Sam, wait a minute. His tag reads Captain Macklin Mason. That's who that crazy Louis says is standing by his bed.
Gee, how did he know this guy was hitting the stomach 20 kilometers away?
Even mon cher, all is forgotten now. You are out of the hospital, unarmed. The war is over, and you are with me.
And you said, I remember, that nothing would harm us.
Nothing did harm you.
But you promised protection for him as well. He just looks at me and never speaks a word. But his eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back of Dorman.
Stop! There is no one here beside you.
Oh, I can't just see him when he's always here. You were his murderer as well as I. And he knows. See? He's turned. He's looking at you now.
You make the cold run up and down my spine. I tell you that there is no one there.
You'll see him one day. And the others. 18 left of the men I slept with, marched with, fought with. 18 left. We've killed the others. You're afraid to have him gaze at you? Oh, you say you cannot see him?
You seem so sure, so certain.
Yeah. I know the reason for his presence. His eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back at Dormant.
No, we are leaving France.
But before we leave, we must go to the lines in back of Dormant.
Oh, this terrible idea of yours that has brought us to these muddy fields tonight. Since you had to come, why could we not wait till morning?
I've told you, dear. Mac wanted it this way. He's spoken to me twice since we started from Paris. Not angry, as though he hated me for what I've done. Just kind. Just as he used to be. It's strange you haven't heard him speak.
I have not heard for the same reason I have never seen. There is no one, nothing. There beside you. There I've never been. I came here only to humor you and to keep you from talking to people who might believe the crazy things you say.
We're walking where they fought the night when the Boche broke through. At the place we told them was the weakest. We're walking over graves. The graves we made. Here they died, the men we killed.
I cannot stand it. I will leave you.
You can't leave. Nor can I. I knew we couldn't when I brought you here.
What do you mean?
That we have come to pay a debt.
Where is that bugle? There are no soldiers here.
Yes. Can't you see them? They're gathering all about us.
I see nothing but shadows. Only shadows.
Listen. The shadows are marching. Here comes our firing squad.
Oh, you are not insane. I see them coming towards us, and I see your Capitan too. Let me get away. Oh, I cannot move.
We sold our people. Now we receive our pay.
No.
Already, Captain Mason. Proceed.
Oh!
Ready.
No.
In.
No.
Give me back.
Fire.
It's all right, kid. Now I can look after you again.
And in the morning, 2 bodies were found lying on a deserted battlefield. 2 dead bodies of a woman and a man. On their chests were little blue marks, such as spent bullets might have made. Bullets that had come from too far away to burst.
Well, that's the end of that and Satan. You folks come see us next week when I has a birthday, and we'll have another cheerful yarn to spin ye.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the Witch of Salem, and Satan, the wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
An 80-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. I mean 108-year-old. Satan, don't you ever raise your voice to me like that again. I know how old I be. Satan, give word to douse all lights and I'll spin the yard. That's it. Make it nice and dark. Sitting in the gloom's the way to hear our pretty tales. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a noble castle in old England as it was 200 years ago. Soon in a room of that castle, you'll see a pretty woman with hard and selfish eyes, and you'll hear the story of the violin. The violin.
Come in, Signor Tasso. Oh, 'tis only you, Kate.
Yes, milady.
I thought your knock was that of Tasso. Did you not deliver him my message?
Yes, milady. He will be here presently.
Methinks he takes his time.
He seemed reluctant to accept your invitation.
Reluctant? What manner of man is this Italian player of the violin who strives always to avoid me? Kate, am I growing old and ugly that this man should shun my presence?
You are very beautiful, milady. Methinks Signor Tasso does not wish to be alone with you overmuch because he fears that beauty.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps he is one of those gentlemen of strict scruples who does not wish to forget that he is my husband's friend and guest.
You have made other gentlemen forget such scruples, milady.
Well, why not? When one is married to a fool who spends his days at the chase and his nights at the gaming tables, one must seek amusement. You know how often I find it.
Milady is very clever. And my lord, her husband, very trusting.
Stupid would be a better word. But never has he introduced such a man as this Italian to our house before. Is he not handsome, Kate?
Signor Tasso is the very picture of good looks, milady.
And handsome men are rare, almost as rare as men's scruples. If it is a sense of honor that makes the signor so aloof, he must be taught that it denies him much.
That's good, Tasso.
It's funny, yes, my lord.
He's coming, milady.
I heard, and the idiot is bringing my husband with him.
Here we are, Tasso. May we enter your nest, my little bird?
Bird? Of course, my lord. Come in and welcome.
Greeting, Nell, sweet wife. Your servant went said you had a wish to hear the music of friend Tasso. I have brought him to you, violin and all.
It was good of you to accompany him, my lord. You are ever so busy with other interests. I did not include you in my invitation.
I understand, my dear, but Tasso accused me of neglecting thee, so I am here at his insistence.
I see.
Oh, come in, friend Tasso. Don't linger in the hall.
Thank you, my Lord Gordon.
Greetings, signor.
My respects to you, my lady.
I wish to hear the music of your violin. Will you play?
It will be privilege and a pleasure.
Mind you make your music lively, Tasso. Give us none of your wishy-washy southern love songs.
On the contrary, my lord, the romantic airs of Signor Tasso's native land are what I wish to hear.
Oh, well, I suppose I'll have to listen then.
Why? I will not be offended if you return to your game. I fancy there is a game in progress below stairs.
Aye, and for rousing stakes. It nearly broke my heart to leave. If you really do not mind, my dear.
My lord, you will not leave us.
Of course you will.
But please.
Signor Tasso, you insisted my husband come hither with you because you think that he neglects me. That is not so. I like music. He likes cards. He likes many friends around him. I prefer one. Must one of us mold our nature to the other?
Truly said, sweet Nell. We, friend Tasso, are one wedded pair who understand one another, each serenely trusting in the other's love and virtue. An exceptional couple, isn't that so, my dear?
You are always right, my lord.
And I am lucky to have such a wife. Well, I leave you two now.
Wait, I return to the tables with you.
Signor?
Why?
It must be. It's not proper that I remain with my lady while her husband is away.
Nonsense, nonsense. That's some of your foreign ideas, my boy. You Italians may have reason to distrust and guard your women, but not we Englishmen. Stay and regale her ears with sentimental music, Tasso. I return to my game.
Won't you be seated, signor?
Thank you.
Not so far away from me. Here is a softer chair.
I find this one very comfortable.
Then I shall move. Here, I shall recline upon this couch at your side.
As my lady wish.
You may go, Kate, and close the door.
No, signora. It's not right for you and me to be in here behind the closed doors.
You have heard my husband's views. He has perfect trust in you and me. Go, Kate.
Yes, milady.
There. Are you so filled with scruples, signor, because you do not trust yourself?
I trust myself completely, signor. You wish me to play for you?
Yes, a love song.
Very well.
You leave my side?
You will like the music better if it comes to you from a distance.
Whence it comes does not matter if you play your love song to me.
I play a love song for you.
You are very different from other men whom I have known, Signor.
I am a simple gentleman, Signora. If I lack the graces of other men of your acquaintance, it's my misfortune.
Yes, your misfortune. Oh, what a beautiful melody. Still, 'tis not so beautiful as the emotion that it sings of. You agree, Signor?
I agree that love is the most wonderful of all the God's gifts to man.
A man who brings such music from those strings must love the very name of love.
I love the beautiful in love.
Can there be aught in love but beauty?
Yes, there can be baseness and dishonor.
Baseness, dishonor, they are but words to deny the foolish happiness. Are you foolish, Signor Tasso? Or are you merely cautious?
I don't understand.
I mean, if you loved a lady, a married lady, let's say, would you not forget such childish things as scruples if you could enjoy her love in secret, secure from her husband's wrath?
No, I'll not.
You have ceased playing.
With your permission, I will rejoin your husband and his friends.
So soon?
If you permit, please.
Signor Tasso, am I unpleasing to your eyes?
You are very beautiful.
And what manner of man are you who forever shun my company?
Signora, I beg your permission to leave.
And I'll not give it to you.
Then I must go without it.
You do not dare.
You force me to dare. Yes, you force me now to say that which will mean we never meet again. Your husband, my friend, may be blind to your real nature. But to me, it has been plain since first we met.
What do you mean?
That you are a bad woman.
You dare!
You think I've not sensed your purpose in always striving to be alone with me. I'm not conceited fool who think it is because you love me. You don't know the meaning of love. If I were not here, you would seek some other man. But I want not such a cheap thing as you. I want not such a vile dishonor. That is all I have to say. I go, Signora.
Oh, no. You don't go until I show you how I repay such insults.
Why do you tear your dress?
To teach you the worth of that honor you just flung in my teeth. Help! Help! Gordon!
Will you cry out for your husband?
So you can tell him your story while I shall tell him mine. Gordon! Gentlemen, help!
What is it? Where is my lady scream?
Oh, Nell, what is it?
What do you mean to do?
You shall soon see. Help! Help!
Nell, what have we here? Her gown. Tasso!
Your friend attempted to dishonor me.
No.
Tasso!
I swear
He
no.
seized me in his arms. See how he tore my dress.
She lies.
So thus you repay my friendship, Tasso.
Senor, I beg you, hear me.
I'll hear naught from you but a gasp of death.
No, sheathe your sword.
I sheathe it in your body.
Oh!
Your blade struck true. Our honor is avenged, my lord.
You have killed me. You might think my friend.
I killed you for the dog hour.
Your insult to an honest woman.
But breath enough remains for me to curse you both. Oh, Dio, God, as you are just, hear and grant the prayer I send to you now. Though my body soon return to dust, let my soul, my spirit still live on to punish those who kill me.
Silence him. Withdraw your sword and punch it in his breast again.
Say, one cannot strike a dying man who prays to God.
It would be a useless gesture, for a second thrust is not needed. Senor, you fear my prayer. Listen what it is. You wished I play for you a love song. Well, I pray that I will play a love song to you from the grave. A song that will bring you to your death, to many deaths. For you will live again in the women of your wicked blood. And to them also will I play a song of love and death. To them also.
Stop him, Gordon.
Be still.
No. And for you, Lord Gordon, my friend only in name, I pray my music will bring your proud name to a dishonorable end. A dishonorable end such as you have brought to mine. That is my curse, my dying prayer. Dio, God of justice, answer.
What was that?
That violin.
No one of us stood near it.
It seemed a finger plucked its strings.
Tasso, forgive. Withdraw your prayer, your curse.
Tasso,